Our story begins on a battlefield where countless bodies lay scattered across the ground. Amid those corpses, there was a young man leaning on his sword. Many of his comrades were dead there, bleeding heavily, and all he could do was breathe as the rain fell upon his body. He couldn't believe that so many had died and began to lament it, thinking it was a clear blunder on Hayute's part, until he was suddenly startled by a voice that revealed it had not expected to find a human so powerful. The swordsman didn't look even a little pleased to see that the man was still alive. Standing beneath him was the one who had spoken, a gigantic figure known as the Great Hayute. After appearing before the Empire 20 days earlier, he had caused widespread destruction for reasons unknown, and he was the last of the three giants. The swordsman forcefully stomped on Hayute's nose, making it very clear that because of him, half of the Empire had become a cemetery. He wanted to understand why that giant was still alive. Hayute calmly told the swordsman not to worry, as he wouldn't be alive much longer. Speaking in the third person, he said he would soon return to his own side. The swordsman thought that was wonderful, because the friends who had died before that giant would be waiting for him. Hayute didn't understand what the warrior meant by friends, and the swordsman clarified that he was referring to the other two who had come before him, revealing that one had been turned into crackling by a temperamental red dragon. The other had been sealed for eternity by an old man named Lorahan. The swordsman was so enraged at the giant that he treated him like a bag of trash. Hayute didn't want the swordsman to hide the truth behind shallow words, for the children of the stars shared their senses with one another. They knew their opponents had been annihilated together, which meant that strong people like the swordsman himself no longer existed in that land. The swordsman told the giant to shut up because he was still alive. The giant warned him not to think too highly of himself, as his time was coming. Hayute even admitted that he would have been happy if the swordsman had realized his own abilities earlier and put more effort into his training. He would have become an even greater obstacle to their desire. Hearing this only made the swordsman angrier, as he felt that everything being said was nothing but endless nonsense. He revealed that he had lived a terrible life, and all he wanted now was for the giant to shut up and die already. The giant thought he was a good human, and that it was fine to be proud, but in the end, the swordsman's world would be swallowed by starlight and vanish. Losing his patience, the swordsman swiftly beheaded him. Hayute's head began to roll, and the swordsman was left lost in thought. No matter what he did, what had already happened could not be changed. Soon, memories of his comrades began to flood his mind. He remembered a young man with scars on his face the moment they began to fight, and the moment he saw that same comrade die. The swordsman wondered if his comrades were truly there. Looking at their dead bodies, he thought they were all nothing but fools. He couldn't understand what kind of pride had driven them to fight to the death. They weren't strong just because he was strong. He wished they had accepted their own weakness and retreated, but in the end, they had remained fools until the very end. He couldn't understand it, especially since the giants had been able to withstand the aura of the strongest sword in the Empire. He wanted to know why his sword was the only one that had worked. If that hadn't been the case, there would have been no way for a soldier still in training to be on the front lines, and they wouldn't have died first. The swordsman had no answer to that question, and it didn't sit well with him at all until he heard a voice asking if anyone was there. His eyes widened at that moment. The voice explained that it couldn't move because of its injuries. The swordsman recognized the voice and quickly stood up. He couldn't believe that person was still alive and rushed toward them. It was his great commander, leaning against a rock. She truly was a great commander, and the swordsman saw that she had lost an arm. Her name was Adishan. For someone who had been in command, he wanted to understand how this had happened. The swordsman's name was Ronan. She reminded him that he was just a corporal and nothing special, but the most important thing was that she wanted to know whether Hayute was dead. Ronan confirmed that he had killed him and said the body wasn't far away. Adishan then understood that he was truly dead, and tears began to fall as she thanked Ronan for it. Seeing how grateful she was, he asked if she could hear a request. He explained that it concerned the cleanup of the trainee soldiers. Normally they were burned or abandoned, but he wanted those soldiers to be treated properly this time. Adishan admitted she wasn't sure, since he was more alive than she was and could do it better himself. Ronan said that he would like to do it, but suddenly he began to cough. Blood appeared in his hand, and he wondered how he was more alive than she was as his voice started to falter. He told Adishan that he might die at any moment. He felt he had spent most of his time wandering around and hadn't been able to do much. It seemed only fair to him that he would die. His commander asked if there was anything he wanted to do if he survived, and Ronan admitted that there were many things he wanted to do. But the only thing he could think about at that moment was what it would have been like if he had gone to the academy, and she couldn't understand what he was getting at. Ronan admitted that what the giant had said to him was deeply irritating, but more important than that was his sister's wish, to send him to the academy. Soon, however, he would be returning to his family. Adishan told Ronan that once the storm passed, the search party would arrive, and the corporal warned his commander that he was a lost cause, and that she shouldn't insist on saying meaningless things. Suddenly, water fell into a puddle, creating a glow that surprised the two of them. They soon realized that the rain had stopped abruptly. They quickly began to shout as a creature appeared right in front of them. Ronan was terrified by the fact fact that the creature had 8 wings, and the problem was that it wasn't the only one. There were several of them around. Ronan just wanted to know what the hell those things were and where they had come from. Adashan couldn't believe what she was seeing and began to think that the 3 giants had not been the end. Because of that, she hadn't been able to save that world. With her voice, she couldn't bring herself to think of a third time. With only one chance left, she couldn't see a way forward until Ronan began calling his great commander again and again, bringing her back to herself. He didn't understand why she had temporarily lost her sanity. He wanted her to use her telekinesis to throw him upward, because he wouldn't be able to hit those creatures from where he was. Adashan didn't understand what he was trying to do, and he wondered whether she wasn't going to kill those creatures. She couldn't understand how he intended to fight in that situation, and he made it clear to his great commander that he couldn't just sit there while losing his life. Even if he died, he wanted to take at least a few of those creatures with him. Adashan was very surprised that he still hadn't given up in a situation like that, and now she saw Ronan as a great man. Understanding how they had managed to reach that point, she began to believe in something. She called Ronan and placed a hand on his shoulder. He told her to stop talking because he was busy, but she simply pressed her lips against his, turning the boy into a man. He was caught completely off guard. The failure had thought he would never succeed in life. He couldn't understand what was happening, and suddenly she put something into his mouth. He was obviously inexperienced and didn't understand anything, but she simply whispered a few things into his ear that he couldn't make out. He asked her to wait a moment, but she kept saying things he didn't understand, and he began to grow nervous. Then she called him again and told him that if they ever met again, he should tell her not to do anything stupid and to become a tailor. He was utterly incredulous at that moment. She said that she had done many things, but nothing compared to that. She also said it with a smile on her face, as one of the creatures began to prepare its move. Then that creature unleashed its energy toward the two of them, and suddenly everything changed. Ronan opened his eyes in shock and began calling out to his great commander. He was in a completely different place. He was simply sitting on the grass, looking around in disbelief. There were children playing in the water, and he couldn't believe he was there. He wasn't in his homeland called Nimbutenal. He had returned to the past, and that was the first day of the regression. In the end, he realized that his great commander's words had been true. He remembered the moment when she had given him her blessing. He wondered what she had put into his mouth, and now he understood clearly that she had given him a temporal return pill. That was how she herself, once a tailor, had managed to rise to the position of great commander, even though the orb allowed an individual to return a total of 4 times. She had already used 3, leaving her with only 1 chance. She was giving that chance to him, along with the power to kill the giants. She believed that Ronan himself was the key to preventing the destruction of that world. Adashan wanted him to improve his skills, and she was glad that he shared that desire. She wanted him to go to the Philleon Academy if he wished to learn, because it was a place filled with incredible people whom she believed would help Ronan. He clearly remembered Adashan asking him not to let her do anything stupid and to remain a tailor. Soon he began to lament and started shouting beside a tree, practically begging for all of it to be a dream and for him to wake up. Everyone stared at him as he screamed like a goat, because he had no idea what he could possibly do alone in the past. Then he realized that since he was in the past, he could see his sister. Filled with excitement, he ran off. As he walked, he saw the entire neighborhood, and he only needed to run a little farther. That was when he noticed what was happening nearby, and he didn't like it at all. He saw them messing with a child, leaving the boy hanging upside down. He wanted to understand why the hell those boys were bullying that other kid. In the end, he had almost forgotten all about it, and in any case, things shouldn't have been able to change since he had gone back to the past. But then he saw something that frightened him even more. That kid wasn't being held up by a rope, but by magic. To Ronan, someone that valuable was hard to find on the battlefield, so it was strange to see one like that in a rural town. Then he realized that, back then, he was certain such people had been around as well. In that place, there was a red-haired boy who was clearly terrified by what those kids were doing. He wanted to know how long they were going to keep it up, because at this rate, something bad was going to happen to that kid. The boy begged them to stop doing that to him, and in a trembling voice, he said that he really didn't have any money. He explained that his mother's medicine that month had been expensive. However, the blonde boy made it clear that he had nothing to do with that kid's problems. He didn't care about the boy's health and soon raised his hand to strike him. He slapped the kid hard across the face, making it clear that if he wanted to be his subordinate, he needed to bring in more money. The other boys watched and found it amusing, until the blonde guy called out to the boy who was using magic to keep the kid upside down. He told him that the kid didn't know his proper place and ordered him to lift the boy up to the top of the tree. This made the red-haired boy feel terrible, and with a shaky voice he said he couldn't do something like that, because lifting the kid that high would put him in serious danger. The blonde boy couldn't understand why he was so scared, because in his view he wasn't holding the kid himself in any way. Then he ordered the red-haired boy, whose name was Asel, to lift the kid immediately, unless he wanted to end up the same way. Asel wondered how things had ended up like this, and questioned whether learning magic had been a mistake. He had only wanted to show that he was good at something too. He began to think that he should tell the blonde guy that he couldn't do it, but the truth was that he was terribly afraid. It it was really affecting him, and tears began to fall as Asel was pulled into an inner struggle. Asel asked them to stop, but Ronan appeared behind him and struck him on the head, telling Asel to shut up because at this rate he would end up killing the kid. The blow made Asel lose all his concentration, and the boy fell to the ground. The blonde boy became furious that Asel had done that, and demanded to know whether Asel was going to start listening to Ronan instead of him. The poor Asel tried to explain that he hadn't done it on purpose. Ronan told the boy that he didn't need to worry about bad people like them, and asked Asel to talk to him. Asel quickly recognized Ronan, and Ronan said he needed to talk to Asel about something. The blonde guy immediately started hurling insults at Ronan to get his attention, while Ronan simply ignored him and asked Asel where he had learned telekinesis. Asel explained that he had learned it from a grimoire he had bought from a traveling merchant. Ronan hadn't expected Asel to be so skilled using something learned from a cheap grimoire. He thought it was incredible, and in any case, he would find out more once he took a closer look, because using that against the giants would make things much easier. Suddenly, the blonde boy grabbed a sword, and Ronan immediately heard the sound, which caught him off guard. The blonde boy was consumed by rage, unable to understand how Ronan dared to ignore him. The blonde boy thought Ronan was acting high and mighty because he had lost to him the other day, but today he was determined to correct his manners. He rushed toward Ronan, who didn't seem very concerned. Ronan saw that it was a very large sword, and wondered where the boy had gotten something like that. He also noticed that the blonde boy's stance was quite poor, but believed he was strong, and that would have to be enough for him. But obviously, it wouldn't work against Ronan himself. He easily dodged the blonde boy's attack, leaving him astonished. Ronan realized that although his body was younger, nothing had truly changed. The instincts of a disciplined soldier were still within him. He still had a sense for battle. The blonde boy began to laugh, thinking Ronan was very lucky, and warned that he would make sure Ronan would never stand up again for the rest of his life. Ronan thought that he really was lucky that day, but he also felt he had been unlucky his entire life. The blonde young man thought that since things had reached that point, he wanted Ronan to kneel and beg. If he did so, the blonde would spare his life, but he made it very clear that Ronan would not get away with both arms intact. Ronan felt no fear at all, and to make things worse, the blonde revealed that after killing Ronan, he would make sure to take good care of his sister. Ronan wanted to confirm whether the blonde had really said that. The blonde then began to laugh and expressed that he had always thought about Ronan's sister. That was enough for Ronan to attack him at such speed that the movement couldn't be seen. In a single second, the young man lost his ear. He couldn't understand what had happened as he watched his ear flying through the air. The disbelief was so great that he dropped his sword. Soon after, he began screaming loudly and crouched down after losing his ear, while his companions felt awkward in that moment. Ronan then approached the young man and started insulting him. With a completely psychopathic look in his eyes, he wanted to know if the guy really wanted to lose his life. The comrades of the man who had just lost his ear tried to understand how that was possible, because Ronan had cut the man's ear off using a stick covered in blood. Ronan then called out to them, asking if they were enjoying the show. He ordered everyone there to leave and take their companion, who was nothing but a sack of manure, with them, making it clear that if they didn't do so immediately, they would end up the same way as their little friend. He then kicked the blonde man to make sure he got the message. Obviously, Ronan also demanded the money they had stolen, clarifying that it was an extra fee for ruining his mood. The men then said they would return it. Next, the scene shifts to Ronan giving a bag of money to the boy who had previously been bullied at the tree. The boy truly couldn't understand it, and asked whether Ronan was really going to give him all of that, since it was much more than what those men had stolen from him. But Ronan made it clear that it was fine, and that he only needed the sword. He told the boy not to worry about them coming back to bother him, because he was sure those men wouldn't do it again. The boy was very grateful and thanked him. Ronan didn't like wasting time, so he simply told the boy to go home. Asel, on the other hand, was standing there with flushed cheeks like a little girl, and with a trembling voice he wanted to express how sorry he was, and that he truly wasn't happy about having done that. Asel knew he shouldn't have gone along with it, even though the blonde man named Hans had threatened him, but he had been very scared and ended up doing nothing about it. Soon after, he began to cry, blaming himself entirely for what had happened. The boy thought that Asel never changed and was crying as always. He explained that ever since Hans had brought Asel there for the first time, he had looked at Asel and thought about how he was in the same situation. He believed the two of them were in the same boat, so he wanted Asel not to worry so much, and with a smile on his face, he said that Asel was not at fault. He also appreciated Asel's apology, and then he left. Ronan became a bit thoughtful as he looked at the red-haired boy who looked like a girl. In the end, Ronan didn't think Asel was a bad person, so he nudged him and asked if he remembered that there was something they needed to settle. Asel felt awkward and said that he still remembered. Ronan thought that was great and told Asel that they would see each other again in 4 days. Asel didn't understand what he meant. Ronan explained that he had some things to take care of and that they would have to meet later when the moon was visible in the night sky. But as always, Ronan never took things lightly and made it clear to the boy that if he didn't show up, he already knew what would eventually happen to him. He then drew his sword, leaving Asel quite frightened frightened. Ronan started running and revealed that he was going to take care of his business. Asel didn't understand anything at all. Then the scene shifts to a house where Ronan stood facing it for a while. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and wondered if flowers might be a bit too much. He remembered that she liked flowers, so he had gathered all the flowers he had seen, but his voice began to tremble and he thought it would be better to throw the flowers away until someone opened the door, having heard someone outside. She asked if it was Ronan, and he was surprised to see that woman. During his time as a soldier, he had thought many times about what he would say when he saw her again. He didn't know whether he should apologize for disappearing without saying anything, or simply say that he missed her. The fact was that Ronan had thought a lot about it, but all of that was only what the soldier Ronan might have said. What he could say in that moment was something completely different. That girl was his sister, and she was excited that he had arrived early. Soon after, he confirmed that he had returned. The scene then shifts to the inside of the house, where a true feast was waiting for him. The girl was genuinely surprised and never thought she would live to see the day when her brother would simply give her flowers. Ronan's older sister was named Irel, and she was very happy. He felt a bit embarrassed, but also glad that she liked them. She asked whether he had eaten enough and if he wanted more soup. She was truly very happy with her brother's sweet gesture, and he felt quite shy as he thanked her, saying he had already eaten enough. However, he had a question and asked Irel how old she was turning that year. She promptly replied that she was turning 22, but wanted to know why he was asking. Ronan explained that he had forgotten, which offended her, and she made it very clear that it wasn't something he should forget. He then thought that if she was 22, there were 10 years left before those strange 8-winged creatures would appear again. Irel placed her hand on his forehead to see if he had a fever, but she didn't think he felt hot or anything like that. Ronan thought his sister was exactly as he remembered. She was still amazing to him, very kind, and she made him wish that moment could last forever. But in 10 years, to protect that world and his sister, he truly needed to prepare. He then told Irel that he had something to say, explaining that he was thinking about enrolling in an academy. She was a bit incredulous at first, until she burst into happiness, asking if he was serious. She asked him to repeat it, afraid she had heard wrong, and Ronan made it clear that it was exactly what he had said. Irel was surprised, since he had never listened to her when she talked about that before. She then began running around the house like a madwoman, saying she had no time to waste. Ronan didn't understand what was going on, but Irel said she had always known that day would come. He was smart, and she was sure he would do well at everything. He felt grateful for the compliments. Suddenly, she grabbed a huge cauldron and made it clear that it was the gift she had for him. He immediately leaned in to see what was inside. The cauldron was full of money, and Irel revealed that she had been secretly saving all that money to surprise her brother. If he ever changed his mind about the academy, she wanted to be able to pay everything at once. Ronan thought his sister was incredible and wondered when she had managed to save all of that. He also explained that even though he appreciated the gift, he wanted her to use it because that amount wouldn't be enough. Irel didn't understand what he meant and said that it was far more than it looked. She didn't even know which academy her brother wanted to attend, and before she could finish speaking, Ronan said that he wanted to go to the Imperial School, also known as the Philleon Academy. After hearing that, she practically collapsed. The Philleon Academy was the best educational institution in the Empire, with the finest teachers on the continent, and backed by the vast funds of the imperial family. It was a place that offered the best education one could receive, with prestige great enough to be called a factory of heroes. Its status was extremely high. The great commander Adashan, the master swordsman Shulafen, and even the worst criminal, the Winter Witch, all came from that academy. Those people were also very useful during the war, so useful that Ronan could understand why the great commander had mentioned that academy to him. With such high entry standards and enormous fees, its fame was also a problem for him, but he never imagined his sister's reaction would be like that. He was walking alone through the forest, wanting to show his sister all the results he could achieve. That was when he ran into Asel there, something he hadn't expected at all. He mistakenly called him Mazel, and the boy quickly corrected his name. Asel explained that Ronan himself had said he wouldn't let him live if he didn't show up. Ronan told Asel to forget about that. He also revealed that the night would be long, and that there was something he wanted to test with Asel, then dropped his backpack onto the ground. Asel wanted to understand what Ronan was suddenly talking about, but Ronan said it was nothing serious, and that he just wanted Asel to use telekinesis, asking him to lift him as high as he could. Asel became a bit scared and didn't understand why this was happening out of nowhere. He didn't want to do something so dangerous, but Ronan said Asel was exaggerating and ordered him to do what he asked. He made it clear that he wouldn't die, so Asel didn't need to be afraid. Asel then prepared his magic and quickly cast it toward Ronan, who was surprised. It was much better than he had expected. Soon, he was in the air, thinking that even though there wasn't much height or stability, the feeling was similar to when he had fought a Hayute. What had allowed him to fight that giant on equal footing was telekinesis. Telekinesis was a rare ability even among mages, who were already rare to begin with. That meant Asel would become the most important factor in the battle that was yet to come. Ronan thought that this beginning was going very well. However, Asel soon soon began to strain himself and warned Ronan that it was becoming difficult to continue. He then asked whether Ronan could come down at that moment, but Ronan wanted Asel to hold on a little longer because he wanted to check one more thing and would come down on his own. Asel grew increasingly confused until suddenly Ronan made a movement with his sword. Asel was surprised and tried to understand what the young man was attempting to do. Then, all of a sudden, Ronan dropped straight to the ground and Asel realized that Ronan had cut through his mana. Asel tried to understand how that had just happened, and Ronan explained that it was nothing. It was just an acrobatic move he had learned after a great deal of training. Asel said he didn't understand what Ronan meant by an acrobatic move, since it was the first time he had ever seen someone cut mana. Suddenly, he received a punch from Ronan to the head, who told Asel to keep that matter between them, because he himself didn't know what was going on either. Ronan knew that discovering what that ability was would be one of the most important things he needed to do. There had to be a reason why his sword worked on Asel. In any case, he could think about it slowly later, and there was also something else he needed to do. He picked up his backpack and told Asel that he had passed the test, then threw another backpack to him, saying that Asel needed to come with him because there was something he had to do before the moon disappeared. Asel was worried about the fact that they were heading out at such a late hour of the night. Ronan explained that this could be the first page of his own biography, declaring that it would become the greatest history book of the Empire. The scene then shifts to them walking for a long time, and Asel still didn't fully understand the matter of the Philleon Academy that Ronan had told him about. He wondered if he had heard wrong, since they were going to an academy where the entire elite of the Empire gathered. Ronan grew impatient because his friend who looked like a girl had heard correctly and was still asking. He asked whether Asel didn't want to go. Asel quickly explained that that wasn't the problem. He acknowledged that Ronan had talent in martial arts, so that was fine, but he himself didn't know how to do anything. He was just a cowardly and shy guy. Ronan then asked whether his companion intended to keep living like that, making it clear that Asel was wasting his talent on those people who were nothing but trash. He asked Asel whether he really wanted to keep living that kind of life. At that moment, Asel realized that the mage had two traits that were truly stupid. He was cowardly and shy, and to make matters worse, he was a crybaby who cried over anything. In the end, he was just a loser who was afraid of everything. Asel felt those words like knives stabbing into his chest, but Ronan thought it was fine, because Asel could still change from that moment onward. What had already been done couldn't be changed, and one day Asel might regret it, just as Ronan himself had regretted his past life. He asked whether Asel had changed his mind. Asel was too much of a coward, but he hadn't expected Ronan to be so concerned about someone like him. Ronan made it clear that he wouldn't force him to do anything, since it was Asel's life. Asel could go back if he wanted to. Ronan said he was busy and needed to go, but Asel asked him to wait a little and revealed that he also wanted to change. He said he was willing to go to the Philleon Academy with Ronan and wanted Ronan to teach him everything he needed to learn. Ronan immediately smiled and said that it was the first time Asel had acted in a mature way. He declared that for the first obstacle of the new Asel, they would begin right away. With a psychopathic grin, Ronan started walking, thinking that everything was going exactly as planned. The scene then shifts to a place where a bright fire was burning. Asel stared at it without understanding. He and Ronan were behind a bush watching the scene, and Asel asked whether that was his first obstacle. Ronan made it clear that it was exactly that, and explained that it was the best opponent he had found to bring out Asel's ability. There was a lunar goblin there, and to make matters worse, it was the leader of a band, and all of them were resting. Ronan smiled and asked Asel whether he didn't think it was great, but Asel was completely shocked. Ronan, on the other hand, asked whether they could start. The lunar goblin is a type of goblin that commonly appears in the area. Most people can distinguish them from common goblins by their yellowish skin color and disfigured bodies, but in truth, the unique trait of lunar goblins is that they are fanatical about treasure. They like to ambush merchants and steal their valuables, gathering everything they've stolen in one place and holding a festival on a full moon night like that one. Asel's voice soon began to tremble when he realized that this was the reason they were there, and Ronan confirmed it, making it very clear that they were going to steal all the treasure from those lunar goblins. Asel had already heard stories about goblins that gathered treasures and held a festival in a specific location, but he wanted to know how Ronan knew about it. The swordsman simply said that he had his methods. After all, he couldn't talk about his past life to Asel. In the end, he made it clear to Asel that all he needed to do was use his telekinesis to move all the treasure into the bag Ronan had brought while the goblins were sleeping. It was a task Ronan considered very simple, but Asel didn't find it easy at all, since he could make a mistake and wake the creatures. Ronan was sure the goblins would be very angry if that happened. Asel quickly grew frightened, and with a trembling voice said that it was too dangerous and that they should rethink it. Ronan lost his patience since his companion was too cowardly. He then explained to Asel that for them to enter Philleon, they needed two things. The first was money. They needed to obtain the insane fee the academy charged. The second was real experience. Money was a problem, but real experience was even more important. Philleon was full of aristocrats aristocrats who had received elite training since birth, so if they wanted to beat them, this was the only way. They had to gain experience by risking their own lives, and Ronan thought those creatures were perfect enemies. They would get a good amount of money and plenty of experience, and it would be much easier that way. Ronan asked if Asel had any better idea. Asel admitted that he didn't, and Ronan said that since that was the case, they would start immediately. And so, like a sneaky little thief, Asel used his magical ability, gathering all that treasure and placing it into Ronan's bag. Ronan was greedy and wanted just a bit more, but the bag was already bulging from how full it was, and the poor Asel was straining himself to the limit. Ronan was happy to see the last bag swollen with treasure. They had filled 2 bags completely, and he was glad that everything had worked out, while Asel was amazed. Ronan himself hadn't been so confident, and never imagined Asel would adapt so quickly. The red-haired boy was better than he had expected. With a devilish grin, Ronan believed he had found a good servant. Since the bags were already full, he thought it would be best for them to hurry. Asel asked if he was serious, and Ronan said that they had nothing else to do there, so they should head back before something went wrong. The scene then shifts to the dark forest in the middle of the night, where a bird flew past and several figures ran in panic, furious as they chased after the bird. Suddenly, Ronan and Asel heard a shout ordering them to stop. Ronan wondered what kind of madman would be causing so much chaos at such an hour. The real problem was that one of the lunar goblins had woken up because of all the noise and looked toward the treasure, only to see that the chest was completely empty. They immediately began shouting that there were thieves around, waking all the other goblins, who started arguing about the fact that they had been robbed. Then they looked to the side and spotted Ronan and Asel. Ronan couldn't believe this was happening, and Asel grew extremely worried. Obviously, the situation was very bad, as the lunar goblins began running toward them. Asel panicked, while Ronan thought it had been too good to be true. Asel just wanted to know what they should do, begging Ronan to give up the treasure and start running. But Ronan was greedy and didn't want to lose that great opportunity. After all, it was the only way they would be able to pay for their classes. Suddenly, the lunar goblins got very close, and Asel started screaming like a little girl. Ronan looked at his sword, a long blade made of cheap steel, and with its weight and hardness, he thought it could withstand about 15 strikes. The problem was that there were around 30 lunar goblins there. Some of them leapt forward to attack Ronan, and Asel's panic only grew as he begged him to be careful. Ronan thought only about the 15 strikes and believed that would be enough. He quickly drew his sword, and in a single motion, made 3 of them lose their heads. Asel couldn't believe the grape juice he saw flying around him. Ronan kept in mind that now there were only 14 strikes left. The scene then shifts to him driving his sword into the last lunar goblin. He thought that in the end, it hadn't been so bad, but the novice mage was devastated, thinking all of it was impossible and trying to understand what he had just witnessed. Ronan had decapitated 3 lunar goblins with a single strike, and the others who came after them were simply annihilated. The most shocking part was that Ronan had vanished for a single second, slicing all of them apart and reappearing in an instant. Asel thought Ronan had put on a true spectacle. Seeing Asel standing there motionless, Ronan asked what he was doing and whether he planned to keep spacing out. Asel then snapped back to reality and quickly apologized, but Ronan didn't want him to apologize. He just told him to gather his things because they were going back home. Soon after, the 2 young men walked through the forest. Ronan thought it had truly been exhausting and believed he would be able to travel comfortably afterward, but nothing had gone as planned. He also hadn't expected his muscles to ache just from slicing up a few goblins, though he preferred to believe that this was happening because he was still growing. He moved his arm a little, trying to get more comfortable, thinking that when he got back, he would need to do some physical training. Asel asked Ronan what that shout they had heard earlier was about, but the swordsman had no idea. Suddenly, they heard another shout ordering someone to stop. They were startled, but Ronan wondered why someone would be shouting so loudly in the middle of the night. He thought those guys had better pray hard, because he was going to make them pay for making his and his companions' lives difficult. However, there was a man behind them preparing an arrow to fire in their direction. The arrow was released quickly, and Asel sensed something different and immediately turned around. Ronan cursed under his breath and managed to catch the arrow before it could hit Asel. He wanted to know what the hell was going on, and Asel stood there in shock, seeing an arrow in Ronan's hand. He wondered how an arrow could have appeared so suddenly. Ronan started to think that the forest was cursed or full of lunatics. Then 2 men appeared, and Ronan couldn't believe it was those 2. The 2 archers were confused as well, unable to understand how there were 2 humans there. To make matters worse for them, both of those humans were children, which deeply irritated Ronan. Asel didn't understand what was happening. The 2 archers apologized and called them kids again. Ronan didn't like that at all. One of them explained that they had heard something making noise in the distance and thought it was a monster, but when they saw the bag full of treasure, they started thinking of a way to take possession of the loot the boys had stolen from the lunar goblins. They tried to pretend they were there to help, asking if they were hurt. However, with all the life experience Ronan had from before, he could see that those 2 couldn't hide their intentions in their eyes. The 2 men grew confused when Ronan told them to stop the act and answer answer properly. He released a very dark aura and demanded to know who they were, which shocked them. One of them continued acting friendly and admitted he had forgotten to introduce himself. He apologized, then suddenly pulled out a knife and, with a psychopathic grin, revealed that he was a Calaboro. Ronan immediately recognized the name. In a flash, he grabbed one of the Calaboro by the wrist, asking whether he was one of that trash. The other man grew indignant and rushed toward Ronan. At that moment, Asel finally seemed to man up and quickly tried to help Ronan. He used his telekinesis, unwilling to let his companion face such danger alone. The blonde man couldn't understand what was happening, as he couldn't move. Ronan was surprised by Asel and thought he had done very well. With a swift kick, he disarmed the man, knocking the knife out of his hand, then quickly grabbed the blade himself. The man was shocked by what he had just seen, but before he could ask Ronan who he was completely sliced apart and collapsed to the ground. Asel was horrified by the sight. He asked Ronan if the man was dead. Ronan thought that was obvious and made it clear that he wouldn't let someone who had tried to kill him live. He asked whether Asel hadn't heard what one of them had said. They were Calaboro. Asel grew very frightened. The group known as Calaboro dealt in dark activities such as illegal hunting, kidnapping, and human trafficking. They committed all kinds of crimes and were one of the most malicious groups in the Empire. Ronan then finished off the other man as well. He told his companion that if it hadn't been for him, Asel would have ended up losing his organs and being secretly burned alive that very day. Even so, Asel still found all of this deeply troubling. Ronan believed that knowing who those men were and letting them live would have been an incredibly stupid crime. They were doing society a favor. Nearby, there was a sack that suddenly opened. Before Ronan could do anything, the sack began jumping violently. He had no idea what was going on. Thinking it might be an animal, Ronan quickly went to check, and when they opened the sack, a bird flew out, taking them both by surprise. Ronan wondered what that bird was, thinking it looked like a blue chicken. He also couldn't understand why the bird was blue. Asel was amazed, explaining that it was the first time he had ever seen a blue bird. Ronan said it was also his first time, but he noticed that the bird had shackles on its legs. He recognized them as Calaboro restraints. Calaboro shackles disrupted the prisoner's mana and restricted their movements. Ronan thought they only used those in rare cases, or when capturing fantastic creatures. In this way, he believed that the blue bird was a fantastical creature, and the blue bird simply began to speak, clearly happy because it had finally connected, and a magical rune appeared. The two of them became extremely frightened, especially Asel, who already wanted to hug Ronan, showing just how strange of a guy he was. Ronan then explained to Asel that it was not what he was thinking. This was communication magic, and seeing how the bird was able to speak with them as soon as it came out of the sack, Ronan believed there was a possibility that the bag was capable of blocking mana. Ronan then wanted to know if he was speaking with the owner of the bluebird, and the individual confirmed it. He introduced himself as Varen and informed them that he was researching rare beasts at the institution. He also explained that the bird was the guardian of Marpez. No matter how many times he had tried to communicate with it, it had never worked, and he had even considered filing a missing person report. But now, he was truly relieved. He apologized and asked who they were, and Ronan informed him that they were merely travelers. Ronan explained that they had ended up fighting some thieves who had kidnapped the bird, and in the end, he thought the memories were far too bloody to explain. Basically, he wanted Varen to understand that they had saved the bird. Varen was surprised to learn that the blue bird had been kidnapped by thieves, and at that point, he told Ronan that he was in his debt. Varen did not know how to repay such a favor. Asel thought he did not need to do anything in return, but he also wanted to know how they could return the bird to Varen, since the blue bird seemed exhausted from being chained. Ronan asked whether, if he removed the shackles, the bird would be able to fly, and Varen believed so. He also explained that dream birds had a strong sense of direction, and that if it were freed, it might be able to return on its own. Ronan quickly drew his sword and struck toward the bird, causing a huge fright. However, he had simply hit the shackles, which shattered into several pieces almost instantly. Ronan wanted the bird to return to its owner and not leave Varen worried. The blue bird was truly grateful to Ronan for doing that, and suddenly it turned its back to him, leaving Ronan confused, as the bird was now facing away from him with its rear toward him. He wanted to understand what that meant, especially since the bird was even wiggling. Varen explained that the bird wanted him to pull out a feather, as that way they would be able to meet again in the future. It would basically function like a compass to its main body, and so Ronan quickly removed a feather. Varen then told Ronan that if he ever came to the institution, he should visit both him and the bluebird, whose name was Marpez. He made it very clear that he would certainly repay his debt. The bluebird then began to fly, but its speed was absurd, leaving Ronan very surprised. Asel wanted to know what Ronan was holding, and Ronan realized at that moment, after his companion asked, that it was tingling, and suddenly he became startled, trying to understand what exactly was in front of them. A few days later, the scene shifts to a place with several horses and wagons. Some people were loading crates onto the wagons. An old man examined the value of the jewel as well as the craftsmanship, revealing that it was an incredible object, and he offered 20 gold coins for it. That old man was the owner of the Carabel merchants, and his name was Duan Carabello. He never imagined that a customer would appear and present items of such great value, so Duan believed it was a lucky day, and quickly saw Ronan as a valuable client. Ronan was happy to have finally found someone who understood, while Estelle kept holding onto his arm like a frightened little girl. Ronan remembered very well that all the other merchants were scammers, and he was already fed up with it, but in the end it was worth it, as he had finally found an honest merchant. Duan felt honored to hear that and asked if Ronan had anything else he could examine. Ronan quickly took an item out of his pocket and showed it to him, revealing that he did not want to sell it but was curious to know what it was. Duan became intrigued as he looked at the item. Ronan remembered clearly that the blue bird had left it behind that night. It was literally an egg. At first, Ronan thought the blue bird had pooped in his hand, but that was not the case. He clearly remembered thinking that the bird had simply repaid his kindness with a very foul gift, but that was not it. He believed the blue bird had given him the egg so that he could protect it. In the end, he was so annoyed that he tested it by throwing the egg against a rock. But what happened was that the rock was completely affected by the egg, which managed to create a huge hole where it struck. And it was only in that way that he ended up discovering it was an excellent item. At the moment Ronan did that, both he and Estelle were amazed. The scene then shifts to Duan, who could not tell whether it was a bird's egg. Ronan, on the other hand, was aware that it was the product of a fantastical creature and thus could be a very valuable treasure. Duan carefully examined the color and texture, and Ronan began to get excited. However, Duan started to think it was horse droppings, obviously trying to deceive Ronan, who was left in disbelief. Ronan tried to explain to Duan that it was not what he was thinking, but in the end, the old man merely expressed that he did not know what it was. It was an unusual object to Duan, so he believed Ronan should take it somewhere special to be appraised. In the end, Ronan sighed and swallowed his frustration, since he was curious and had no intention of selling it anyway. Ronan then asked whether the old man Duan sold books about Philleon, and Duan asked if he was talking about the academy. Ronan confirmed and explained that they were planning to take the entrance exam for Philleon, but they did not know much about it, which Duan thought was great. He informed the two of them that his daughter would also be taking the entrance exam, and Duan thought his daughter could help them. However, he was not sure where she might be until the girl arrived at the place and asked what was going on. She wanted to know who the two young men talking to her father were. Duan then pointed her out, saying she was his only daughter. She was a blonde girl with green eyes, and she was very beautiful. The girl's name was Maria. Ronan was surprised to see that she was Maria, and her father wanted her to greet the two of them, as they were important people who had just concluded a deal. She was surprised to hear that from her father, as she thought the boys could not possibly be big buyers. Duan became furious at the sharp tongue his daughter had, and wanted her to have better manners. He then apologized to the two of them, while Estelle tried to calm the old man, though Estelle was not sure whether Ronan would be fine with it. However, Ronan walked up to Maria and asked if she really was Maria. Naturally, she did not understand what he meant by that. Ronan then asked if she was Maria with the surname Sen, and she confirmed it, but at the same time wanted to know how he knew that. Ronan found it strange because the girl truly resembled her, yet there was an issue involving the person he knew, and he soon vaguely remembered that person. Ronan then decided to ask her another question, but he was completely insane for doing so, asking such a thing the very moment he had just met her. He wanted to know if she had a stalk down there. He whispered it into her ear, and her eyes went wide. Maria simply could not believe the stupidity she had just heard. To make matters worse, Ronan thought that no matter how much he looked, he believed Maria did not have one, which left the young woman outraged. He then asked whether the old man had another child she did not know about, and Maria quickly slapped him across the face, as that was exactly what he deserved, telling him to shut his mouth because she thought he was insane. Ronan did not understand anything at first, but the slap felt strangely familiar to him, making him think that she really was who he thought she was, the Count Maria Sen. At that moment, a terrible confusion took shape. Maria Sen had once been Ronan's comrade in arms in a place called Armarlin, where Maria was in charge of supplies. With an excellent work ethic and an easygoing personality, he made friends with everyone, and Ronan truly admired Maria. However, whenever they talked about stocks, Maria became quite irritated and had the strange habit of slapping others. Ronan had always been curious about the reason for this and wanted to ask him about it if they ever met again, but that opportunity never came, as Maria had died before that. Ronan never expected to find his answer there. He realized that Count Maria Sen was actually a woman. Seeing him laugh, Maria wanted to know whether the slap she had given him was not enough, and since that was the case, she was willing to hit him again. However, Ronan grew irritated and punched her on the head, telling her to stop, leaving her with a huge bump thanks to the punch. He made it very clear that she should not get full of herself, as he had allowed her to hit him the first time. Ronan explained that he had let her hit him earlier because he had made a mistake, and that only made Maria willing to hit him several more times, since she thought he was completely crazy. She quickly grabbed him by the hair, while he grabbed her face, and she demanded to know what the hell he was going to do, making it clear that Ronan was a dead man. Estelle and Duan could only watch the fight, which looked like a quarrel between husband and wife. Soon the two two of them began rolling on the ground, and Asel and the old man decided to stop the fight. After some time, the scene shifts again. Asel was in disbelief, trying to understand what had happened between the two of them, because they had been trying to kill each other just moments ago, and now they were calmly talking while examining the sword, until they noticed how surprised Asel was. Ronan was showing her his weapons. There were 3 swords and a magic staff. She wanted to understand why he carried 3 swords, since she thought that would make them harder to transport. Ronan explained that he used his swords in a rather destructive way, so it was all a precaution. He then asked what Maria thought of that sword. She did not think it was a bad sword, but the black iron sword was much better. Black iron was a very hard material, and therefore highly sought after by renowned knights. She showed him a sword and said that, although she did not know how rough he was with his weapons, she believed that sword would not break. The black iron sword had been one of her favorites in her past life. She also thought the magic staff had an excellent magic stone, and she looked at Asel, wanting to know if he was the mage, even calling him a cutie. Asel confirmed it with great enthusiasm. Maria then wanted to know what kind of magic he used, and Asel revealed that it was telekinesis. Maria was shocked to learn his technique and immediately told him he was amazing, saying that if he could use it properly, he might even earn a scholarship at Philleon Academy. Maria then wanted to know what technique Ronan planned to use, but he did not know. She explained that to enter the academy, there was a practical exam in which he needed to impress the professors and demonstrate his techniques. She also said that the theoretical exam was very difficult, but not as hard as the practical one, and that anyone who passed the practical exam had a very high chance of passing overall. He needed to prove himself worthy to enter. Ronan thought that a swordsman only needed good fencing skills. He asked what people usually demonstrated in the exam, and Maria explained that most nobles showed their family's secret techniques, while most martial artists and common applicants showed their mana-based combat techniques. That information surprised him. He asked whether children who used swords at that age could use mana, even if they were not mages. Maria was confused, because there was no way to be a Philleon student without knowing that using mana was literally mandatory. One had to feel their mana unconsciously and use it in combat. That was truly basic knowledge for them. She saw Ronan staring blankly and wanted to understand why. She then grew frustrated, believing he could not feel his own mana. Ronan asked whether it was similar to aura, which completely shocked her. Her frustration grew, as she could not believe that someone like him wanted to try to enter Philleon Academy. She made it very clear that not even the craziest person could say that aura and mana were similar things. Ronan somehow felt she was exaggerating, but Maria did not accept that and immediately stood up, telling him to follow her. She asked him to bring his swords since she had left hers at the blacksmith. Ronan did not understand why she was so confident, because he was genuinely worried she might damage his swords. But she told him not to worry. Everything would be over before any breakage happened, and if something did break, she promised she would pay triple for it. He still did not look very pleased, but in the end, she just wanted him to stop grumbling and follow her, informing him that she would give him special training. Mana was the root of nature's power, and, like air, a natural energy that existed everywhere in the world. However, that did not mean everyone could use mana. To use mana, an individual had to see and feel their own mana, and that was not all. They also had to be able to use mana senses. Reaching that stage depended on training, innate talent, and other factors, but it normally took about a year of training for someone to begin sensing it. Philleon applicants had already surpassed that stage, and after learning their own mana techniques, they went to the academy. That was why Maria wanted him to forget about sensing for now. He did not even know the difference between mana and aura, yet he still wanted to go to Philleon Academy, which made no sense to her. Ronan held one sword while she held two, though she admitted that from a certain perspective, aura could be considered a type of mana, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Ronan asked if it was really that different. Maria explained that there were individuals with great talent who trained for at least 10 years, yet even with such a surreal amount of effort, they still could not obtain that power, and that was aura. She wanted to know if he understood at least a little, and somehow he did. Ronan remembered encountering such people on the battlefield from time to time. They acted arrogant for being aura users, and all wielded a similar power. He also remembered how annoying those guys were, though he had unexpectedly discovered just how incredible that power was. Still, in the end, a person could die if they were cut. Maria quickly grew tired of all the explanations and wanted to start right away. She believed he would learn much faster by using his body rather than his head. Ronan, however, thought she was not that impressive since she was still very young, but then she moved extremely fast, leaving him completely surprised. He quickly tried to block her attack, finding everything about it astonishing, and swiftly escaped her pressure. She was able to exert tremendous power despite being so young, and she also wielded two swords. Ronan still had not fully seen it, but he wanted to know whether that was a fighting style that used mana. At that moment, Maria only wanted to know what was wrong with that man. She planned to end it in a single blow and show him the power of mana so that he would give up on the test. She thought it would be better that way than for him to be humiliated in the testing grounds. Instead, she was the one being pressured by him, and she could not not imagine that someone who could not use mana could be so skilled. She thought it was impossible. Ronan wanted to know what she was thinking, and he quickly pressed her again and prepared an attack, making it clear that she should dodge rather than block. Maria was confused at that moment, but she thought quickly and managed to evade his strike. The dodge was so violent that she had to drive her sword into the ground to stop herself. She knew she had been in great danger just then. She realized that the young man was not normal, and Ronan thought she was not a normal girl either. He told her that setting mana aside, her swordsmanship was excellent, but her swing was a bit rusty. With that, he sheathed his sword and told her she should fix that, as it would greatly improve her skills. Maria wanted to know where he was going. She grew irritated and said that he had not won just because of that. Ronan did not care and only wanted her to keep her word, since she had said she would pay triple, and she had indeed broken his sword. She had not noticed and widened her eyes when she heard that. She asked when she had done that, and he simply told her to prepare the swords. Asel, being his adorable self, tapped her on the shoulder to get her attention and said that she had done a good job. In the end, Asel did not understand much of what was going on, and Ronan told him to hurry up because he was tired. In the end, Maria only wanted to understand who those two really were. The scene then shifts to the next day. Ronan said he was there to collect his money, but he truly wanted to understand what all of that was, as there were many books. Maria explained that they were theory books for Philleon's written exam, as well as summaries she had made herself. She made it clear that he needed all of it, since there was only 1 month left until the exam, though she said it with a certain pleasure, thinking he would lose. Ronan wanted to understand why she was going so far, and in the end he believed she was planning to sabotage him. However, she revealed that he did not need to worry, because she genuinely liked both him and Asel. That was why she was giving them those materials, because she wanted them to pass. She said it was a gift, so everything was free. Since it was free, Ronan decided to take it. Maria also said she would have liked to teach him personally, but due to her duties, she had to leave at that moment. She asked the two of them to study hard because she would collect her due from them someday. Ronan made it clear that the same applied to her. Soon after, she was already atop the wagon, saying goodbye and telling them they would meet again in the capital on the day of the exam. At that moment, Ronan grew thoughtful. He believed he needed to train that weak body and also needed to study. Studying was something he was not very good at, but he did not think it felt bad either. After returning home, Ronan's life went on as usual, but something had begun to change. He ate with Iril, who was quite surprised and said it was good to see him eating so much. Things had changed to the point that his stomach was almost bursting after every meal. He burned off all those calories by hunting monsters around the village, increasing his stamina and adaptability. He trained by fighting them, and once he had taken down all the monsters, he felt a great sense of relief and thought he could end it there for the day. He kept doing this until there were no monsters left around the village. Above all that, he studied, something unimaginable for a soldier like him. He grew irritated while studying and had to memorize northern dining etiquette. Even without knowing how everything would turn out, Ronan gave it his all. After the month passed, the climax of the story finally arrived. He was in Valon, the central city. At its heart stood the Empire's finest educational institution, better known as the White Tower. Asel stood there with his mouth open, staring at Philleon Academy. He thought it was a very beautiful place, but Ronan scolded him for standing in the middle of the street, telling him to stop acting like a country bumpkin and get inside, or they would be late for the exam. Asel looked at Ronan differently and wanted to know what had happened to him. Asel explained that he was a bit surprised. After just 1 month, Ronan had grown bigger. Ronan immediately snapped at the poor guy, telling him to stop talking nonsense and hurry to the exam. As Ronan began walking, he thought that since he was in that place, he might encounter the so-called Sword Saint, a man named Schlieffen, one of the descendants of the Grantia, a prestigious family of swordsmen. He was said to be a genius, regarded as the strongest in the Empire. Ronan believed that Schlieffen was probably around the same age as him, and that he would meet that guy during the exam. In any case, Ronan did not care much about it. Asel then asked whether Ronan still had that thing, and Ronan did not understand what Asel was getting at. Asel reminded Ronan about the bluebird's feather, the one from the bird they had saved back then, which was supposed to lead him to its owner. Ronan had already forgotten about that, but he revealed that he had placed the feather in his backpack before leaving. He vaguely remembered the old man saying that he lived in the capital. Ronan planned to visit him after the test. However, the bluebird's feather suddenly pointed toward the highest floor. The scene then shifts to the top floor, where Varen was lamenting how difficult things were. He was not used to being a professor, and wondered whether he should return to being a researcher. He sought the bluebird's advice, and Marpez somehow communicated with him, receiving a gentle pat in return. Varen believed that, in some way, he needed to keep going so that he could repay the hero who had saved the bluebird's life. Varen Ganashir, a professor of zoology at Philleon, was known for being a rather foolish man. Soon he received a warning from the little bird and decided to open the window to let some air circulate, as the bird thought the hero might visit them that very day, and it would be troublesome if the air was not flowing. Suddenly, they heard a noise, and Varen realized that Ronan was standing at the window, looking perfectly calm. Varen was badly startled, while Ronan took it naturally and asked asked whether Varen was, in fact, the bird's owner. Varen, quite frightened and trembling, held his little blue bird tightly, trying to give it as much reassurance as possible. He wanted to know who the man at his window was and how he had even gotten there, since that was one of the highest floors. Ronan himself thought he might fall, as he had been startled by Varen's scream. Asel pointed out that this was exactly why he had told them to use the stairs. Varen wanted to know if they were there to take Marpez, until he noticed that Ronan was holding a feather in his hand and became surprised. He soon realized that the two of them were the heroes who had blessed his little blue bird. He couldn't believe that he had behaved so poorly in front of his heroes. After everyone calmed down, they sat on the sofa and Varen apologized for his behavior. Ronan, however, didn't like unnecessary fuss and said it was fine and there was no need for apologies. He even thought Asel should be blamed for it, since he was the one who had climbed through the window. Asel was immediately confused, pointing out that Ronan had been the one who told him to use telekinesis because he found stairs irritating. Before he could finish, Ronan grabbed his cheek and told him to be quiet. What mattered most to Ronan at that moment was how unexpected everything was. He was looking at a lion in front of him, a rare type of beast man, and the fact that he was the owner of that bird, and also a professor at Philleon, was equally surprising. Varen admitted that he was surprised as well, since he hadn't imagined his heroes would be applicants. He was even a little sad because if he had known, he would have prepared a recommendation for them. But the exam was that very day, and he hoped the two of them wouldn't fail. Ronan soon realized this, and, since he was already there, wanted to ask a question. He was certain that the lion knew they didn't have much time, so he showed what the little bird had left behind and asked what it was. Varen saw that Marpez had left behind a dream bird egg and was deeply shocked that his bird had laid an egg. Ronan didn't understand and asked if it was really that impressive for a bird to lay an egg. Varen explained that it wasn't just any bird. Marpez was a dream bird. The most surprising part was that Varen had no idea what would hatch from that egg. Ronan wanted to understand where the lion was going with this. If it was a bird egg, Ronan reasoned, then a bird would come out of it. But Varen explained that a dream bird was completely different. Depending on the surrounding environment, a dream bird absorbs the unique mana there and lays an egg accordingly. In an area filled with lava, a flame-covered phoenix would emerge. In a monster nest, a monster would be born, and so on. There were even circumstances in which what emerged wouldn't take the form of a bird at all. By analyzing the mana coming from the egg, it wasn't impossible to predict what would appear. However, Varen could see that the egg contained countless kinds of mana and looked like molten metal, as if it had truly been forged. Even so, it was difficult to say for certain what that egg was. Ronan thought the lion was putting too much meaning into an egg, so he asked where Marpez had gone to lay such an egg. The little blue bird seemed confused, and Ronan had never seen such a shameless bird. Varen then asked the swordsman for a favor and wanted to know if he would mind taking care of the egg. Ronan said he didn't mind. Still, he asked if that was really okay for the lion, since the egg seemed extremely precious. Varen knew it was indeed very precious, because a dream bird only lays one egg in its entire life. The fact that it had laid that egg in front of his heroes made Varen believe that Marpez had sensed something special. He simply wanted to respect his friend, with whom he had spent so much time. For that reason, he wanted to entrust the egg to Ronan. Ronan was fine with it, as he was curious to see what would hatch from the egg. In the end, Ronan said it was almost time and that they had finished clearing up their doubts. However, Varen had more to say. He stood up and said he had been thinking about how to reward Ronan and had come up with something great. He handed Ronan a scroll and explained that it would help him hatch the egg. Naturally, neither of them knew what it was. The scene then shifted to some time later, in the practical test hall, the main building of Galelian Castle, at the waiting area for martial artists, where many people stood with their swords. A man announced that the exam of Candidate 111 had ended. He then called Candidate 112 to take the exam. Everyone was obviously nervous, and Ronan realized he would be next, though he was irritated because the organization of the place was making him wait too long. Maria was beside him and explained that it was like this in every test. Ronan asked why she was dressed that way and whether it wasn't uncomfortable. Maria told him she had taken extra care with her appearance. Philleon Academy was a private academy full of nobles. They could become valuable clients later on, so she thought it was important to make a good impression. Ronan thought she was trying too hard. Maria said it would have been nice if the cutie were there, which was a pity for her. She was referring to Asel. Ronan thought there was nothing to be done, since the mage's test was held elsewhere. He would just be glad if Asel wasn't crying alone. Soon, they announced that Candidate 112's exam had ended, and the candidate's expression didn't look good. Ronan was then called in. He was Candidate 113. He quickly stood up, and Maria told him not to be nervous and to do his best, because if he failed that exam, she wouldn't let him off easily. Ronan was grateful for her support and said he would be back soon. He then entered the hall and saw all those people. These were the professors of Philleon, and Ronan thought they all looked impressive. Among them, however, there was an old man in the center, the Archmage Krava Kratir, the headmaster of the academy. Ronan also noticed a woman who struck him as extraordinary. Rarely had he felt such vigor even in his past life. She was the fence fencing instructor, also known as the Great Sword Saint, and her name was Nabaros. He introduced himself to all the professors. The headmaster made it clear that it was a pleasure to meet him and explained that Ronan would be facing a magical dummy. They wanted to see what Ronan could demonstrate in terms of technique. Ronan said it was nothing special, just a technique he called a quick cut. He believed it would be enough for a dummy, and everyone was confused as to why he would use a simple cut without mana. The professor with the long blonde beard remarked that there was always someone who judged the appearance of the magical dummy, and said things like that. Another professor with white hair argued that they shouldn't judge a candidate so quickly, as he might be from a distant town and unfamiliar with the rules. Despite its appearance, the magical dummy had defensive capabilities that could withstand aura and regenerated quickly. It was built with extremely precise magical engineering. Even the great genius Schlieffen had barely managed to leave a scratch on it. This made them curious to see what Ronan would do. The headmaster watched the professors being rather harsh toward the candidate, yet he believed Ronan might prove them wrong. Suddenly his eyes widened at what he was seeing. He couldn't understand how Ronan could possess such vigor at such a young age. Ronan's movement was extremely fast, and he ended up cutting the magical dummy. Nabaros's eyes widened, and Ronan quickly sheathed his sword, saying that was all. At once, two professors began to scoff at him and asked whether the headmaster didn't agree with them. Krava, however, stood there with his mouth agape, while Professor Nabaros slammed her foot onto the table, startling the blonde-bearded professor. She strode toward Ronan with a demonic look and pointed her sword at his neck. Ronan said she had scared him, but Nabaros wanted to know who he was and who had taught him that swordsmanship. Ronan didn't quite understand her question, so Nabaros changed it, asking whether he had seen her movements. He confirmed that he had, and declared that her movements were incredible. To Ronan, in that instant, it should have been difficult even for her to draw her sword, but she had not only drawn it, she had also swung it 3 times. Nabaros confirmed everything he had said. It was exactly as he had shown. That, she said, was the so-called arrogant cut. Ronan's eyes widened at that moment. Nabaros then asked whether he thought she wouldn't recognize his swordsmanship. She knew he had deliberately slowed down the final cut in case they didn't see it, as if he were underestimating all the professors. She thought he was extremely arrogant, and asked whether Ronan had forgotten where he was. Headmaster Kravakratir merely observed. While the theoretical professors truly understood nothing, they simply hadn't been able to see the boy's movement. At that moment, Ronan believed there had been a misunderstanding. He had only held back because he thought the sword wouldn't withstand the final cut. Judging by her mood, Ronan believed Professor Nabaros wouldn't believe him. She quickly pulled her sword away from his neck, turned her back to him, and said she would remember him. Ronan couldn't believe that was all. Nabaros then declared that she would personally see to teaching him. Only then did he realize it wasn't over. She returned to her seat, and the headmaster pondered her words. He believed that Professor Nabaros wanted the student as her disciple. Perhaps then he would need to pay close attention. Kravakratir told Ronan that he had done a good job and that they would conclude his test with a simple question, one without a definitive answer. The headmaster asked what Ronan had come to learn at the academy. The swordsman replied that, without a doubt, what he wanted to learn was how to have no regrets. That was why he had come to the academy. The headmaster understood and asked him to leave. Director Krava kept thinking about the boy's desire to live without regrets. He found it rather troubling and wondered how he was supposed to teach something like that to Ronan. The professor with the long beard, meanwhile, was completely confused. First it had been Professor Nabaros, and now even the headmaster. He wanted to understand what Ronan had shown to make them react that way, and whether it really had been such an incredible trick. Krava thought calling it a trick was a poor way to put it. What it truly was could only be called talent. At that moment, the dummy's head began to fall. The two theoretical professors were deeply shocked. The dummy's head had simply dropped off. Meanwhile, Ronan was outside, thinking about the woman with the sword. He wondered whether even his past self would have been able to secure a victory. He had believed he had faced plenty of difficulties, but now he could see that he still had a long road ahead. That realization left him somewhat excited, and he felt he had done the right thing by coming to the academy. He wanted the commander to know about it, because if he stayed there, he was certain he would learn a great deal. Now all that remained was the written test. He had been memorizing things for a month and believed it would be easy. The scene then shifted to him completely frustrated. The test was not easy at all. He was so traumatized that his voice trembled as he explained to Asel and Maria that he was utterly screwed at that moment, until he realized that his entire life had always been like this. Maria never would have imagined that he had failed to answer half of the test. She couldn't understand why, since he had claimed to have looked over the materials she had left in a bag. Asel explained to the blonde girl what had happened. Ronan had simply taken out what he needed to study and moved the bag, and after becoming extremely focused, he completely forgot about it. Asel quickly began to blame himself, thinking none of this would have happened if he had warned him. Maria couldn't believe idiots like Ronan actually existed. Maria then asked if Ronan had been like that ever since the test ended. She also wanted to know when the results would be released, and she quickly pulled him up, trying to lift his spirits spirits, reminding him that the practical exam carried more weight. With his skills, she was certain he would get into the academy. Just then, a strong light appeared, and the boy became startled and shouted for everyone to look. A kind of list quickly appeared. Asel wondered if it was the list of those who had passed, and Maria thought it had come faster than expected. Asel saw that he had been accepted into the magic department, while Maria was in the martial arts department. The two of them began to cheer. They had made it into Philleon Academy. Maria also showed Asel that he had placed first in the theoretical exam, and Asel couldn't believe it. Maria was overjoyed and thought he was amazing, calling him cutie again. Asel said it was just luck. Maria then wanted to know Ronan's ranking, but Ronan was in a miserable state and already knew the answer. He simply wasn't there. Someone like him couldn't go to the academy. Maria was shocked that Ronan hadn't made it, and Asel also thought it was impossible. Maria quickly grew irritated and tried to snap Ronan out of it, telling him to stop joking, because there was no way something like that could happen. Ronan revealed that he was serious, and that he had read all the names. Then, suddenly, something like a meteor fell near them, causing a massive explosion. Ronan didn't understand why another beam of light appeared out of nowhere, and Maria explained that it was the final announcement of the entrance exams, meant for the chosen candidates of each department. A glorious phoenix appeared, and suddenly it unleashed a flame toward Ronan, who didn't understand anything. An explosion followed as he was struck by the phoenix, and that was how it was revealed that Ronan had been chosen by the martial arts department. He had ranked first in the practical exam, but his theoretical score was simply too low. The three of them were completely confused, and then Maria and Asel hugged Ronan, happy about his achievement. For someone who had done so poorly in theory, Ronan had still been chosen by the department. Maria already knew Ronan was a genius and that he would pass, and he wore a huge smile on his face. Then he realized something. This meant that Schlieffen had lost to him. Given Schlieffen's personality, Ronan thought there was no way that man would stay quiet about it. In the end, Ronan found it a little strange, and suddenly Schlieffen appeared, radiating negative energy. He wanted to see the one who had placed first in the practical exam. Hearing Schlieffen behind him, Ronan couldn't believe that this was how they would end up meeting again this time. Schlieffen was known as the Sword Saint. People were surprised to see Schlieffen there. They never imagined they would see a rising star of the Empire in that place. Maria thought the Sword Saint wanted to see Ronan. Asel felt that Schlieffen's aura was terrifying, and Ronan thought it was going to be a huge pain. In the end, Schlieffen was still the same. He couldn't acknowledge anyone as having swordsmanship superior to his own, and he possessed an overwhelming, domineering spirit. Ronan wanted to avoid that situation, so he quickly pretended to be clueless, acting as if he had no idea how he had ended up in first place or what was even going on. Schlieffen stared at him with an envious look, trying to understand why Ronan was lying. Ronan kept pretending he didn't understand what the Sword Saint was talking about and asked if he had any proof, hoping Schlieffen would stop picking a fight and go on his way. Soon Schlieffen grabbed his sword and said he would show proof. He made a move, and Ronan quickly blocked the attack. However, he did so in shock, and his two friends were equally surprised by that movement. Schlieffen asked if that was enough, and declared that if Ronan hadn't truly been in first place, he wouldn't have been able to react to a move like that. Everyone present believed the two were about to start fighting. Schlieffen wanted Ronan to show the skills that had defeated him. Ronan thought the Sword Saint was crazy, but since that was what he wanted, Ronan had no problem showing him. He quickly struck Schlieffen's sword, making it clear that he would demonstrate, and thus the fight began. Ronan's movement was so fast that Schlieffen was caught off guard and barely managed to block at the last second. Ronan felt he had already done more than enough and asked if Schlieffen was satisfied yet. However, Schlieffen looked at the arm holding his sword and saw it trembling violently. He soon admitted that it made sense for Ronan to have such a high score, since he had good technique. Still, as Schlieffen expected, he closed in on Ronan at high speed and made it clear that it wasn't enough to defeat him. Ronan promptly called him a maniac and told the Sword Saint to relax, saying he was taking things far too seriously. Schlieffen, however, only wanted Ronan to reveal everything he was hiding. With a completely demonic expression, Schlieffen still refused to accept it, and they continued to clash, their swords colliding again and again. Ronan, who thought the Sword Saint was an idiot, believed the man was actually trying to kill him. That was exactly why he had wanted to avoid Schlieffen in the first place. If things continued at that pace, Schlieffen would end up using his aura, which would be a huge problem. With a single slash, Schlieffen could create a storm, the fearsome aura known as the Tempest Sword. Ronan couldn't handle that, so Ronan suddenly turned his back on him. Schlieffen couldn't understand what his opponent was doing, as he saw no honor in it. At that moment, Ronan grabbed Asel by the shoulder. Schlieffen made it clear he wasn't going to lose that fight. Ronan then shoved his companion in front of him, and Asel didn't understand why Ronan was choosing him for that. Schlieffen also thought Asel was a girl, so he began to think Ronan was even more cowardly for using a girl as a human shield. Because of that, he no longer saw Ronan as a knight. That was when Asel became completely frustrated and, with a trembling voice, explained to everyone that he was actually a man. Just as Ronan had predicted, Schlieffen's behavior remained the same. He would keep clinging clinging to chivalry, even on the brink of death. In an instant, Ronan struck Schlieffen. The blow hit him hard, right in the face. Schlieffen dropped to one knee, supporting himself with his sword. At that moment, Ronan signaled Maria and Asel to run. Schlieffen didn't understand what was happening. Seeing the three of them running away, he asked them to wait for a moment. Soon, a bald man arrived at the scene, demanding to know what the hell was going on. His eyes widened when he saw Schlieffen in that state, and he asked the swordsman if he was all right, wanting to know who had dared to do this to him. As members of the guard, they said they would go after the culprit, treating Schlieffen as if he were a noble. Schlieffen, however, declared that it wasn't necessary, since at that moment he wasn't a son of the ducal family, but merely an applicant with common status. Schlieffen told the guards they didn't need to worry. It had just been a fair fight, and he would handle it himself. Then he realized something that shocked him. His sword had cracked. He couldn't understand it, since it was a high-grade mithril sword. He had thought Ronan's abilities were nothing special, but in truth, Ronan had accomplished all that with a far inferior blade. Schlieffen admitted to himself that this was extremely interesting, and that he would remember Ronan's name. The scene then shifts to the next day, outside the capital, in a forest called Shimo. Ronan was walking through the forest with a map in his hand, but he was lost. Poor Asel was accompanying him, still worried about whether they could really do this, while Ronan couldn't understand what he was getting at. Asel was referring to the fight Ronan had had the previous day against the Sword Saint. He had heard that Schlieffen was the heir of a ducal family, second in influence only to the imperial family. To make matters worse, Ronan had broken his nose. Because of that, Asel wanted to know what Ronan would do if there were retaliation. Ronan, however, was truly unconcerned, and told his companion not to worry either, stating that Schlieffen was a good person, just a lunatic when it came to swords. Schlieffen valued his principles and trust. He was a model befitting his position, and someone who protected the weak, practically the definition of a perfect noble. Because of that, Ronan believed Schlieffen had called what happened yesterday a fair duel. Otherwise, Ronan would already be in prison. Asel even agreed with him. In the end, Ronan wanted his companion to focus on what they were doing, pointing out that they had arrived at the mana vale Varen had told them about. The place was known as Fernando's Spring. For unknown reasons, the mana that circulates around the world gathered in a single location, forming what was called a mana vale. There, mana was absorbed by everything around it. An ordinary stone could become a high-grade mana stone, and a common plant could turn into a miraculous medicinal herb. The place was known for its incredible effects, and its value was astronomical. Most people would want to monopolize it, and Ronan thought Professor Varen was very generous. After all, they were being given something like this just for cracking an egg. Ronan asked whether his companion felt anything different. Asel said it was the first time he had ever seen so much mana concentrated in one place. There, he could use magic more easily, and cast spells far stronger than usual. Asel also mentioned that the egg in Ronan's pocket, despite having done so before, was absorbing magical power at an incredible speed, and seemed to love the mana in the area. Ronan didn't quite understand. Asel thought Maria would love it too, and it was a shame she was busy with the merchants. Then Asel noticed something and asked if Ronan didn't find it strange. Ronan didn't see what was wrong, so Asel explained that Professor Varen had said there was an abundance of mana there, and that many mystical species came to nest in the area. Asel believed the place should even be good for ordinary animals, which left Ronan stunned. Asel then asked why they couldn't hear a single animal around them. That was when Ronan realized he had been complacent. He grew irritated, knowing things were about to get complicated again. Asel didn't understand what had happened, but Ronan told the mage to prepare himself, saying he could smell blood coming from deep within the forest. Asel couldn't sense anything, and Ronan confirmed that visitors had arrived before them. Obviously, by visitors, he meant intruders. Masked archers were already there, ready to fire arrows at the two of them. The arrows were loosed, and Ronan immediately drew his sword, shattering every single one. However, just by looking at the arrowheads, he was already certain who they belonged to. He remembered the squad's camp, where one of his comrades in his past life had shown him those arrows, making it clear that they were special arrows capable of blowing off the heads of most orcs. Someone asked what everyone thought, and Ronan was thoroughly fed up with the conversation. He told his teammate to shut up since no one wanted to hear it, especially because that archer had been caught using those very arrows. The man only tried to explain that the arrows were truly effective, saying that the person who had used them more than 100 times with successful hunts was an elite member of their organization. They were also known as Calaboro's hunting dogs. That memory convinced Ronan that it was the Calaboro again. He couldn't believe the Calaboro treated people as hunting dogs. Still, Ronan felt everything was under control. He told his companion to hide and asked him not to cry either, explaining that he was going to do something. He moved so fast he looked like Sonic. The archers saw what he had done and tried to understand how he had made that slash, since all of their arrows were imbued with mana. They wondered what the hell that guy was who was running so fast. In the blink of an eye, Ronan reached all of them. Panicking, they decided to surround the swordsman. Ronan saw how quick they were to make decisions and began to think that wasn't a good sign. The hunting dogs leapt high into the air, and Ronan shouted, telling them to unleash their attacks and asking if they couldn't recognize their own allies. The hunting dogs didn't understand what he meant. Ronan immediately began to bluff, declaring that he was the new hunting dog of the Damas lineage and that his name was Ahayute. The men quickly dropped down, unable to believe he was a hunting dog. Ronan pressed them, asking if they really didn't believe him, but they couldn't swallow the idea that a child could be a hunting dog. They might have believed it if Ronan had claimed to be from a low-level branch. Ronan then told them that if they didn't believe him, they should ask the wolf of their lineage, leaving a small warning. Assuming others can't do what you yourself can't is a terrible habit. There was nothing more pathetic than that, and it left the young man extremely irritated. The hunting dog immediately demanded to know how Ronan dared to humiliate him, grabbing Ronan by his clothes and asking if he wanted to lose his arms. Ronan noticed that the hunting dog had another bad habit, constantly threatening others, because people who couldn't control themselves always ended up screwing themselves eventually. One of the other hunting dogs tried to calm his companion down, saying they really shouldn't doubt Ronan just because he was a child. Ronan understood how things worked and spoke confidently about the Calaboro system, something only insiders knew. He suggested it would be better to clear things up with the captain, because if Ronan wasn't lying, they would end up having trouble with the Damas lineage later. Just then, someone appeared out of nowhere, scolding them for not keeping quiet and demanding to know what was going on. It was their captain, a bald man covered in scars, bearing the emblem of the Demir lineage, named Vium. The man who had been doubting Ronan so vehemently was pleased that the captain had arrived and immediately tried to explain the whole situation. Ronan believed that for the wolf to come personally meant everyone was already present. Vium then asked Ronan to confirm whether he was a Hayute of the Damas lineage. Ronan promptly affirmed it, which Vium found strange. He asked what had brought Ronan there, since it had been decided that that part of the mountain belonged to Demir. Ronan simply replied that he didn't know anything about that, because he wasn't a Hayute. That answer left Vium furious and confused. In an instant, Ronan split several of those hunting dogs in half, grape juice-like blood spraying everywhere. He explained to the Demir captain that he had just used the first name that came to his head. Ronan thought it was the perfect name to use when pretending to be a damned illegal hunter. He then moved toward the bald man and promptly took his head off, giving him quite the dramatic haircut. The man who had been picking a fight with Ronan couldn't understand how that had happened to his captain. Ronan asked if he remembered what he had said earlier about ending up screwed. Then Ronan ripped off the man's fingers, making him scream in sheer desperation. Ronan found it amusing to see him kneeling there, whimpering. The man was so shocked that he focused only on trying to put his fingers back in place. Ronan warned him that if he didn't want to die there, he should stand up and pick up the scroll Ronan had thrown. Ronan made it clear that from that moment on, the man would write down the locations of every lineage he knew. The man didn't understand what Ronan was getting at, and Ronan asked if there was a problem. Did he want to die? If he didn't complete the task, there was no reason for him to stay alive. Ronan's killing intent was overwhelmingly intense. The man quickly agreed, saying he would do it, but claimed he had nothing to write with. Ronan replied that he had already made him a pen, right in his hand, specifically his right hand. Sometime later, as Ronan looked over the paper, he thought the man had done an excellent job and even told him he was quite talented. The man thanked him and asked if he would be spared as promised. Ronan immediately drew his sword and split the man in half like a piece of cheese. His killing intent truly was immense. The scene then shifted to Asel vomiting. Ronan thought that was a huge exaggeration. In any case, he had warned Asel to prepare himself. Asel apologized, but said it had been too extreme. There was a pile of animal corpses nearby, and Asel couldn't believe it was the work of the Calaboro. That was why Ronan told his companion that letting the Calaboro live was a crime in itself. Asela was still worried, but Ronan didn't want him like that, reminding him that they were wanted criminals who needed to be killed. In the end, Ronan thought that if Professor Varen saw this, he would be deeply saddened. Asel then asked if they were going to head back. Suddenly, the egg inside Ronan's bag started moving against his waist, and he wondered what was happening. Asel quickly pointed ahead and called out to Ronan, asking what that thing in front of them was. When Ronan saw it, his eyes widened. The blood of the creatures was beginning to levitate, gathering and concentrating in midair. The blood then displayed an absurd force, and Asel looked like he might soil himself if he were physically able to. Ronan tried to understand what the hell was happening. Suddenly, the egg jumped out of the bag and began to glow right in front of him. Then it started absorbing all that blood. Aseli asked Ronan what was going on, and Ronan made it clear that he had no idea, but he believed that whatever was inside that egg was definitely not normal, and so the egg absorbed all the blood in the area. The two of them watched until it was over, thinking the egg hadn't changed much. Then, all of a sudden, the egg began to crack, leaving both of them stunned. Ronan was overjoyed. It looked like the egg was finally going to hatch. He couldn't wait to see what would come out of it. And when the egg finally shattered, something burst out and slammed straight into his face. He wanted to understand what the hell was going on, and that thing that had appeared didn't really resemble a dream bird. It looked more like a cat mixed with other creatures that had somehow gained wings. Ronan couldn't see that creature as a bird at all. Asel thought it looked more like a dragon, just like the ones he had seen in books, and Ronan agreed with him. Then Ronan scolded himself, wondering where the hell that that dragon had absorbed so much mana to end up like that, before remembering the blue bird. In the end, he thought that at least the creature was pretty cute and even petted it, despite still being quite angry. The dragon's welcome had been a bit too much. Getting punched hard in the face wasn't the best way to greet someone. Suddenly, the dragon caused a magical rune to appear, startling Ronan, until he realized his wound had vanished. Asel immediately believed the dragon had healing magic. On top of that, it seemed to like Ronan, and the dragon began rubbing its face against his. The swordsman was surprised, as the dragon had more abilities than it appeared to. Asel thought Ronan should give the dragon a name, since they couldn't keep calling it a dream bird. Ronan had no idea what name would be good for it. Suddenly, the dragon started making a lot of noise and flew up into the air. Asel didn't understand why it had suddenly started acting that way, while Ronan thought the dragon had sensed a presence. The scene then shifts to a desperate man running. He was a vagrant from the Demire branch named Balrus. He just wanted to understand what was happening. He had only gone out to do a task, and now wanted to know why everyone there was dead. He also remembered seeing a sea of blood when he spotted the two boys. Panicking, he tried to flee to save his life. However, the dragon sensed his presence and went after him, his eyes wide with terror. He was so unlucky that he crashed into a branch and took a hard fall to the ground. That made it even easier for the dragon to catch up to him. The dragon quickly began drawing Balrous's blood from the wound that had opened on his knee after the fall. Balrous couldn't understand what was happening as he watched his blood being pulled out of his body, and he cried out for help. Ronan arrived and ordered the dragon to stop, but the dragon didn't understand why it should. Ronan explained to the dragon that it was enough and that it would end up killing him, and he called the dragon Sita. Asel immediately asked if that was going to be the dragon's name, and Ronan confirmed it, saying he had already had that name in mind. He asked whether the creature liked its name. Balrus couldn't understand who those two were, though he clearly remembered Ronan and Asel standing near all that blood. He hadn't imagined that Ronan was the owner of that creature. Now he just wanted to know who that boy was. Ronan asked Balrus if he was alright and called him by name. Balrus confirmed it and thanked Ronan, thinking he was going to lose his life. Still, he didn't understand how Ronan knew his name. In response, Ronan pointed his sword at Balrus with incredible speed, declaring that the hooded man didn't need to know. He hadn't expected to meet Balrus like this, but it was good to see him again. Ronan also remarked that illegal hunting seemed profitable, and that he never would have imagined Balrus would become one of Calaboro's hunting dogs. Balrus didn't understand what Ronan was talking about, and said he was just a vagrant. Ronan clearly remembered that Balrus's rank had been lower back then. In the end, the swordsman ordered Balrus to do something for him, making it clear he wasn't asking, he was commanding. The scene then abruptly shifts to nighttime. Ronan tossed a few coins into the air and thought it was great, far better than he had expected. Asel was surprised as well. He recalled Ronan saying that even water could be turned into gold. Asel had been confused when Ronan collected some of it, but he had never imagined that Maria's father would offer such a high price for it. He believed they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore, and Ronan agreed, though he pointed out that they were indebted to Professor Varen in many ways. They planned to thank him for everything and show him Sita, but when they arrived at Varen's room, they found a sign saying he had gone on a business trip, which was a shame for both boys. There was also the task Ronan had given Balrus. The map he had received from that hunting dog was more than simple gratitude. Ronan had instilled so much fear that he believed Balrus wouldn't even think of doing anything wrong. Asel then asked what Ronan planned to do with the money. Since the top-ranked students were exempt from academy fees and even received support funds, Ronan didn't really have such large debts to pay. Ronan paused to think about it and realized that the entrance ceremony was approaching. The scene then shifts to a few days later at the carriage station in the city of Vallon, where a knight informed the lady inside the carriage that they had arrived at their destination, and she thanked him. She had never seen the capital before, and this was Ronan's sister, Iril. She was amazed by what the capital was like. Ronan was right behind her, thinking his sister must be tired from the journey. She was very happy to see him, and Ronan asked if anything had happened while he was away, but she made it clear that she was the one who should be asking him that. She was quite surprised to see a high-class carriage in front of their house, and wanted to know how that was possible since he had no money. She also wanted to know why he had lost so much weight and started pinching his cheeks, asking if he had been eating properly. Ronan told Iril not to worry and said that he had been eating well. She felt relieved until she noticed Sita on his shoulders and found the creature incredibly cute. Ronan introduced the creature to his sister and explained that Sita was now his new companion. He also told her that they needed to hurry because they didn't have much time. Iril wanted to know where they were going so suddenly. Ronan took her by the hand and said that he would be busy for a while once he entered the academy, and that there were some things he wanted to do beforehand, something he really needed to take care of. With that, they went to a shop. Iril felt awkward. She knew he had made a lot of money recently and understood that the academy provided support, but she still thought his gift was far too expensive. She was wearing a dress that looked absolutely beautiful on her. And the worst part was that he wasn't just giving his sister one gift. He was buying her lots of things. Ronan thought it wasn't all that much and even planned to buy her more, saying it was about time she received receive something from him. Iriel grew emotional, unable to understand when Ronan had grown up so much. She started shouting, wanting to tell everyone how kind her brother was. Ronan felt embarrassed, while the clothing store staff found the whole situation very amusing. After all the awkwardness, Ronan decided to leave. Iriel asked where they were going next, and Ronan explained that they were going to explore the city and that his sword had been damaged some time ago because of a lunatic. As he was leaving the shop, Philleon was standing outside, waiting, asking if Ronan was finally done. It was literally a case of speak of the devil. Ronan, along with Sita, was badly startled and asked if Philleon was some kind of stalker. Philleon explained that he had come to pick up a new sword he had ordered nearby. The sword he had been using had become defective because of Ronan, and since he happened to see Ronan by coincidence, he decided to wait. He then told Ronan to stop behaving in such a repulsive and disrespectful way. Ronan, meanwhile, thought that was exactly the behavior of a stalker, and still hadn't understood what had really happened to Philleon's sword. He grew quite irritated and grabbed his own sword, asking whether Philleon was still going to keep saying things like that after seeing the state of his blade, believing that Philleon should have been the real culprit. Ronan wanted to show him what a truly defective sword looked like. Philleon also drew his sword, thinking it wasn't a bad idea, revealing that he had been waiting for a rematch. Iriel quickly stepped between the two of them, not wanting a fight to break out so suddenly. Ronan tried to explain to his sister that she was mistaken, and that Philleon had started the whole mess, but she didn't want him to answer back. Philleon didn't understand what was going on. Iriel then apologized to Philleon, explaining that her brother sometimes lacked manners but was a good person. Philleon, heir to a great noble family, the Grancia family, a rising star of the empire, experienced the next moments as if he were gazing upon a goddess, his eyes wide open. Iriel apologized again for not having disciplined her brother well enough. Philleon felt a little embarrassed, his cheeks flushed, and said that it was due to his own lack of discretion and that it wasn't her fault. Everything that had happened was his responsibility, and she should not worry. Iriel thought he was very kind and began to see him as her brother's friend, which made her very happy. She took his hand, putting him on alert, and asked him to take care of her brother from that day on. He didn't refuse. Naturally, Ronan had no idea what was going on. Soon, Philleon changed his attitude and wanted to compensate Iriel for her brother's sword. He didn't have any gold with him at the moment, so he decided to give her his family's proof of identification, something that could be used anywhere in the Empire. Ronan was completely shocked by what was happening and asked if Philleon was sure about what he was doing. Philleon made it clear that if he intended to buy a sword, he could go to the blacksmith at the end of the street. He explained that it was a place known for carrying a 500-year legacy, so it was difficult for commoners to enter, but with that identification, they would be able to get in. In that way, he hoped Ronan would manage to forge a good sword for him. From that moment on, Ronan began to think that Philleon was truly crazy, but Iriel really did look like a goddess and completely hooked everyone's attention. With a Grancia identification, it would have been possible to buy an entire village. It was there that Ronan saw how the Sword Saint acted and no longer even knew whether he truly knew Philleon anymore. Then the scene shifted to the next day, at the entrance ceremony of Philleon Academy, where Director Krava said a few words to the newcomers and introduced himself to them, making it clear that all of them had passed with incredible abilities and had proven they possessed the potential to be there when their amazing talents and Philleon's prestigious education would collide. The old man believed they would go down in the history of the Empire, and so he congratulated all the newcomers on their admission. That was Class 787. Ronan thought it was grand, but all of it made him sleepy. Still, he didn't think it was so bad, since his sister liked it. Krava quickly snapped his fingers, and an aura began to flow around the students, and suddenly the sky started to crack. All of a sudden, they were in a kind of coliseum, and the director once again made it clear that it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Ronan wanted to understand what had happened. The director had simply teleported the entire place with a snap of his fingers. The director announced that this was the climax of Philleon's entrance ceremony, and they would begin a match between veterans and freshmen. It was something that happened as the first encounter between these two groups. The process was usually intense, and was also a special event at Philleon. It worked in such a way that the first and second in the rankings represented the freshmen, and each of them was assigned to one of the second-year brackets, each with their own individual fighting style. Then, a one-on-one battle would take place. Director Krava explained that the event was directly connected to Philleon's instructors, and was not about the teachers, but about the relationship between freshmen and veterans as they learned about each other's weaknesses. He believed they would complement one another. Healthy competition was the beginning of true education. They were educational duels, and through them each representative would demonstrate their first steps. The freshmen could choose their opponents, and it was also possible to refuse a duel. The director did not want anyone to feel intimidated. The freshman representatives were free to do as they pleased. Ronan thought the old man knew how to use words well, but he still felt it was a kind of hazing for the freshmen. There was Nazdo, a second-year martial artist who ranked first. There was also Braum, another second-year martial artist, ranked second, who was eager as he watched that year's famous newcomers. There was also Karun, a second-year martial artist, ranked 4th. Beside him stood a girl, also a second-year martial artist, ranked 3rd. Her name was Irina. Krava announced to everyone the greatest talent of the Empire, Schlieffen, and the star who had defeated him in the practical exam, Ronan. Braum could no longer hold himself back and wanted to fight both of them. Ronan thought Braum was overly excited, and since things had turned out that way, he felt he could show his older sister that he wasn't there just to get beaten by others. It would be better if he could show his camaraderie with Schlieffen. Then he was caught off guard by the director, asking the freshmen to choose their opponent for the duel. Ronan asked whether it would be all right for him to make a suggestion, and Krava saw no problem with it. Ronan then said that, since they were free to choose, he wanted to be taught by all the respectable veterans. The veterans were left confused, and Ronan laughed and clarified that he wanted all of them to come at the same time. After that suggestion, the director went to the teachers for a brief meeting. He asked Nabaros what she thought of Ronan's proposal, and she believed they should proceed with it. After all, the academy followed the rule that if one was strong enough, one could do as one pleased. In her view, it didn't matter who would win, as it would still be a great challenge for everyone, and if things became dangerous, Nabaros gave her word that she would intervene. Krava then quickly decided they would go ahead. Meanwhile, the students stared at Ronan. Karun thought it was absurd for a freshman to so blatantly underestimate them, and Irina felt that Ronan was being conceited because he was in the spotlight. Nasdo, however, wanted his colleagues to calm down, and although he found Ronan arrogant, he was certain that Schlieffen was skilled, so they could not underestimate their opponents. Nasdo told his comrades to go all out from the very beginning. Soon the veterans began to prepare, while Iril's voice was already trembling as she felt the atmosphere grow far too chaotic. Worried, she wanted Ronan to be careful and started shouting, telling him to give up if things became too dangerous. Seeing his sister shouting like that, Ronan tried to reassure her in some way. At that moment, the director announced that the first match between veterans and a freshman was about to begin. Nasdo wasted no time and charged straight at Ronan, trying to strike him, but Ronan managed to dodge the attack. Ronan quickly realized that they were skilled, and several levels above Maria had been back then. That meant the 4 strongest second years were on an entirely different level. He blocked the attack coming from Irina, who was staring at him with a devilish expression. Ronan swiftly sent a shock through her sword. Then Karun told Irina to duck and attempted to strike Ronan, who remained almost completely still, easily blocking the thrust Karun made with his spear. Ronan also thought their teamwork wasn't bad. The impact he received after blocking dragged him several meters back, until he noticed Braum behind him wielding a gigantic sword. Braum wanted to understand why Ronan was doing this, making it clear that he wanted a fiercer duel with him. He tried to land a blow. Ronan saw that it was fast and powerful, followed by consecutive attacks, and realized that the veterans were not playing around. At that moment, all the veterans charged at him at once, trying to strike him. Ronan quickly leaped, and Braum ended up smashing the ground. The other veterans were shocked by the freshman's sudden disappearance. Irina, quite frightened, wanted to understand what kind of speed that was, and then she saw Ronan behind her. Ronan realized that Philleon was truly incredible, and struck all the veterans at once, breaking their weapons and knocking several of them to the ground. Then he noticed Braum still standing, and realized that Braum wasn't just a big guy for show. He was proving that he was truly strong. Ronan thought he should have crushed his fighting spirit, but decided it was better to show respect until the end. In an instant, he appeared in front of Braum, who couldn't understand how the young man had suddenly appeared right before him. Braum immediately recognized the stance. It was Professor Nabaros's. A moment later, he was hit with full force by Ronan, who also made sure to break Braum's sword, making it clear that he had learned a great deal from the veterans. His sarcasm was obvious as it lingered in the air. Iril stood there with her mouth agape at the result her little brother had achieved, and she wasn't the only one. The other spectators also wanted to understand what was so special about the freshman Ronan, because he had displayed overwhelming ability against the veterans. Everyone had obviously thought he would lose, but he defeated them all in the blink of an eye. No one could believe he was a first-year student. The veterans stared at their broken weapons, unable to believe it. Nasdo found the defeat so one-sided that he couldn't even feel sad about losing. He only wanted to know where Ronan had come from. The veterans thought he was a monster. Ronan, on the other hand, felt that in the end, this should prevent any further trouble, while Iril looked truly happy among the spectators. Now he only had to deal with the veterans who approached him and told him he had done a good job. Ronan bowed respectfully and made it clear that he had learned a lot from them. He also explained that he had put himself in that position because he was excited about having entered Philleon Academy, but he believed their strength was unimaginable. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked them all for accepting the challenge, while Maria and Asel were shocked by what Ronan was saying. Ronan asked everyone to forgive his rude behavior that day, and said he was eager to learn even more. In the end, he lowered his head, leaving the veterans feeling a bit awkward. Braum then realized he had been mistaken about Ronan. Not only was he strong, but he was also very respectful. He took Ronan's hand and told him there was no need to be so formal, saying that Ronan had fought fairly using only his abilities to claim victory, and that he should feel confident. Braum then raised the young man's arm for everyone to see, and shouted that this was how a Philleon student should be, declaring that everyone everything had been incredible. Ronan realized that Braum truly had boundless energy. He had already shown his social skills and was certain that Errol would no longer worry about him. She was moved to see how much her brother had grown, while someone else watched it all and thought Ronan was truly interesting. After that, the scene shifted to nighttime, when a banquet was being held and all the freshmen were gathered together. Ronan was surprised and genuinely curious about what a ceremonial banquet would be like, and the venue was enormous. Maria had already expected this, since it was the greatest educational institution of all. Listening to his friend, Ronan felt that he really shouldn't be surprised anymore by anything he saw at that academy. Asel then asked Ronan whether he had seen his sister. Ronan confirmed and explained that it had taken him some time to comfort his sister, since she had truly been worried about him. He clearly remembered her asking him not to forget to eat his meals, to write down anything he might forget, and not to fight with his friends. He had also decided to leave Sita with her, so she could remain safe and he could be at ease while staying at the academy. Asel thought Ronan was an incredible brother, and Ronan agreed with his friend. Still, Ronan was extremely curious about what the food there tasted like, and wondered when the poor guy would finally get to try it. Suddenly, Schlieffen appeared beside him like a ghost, whispering in his ear and making it clear that this was not the right time to eat. Ronan immediately looked to the side, startled, trying to understand what had happened to Schlieffen. Annoyed, he demanded to know why Schlieffen was there, but Schlieffen explained that he had only come to check on something important. Ronan couldn't understand where he was going with this. Schlieffen asked where Ronan's sister was living and whether it was far from there. Ronan grew even more confused as Schlieffen continued, asking about the condition of the road to where his sister lived. To make matters worse, he also wanted to know whether the security was good and if there had been any reports of incidents, leaving Ronan increasingly frustrated by the questions. Schlieffen then assumed that Ronan had hired escorts and trusted that he had at least contracted a mercenary army to protect his sister. Otherwise, Schlieffen said, he would be a terrible brother. Ronan became furious and declared that he had hired Schlieffen's mother to escort his sister. Ronan thought that unless a wyvern showed up, nothing bad would happen, and he told Schlieffen to calm down. However, the moment Schlieffen heard that name, he became alarmed and demanded to know whether Ronan was really telling the truth. Ronan, obviously irritated, just wanted that madman to stay away from him. Ronan also wanted to understand why Schlieffen cared so much about his sister. It was starting to feel as if he were her husband. Schlieffen immediately began to tremble, and in a choked voice he explained that he was simply worried about the girl who had become his friend, and that this was the duty of a knight. At that moment, someone arrived and commented that it was an interesting scene, saying he had never seen a Grancia wolf so talkative before. Schlieffen immediately asked what that girl wanted with him. Her name was Elizabeth Acalusia, and her claim to fame was being the best freshman in the magic class. Elizabeth smiled and told him not to misunderstand. Her interest was in Ronan, not in him. Her words naturally left Ronan stunned. He wanted to be sure she was really talking about him and couldn't understand why. Schlieffen, on the other hand, thought it was just Ronan's unpleasant charm at work again. Schlieffen soon turned his back on the two of them, saying that things there were finished and that Elizabeth could do as she pleased. Before leaving, he informed Ronan that he was considering sending a guard from the Grancia family, but Ronan didn't even let him finish speaking and told the Sword Saint to go bother someone else. Asel then approached Ronan and told the swordsman that this was the same person as before, and Ronan replied that he was already aware of how powerful she was. Ronan soon recalled Elizabeth with her staff overflowing with energy as she finished off an opponent, and he knew she was ridiculously powerful. Elizabeth merely remarked that those who raised their claws needed to be taught a lesson. Ronan had no idea what she meant and asked why she wanted to speak with him. She was brief and explained that she had been impressed by his talent, so she was there to make him an offer so special that a mere criminal could never dream of it. She then showed him an item. Ronan was shocked and confused, asking whether she was offering him an Acalusia invitation. Unlike most nobles, the Acalusia prioritized talent above all else. They had produced many gifted individuals and secured their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They offered opportunities to those with the potential to become part of the family, and the symbol of that opportunity was the Acalusia invitation. Ronan asked whether Elizabeth was even allowed to give that to people. Seeing that he asked such a question, she realized that he already knew what it was. Ronan explained that he had heard about it in passing, and then remembered a time at a camp when he had also held such an invitation in his hands, given to him by a commander who wanted him, despite being a commoner, to become part of a great family. Adishan had also been an Acalusia, and she made it clear that he would need to pass a test administered by the patriarch. However, someone truly talented would have no trouble passing it. She told him to keep that in mind. Once he paid for his sins, and through his deeds in that war, he might eventually receive one of those invitations, since she believed he was very talented. In the end, Elizabeth explained that she was simply showing him what the invitation looked like. She felt no need to explain further, and hoped he would make the right choice. She made it clear that it didn't matter if one was born a beast. If they stayed among sheep long enough, they would become like them. With that, she left. Asel let out a huge sigh of relief. Ronan realized that geniuses really did what whatever they pleased, and he didn't think it was so bad, since now he had a way to make contact. The Acalusia could be useful to him. The scene then shifted to early morning. Outside the educational institution that valued students' abilities above all else, Philleon Academy. Depending on an individual's grades, the atmosphere around them could change drastically, and the clearest example of this was the dormitory system. The place where intermediate-level students were housed was Nataya Hall. Each person had a clean private room and a high-end coffee machine. It was an incredible dormitory with everything a student needed. However, students with the lowest rankings were sent to Kratir Hall. On their very first day there, the students were already outraged, trying to understand what the hell that place was. Some simply couldn't accept that they had to stay in such a place. After all, they were all nobles and even wanted servants, but one of the academy's staff members informed them that there were no servants assigned to Kratir Hall. Everything there was different. 4 people shared each room, and the coffee machines and showers were all shared, along with the bathrooms. The staff member made it very clear that he didn't want anyone glaring at him, since those were the academy's rules. All they had to do was study, so they wouldn't end up there again next semester, and that left everyone terrified. Finally, the best students, including Ronan, were placed in Dronzer Hall. It was hard to describe the first impression of that place in just one sentence. Ronan stared at it wide-eyed and thought it was amazing. He wondered if they really did all of that just for the students, and realized that this truly was a prestigious academy. Then he remembered the class registration they had explained earlier. He had to write down which classes he wanted to attend. He needed to adjust during his first year, and he had heard that it wasn't a good idea to choose too many classes. Still, all of them looked appealing to him. This was a very common misunderstanding among newcomers who hadn't yet experienced hell. After that, he made his choices and thought everything was perfect. It might have been a bit too much, but since he was at that academy, he wanted to attend all the classes he truly wanted. The scene then shifted to a professor telling Ronan that he was finished. He no longer needed to attend that class. The man was the main instructor of Imperial Fencing Basics. His name was Abar. Ronan didn't understand anything at first. His voice caught as he tried to understand what Abar meant, since they had just begun. Abar smiled at him and explained that he knew they had only just started, but Ronan had perfectly mastered all the basic techniques of Imperial fencing. He also explained that the Academy's rules allowed a student to be dismissed from a class if they were already more than prepared. If Ronan stayed, the other students might lose motivation. Even so, Abar didn't want Ronan to become arrogant because of it. He should simply move on. The scene then shifted to Ronan sitting by the water, looking frustrated as he began to lament. It wasn't just Imperial fencing. The same thing had happened with archery and monster hunting as well. He couldn't believe he had been dismissed from all his classes. It left him extremely irritated, and he hadn't expected this at all. Then Nabaros noticed him and approached, asking whether Ronan shouldn't be in class. He was surprised to see her, and Nabaros quickly understood that he had already finished all his classes. Ronan stood up and confirmed it, asking if all classes were going to be like that. He vented to Professor Nabaros that he had expected Philleon to be better than this. She thought that while these were only the first classes of the first year, for him to finish them all on the very first day was still impressive. She remembered that it had taken him only a glance to copy her technique. She then declared that, as a teacher, she couldn't simply overlook that, and asked him to hand over his sword. Ronan didn't quite understand. Nabaros took the sword from his hand and told him she was going to teach him an important lesson, though he still didn't understand why she had done so. Suddenly, a powerful impact occurred behind him. Ronan was startled, while Nabaros remarked that this was all that piece of metal could do, and that something like that couldn't even be called a weapon. It would only hinder his abilities. She told him to watch carefully. Quickly, she drew her own sword. When Ronan saw it, his eyes went wide. Nabaros made a single movement, and a massive amount of water began to rise, while fierce winds swept through the area, frightening him. Her power was truly on another level. Soon, she made it start raining, and now she wanted to know whether Ronan could find what was missing. A weapon is a piece of metal that is hard and sharp, used to fight opponents, and it should not break while being wielded, and even if it does, a new one can be obtained. Weapons, in that sense, are disposable, or at least that was what Ronan thought, until he saw what his instructor managed to do right in front of him. Ronan thought it was ridiculous, and he was certain that she had used the sword in her hands. The cut was the same, but he could not understand how the power was so different just because of the weapon. With a single breath and reliable force, Nabaros explained how such a small difference on a battlefield, where lives are at stake or the waste of strength, is what determines whether an individual lives or dies. If one is using mana, it is essential to find a weapon that matches, and obviously that was not something Ronan understood yet, since he still did not know how to use mana. Ronan wanted to know if the instructor already knew this, and she confirmed it, but made it clear that the fact he possessed so much energy was incredible to her. Nabaros knew that one day he would be able to use mana, and that in order to use that power correctly, she believed Ronan needed a weapon. From what she was seeing, the student had too many things on his mind, so she wanted him to attend her class. Ronan was surprised and wanted to know if he really could. Even though normally only those above the second year were allowed, Nabaros was willing to let him in. However, instead of bringing that piece of metal, the instructor asked him to bring a real weapon. That was the condition she set for him to participate in her class. Next, the scene shifts to a place with a sign that had the word hammer written 3 times. Asel and Maria were together with Ronan, and Asel wanted to know if something like that had happened with instructor Nabaros, and if that was why she had gone to that place on her first day off. That was the place Schlieffen had mentioned when he handed over his family's identification item. They were at the forge, and Asel was not very confident, while Maria also thought it looked quite worn down and unlikely to last long. Ronan also found it very strange that this forge would really be a place frequented by the Grancia family. Still, the 3 of them would only know once they went inside, and inside it was even worse. There were cobwebs everywhere, and the building looked like it was about to collapse. Ronan found it odd since Schlieffen was not the kind of person who lied. A creature with enormous claws was disturbed by the noise while sleeping, and it quickly appeared, wanting to know who the 3 of them were. Making it very clear that they were making noise early in the morning, it asked whether they hadn't noticed that the fire was out. Asel was quite frightened, and Ronan was surprised by what he was seeing. It was a beast man in a forge, but the beast man was not very welcoming, and wanted to know if the 3 of them were deaf. He demanded an immediate explanation for why they were there, but Ronan wasted no time and showed what Schlieffen had given him, explaining that they were there to buy a weapon, clarifying that they had come on Schlieffen's recommendation, since he had said that the law's weapons were the best. The beast man saw the symbol of the Grancia family. He could also tell that Maria and Asel had mana, but the swordsman had nothing, so he thought that Ronan showing the Grancia family symbol meant nothing. Ronan truly did not understand what the beast man was getting at. The beast man claimed he didn't know who had leaked information about that place, but he wanted them all to leave, since the shop did not accept customers like them. Ronan immediately refused, until the beast man thought there might be a way for them to make a deal, and at that moment he looked like a big bad wolf. He wanted the poor Asel's arm in exchange. Then he might consider making a sword for Ronan. Making it clear that he was getting hungry, Asel immediately panicked and said that he didn't taste very good. Ronan saw the enormous mouth of that wolf and made it clear that he had crossed the line. He simply attacked the wolf inside his own establishment. The beast man had no idea what the hell had just happened, and the impact was so great that he was dragged across his shop. Ronan soon realized that what he had imagined was correct. The movement had felt strange to him, and he wanted to know where that had come from out of nowhere. The wolf was wearing armor. In any case, Ronan thought it didn't matter what it was. Something like that only needed to be destroyed. He revealed his completely macabre aura, and the wolf grew afraid and asked him to wait a moment, making it clear that it had only been a test. Ronan was confused as the wolf explained that all new customers went through this kind of thing, as it was protocol to test their abilities. The wolf also admitted that he needed to test his invisible armor, and that he had deliberately provoked Ronan. He added that he had no intention of hurting them. Ronan truly could not believe the wolf's words and asked if he thought Ronan looked like an idiot. The wolf then made it clear that considering the way the Grancia family operated, it would be stranger if they didn't have a process like this. The wolf soon assured him that if Ronan was doubting it, he could talk to Schlieffen later. Ronan grew a little impatient, but thought it was a fine process for a violent death. The wolf quickly corrected him, saying that this was not part of the process and that the fault was entirely his for having gone too far. In that way, he apologized to Asel for everything that had happened, since he had no intention of provoking him, and in any case, he did not devour people. Asel hid behind Maria while feeling a bit more relieved. After that terrible confusion, the wolf introduced himself. His name was Didikon, and he was an apprentice at that forge, sometimes guarding the gate. He soon asked for the swordsman's name, and Ronan introduced himself to the wolf. Didikon already knew that he was there in search of a weapon, so he informed them that he would show them the way, since that place was only the entrance to the forge, and the real place was where he was pointing. The scene then shifts to Didikon, asking if everyone was properly settled. He asked everyone to prepare themselves mentally and pressed a button on the wall. The gears began to turn, and Didikon said that they were about to witness something extraordinary. Soon the elevator began to descend, and everyone was astonished. Watching the mechanism in motion, Didikon explained that it was an elevator made with a magic stone and a pulley, the fastest way to reach the true forge. He declared that it was the largest and best forge in the capital, better known as the Grand Carpadoki. Ronan had never imagined that something like that existed underground, and Didikon wanted him to cheer up since he had passed the test. Didikon was fully responsible for taking him to the very best of Carpadoki. There, a dwarf was hammering away, and Didikon made it clear that this was the best master blacksmith in the entire capital. Watching all that production, Ronan thought it was incredible, and Didikon explained that the forge supplied items only to the royal family and the nobility. Without exaggeration, Didikon made it clear that all skilled masters were present there. However, the one who held the title of the best was the elder dwarf who lived there. Didikon explained that he was a master who had been melting metal for hundreds of years. The old man was difficult, but his skills were incomparable, and Didicon respected him greatly, showing the complete opposite when he kicked the door open with his own foot. He immediately asked what the old man was doing and announced that he had brought guests, while the dwarf continued hammering the metal. He recognized it was Didicon right away, just from the terrible commotion at the entrance, and he made it clear that Didicon should keep quiet while he was working. Didicon replied that he couldn't do anything about it, since there were weapons blocking the door and he couldn't open it. He then asked the elder, named Daron, to clear the place. The dwarf thought the wolf complained too much for his age. Daron hoped that the guests he had brought were not too troublesome. Didicon was certain the guest was good, since he himself had tested the swordsman. He stated that Ronan's sword skills were excellent and was sure Daron would be impressed when he saw them. Daron's jaw dropped, finding it truly unexpected, because judging by appearances, Ronan looked like nothing more than a child. He then asked Ronan to show a bit of his fencing, as he could tell many things with just a glance. Ronan picked up his sword to demonstrate a little, but as soon as Daron saw the blade, he snatched it from Ronan's hand and said it was nothing but trash. The dwarf couldn't believe the swordsman had been carrying that garbage all this time, and he struck it with his hammer, completely shattering the sword. Ronan was outraged, unable to understand why the old man had done that. Daron pointed to one of the swords and said that Ronan could use any of them, because with the terrible sword he had been holding, he would never be able to show his true abilities. The elder also didn't want the swordsman to worry and promised to give him any sword for free, so that he wouldn't feel cheated. In any case, whichever sword Ronan chose would be far better than the one he had before, which Daron considered nothing but trash. Ronan was surprised, and since the dwarf insisted, he picked up a sword and immediately felt that the sensation was completely different. Still, he wanted to know if it really made that much of a difference. He warned them that it wouldn't be his fault if he ended up destroying something. Daron was fine with that and declared that Ronan could perform the best move of his life. Ronan looked at his own reflection in the sword for a moment and remembered instructor Nabaros. Quickly, he took his stance, and Daron was immediately surprised, because he already knew whose technique that was. Ronan then executed the move, causing a massive explosion in the place. The other workers had no idea what had happened. Ronan had simply destroyed the wall of Elder Daron's workshop. The workers couldn't understand what was going on, since it was still midday, and they began to believe that a furnace had exploded. Daron was incredulous as dust flew everywhere. Ronan himself had not imagined he would cause so much destruction. A trail along the ground showed how far the force had dragged, and the swordsman himself wanted to understand what had just happened, making it clear that he had never intended to do something like that. Daron soon stated that the technique Ronan had used belonged to Nabaros, and the dwarf wanted to know if Ronan was her disciple. Ronan was surprised and asked whether Daron knew instructor Nabaros. The dwarf made it clear that he did, explaining that he was the one who had forged her sword. This truly caught the swordsman's attention, since his instructor's sword, despite being absurdly long, had always stood out to him. Nabaros's mysterious sword was called Urusa. Daron explained that it was one of the few masterpieces he had forged in his entire life. He clarified that what Ronan was holding could not be compared to Urusa at all, but in any case, the dwarf wanted to know what Ronan thought of it. The swordsman found it truly incredible, and never imagined things would turn out that way. Daron believed he ought to be saying that, since he thought Ronan was a novice who could not properly judge his own abilities. Daron showed clear excitement, as it had been a long time since he had met someone with such talent, and he ended up slapping the poor Ronan on the back. The dwarf also thought it was problematic that Ronan was so talented, because it would be difficult to forge a good sword for him. The sword Ronan had used could not withstand his strikes. It had already been cracking. Ronan didn't know what to do, and Daron began to think that ordinary materials would not work. He needed steel of the highest quality. Daron believed he would need at least a byproduct from a wyvern. Ronan immediately showed what he had on hand, something he had kept without knowing whether it would be useful. The dwarf ended up seeing an eggshell. The scene then shifts to Daron hammering away as usual, unable to believe his eyes. A mithril hammer did not even scratch the eggshell. Daron had no idea that something so resilient could exist. Daron's eyes lit up, and he asked if Ronan was sure he could use something so valuable. Ronan didn't see a problem, since the eggshell was useless to him, but he also wanted to know if it would be enough to make a sword. Daron, extremely pleased, affirmed that it was, and asked Ronan to return in 2 weeks, declaring that he would forge the best sword in the Empire for him. Ronan grew excited at the thought. Seeing Maria and Asel, Daron said that since they were there with Ronan, they should look for the other masters. Maria didn't hide her excitement. Daron didn't want to leave the friends of someone so valuable empty-handed, explaining that all they needed to do was mention Daron's recommendation, and any of the masters there would take care of them. He wanted to do something for Ronan's friends, but he wouldn't do anything beyond melting down that eggshell himself. He seemed extremely excited about all of it, and the 3 academy students were a bit frightened, thinking the dwarf was slightly unhinged. The scene then shifts to a cavernous place with many torches, where several hooded figures were irritated by the noise from the people above, and even felt like incinerating them all at once. However, they had to restrain themselves, as it was not yet time to reveal themselves. themselves, though in any case that time was not far off. There were stone golems there, and those people swore they would first get rid of the blacksmiths they considered ignorant. An unknown society lived down below, waiting for the day when everything in that empire would disappear and be consumed by the approaching light. The scene then shifts to a few days later, where Ronan was casually walking outside the academy, remembering clearly that the blacksmith said to be the best in the empire had promised to make him a sword. Both Asel and Maria had managed to place orders with the other blacksmiths. It would be a bit expensive, but Ronan didn't mind. After all, the money wasn't his. He had used the item that identified Schlieffen's family for that feat, and if there were any problems, it would only be a matter of time until his sword was ready. Sighing, he wondered what he should do until that moment arrived. He believed his two friends were in class at that time, until he suddenly realized something. The training center and the exclusive classes for veterans were located right where he was, the place known as the Galelian facility. He believed Instructor Nabaros's classes also took place there. She had told him to come to her class with a real weapon. He still didn't have his weapon in hand, but he had something to use temporarily. As he considered going to her class, Nabaros appeared beside him like a ghost. He was startled by his instructor's sudden presence. It was basically the saying, "Speak of the devil," and she grabbed his ear and twisted it, scolding him as she did. It had already been a long time, and the poor boy screamed in pain. She was certain she had told him to show up there as soon as he obtained a weapon. Absolutely certain. She wanted to know what on earth her student had been doing all this time, since he hadn't shown up at all. She wanted to know if he had simply been skipping class. Ronan explained that it wasn't exactly that, and that he had a good reason for not showing up, but Nabaros told him to forget it and follow her. She said she would listen to his excuses along the way. All Ronan wanted was for her to let go of him, because it hurt a lot. The scene then shifts to a girl who overheard it and didn't understand what had happened. She was inside the academy and was sure she had heard someone scream, until she ended up bumping into another student. The boy's name was Cardin. She apologized, and he thought she was a very slow assistant, telling her she should be getting ready for class since she had so much time to stand around. Cardin thought the girl was truly a loser. In the end, the girl simply turned her back on him, and the scene shifts to the first dueling hall. Nabaros showed Ronan to the students and was sure they remembered him, since he had caused quite a commotion when he first arrived. Even so, she introduced him again, explaining that he would be part of the class starting that day. Ronan then introduced himself, and the students immediately began whispering. They were surprised that Ronan had skipped ahead to their class and started questioning whether he was really that good, since in the end he just looked like a kid. Ronan was surprised by their nerve, since he could hear everything they were saying, but he also noticed some welcoming faces. Braum and Nazdo seemed happy about his presence. However, not everyone was pleased. Karun kept his face completely straight. Still, Ronan thought it would be fun, until the girl who had bumped into Cardin opened the door and apologized to the instructor for being late. Ronan immediately looked back, and the girl, with a shaky voice, explained that she had to deal with something urgent. Ronan felt a sense of familiarity in her voice, as Nabaros asked whether she had really been that late, but the instructor only told her to calm down. Nabaros explained that she had just introduced a new student, and pointed in Ronan's direction. The girl became excited, as she knew he was the famous newcomer the instructor had mentioned. Nabaros then asked the girl to introduce herself to Ronan, since he needed to know who the assistant was. The girl introduced herself as the class assistant, and said she was a second-year martial arts student. Ronan's eyes widened when she smiled and said her name was Adashan. She extended her hand to greet Ronan, who was utterly shocked to see the great commander standing right in front of him. Adashan Akalusia was renowned for her incredible command ability, and was the first woman to reach the rank of Grand Commander. She dominated the battlefield with her unmatched judgment and leadership. She was also known as the Iron Lady, and those who had served under her said that Adashan did not have blood in her veins, only pure iron. Ronan never would have imagined that such a great commander could smile like that. To him, it was more than clear that she had no memories of the regression, and so he was seeing the true Grand Commander. He remembered the request she had once made of him, that he should ask her not to do anything foolish and instead become a tailor. The swordsman didn't know what to do, and that was a serious problem. Then a boy called out to Adashan, asking her to come check his stance. Another student complained that the towel smelled strange and asked if there wasn't another one. Adashan immediately said she would bring a different towel. Ronan noticed that Adashan never stayed still and wanted to understand why she was so busy. Those were tasks a servant would normally do, and he couldn't understand why an assistant would act like that. Then a student called out to Ronan, thinking he looked bored, and asked if they could duel. Ronan was confused. Being invited to a duel so suddenly was strange. The boy apologized for inviting him out of the blue and introduced himself as Cardin, explaining that he was a third-year student. He had heard that Ronan had been incredible during the exam, and if the rumors were true, Cardin wanted to learn from him. However, Ronan made it clear that he was busy with something else at the moment. Still, Ronan was polite and suggested that they could have the duel later. Cardin then realized that he had challenged Ronan without bringing his weapon. He immediately shouted at Adashan, calling her a loser right in front of Ronan, and ordered her to bring bring his practice spear, as if she were his servant. She simply confirmed that she would do it, saying she would bring the spear in 1 minute. Hearing Carden treat Adishan like that truly struck a nerve with Ronan. He didn't like it at all that the guy had called his Grand Commander a loser. He wanted to know who that bastard was to dare challenge him and treat her that way. His energy instantly turned completely negative as he wondered who Carden thought he was. Soon, Adishan returned and handed Carden the spear, leaving him confused. Warning that she had brought a long spear, he started calling her an idiot and wanted to know whether she wasn't aware that he had switched to a short spear. Poor Adishan's voice trembled as she apologized to him, explaining that she remembered him using a long spear until the last class. Carden then began to smile disdainfully and struck the poor girl on the head with the spear because she had dared to answer him, and, in his eyes, a foolish assistant should listen in silence, reminding her that she was someone who didn't even have the right to participate in that class. He threw it in Adishan's face that she had only managed to take part after begging the instructor, so she should at least know how to obey orders and keep quiet. He never stopped humiliating her in front of Ronan. Adishan quickly apologized to Carden and said she would be more careful, but before Carden could make any other move, Ronan suddenly advanced and grabbed the spear. The girl was already bracing herself to defend against the next attack, but she was surprised by what happened. Carden wanted to understand why Ronan was interfering, but Ronan didn't even let him finish speaking and made it very clear that since Carden wanted a duel, they would have it right then and there. He made it clear that if it weren't done that way, he truly didn't know what he might end up doing. Adishan didn't understand what was happening, and Carden was also confused. Ronan demanded to know which part the man hadn't understood, speaking with intense anger and ordering the duel to start immediately, calling Carden a bastard. Carden admitted that everything was completely unexpected for him and asked if he had heard that right. Ronan then asked what exactly Carden didn't like about it. With rage clearly visible on his face, Carden quickly understood and assumed that Ronan was doing all this for the girl he referred to as a loser. He wanted to know whether Ronan knew her, because if not, he could understand why Ronan was acting this way since both of them were commoners. In the end, he even asked whether the two were siblings. If they were, he truly hadn't known. Ronan, however, quickly released Carden's spear and told him to start already, ordering him to shut up. He made it clear that if Carden didn't act immediately, he would end up losing his life. In the next instant, Ronan swung his wooden sword, and Carden barely managed to withstand the impact on his spear. He couldn't understand what the hell was happening, or how Ronan could put so much strength into his blows without using mana. The impact was so strong that it dragged Carden several meters backward. Ronan then recalled that just a few minutes earlier, Carden had been complaining about not wanting to use a spear, so Ronan had fixed it for him. Ronan had simply broken Carden's spear and asked whether he had liked it. That deeply shook Carden, who thought Ronan's behavior was incredibly bold. He soon began to show his fury and made it clear that he would put Ronan in his place as he prepared an attack toward the swordsman. He wasn't going to let Ronan get away with what he had done. However, Ronan didn't even move, as he didn't feel threatened at all, until suddenly Carden's spear was sliced into several pieces. Ronan then calmly told Carden that he would be fine, and that Carden should worry about himself instead. Ronan unleashed several slashes despite using a wooden sword, and then delivered a powerful knee strike to Carden's face. Without wasting time, he followed up with another blow from the wooden sword. In the end, Carden was unable to do absolutely anything, and fell to the ground like a ripe fruit. Ronan told him he should be grateful they were at the academy, because if this had been outside, Carden would certainly have lost his life. The other students were deeply shocked that Carden had lost the duel, especially since he ranked quite high among the third-year students. Ronan then chose the next shameless student, the one holding the towel. The girl was terrified and had no idea what was going on. Ronan said that if the towel smelled, she should wash it herself and couldn't understand why she was ordering someone else to do it. Ronan asked the girl whether the assistant was her servant. The girl became extremely frightened, and Ronan told her to come over because he was going to break her nose. Adeshan quickly begged Ronan to stop, saying she didn't understand why he was doing all of this, but that it was fine, and asking him to calm down. However, Ronan was filled with anger and told the assistant to step aside, saying that he could control himself in many situations, but not when someone belittled her. He said that neither those idiots nor anyone else should do that. He remembered that, at the very least in the Empire, she was someone who should not be treated that way. Politely, he asked her to move aside, making it clear that he didn't plan to stop until he had beaten everyone who had mistreated her. The girl with the towel began to tremble in fear until the teacher ordered him to stop, but her order was completely different as she began to release her power. She made it very clear that she would not ask Ronan to take responsibility for the duel he had just fought, since accidents can happen in real battles. However, she could not tolerate his behavior, so she ordered him to drop his sword and step away. Ronan soon realized that he could no longer move his body, his eyes widening as he saw that Nabaros practically had the spirit of a serpent. He couldn't believe it, and it was clearly something unprecedented even for the Sword Saint. Nabaros's aura was something he had never imagined. The instructor warned him that what Ronan was doing could not be considered a duel. She was responsible for that class and could not allow allow such a thing to happen during a lesson. Seeing that she did not tolerate disorder, Ronan made it clear that she knew what the assistant had been going through. He wanted to know whether Nabaros had simply been watching despite knowing all of this, but the teacher replied that this was between her and the assistant, and that he should not get involved. She told Ronan that this would be her final warning, ordering him to stop. The tension between them grew immense, and Ronan declared that he didn't care whether she was the Sword Saint or not. His answer would remain the same. He then rudely told the teacher to go to hell. Nabaros quickly realized there wasn't much else she could do, so she used the Serpent of Affliction on Ronan. He was left in shock, and in that moment he remembered his great commander. He recalled having asked her about this before, never understanding why she had volunteered for the position of commander when everyone else had refused. He clearly remembered Adashan telling him that one day he would understand that there are some things you simply can't force someone to do. It was just that person's destiny. He remembered her answer vividly and wondered what his great commander had been thinking. He wanted to know what Adashan had been carrying on her shoulders. He also remembered the moment when his great commander told him she was sorry because she had simply passed that burden on to him and that she did not want him to forgive her for it. Suddenly, he woke up in a panic on a bed. Adashan was beside him, asking what had happened and whether he had just had a nightmare. Ronan couldn't understand why his great commander was there, and without meaning to, he ended up calling Adashan by that title. She was confused and asked what he was talking about. Ronan soon realized the mistake he had made and tried to pretend it was nothing. He quickly changed the subject, asking whether that was the infirmary, and Adashan confirmed it, explaining that the staff had decided to bring him there. Adashan then reminded him that the teacher had said she would correct his audacity starting that day during supplementary classes. Ronan realized he had messed everything up. In the end, Adashan asked whether he had gotten angry because of her. The question caught him off guard, and he chose to deny it, explaining that he had only gotten angry because he was sensitive about etiquette and perhaps thought of himself as a respectable gentleman. Adashan made it clear that he was terrible at lying. She asked him not to hate others so much, and included Carden in that as well. It wasn't as if she didn't understand their feelings. Ronan didn't understand what she meant, since it made no sense to him at all. She made it clear that she did her best as an assistant. Since they were on the subject, Ronan asked why she had chosen to be an assistant in that class, and Adashan became a little confused. He then said that he believed she went easy on the students, and that they behaved that way because of her situation. To make matters worse, the teacher had seen everything and done nothing but watch, so he wanted to know whether she wasn't angry. Adashan asked him not to misunderstand, but the reason the teacher did nothing was because Adashan herself had asked her to. Ronan saw no reason for her to do something so foolish. Adashan explained that she was receiving special treatment she did not deserve, because to enter that class, one needed to be a veteran with the sword. She was a year behind and had only just begun to control her mana. After hearing that, Ronan was shocked and completely confused. To him, it was impossible, since his great commander possessed an incredible aura. He couldn't understand how his great commander had gone through something like that. Adashan continued explaining that she had privately asked Nabaros to ignore how the students treated her and to pretend she wasn't seeing it. After all, Nabaros had accepted her as an assistant, and she didn't want to be an extra burden. She was receiving special treatment, and clearly she needed to bear that burden. She told Ronan that she could endure something like that as many times as necessary, but she was grateful that he had tried to defend her. She admitted that she thought she had grown used to everything, but confessed to him that day it hurt a little. Ronan believed that perhaps the reason she was pushing herself so far was to become a great commander, and Adashan's eyes widened when she heard him say that. She wanted to know how he knew, and whether it was really that obvious. She admitted that she still had a long way to go and therefore couldn't say it with pride, but she revealed that her dream was to become a great commander of the empire. She knew it was reckless to say something like that when she was still inexperienced, but giving up was not in her plans. Even in her current situation, she was confident in military science and strategy and was doing her best every day. Soon, they heard the siren announcing that it was time for the next class. Adashan wanted the swordsman to rest a little longer, and he didn't disagree. He thanked Adashan for her help, but she told him not to worry and said goodbye. He remained lying on the bed, remembering his great commander asking him that, if they ever met again, he shouldn't let her do something foolish like becoming a great commander, but instead go and become a tailor. He began to lament, because what Adashan wanted him to do seemed quite complicated. The scene then shifted to a few days later, on the weekend, specifically at the entrance forge of Great Carpadoki. Ronan was there with his two friends and couldn't understand why the place was empty. If they were going to do this, Ronan thought there was no reason to go through the trouble of sending a messenger bird in the middle of the night. He had received a letter saying that the sword was Doron's greatest work and asking him to go there to take a look, but now he wanted to know what kind of terrible service this was. Then he stumbled over a helmet, which made him quite irritated. irritated. He thought the blacksmiths should have cleaned the place, so he kicked the helmet hard, believing they had forgotten what customer service was. Maria thought Ronan's nerves were on edge, and Asel suggested that maybe something had happened to him in class. Ronan declared to the two of them that he couldn't wait any longer, and that they would go in no matter what. Still, Maria and Asel really didn't understand why he was acting that way. Maria asked if he was sure about what he was doing, but Ronan reminded her that they had called him there anyway, so the two of them should stop talking and just follow him. He went straight to the hidden button in the wall that Didikon had pressed the first time they had come there. The elevator began to operate, leaving Maria and Asel worried while he remained calm. Ronan thought the old man lacked even the basics of customer service. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he found the place in flames. They had no idea what the hell had happened and saw several people lying on the ground. Asel quickly pointed something out for Ronan to look at. There was a stone giant attacking some workers who were trying to flee by any means necessary. Ronan couldn't understand why there was a stone giant there. Asel grew nervous, thinking they should help the blacksmith somehow. Ronan didn't understand where his companion was going with this, but he quickly grabbed Asel around the waist, preparing to jump with him while telling Maria to go back and bring the instructors, or anyone she could find. He jumped and told Asel to use telekinesis. Asel did so immediately since he obviously didn't want to die. At that moment, the blacksmiths fell to the ground, and the stone giant stood right in front of them. For those workers, it was the end, but Ronan appeared with full force and struck the stone giant, leaving it confused. Ronan thought he had arrived just in time. He had had a lot on his mind in those days, and admitted he was very stressed, so he made it clear that the stone giant's little party was over. The stone giant didn't waste time and quickly tried to strike him, but before Ronan could be hit, he made a huge leap and delivered another blow to the giant. The stone giant itself was confused, as it hadn't seen Ronan move. The blacksmiths were stunned. They hadn't imagined that Daron's guest was so strong, since destroying stone giants was no easy task. After bringing the stone giant down, Ronan wanted the two blacksmiths to explain what the hell was going on. After a brief conversation, Ronan's eyes widened as he asked whether they were serious. Several stone giants had appeared there suddenly, and the two blacksmiths said they didn't know the cause. The stone giants had emerged from somewhere underground and started destroying everything, killing almost all the blacksmiths there. They also said that the stone giants had captured several blacksmiths, including Daron, and returned to where they had come from. Didikon had gone after the stone giants, but everyone knew he wasn't very good at fighting. If things continued at that pace, Ronan realized the blacksmiths would end up becoming food. He asked whether there were any more stone giants around, and was informed that he had just killed the last one there. Ronan then asked Asel to look for the wounded, since Maria would soon arrive with reinforcements. He also wanted Asel to go with Sita, since it would be very easy to heal the wounded, but Asel asked what Ronan was going to do at that moment. Ronan thought the question was pointless, because he was going to save those who had been taken by the stone giants. There was also something he needed to get from Daron. The scene then shifted to Daron thanking Didikon for risking his life trying to save them, though he also thought Didikon didn't need to be there. Didikon stood in front of the dwarf, face to face with several stone giants. Daron only wanted the wolf to run as fast as he could, since he had an invisible armor that could withstand a few impacts. Didikon, however, grew impatient with the dwarf, making it clear that there was a lot going on at that moment, and that he couldn't afford to think negatively. He also wanted Daron to have the strength to fight instead of whining, and since he was holding a sword, he should swing it. Daron thought he couldn't do that, because it was his greatest masterpiece, and he couldn't simply stain that sword with the crude swordsmanship he believed he had. Didikon thought Daron was a very crazy dwarf for thinking that way. He shouldn't dwell on it, and should just use the sword already. At that moment, the stone giants began to move, and quickly tried to crush the two of them like ants. Daron was shocked, and couldn't believe that Didikon had blocked the blow the stone giant had aimed at them. Didikon grew worried, because the defensive enchantment on his armor had already faded. He began to lament, realizing he was going to die like that, wishing he had done everything he had wanted to do before. Regret flooded his mind for all the things he hadn't done. At that moment, Ronan arrived. Didikon saw the stone giant about to attack again, and his eyes widened. Suddenly, the stone giant was struck by several slashes and split in half. Ronan didn't miss the chance to praise Didikon for what he had just done, telling the wolf to rest for a bit and leave the rest to him. Both of them were surprised by Ronan's presence, and Didikon couldn't understand how Ronan had arrived there, since there had been several stone giants along the way. Ronan explained that as for those, he had killed them all and saved the other blacksmiths. This left everyone completely stunned. Didikon couldn't imagine that such a thing was possible, but Ronan told them to stop wasting time and focus on what was important. He asked Daron to give him the sword, since the one he was using was about to break. Daron didn't quite understand, so Ronan asked to confirm whether the sword the dwarf had called his masterpiece was indeed that sword, as he had heard him say so from afar. Daron quickly confirmed it. In the end, Daron told the swordsman that the hilt was still incomplete, but he could use it. Ronan took the sword and was very grateful, but at that moment he really wanted to see how good it was. He drew it from its sheath, and the stone giants immediately prepared to attack attack again. Ronan saw no alternative but to swing the sword, delivering a blow toward the stone giants who were left unable to react and took the full impact. Ronan himself was quite surprised, and Daron was very happy with the result his creation had just produced. Ronan wanted to know what the hell that was, and Daron asked the swordsman what he thought of the sword he had named La Mancha. He explained that he had taken the name from his favorite dreamer, and when he saw his own reflection in the blade, he found it incredible. He added that it was so light you could barely feel its weight in your hands, and that the material was harder than mithril, meaning it could withstand any swordsmanship. The dwarf also explained that he hadn't placed any enchantments on it, but that it possessed a trait that restored damage by absorbing blood. Ronan asked if that was because it had been made from Sita's eggshell. Ronan then made it clear to the old man that he was incredible, something even the swordsman hadn't expected. The dwarf was happy that Ronan liked it, but Didakon reminded them both that this wasn't the time to be smiling. They needed to leave as quickly as possible, since there was no one left to save. Ronan told Didakon to take Daron and get out of there, explaining that he was going to check something and that it was nothing serious. Still, he believed there was a rat hiding there, a very big rat. Didakon didn't understand what Ronan meant, and Ronan briefly explained that something was strange, since he knew the habits of stone giants. They weren't known to be hostile, and if they weren't provoked, everything would be fine. Ronan had also noticed a very suspicious mark behind the heads of the stone giants, something he had never seen before. A magic circle that left both the wolf and the dwarf surprised. Daron approached to take a closer look, and Ronan asked whether the blacksmith recognized it. Daron wasn't an expert in that field and wasn't sure, but the mana reverberation was very well crafted, and that was the reason the stone giants had gone mad. Soon after that, Daron wanted to know who the hell had done this, and Ronan had no idea, but he believed that one way or another, it was something he needed to find out. Then the scene shifts to Ronan exploring that place. He kept wondering whether he was right or not, but the more he explored, the more certain he became. Among the footprints of the stone giant, there were also human footprints, and there was even a magical stone defense system. Ronan thought those guys had planned everything very well, until something caught his attention. He saw a brightly lit corner and could hear a conversation. He quickly hid, wanting to listen to what those men were saying, when his eyes suddenly widened, because he saw something he truly had no idea what it was. It was a massive creature, and just by looking at that scene, he could already tell that those hooded figures were behind everything that had happened. The big problem was what exactly that thing was, because the stone giants he had defeated before looked like children compared to that creature. Ronan also believed that the creature was sealed, but it would soon begin to move. One of the hooded figures then commented that they had intruders. One of them believed this because the brainwashing bond he had cast on the stone giant had been severed, and he thought an intruder had done it. Soon, they assumed that the people of the Empire were very quick to respond. They no longer knew what to do, because they had no stone giants left, and they could not make the greatest of them all move. Soon, one of the hooded figures thought that he himself should go and kill the intruder. That psychopath's name was Eduan. Another hooded figure warned Eduan that they had destroyed most of the facilities, and that this would affect the Empire's weapon manufacturing enough. However, if their identities were revealed, then things could truly spiral out of control for them. At that moment, the blonde hooded woman thought they should retreat for a while. Her name was Cyrilla. Eduan thought she was far too rigid, but in any case, he believed they had no other choice. Soon, Eduan asked whether he should get rid of what was hidden there, and Cyrilla made it clear that he could do whatever he wanted. Ronan was immediately surprised. Eduan smiled and revealed that the smell of a blacksmith's sparks was already irritating him greatly. Then he hurled flames toward Ronan, who simply blocked the attack with his sword. A massive explosion occurred, and Eduan found it completely unexpected. He wanted to know who that swordsman was who had been listening to their conversation. Eduan even found it surprising that the swordsman had not dodged the attack at that moment. Soon, he prepared another ability, suggesting that he bind Ronan's feet so he could not escape. Ronan was surprised, because Eduan was materializing a huge amount of magic at an incredibly fast speed, making it clear that Eduan was no ordinary man. In the end, Eduan wanted to understand how Ronan had managed to get there, since their defense system was not easy to break. Ronan made it clear that he was the one who should be asking the questions, and he wanted to know who those two were. He even joked that the two of them were there to have a secret romance. Eduan immediately told Cyrilla that it would be fun to kill such a witty guy, but Cyrilla thought they were simply wasting the little time they had. Eduan, however, believed she was exaggerating far too much, and that they should enjoy themselves a bit. After all, that empire would be buried by starlight. Ronan was shocked after hearing those words come out of Eduan's mouth, because he immediately remembered the past, when a Hayute had said the very same thing. He then wanted Eduan to repeat those words, wanting to know whether those two hooded figures were aware of what they truly meant. Eduan, however, could not understand the sudden change in mood the swordsman had shown. Soon, Ronan clarified that those two would be coming with him, because he had many questions for the hooded figures. Eduan thought Ronan was just a crazy kid, and wanted to know whether Ronan truly believed he could capture them. He was already preparing another magical attack, but Ronan rushed toward him and sliced off his arm as if it were mortadella. It happened at such brutal brutal speed that Eduan could not even see it, and Ronan stated that it was indeed possible for him to do something like that. Then Ronan told Eduan to stay very quiet while he beat him senseless. Eduan fell to the ground and began to scream desperately. Cirilla was shocked because Eduan had not even been able to react. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the neck by Ronan. She immediately became extremely uneasy, and Ronan said he would greatly appreciate it if she answered his questions obediently, if she did not want her companion to meet a worse fate. Cirilla then tried to escape that serious predicament by using her mana shield, managing to force Ronan to release her. Ronan realized then that she would not be obedient. He also noted that her shield was quite sturdy, but he quickly made several cuts into it and shattered it completely. Cirilla could not understand how he had managed to cut through a mana shield, and he swiftly struck her with a blow. Ronan felt no pity whatsoever for those hooded figures, and it was at that moment that he realized she was a half-elf associated with that man, and he wanted to understand just what the hell the two of them were doing. However, something suddenly launched an explosion toward Ronan, and he found it strange. In any case, he had already severed Eduan's limbs and wanted to understand what the hell that was. Eduan had turned into some kind of tree, and to Ronan, the sight was like staring straight into hell. It was extremely unpleasant for him. Eduan was filled with rage, demanding that Ronan stay away from the half-elf, while Ronan believed that Eduan still did not understand what was really happening. Then he struck Cirilla once again with his sword, and Eduan grew furious at what he was witnessing. Ronan immediately stated that the two of them were completely compromised at that moment, and he wanted Eduan to choose. Either he would listen to Ronan obediently, or Ronan would show the elf how she would lose one of her limbs. He even wondered aloud whether hers would grow back, just like Eduan's. Eduan quickly agreed to go with Ronan, and the swordsman thought he had made an excellent choice, saying that he no longer desired any more bloodshed, and that it would also be quite troublesome if the two of them died there. Then he looked at Cirilla and wanted to understand what had happened to her, because she was smiling in a psychopathic manner. He wanted to know the reason for that, until he suddenly noticed a giant hand nearby and was deeply surprised, unable to understand when she had managed to do that. All he could do at that moment was block with his sword, but the impact was enormous. He was sent flying several meters and slammed hard into the wall. Eduan moved closer to the elf and asked whether she could still move. Cirilla replied that she was fine, and that she owed him one, because if Eduan had not drawn the swordsman's attention when he pretended to attack, she would not have had the time to use it, at least to disrupt his perception or even activate the giant. Even though she had only activated the arm, the half-elf was certain that the damage had been significant. Eduan told Cirilla to go to the church and report the situation, making it clear that he would kill that swordsman. The half-elf warned Eduan to be careful, because to her that swordsman was a monster in the body of a child. Eduan promised he would not be careless, and he was certain that the swordsman was no child. If he did not kill Ronan at that moment, then in the future Ronan could become a great threat, and Eduan could not miss that opportunity. But before he could do anything, he lost his limbs once again and was completely sliced apart, as if he were being prepared for a barbecue. Ronan did not seem to be in a good mood at all. Grape-colored blood sprayed everywhere, and as Eduan's parts fell to the ground, Ronan asked where the half-elf thought she was going. He was certain he had already told her that he had many questions, and he showed her a completely psychopathic expression. Cirilla was terrified and could not understand how he could be acting like that while being so badly injured. Just as Ronan was about to say something to Cirilla, he suddenly felt something and began to tremble, growing worried because his body was no longer obeying his commands. The half-elf tried to understand how things had ended up like that. She was extremely irritated, but as long as she could not guarantee her victory, she needed to report the situation with maximum priority. She told Ronan to prepare himself, declaring that she would uncover every detail of his life and take everything from him. She would take everything he loved, his family and his friends, and destroy every life he cared about. Ronan did not like that at all. He had been so close to getting a lead, and he could not let the elf escape. If things went as before, everything would go wrong again. He just wanted that elf to stop, and he shouted with all his strength. At that moment, Nabaros suddenly appeared and ordered Cirilla to stop, displaying overwhelming power. Nabaros revealed that she also had many questions, but first she needed to confirm something. Using the serpent's affliction, Nabaros demanded to know who that half-elf was, and how she dared to touch her disciple. Professor Nabaros told Ronan that she had heard the details, declaring that he had done a good job. Ronan thought his teacher had arrived at exactly the right time. He also thought it was very good to see her in a place like that. Nabaros did not pay much attention to what he said, feeling that he was merely flattering her. In the end, however, she needed to deal with that half-elf first. Cirilla could see that Nabaros had an aura that took the form of a snake and paralyzed her opponent's entire body. Even so, she felt that she had to escape. Then Nabaros grabbed Cirilla by the face and warned her that she had done things she should never have done. What angered Nabaros the most, however, was the fact that Cirilla had injured her disciple. She told the half-elf to eagerly await the future she would witness with her own eyes. The serpent of affliction attacked the half-elf, but in the end Cirilla only apologized to her stars before collapsing to the ground. Nabaros once again told Ronan that he had done a good job. She also informed the student that after treating his injuries, he should report to the director. Ronan then asked about the future the instructor had mentioned. He wanted to know if she was referring to imprisonment in Lodolan. Nabaros confirmed it, though she did not understand why he was asking. Ronan realized it was exactly as he had imagined. The Fortress of Screams, known as Lodolan, was a prison in the middle of the ocean. It was well known for interrogating criminals who opposed the Empire, using any kind of method to extract confessions. Ronan then asked his teacher whether he could observe the interrogation. Nabaros wanted to understand what he was talking about, explaining that it was not a place he should go. Ronan, however, grabbed her arm and explained that he wanted to go just once, and that it was truly important to him. Nabaros was slightly surprised by his request. Then the scene shifts to the blacksmiths, who had been injured there, as they received medical treatment. Maria was relieved to see that everyone was all right, while Asel, as always, was deeply worried. He only hoped that Ronan would return soon. He did not want to imagine that something might have happened to his friend. Suddenly, Ronan appeared, asking whether one of his two friends had called him. Maria and Asel stood there with their mouths open after his sudden appearance, while he smiled and said that he had heard a summary on his way there and knew that the two of them had done a good job. While Maria brought in more reinforcements, Asel and Sita had saved more than half of the blacksmiths there. Ronan then asked whether his two friends were injured. Maria thought that she should be the one asking that question and wanted to know why Ronan was in such a state. Asel noticed that he was badly wounded and quickly called Sita to treat his injuries, but Ronan said it was all right and that he had already received basic treatment. At that moment, he looked at Eduan and Cyrilla and told his two friends that there was still something he needed to do. The scene then shifts to a few hours later, on the secret route to Lodolan, specifically at the cliff of the Grengno forest, where several people had gathered. Nabaros was also there with Ronan. Soon, the schools of Lodolan appeared atop their giant birds. A man stepped down from a carriage and greeted Nabaros, informing her that they had been summoned by the Empire to escort the criminal. Nabaros explained that the man possessed an incredible regenerative ability, and that they should keep that in mind during the interrogation. The escort agent replied that the interrogator would be very pleased to hear that. It had been a long time since something as entertaining as what they were receiving that day had appeared. The escort agent then said they were departing, and that they would make contact once the interrogation was over. He also asked Nabaros to continue doing her best for the peace of the Empire. Soon, they took flight. Nabaros believed that a week should be enough for the two prisoners to start talking in Lodolan. She told Ronan that she would inform him as soon as she received contact, and that he should be ready to leave at any moment. She asked whether that was enough, and Ronan agreed, thanking her for the opportunity. After all of that, time passed quickly, and the restoration of Carpadoki progressed rapidly thanks to the Empire's assistance. Ronan returned to the Empire and spent his time receiving supplementary lessons from his teacher. Then the scene shifts again to a few days later at the Fortress of Screams, Lodolan, where screams and groans could be heard everywhere. While a prisoner was undergoing dental treatment, the escort agent began to lament, saying that he had been so entertained that he had almost forgotten it was nearly time for their guest to arrive. The scene then shifts to one of the prison's staff members welcoming Nabaros and Ronan. The man revealed that he was the interrogator in charge of the new criminal, and also the one responsible for showing the place to Ronan and his teacher. His name was Karaka. He asked whether the two of them wanted to see the criminal first. Nabaros confirmed, as they wanted to hear the details of the interrogation. Karaka then asked them to follow him, but Ronan felt that something strange was going on. The idea that such an old man was an interrogator at Lodolan was unexpected to him, and he truly did not trust it. Nabaros found it amusing, as everyone said the same thing when they first saw Karaka. She asked her student not to judge a book by its cover, because he would soon find out for himself. That old man was known there as the worst nightmare. They then walked down the corridor, and Karaka informed them that the cell was not very far, and that he would give them a brief summary. He explained that the first thing that needed to be said was that those two were part of an organization called Nebula Clasier. Nabaros was hearing about that organization for the first time, and asked whether it was a criminal organization like Calaboro. Karaka confirmed it, adding that the difference was that they were even more dangerous. From the great fire that destroyed Naelin's barn to the explosion at the Magical Engineering Research Facility in Adaman, it had been confirmed that they were behind all those previously unexplained incidents. Ronan truly had not expected it to be such an obvious organization, and he had never heard of it in his past life. Karaka told them that more details would be provided through the reports. Then Ronan asked the old man whether that organization used the term Starlight, or perhaps Advent of the Star. Karaka immediately replied that he had never heard of that before. Ronan grew thoughtful and explained that he had heard certain things when he captured those people, and that he believed they were connected to their objective. He wanted to know whether the two prisoners had said anything about it. However, Karaka simply put on his mask, and Ronan felt that the atmosphere had completely changed. Karaka soon realized that he had exposed his flaws during their first meeting, and now he felt ashamed of it. To Karaka, it seemed that he had not shown his full sincerity, and he had no choice but to push himself even further. Ronan then saw the two of them inside inside the cell and could not believe they were the same people he had seen before. Edouan and Cirilla were in a completely deplorable state. Karaka informed them that Edouan was impressive. He used a specialized dark magic to regenerate his own body. Karaka explained that it was very easy to deal with Edouan. All one had to do was keep burning him until he could no longer regenerate. After that, it was simply a matter of cutting off his limbs and putting all one's effort into it, while continuing to burn him. Karaka told the teacher and her student that they would become Edouan's best friends after doing that. To make matters worse, he even pointed the heated spear at them. However, Karaka felt that Edouan was hiding something, and this left him deeply disappointed. He grabbed Edouan by the hair and asked whether they had not agreed to be sincere with one another. Edouan fell into despair, insisting that he had told everything he knew. Karaka could no longer believe him, because he had just heard something about the advent of the star. Edouan did not know what to say, and Karaka made it clear that he was willing to finish Edouan off because of his disappointment. In contrast, Cirilla did not possess regenerative abilities like Edouan, so Karaka was not as concerned about her. In the end, she could die if he continued to oppress her, and the half-elf began to tremble just from hearing her own name. At that moment, Edouan only wanted Karaka to kill him. Ronan was deeply shocked, as he had never seen anything on that level, not even when he had been a soldier. Still, he could not understand how Edouan managed to hide things even in a situation like that. In any case, their identities had already been exposed, and Ronan assumed that instead of Edouan refusing to say it, perhaps he was unable to say it. Karaka's eyes widened at that realization. Nabaros did not quite understand at first. Ronan knew that Nabaros was aware of the methods used on soldiers to hide secrets and prevent information leaks, namely a forbidden curse. Ronan thought that this might be the case with those two as well. Karaka was greatly shocked, because that day had been deeply humiliating for him, and he felt utterly betrayed. He had never imagined that he could have overlooked something so obvious. Soon, Karaka asked the two guests to wait for a moment, as there was something he needed to fetch. A few minutes later, the scene shifts, and Ronan saw that Karaka had returned with something terrifying. He wanted to know what the hell it was. Karaka explained that it was a cursed eye, essentially a monster that devours curses. For criminals who are unable to speak during interrogation because of curses, the cursed eye was extremely useful. Karaka then approached Edouan and placed the cursed eye directly on his forehead. Edouan was terrified and wanted to know what the hell that thing was. Karaka told the cursed eye that it could eat as much as it wanted because he would release it soon. Edouan began to feel intense pain as the cursed eye started to glow. Then Karaka said it was finished and that he would ask once again. He asked what the advent of the star was. Edouan explained that the star was an eternal entity, the only grace that would save the lesser creatures of that world, like small lights waiting for the advent of the star to begin in the heavens. Cirilla was utterly shocked by what she heard. Edouan clarified that they worked to ensure that nothing could interfere with their long-standing desire, and the half-elf demanded that he shut his mouth immediately. Karaka thought that Edouan had spoken far too much for an old man's patience, and said it would be better to simplify things. He wanted to know whether something was going to fall from the sky soon, and what exactly it was. Edouan replied that it was the child of the stars, and Ronan's eyes widened because he knew that Edouan was talking about a Hayute. At that moment, Ronan stepped forward and asked the old man Karaka to wait a moment. Then, in a very ominous manner, he asked Edouan whether the child of the star he was referring to was Spore a Hayute. If Edouan still had legs, he would have jumped at that question. Edouan went into complete collapse, wanting to know how the swordsman knew about that, and soon he began to swell as if he were a meatball, becoming ugly like Deadpool. The old man quickly asked Ronan to stop because things were literally getting ugly. Without hesitation, Karaka used magic to protect the integrity of his guest while Edouan was opening up like a flower. Suddenly, Edouan exploded as if he were a Taliban, and blood flew everywhere. The old man admitted to the swordsman that he had not expected that. Even though the cursed eye had absorbed the curse, Karaka did not expect things to end that way. Ronan wanted to know if that happened often, but Karaka declared that it was something rare. He then began to believe that the curse had been cast in two parts. The first was not to reveal anything about the advent of the star to anyone outside the organization, and Cirilla, with her eyes blindfolded, was already starting to tremble. The second part was that words mentioning the secret would cause the individual to explode as if they were a Taliban. The old man's curiosity was greater, so he asked the swordsman what a Hayute was, but he asked it in that gentle way of his that was hard to forget. Ronan immediately felt squeezed to the point that not even a needle could pass through, while Karaka guessed that a Hayute might be some kind of secret organization and wanted to understand how Ronan knew something confidential. His hand began to radiate energy, making it clear to Ronan that, as the investigator of the case, he needed to know this, though in truth he was just a nosy gossip. Ronan wanted to satisfy the old man's curiosity and lied, saying it was nothing important and that he had only learned about it by coincidence. The old man did not understand that. Ronan explained that he was the first to find the two of them in Carpadoki, so it was something he ended up hearing while he was hidden. He pretended to think think it was not that important, but when he arrived there, he changed his mind and thought it really was something important. He apologized, saying he had gotten excited and ended up interfering, and then asked if the old man was satisfied. Karaka began thinking about the fact that the boy had obtained the information by coincidence. Even so, he believed Ronin was lying, but he did not think Ronin was a danger to the Empire because of the expression in his eyes. He felt a great force of will in the swordsman's gaze until he began to question whether that was actually hatred toward those people. Quickly sensing that the old man was getting extremely strange, Nabaros, who was a rough woman, already grabbed her sword because in the northeast, things are settled with a blade. She wanted the old man to immediately stop his terrible agony. She wanted to know if he was really going to interrogate her disciple right in front of her. The old man grew a bit tense and explained to Nabaros that it was not quite like that and that he was only checking. He became a little embarrassed and said he liked to be careful. He then quieted down and apologized to Ronin. The swordsman, relieved, was happy that the old man had not misunderstood him. He knew that had been dangerous and that the old man had almost interrogated him. Karaka thought it was a shame that he had lost the cursed eye, since a cursed eye is hard to destroy. Ronin was surprised to learn that such a creature was so strong. Karaka affirmed how powerful cursed eyes were, and the strange old man thought those hellish creatures were ugly cute. He then suggested that Ronin touch the cursed eye, until Ronin looked at it and was shocked. The cursed eye had simply changed, and he realized that it had absorbed a curse. However, the old man did not know whose curse it was, since he had not even gone near Cyrilla. Then he remembered that when he used the shield to protect his guest from Edouan's terrible mess, he had touched Ronin's shoulder, but only for a moment. He then picked up the cursed eye and once again apologized to Ronin for being rude, placing the cursed eye in the swordsman's hand. Ronin was frightened, not understanding why the old man had done that out of nowhere. The cursed eye began to swell like a pufferfish and quickly exploded. Ronin, splattered with a questionable liquid, wanted to understand what the hell had just happened. Karaka thought the cursed eye simply could not endure it and did not understand how that had happened. He then warned Ronin that he believed the swordsman was cursed. Ronin did not understand and wanted to know the reason for that strange conversation, and Karaka, a born gossip, wanted to know whether Ronin felt any restriction in his daily movements, as if he could not run or hold steel objects. Ronin was a little surprised, and the old man was already affirming it to himself. Ronin looked at his teacher, and Karaka, seeing that there were no answers, thought he should stop asking questions, since not even he could resolve it. However, he wanted Ronin to be aware that, by the power of the curse, he had no idea who had cast it on the swordsman, and it seemed to carry an enormous malicious intent. Later that same night, the bird arrived, and Karaka said he would provide information about Cyrilla as soon as he removed the curse and interrogated her properly, with that gentle manner that only that old man knew how to use. Nabaros was waiting for information, and Ronin became distracted. The old man thought that many things were running through the young man's mind, and Ronin explained that he truly was thoughtful after that discovery. The old man understood but did not want Ronin to worry, since he was a student of Philleon. Ronin had no idea what Karaka meant by that. Karaka explained that there was a mage there who was the only one on the continent who knew about curses, known as Professor Maya's Secret. Then the scene shifts to the strange bird with the carriage behind it flying through the sky. Ronin was worried and wanted to know what was wrong with him. Nabaros thought he got tense over very little. She also noticed that his eye was itching a lot, and he confirmed it. He thought it had been like that since the cursed eye touched him, and he wanted to know if everything was really okay. Nabaros thought that was one of the most common symptoms when a curse is weakening. She wanted to know if the swordsman truly did not know who had cast the curse on him. Ronin could not think of anyone, and believed he had lived the life of a saint for someone to harbor malicious intent toward him. He had no idea, and thanked his teacher for what she had done in Lodolan, revealing that he found that old man's eyes frightening, and that, if it were not for her, he believed he would have ended up making something up that he never did just to confess. Nabaros thought he did not need to thank her, since she had only done what a teacher should do. Ronin saw that she was a good person, in addition to being skilled with the sword. He thought that the more he got to know her, the better she seemed, and that was starting to feel strange to him. He could not understand why he had never heard of Nabaros in his past life, so he began to wonder whether the Classier Nebula had done something. The scene then shifts to another day, in the training area for magic students in the Sherry Forest. There, the Pillars Park was located, and Adishan welcomed the swordsman. She had not seen Ronin since that day and was happy because, thanks to the instructor, they were seeing each other again. She wanted to know how he had been. She seemed radiant, and her glow even made Ronin feel shy. It was there that he noticed the problem with his great commander, and he wanted to know what he could do. He had not thought about what the hell to do, so he decided it was better to just smile and agree with her. Then he asked how she was doing. She explained that after everything that had happened before, everyone who used to fear Cardin was now friendly. She was worried because Cardin was always afraid whenever he met her. In the end, she did not think it was so bad, and Ronin did not understand, since she seemed bipolar. She also commented that she had heard he was cursed, the big-mouthed teacher had told her, and he confirmed it. He also learned that he needed to meet Professor Skrit, and that was why he had gone to that place. Still, he found the place quite strange, imagining that Professor Skrit must be very exotic, and Adashan agreed with him. Adashan also told him that Professor Sekret's office was very unique, and students who were not mages did not even think about going there. She had asked a young magic student to guide Ronan, but she looked around and saw that the student had not arrived yet. At that moment, the silhouette of a person appeared right in front of them, and then the small girl hugged Adashan, revealing that she had missed her a lot. Adashan called the girl Eli. Ronan could not believe what he was seeing, because he was sure that Eli was the girl who had been talking about wolves and sheep, Akalusia. Adashan apologized for calling Eli to that place so suddenly, but Eli said it was fine and that she would always come when called. However, Eli did not understand why it was necessary to see Professor Sekret until she looked at Ronan, who seemed very worn down. Eli became quite frightened, and it was then that the swordsman revealed to her that it was he who had asked for this. He thought it had been a long time and called her Elizabeth, unsure whether he should call her Eli. The girl immediately began to shout, wanting to know why he was there. The scene then shifts to them walking. Ronan could not believe that that was the professor's office. He found everything very suspicious. To him, women were the devil's art, and Elizabeth wanted to burn him alive. The problem was that he called her Eli, and the girl became sour about it, making it very clear that he should not call her that way, and also clarifying that she was not going to burn him. She just wanted him to keep walking, and Ronan was surprised at how ill-tempered she was. Even so, he was unexpectedly shocked, because he had not imagined that she would be friends with his great commander. Ronan thought she was the original Akalusia, so he began imagining how the two of them had met. Then Eli opened the door, and the two of them went inside. There, the professor was sitting, and Ronan could not believe that she was the professor, because she was a very worn-out old woman. Elizabeth also told him not to be hasty, saying that there was one more thing. The two of them approached, and Elizabeth said that only to be sure. Using her magic, she warned Ronan that from that moment on, he should stay still and do nothing, and she hoped he had understood very well. Ronan was confused, and Elizabeth uttered a few words, casting her spell. Ronan watched it all without understanding, because nothing had changed so far. Suddenly, the old woman's mouth began to open. Her teeth were far too perfect for someone her age, and her mouth simply grew enormous, large enough to fit many things inside. Ronan wanted to understand what the hell was happening. Elizabeth told him not to be afraid, and revealed that this was the professor's true office. Suddenly, everything had changed. It was then that the swordsman understood that this was the entrance, not the old woman. He wanted to know what kind of disease that was, and the professor was behind him. Seeing that he was the student sent by Nabaros, she came very close to him, stretching Ronan's eye. Just as Professor Nabaros had said, Maya Sekret felt something very determined within him. She was the greatest curse artist on the continent. She thought Ronan was a very interesting boy. In the end, she was already 83 years old, but it seemed as though she were still in childhood. Ronan could not believe that that little brat was Professor Maya. Maya already knew, and made it very clear that he did not need to be so surprised, explaining that there were some personal circumstances, but she was already over 80 years old. Ronan thought she still looked like she was 8, and he wanted to know whether there was a limit to how young she could appear. Maya wanted to leave that topic for later, since there were more important things to be resolved there. She snapped her fingers, and a strong magical aura began to surround Ronan, who became quite frightened. Maya said that she would free him from that curse. Ronan looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Maya Sekret had never imagined that there would be so many intertwined curses within a single body. In the end, Ronan was full of spiritual attachments, and Maya identified that the origin of that magic was ancient, which was very dangerous. Even with great skill, no one would be able to touch it. Ronan quickly became anxious, wanting to know whether she would not be able to remove the curse. The professor told him not to worry. Even though the number and type of curses were beyond her expectations, she was very well prepared. She told the swordsman to listen carefully, because at that moment she would materialize the curse within his body into his mental realm. He only needed to do one thing: find the origin of the curse that was restraining him and cut it in half. Ronan did not understand, and asked the professor how he would know what he had to cut. She told him that when he saw it, he would know by instinct alone. Then she wished him a good journey and touched his forehead. At that moment, it felt as if he were falling into a black hole. He could not understand how things were happening so suddenly. Suddenly, he was in a forest, and began to doubt whether he was truly in the mental realm of his own body. He was standing on solid ground, and soon he saw his own house there. He began to question whether the origin, whatever it was, might be inside his own home. Then he felt something pass by him, and wanted to understand what it was, until he heard a voice announcing to his mother that someone had arrived. He was completely shocked. It was his sister Iriel, but much younger. The scene then shifts inside the house. Iriel was looking at Ronan in his cradle, wondering why her brother was always sleeping. She asked if he was sick, and their mother explained that babies grow while they sleep. She said Iriel had been the same when she was younger, and told her that if her brother ever got sick in the future, she should take care of him. Iriel promised her mother that she would protect protect him forever. Ronan was stunned, because it was exactly how his house used to be, and he had been fine when he was born. The baby in the cradle really was him, and the swordsman thought that was impossible. He could not understand how there could have been a time when he was like that. He thought he had been a fool since birth. He looked around, realizing that this was his past, yet he could not understand how he remembered none of it. Then the door opened, and a person with a completely different energy entered his room, as if charged with something. Even though Ronan was in the mental realm, he could feel that the man carried a dark presence. Ronan began to tremble. He wanted to know who the hell that man was. Ronan's mother thought that the unidentified man had arrived earlier than expected. The man spoke words that Ronan himself could not understand, but his mother replied that Renan was in the cradle. Suddenly, the man said something ominous, which Ronan's mother did not understand. At that moment, he used his magic and simply put her to sleep. Errol became confused upon seeing her mother like that. Ronan was utterly shocked, and the man quickly put Errol to sleep as well. That was when Ronan collapsed internally. He began cursing the man, even though the man could not hear him, since Ronan was merely a spectator. Then he saw something that made his eyes widen. The man was creating the very curse Ronan had seen leave his body earlier. It was a completely different kind of energy, and Ronan believed that this man was the one he was supposed to cut down. He finally saw the origin of the curse. At the same time, Maya was astonished. Despite all her preparations, she trembled. She had not imagined that it would consume all her mana. It was truly an unbelievable curse. Elizabeth asked her teacher whether it was really that intense and how many curses were present. Maya did not know exactly, but if she were to speak only in numbers, there were about 10. Elizabeth was visibly shocked. She began to believe that even with her teacher handling it, it would be impossible to remove all the curses. Maya immediately denied that, revealing that it was not very difficult, which was precisely why she was surprised. The curse Professor Maya Secret was dealing with at that moment was only one. Meanwhile, Ronan watched the man radiating magic in all directions. He spoke a few words, turned his back, and left, closing the door behind him. Ronan wondered if the confinement had been lifted and called out to Errol and his mother, only to realize that both were merely sleeping. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. However, he tried to calm himself. There was only one thing he needed to do in the mental realm. He needed to kill that man. Psychopathic thoughts filled his mind. The man was already leaving, so Ronan suddenly sliced the entire house in half and charged straight toward the mysterious figure. But Ronan was completely taken by surprise. The sorcerer had been waiting for him. Ronan believed the sorcerer wanted something from him, yet the mysterious individual said nothing at all. Ronan demanded to know how that man dared to touch his family right in front of him. He made it clear that he would never forgive that sorcerer and rushed at him with all his fury. The sorcerer simply raised his hand casually, and a sword instantly appeared in it. The two began to fight. Ronan could not understand what was happening. He never expected a mere curse to wield a sword. In the end, he was the one being pressured. The curse managed to slash his face. That mysterious individual was clearly not playing around and struck Ronan with full force. After that blow, Ronan fell to his knees. He began to despair, thinking it was impossible because his sword could not harm the curse. Suddenly, the mysterious individual turned his back on him. Ronan found it strange that the curse was leaving without finishing him off. He felt that things could not end that way and tried to gather his strength, feeling like a crying baby in that moment. He still had a question to ask. He stood up and told the curse that this was not over. He wanted to understand why that individual was doing this. Ronan was keenly aware that expressions, tone, and actions mattered, and his mother and sister did not treat just anyone that way. He had felt the same affection Errol showed when she looked at him. He believed he already knew who that person was, but he needed to understand why the individual had done it. He received no answers from the curse, but he knew that this person had made his mother and sister suffer and had placed a curse on him. He could not accept that the curse would neither apologize nor explain itself. He leapt forward, furious, unable to believe that the man could still call himself a father. At that moment, Ronan made his father lose his head. He no longer cared whether his father said anything at all. He would find out for himself. He only wanted his father out of his body, cursing even his own grandmother. Soon, the scene returns to Professor Maya's office, and Ronan wakes up. However, he wakes up completely disoriented, and Maya notices that he has finally awakened. She wants to know how the swordsman is feeling, and in the end, Ronan wants to know who she is, because she looks completely different, and he cannot believe that she is actually Professor Maya Secret. She sees that he truly recognized her, and thinks that he has keen senses, but he explains that it is not what she is thinking, and asks whether age has finally caught up with her, and whether it was because of him. Maya tells him not to worry, and makes it clear that it has nothing to do with him. She also wants to know whether he feels anything different. Ronan immediately confirms it, and being completely honest, he says that he never imagined she was normal when he first met her, but at that moment, he could say that his initial thoughts had been confirmed. The professor believes that this means everything went according to plan, and then they sit at a table and have some tea to talk, which she finds all surprising after hearing his story. The curse inside him used memories that even he himself does not remember in order to create recreate the scenario. He also explains to her that he believes the one who placed the curse on him was his own father. At least so far, the probability is high. Professor Maya wants to understand why he thinks that, since she believes he does not recognize the person. Ronan explains that he was able to hear the words spoken by his mother and his sister to that man. And when that individual interfered with his family, he felt that something was wrong because it was something very distant to the swordsman, something that was supposed to be his. It was a distant feeling of sadness, and perhaps that was why Ronan had become even more irritated. However, while talking with the professor, Ronan realizes that perhaps that feeling actually belonged to that man he believed to be his father. Maya then asks whether he has any memories of his father, and Ronan confirms that he does not, also explaining that neither he nor his sister ever doubted anything. It was as if the memories in his mind had been cut away, and thus Maya begins to believe that it was not only his mana sensitivity that had been severed, but his entire existence. In the end, the professor believes that his father, together with that curse, altered Ronan's memories, and that during the process, part of his father's memories were transferred to him. Memory magic usually has side effects, and the mental realm may have made use of those memories. Therefore, the reason Ronan was able to use mana before destroying the curse may be because he recovered his lost senses, allowing him to use it temporarily. The swordsman then asks whether the glowing threads in his hands are mana. Professor Maya confirms it, saying that perhaps for now he will only be able to see it, but one day he will be able to use it just like the other students, if she manages to remove 2 of the remaining 9 curses within him. She then explains that it will take time because the curses are powerful and their origin is unknown. She tells him that she will contact him when the preparations are ready, and that he is free to go for now since the sun is already rising. Ronan is very surprised because Maya Secret has simply become young again, and he asks whether the professor changes her form according to the time of day. Maya merely explains that her body is somewhat complicated. Ronan can imagine that, and Maya tells him that he may have to face a harsh reality, but she wants him to remain firm because the days will become increasingly complicated if he remains trapped in the past. In this way, Ronan counts on her in the future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the scene shows the basement of the great Carpadoki. There, beside the giant, a man looks at it and realizes it is much larger than he had imagined. He also cannot believe that instead of Professor Nabaros, it was a student who dealt with all of that alone. Then a young man arrives. His name is Dolan, and the man asks how the recovery is going. Dolan reports that it is progressing and that everything should return to normal within a week. Dolan also reports that he checked what they were doing according to the orders he received, but he did not obtain any additional information so far. However, thanks to Philleon Academy, he was able to confirm the identity of the student who was there. Dolan then asks the man whether he wants to meet that student personally. That man, with his small beard, is the Grand Duke Joseph Sinovan of Grantia, the head of the ducal Grantia family. Suddenly, the statue is activated and its eyes emit a red light. Dolan immediately apologizes to Duke Joseph and asks him to leave the area because at that moment the immense creature is already beginning to move. Dolan tells the Duke, in the name of the Order of Knights, that he will take care of it, but Joseph explains that it will not be necessary. The creature then tries to attack them, and Joseph draws his sword, remarking that he is in no hurry. He delivers a blow so powerful that it tears off the arm of the enormous stone creature. He then slices that stone thing as if it were flesh, causing many fragments to fall to the ground. He calls Dolan to leave with him as the creature completely collapses. He is eager to meet the young hero of Philleon, whom he is referring to as Ronan. The scene then shifts to the next day, in the Nabardozer dormitory, where someone is knocking on Ronan's door, irritating him as he assumes it is some lunatic early in the morning. Dolan is there, and Ronan asks who he is, even having the audacity to call Dolan a beggar, as if he wanted to end up printed on a shirt. Dolan comments that Ronan is quite a rude boy, and asks whether Ronan is sure he wants to continue treating him that way. Ronan then notices that Dolan actually seems to be a noble. On top of that, Ronan feels mana coming from Dolan, a dark mana that seems strange, with something mixed into it. Ronan is no longer sure whether it is truly mana at all, but either way it feels strangely familiar. Joseph then asks Dolan to wait a moment, as they are not in a position to act in such a manner. Dolan remains reluctant, believing that Ronan has disrespected his highness. Ronan is surprised to see Joseph, and immediately suspects that he is in fact the Duke of the Empire. Joseph apologizes to Ronan, and asks whether he could spare a little of his time. Ronan then realizes that this truly is Duke Joseph Grantia, and the two of them enter his room together. Joseph showed Ronan a box containing La Mancha's scabbard, which had been completed the day before. However, Ronan did not understand why the Duke had brought it to him. Joseph quickly explained that the master blacksmiths of Great Carpadoki had insisted, especially Master Daron, who had been particularly persistent. Ronan was truly left speechless, and Joseph also revealed that he wished to express his personal gratitude, as the Grantia family and Great Carpadoki shared an excellent relationship. Joseph's sword, called Pale Path, had also been crafted by Master Daron. Duke Joseph Grantia wanted to demonstrate his gratitude to the hero who saved Carpadoki, and he brought something else for Ronan in return. Ronan was surprised to see that it was a Grancia medallion bearing the patriarchal seal. He asked Joseph whether he was truly sure about giving him something so precious, since with that medallion Ronan could buy 3 villages. The Duke believed that his gift was only fair for the savior of Carpadoki, and that it was also for the sake of the Grancia family's honor. There were also 2 other students who had helped Ronan. Joseph informed him that they too had received gifts from the master blacksmiths, in addition to the medallion. The Duke hoped that Ronan had truly liked everything. Ronan thought that his friends would treat those gifts as family heirlooms. In the end, Duke Joseph felt relieved and changed the subject, wanting to know whether Ronan could tell him what lay behind that incident. He was genuinely interested in those nefarious sinners. However, as he asked the question, his power began to show itself. Seeing that glare right in his face, Ronan became startled, as the Duke looked like a walking lantern. He felt awkward and began to laugh nervously, now witnessing the true power of the leader of the Grancia family. Ronan explained to Duke Joseph that he was not sure how much he could say, but he could assure him that those rats were far more terrifying than they could imagine. Ronan also revealed that they were extremely fast, and that he had spent a long time chasing them. As he was about to say more about what had been uncovered, a flash passed right in front of him, drawing his attention. Ronan wanted to understand what it was, and he noticed that Dolan had not reacted at all up to that moment. Suddenly, Dolan began responding to his mission, and Ronan realized that the feeling was similar to what he had felt while fighting Cyrilla and Edouan. Ronan then began to believe that Dolan was one of Cyrilla and Edouan's accomplices. Joseph asked what had happened, wondering why Ronan had suddenly stopped speaking. Ronan did not understand that reaction, and asked whether Joseph could not feel what his subordinate was emitting. The Duke grew concerned, and asked whether Ronan was feeling uncomfortable. Ronan was aware that Duke Joseph Grancia was the most powerful person on the continent, and he could not understand why the Duke was unable to perceive it. Ronan was incredulous that he was the only one there who could see it. He then asked the Duke whether he had ever heard of the advent of the star. Dolan's expression changed completely, and Ronan was unsure whether he should continue provoking him. Ronan explained that it had something to do with an organization called Nebula Clasier, which consisted of children of the stars. Joseph expressed surprise, saying he had no idea such an organization existed on the continent. He then asked whether Ronan had obtained that information on his own. Ronan confirmed it, explaining that everything had happened before his professor even arrived. He had cut off their arms and legs to make them talk. He then laughed loudly, calling the 2 of them a bunch of idiots, saying that watching them beg for mercy had been amusing. However, he soon realized that he was speaking far too casually in front of one of the most powerful men on the continent, and he clarified that he was simply being detailed. Joseph, however, held the hero in such high regard that he did not mind Ronan's manner of speaking. He said he would confirm the rest with Laudelin's interrogator, but added that if he heard any more of that story, he would no longer be able to eat. Ronan quickly avoided saying more to the Duke, believing that there was no need to explain further. He felt that Dolan was already losing control. Joseph quickly stood up, informing Ronan that he would be leaving immediately, as he had not imagined there would be infiltrators across the continent and needed to take urgent measures. Ronan told Duke Joseph Grancia that there was one thing he needed to know about them. Joseph became quite curious. Ronan then revealed that there were many things to discuss, and that it would not be proper to talk about them with someone as busy as the Duke. He said he would write a report that night and send it by mail, telling Joseph that it would be very interesting to read, and making it clear that he would also include information about a Hayut. At that exact moment, Dolan's eyes widened, as he could no longer hide himself. That same night, Ronan was lying in his bed, snoring so loudly that he was drooling, showing how deeply he was sleeping. Suddenly, Dolan slashed through Ronan's bed as if wishing him good night and calling him a princess. However, this was not what Dolan had expected, because Ronan had simply vanished. The swordsman made it clear to Dolan that he had already expected him to appear that very day, saying it was a pleasure to meet rat number 3. Dolan wanted to know how Ronan had known, but Ronan told him to calm down, explaining that he had brought a guest for him. He pointed in that person's direction, catching Dolan by surprise. Standing there was his young master, Philleon. Philleon was a serious man, and he was clearly outraged, demanding explanations about Dolan, as he truly did not know how to interpret the situation. The scene then shifts to a few hours before that terrible confrontation. Ronan had gone to the upper floor hall of Dronzer and explained the entire situation to Philleon. Although confused, Philleon wanted to know whether Ronan had proof, since Dolan, in both skill and loyalty, was among the finest knights of the Grancia family and had been chosen as his father's guardian 4 years after becoming a knight. Philleon saw no reason for Dolan to attack Ronan without cause. Ronan, however, thought the Grancia family was somewhat trash for choosing a man with only 4 years of experience. He turned his back on Philleon, who was left confused. Ronan did not care, and made it clear that if Philleon wished, he could see it with his own eyes. In any case, Ronan was not afraid of Dolan. He also warned that if he was right, Philleon would be ridding his family of a rat infiltrated within it. At that moment, Philleon demanded that Dolan explain himself and pointed his sword at him, as Dolan had gone temporarily mute. Ronan thought Schlieffen was far too naive, since a traitor would not speak willingly just because he was being questioned. Then Dolan suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, and an immense surge of mana erupted. Ronan was deeply shocked as his body suddenly felt heavy, and Dolan's mana began to wrap around his limbs. In the next instant, he was attacked with full force, but he managed to block it at the very last moment. Schlieffen demanded to know what the hell Dolan was doing, yet Dolan continued attacking Ronan. Dolan realized it was fortunate that Schlieffen had not yet mastered area control of his mana. Given Schlieffen's personality, Dolan believed he would not use a violent ability that could injure others. Schlieffen was enraged by those words, and Dolan immediately attacked him as well. Schlieffen defended himself, and Dolan remarked that it was a shame. He had not wanted their relationship to end like this. Ronan had truly ruined everything. Schlieffen found the situation extremely strange, because Dolan's abilities were different from what he knew. At that moment, he believed Dolan might have been hiding his true power. He asked since when Dolan had been betraying his family, but Dolan told him bluntly that he had never been on their side to begin with. Hearing that, Schlieffen immediately understood everything and told Ronan that he could do as he pleased. Ronan then went all out against Dolan, who was caught off guard and began to tremble, unable to understand how Ronan possessed such strength. Ronan thought Schlieffen was irritatingly stubborn. Schlieffen explained that he only needed confirmation and told Ronan that for a while, Grancia would be bathed in blood. With that, he launched an attack that completely shattered Dolan's defenses. The traitor could not comprehend it. Schlieffen had withstood his mana at full power and still managed to hold back his mana blade like that. All of that using only his own mana. Dolan then realized that Schlieffen had been hiding his abilities. Yet there had been no reason for Schlieffen to do so, and Dolan concluded that Schlieffen must have grown stronger in a very short time. He thought it was impossible. Even if Schlieffen were a genius, he could not understand what kind of genius could grow that fast. Just then, Ronan appeared in front of Dolan, sounding bored. Dolan had the audacity to let his guard down, and Ronan attacked. Dolan barely managed to block. He began to lament, realizing that Ronan was just as strong as Schlieffen. Ronan unleashed a massive slash that destroyed the entire floor. Ronan could not believe Dolan had managed to dodge it, and he ended up taking a kick straight to the face. Dolan grew worried. They had made far too much noise, and if it continued like this, the professors would arrive. He needed to retreat immediately. He ran toward the window, never expecting things to go so wrong just from trying to kill a kid. He had been mistaken in thinking he could defeat both of them at once. He needed to hide and wait for another opportunity to return and finish his task. However, Schlieffen appeared and told Dolan that he acknowledged he was still not as skilled as his father. He could not yet properly wield the Tempest Sword, but Schlieffen said Dolan had been foolish to run in that direction, knowing that there was no one there who could be harmed if he used the Tempest Sword, except for the traitor of his family, whom he truly wanted to kill. That was the secret technique of the Grancia family, known as the Tempest Sword. Dolan realized things had turned sour for him and tried desperately to cut through the technique, but it was useless. He was completely swallowed by Schlieffen's ability. At that moment, Schlieffen believed that from that day onward, no one in the family would remember Dolan. In any case, it did not matter. Dolan had never truly been a Grancia. Ronan saw that Schlieffen had handled everything in a very flashy manner. He thought Schlieffen must have been furious. However, since Dolan was completely ruined, there was no way to take him to Lodolan. Schlieffen said they should not worry. He had only severed Dolan's tendons, so he would not die quickly. At least, that was Schlieffen's theory, and hearing that only made Ronan even more concerned. Schlieffen did not panic because Ronan was there, and everything would be fine. He also needed to inform his family about what had happened as soon as possible. With barely contained rage, he said they had to find all the traitors who were infiltrated among them. Then he took off running like a bounding gazelle, making it clear that he would leave the rest to Ronan. Ronan could not believe how his comrade had just left like that, dumping all the trouble on him. In any case, the one who had destroyed everything there was Schlieffen himself. Suddenly, Director Krava appeared with his sword in hand, asking what had happened and whether Ronan had been ambushed. Ronan did not expect the director to be there, along with Nabaros. Nabaros was wearing pajamas, which scrambled the mind of the poor teenager who spent his nights fighting battles within himself. Still, he tried to keep his composure and declared that he loved her pajamas. Nabaros, however, was blunt and only wanted him to answer her question. The director made it very clear that this was not the time to be thinking about his teacher in pajamas. They had more important matters to deal with. He also said it was a relief that Ronan was not injured, but he truly wanted to know what had happened. Ronan said he would explain, but there was something he wanted to tell the director first. Krava did not understand, and Ronan immediately spoke about Ahayute, doing so with great anger. The director did not quite understand what he meant. The scene then shifts to the director's office, where Ronan explains that there are spies within the Grancia family. The director realizes that the problem is worse than he initially thought. Krava makes it clear to Ronan that he did an excellent job, and that thanks to him, the worst was avoided. Ronan feels embarrassed by the director's praise, and thinks it is best to keep secret the fact that he was able to see that special mana for a moment. he is not completely certain about it, and besides, if that information were to leak, not only he but everyone around him would be in danger. The director tells Ronan that the incident will soon be investigated thoroughly, with Grancia at the center of it, and that Ronan should not worry. In the end, director Krava Kratir acknowledges that the Empire is indebted to Ronan ever since the situation with the blacksmiths, so he personally wants to reward him. He asks whether Ronan has anything he wishes for. Ronan immediately becomes very excited upon hearing this and reveals that there is something he wants to do at the school, asking whether the director could approve it. The director becomes thoughtful, as it is something that requires his authorization. The scene then shifts to the next day in the Great Hall of Philleon. Ronan stands in front of the notice board and asks everyone present to listen. He asks whether they are not tired of the activities that keep them at school all day long. He places his hand on a stack of papers and reveals that he has created something for everyone, what he calls the Special Adventure Club. One of the students asks what that is, and Ronan immediately shuts him up, declaring that it is a great question. He explains that it is a purely constructive club with external activities focused on real battles. He points a finger right in the classmate's face, leaving him looking like a very well-known anatomical orifice, while Ronan explains that all of this is meant to help everyone's talents flourish. With the director's approval, it is the only club allowed to go outside, leaving everyone surprised by the announcement. Ronan reveals that anyone who wants to join must appear at the first arena of Galelion during the scheduled times. He thanks everyone who shows interest, and among the crowd there is a hooded girl. She can hardly believe what she is seeing. Looking at Ronan, she wants to be sure he is the person she thinks he is. The scene then shifts to a few days later in Galelion. Ronan understands the reason for everything now. He made that whole spectacle in the hall to recruit new talent. Still, he cannot understand why, after all that, only 2 people showed up. Literally, only Maria and Asel appeared, his 2 comrades. Maria tells Ronan that he should reflect on the previous interviews. In the end, his interviews consisted of him claiming it was a skill check and then simply beating everyone up. For those who managed to endure it, Ronan asked very suspicious questions, like whether they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the club. Asel reports that rumors have been spreading around the school that to join the club, one needs to have at least 10 lives. Ronan thinks that real fights are like that anyway, and in the end, he does not care that much. What he truly needs are promising people. Soon, Braum appears, and Ronan asks whether Braum is feeling better now. Ronan says he does not need to see his skills, but Braum still wants to fight, and obviously, Braum passes. He is very happy with the result. Ronan warns Braum that their club can be exhausting, and asks whether everything will really be fine. Braum, very cheerful, shows that this is exactly what he wants, as long as he becomes stronger. In the end, Ronan thinks that Maria and Asel should rest so they can start properly later, but the 2 ask about Ronan himself. Ronan says he will stay there for a while longer, in case a talented individual appears. The scene then shifts to nighttime, and Ronan cannot believe that no one else came. In the end, Adashan is by his side, and he tells her that they can leave now, thanking her, since as the instructor's assistant, she is very busy, yet still managed to find time to help him. Adashan thinks he should not worry, but also feels it is a shame, and says that if it were not for her duties, she would try to join herself. Ronan cannot bring himself to tell his great commander that even if she tried, he would not accept her. She needs to slowly decide whether or not she will give up her dream of becoming a great commander. In any case, it is an important matter, and she needs to think about it seriously. Suddenly, the hooded girl appears, surprised to find the 2 of them still there. Ronan is confused, as he did not see when she arrived. He becomes excited and asks whether she came for the interview to try to join his club. The girl is confused and asks whether, if she does that, she would really be allowed to join. Ronan does not quite understand, as the mysterious girl spoke too softly. She then asks whether, if she joins, she would be allowed to touch him. Ronan becomes flustered, trying to understand where she is going so quickly, since she has not even invited him to dinner yet. The girl makes it clear that she does not want to touch him, but the creature on his shoulder instead. Ronan then realizes she is talking about Sita, and understands that he took everything the wrong way. He tells the short-haired girl that Sita has always been with him, so if she is interested in joining the club just to touch the little creature, she would have permission to do so. In the end, Ronan thought that the girl was a bit strange, since she wanted to touch his little creature. Still, he found it even stranger that he had not sensed her presence at all, especially given how close she was. He was now certain that she was not an ordinary student. He could practically prove it. That girl was very strong. She asked what she needed to do for the interview, and Ronan told her that first, she would have to demonstrate her techniques on the magic-engineered training dummy, pointing it out to her. He also asked her to state her level and her name. The girl revealed that she was a high-level novice mage, and that her name was Ophelia D. Knight. She immediately began preparing her magic and said she would start. Adashan and Ronan were surprised, as Ophelia was clearly using dark attribute magic. She caused her spell to disperse in all directions. Adashan found it truly impressive, since controlling black mana so perfectly was extremely difficult. Ronan, however, felt that there was something even more surprising surprising. It was not entirely clear, but he could see it, the red blood energy radiating from the center of Ophelia's mana. He was certain that it was the grasp of shadows. Ophelia quickly directed that ability toward the dummy, obliterating it and causing massive destruction in the area. Ronan had not expected a crazy girl like this. He was so shaken by what she showed that he decided it was better not to even have a duel and told Ophelia that she had passed. However, there was still one question. Before he could finish, she interrupted him, revealing that he had seen it, but she said it directly into his mind. Ronan's eyes widened as he realized she possessed telepathy magic. She asked him to keep it to himself for now, since it would be quite irritating for her if people found out. Ophelia also asked Ronan to go somewhere else with her, as there was something she needed to ask him. The scene then shifts to them walking through the academy. Ophelia is holding Sita in her hands, and she now understands that it is a dream bird, a creature born from the mana concentrated in the area, which she finds extremely interesting. Ronan casually flirts with her, saying that she is just as interesting as the creature Sita. Ronan then reveals that he knows all of them left the Empire a long time ago, and that he knows she is a vampire. Ophelia explains that not all of them left, although few remain. There are still some within the Empire. However, they dislike troublesome things, so they live in hiding. Ronan quickly understands that the reason she approached the club is because of Sita's mana. Ophelia confirms this, explaining that she sensed it the moment she saw the creature in the hall, the blood magic energy, which is the innate magic of her species. Ronan realizes that his little companion truly uses vampire-like abilities, since the first thing Sita did after being born was absorb blood. That makes complete sense to him. Ophelia, however, looks confused and asks if Ronan is serious. Ronan cannot understand her reaction. She then asks how long it has been since Sita was born, wondering whether it has been 3 or at least 5 years. She is visibly nervous, and that nervousness makes Ronan uneasy as well. He tells the vampire that Sita is actually only 2 months old. Ophelia cannot believe it. Such a small creature had already absorbed blood in such a short time and possessed such dense blood mana. Her cheeks flush because if that were true, she could already see certain possibilities. She then asks to make a request of the two of them, leaving Ronan very confused. Ophelia explains that she simply wants to observe Sita for a while, making it clear that if he does this for her, she will make it worth his while. She adds that she is conducting research. Ronan asks what kind of research she is doing. The scene then shifts to another day, specifically to the clubroom area of Philleon, known as the Nest. The Special Adventure Club is located there. Dedicating an entire building to a single club showed remarkable generosity. Ronan is there with his comrades, and setting that aside, he feels that something about them has changed. He asks whether those are weapons from Great Carpadoki sent by the Grancia family. Maria and Asele confirm it. Maria has switched to a great sword, explaining that it allows her to maximize her strength, which is why she made the change. Asele received a magical bracelet crafted near the magic city of Delpium. Because its magical control is far superior, Asele's power and speed have doubled. Ronan acknowledges that his comrades have received incredible equipment. However, Maria asks why Ronan told everyone to come armed. Ronan says he will explain once they are inside. He makes it clear that this is a very important conversation and opens the door to the place, believing that his companions must be curious about why he created such a club. Ronan explains that they have only one objective: to improve their individual skills as quickly as possible through real experiences. In the end, he wants all of them to prepare for the day he has been waiting for so long. He reveals their first destination, one of the mountain ranges that is yet to be discovered by the Empire, the Vidian Mountains. This surprises his companions. Ronan knows that everyone there is aware that the place is unusual, but he believes the experience will be worthwhile. There are things he needs to deal with there, though they are not important at the moment. He also says that there is an issue between Maria and Asele that needs to be resolved. Maria asks what it is, but Ronan says it does not matter for now, making it clear that they should leave immediately because they are going to fight. He starts walking, and his comrades follow. Asele, however, asks about the problem Ronan mentioned, since Ronan had told them to finish their modules early. Ronan is confused as to why they are so shocked. To him, it is obvious. If they leave, it will take at least a week, but they still have classes. It would be difficult to handle both club activities and classes at the same time, and obviously the director would never allow something like that. Asele and Maria agreed, but they wanted to know what the solution was. Ronan snapped his fingers, revealing that the two of them would need to finish their classes just like he had, and in that way, they would become free. The scene then shifts to the club hall on the second floor, what they called the training room. Ronan believed that before they continued with individual training, they should demonstrate their abilities, so he called the two of them to face him, telling his friends to relax because he would only use the sheath. He made it very clear to both of them that it wouldn't be fun if they held back, so he wanted them to go all out. Obviously, that made things very comfortable for the two of them. Maria told Asele that since it was going to be like that, she wanted to know if they could test what they had been developing. She called Asele Cutie, asking him to show Ronan just how much they had improved. Asele soon began to show his magic, while Maria drew her sword, and the two charged straight at Ronan. Maria launched a strike at him, and Ronan remained impeccable. Not even his hair moved. He told Maria that her strength was truly incredible, but he didn't understand why she had attacked the wrong spot. At first, he thought she had missed her aim, but then he realized that Asel was avoiding the fragments she had caused to erupt, thanks to the force she applied with her sword. At that moment, Asel told Maria that they would start right then, and he hurled those stone fragments toward Ronan. The swordsman dodged every single one of them, and hadn't imagined that Asel's telekinesis had improved so much. He admitted that it was truly impressive, though he ended up being caught off guard. Maria was already right on his heels despite wielding an enormous sword. She didn't want Ronan to block the attack. He had to dodge. Ronan wasn't crazy, so he did exactly what she said. He evaded the blow, which completely shattered the ground. He realized that if he hadn't dodged, he would have ended up like a very tightly pressed Subway sandwich. Maria was eager to land a solid hit on Ronan since he had given her and Asel free rein, so she tried to strike him again, and Ronan simply managed to dodge. To make matters worse, he was finding the whole situation extremely entertaining. He leapt, and Maria immediately panicked. He tried to strike her, and she managed to block it, but it was extremely difficult and risky. Still, Ronan could see that his friends had truly exceeded his expectations in several ways. Then Asel prepared his magical attack once again and warned Ronan to get away, launching those fragments at the swordsman. Ronan grew more and more excited, as if the devil himself had taken over him. He drew his sword and sliced through all the fragments, which fell to the ground, and he declared to his two friends that they had improved a great deal. He could see that they definitely hadn't been slacking off while he was away. He gave credit to both of them, especially Asel, who until then had seemed like a completely different person to Ronan. Asel thanked him for the compliment and asked if that was the end of the test. Ronan replied that it was enough. He believed it wouldn't take long. Maybe a month or even 2 weeks would be enough. The two poor souls were already exhausted after a battle that had lasted only a very short time. Ronan then said that he wanted them to begin special training right at that moment, speaking as if he were the devil himself. The two were incredulous since they had just finished a duel. Ronan, completely unhinged, started chasing his two friends, saying it didn't matter and that they had to move immediately. He tried to cut them down as they cried out for someone to help, because that wasn't right at all. From that day on, Asel and Maria began their special training in exchange for their sleep. The scene then shifts to 2 weeks later. The director looked over the report and found it surprising. Those were the early completion certificates that Ronan presented along with his comrades. Director Krava asked if they were really for all the members of his club. Ronan answered happily, while Asel and Maria were completely wrecked, and Braum didn't understand what had happened. He had completed a large portion of his modules early and didn't have to go through what those two had endured. Ronan explained to the director that it clearly wasn't for all subjects, but he wanted to know if it was enough for them to leave. The director saw that Ronan always managed to surprise him. He told Ronan that, as he had promised, they could leave the campus. He asked the 4 of them to travel safely and wished them good luck on their adventures. The scene then shifts to the next day, at the destination of the first activity of the Special Adventure Club, the Vadian Mountains. Maria saw the mountain range and could feel the mana. Seeing that they were only at the entrance, she wanted to understand why the mana there was so pure. Braum noted that just by feeling the mana, he could tell the training would work. Braum then asked Ronan what they would be doing at that moment. Ronan explained that they were still far from the center, and when they arrived, he would tell everyone what they would do there. He also made the 3 of them aware that they would need to find something. The scene then shifts to an elf who overheard them from afar and didn't imagine there would be visitors in a place like that. He thought he should go and meet the guests for the first time in a long while. Next, the scene shifts to Ronan and his companions arriving at the spot he had been looking for, where there truly was a swarm of the creatures he sought. Ronan was searching for orcs, which he referred to as a bunch of bastards. Braum found it incredible that the orcs had built a village. Ronan explained that it was common for them to do so in places without public order. At that moment, it was only a village, but the orcs' fertility was high, and soon they could spread across the entire mountain range, so the people nearby would suffer great losses. Before that could happen, they were there to wipe out those orcs. That would be the club's first battle, and Ronan wanted to know what his comrades thought. Asel immediately began to tremble, since he had imagined it would be something like this, but he thought there were too many orcs and wasn't entirely sure everything would be fine. In Ronan's view, however, the orcs were perfect opponents for Asel. Still, there was one variable, the dominant species of the mountain range. The ogres would indeed be difficult to kill, especially their leader, the 2-headed ogre. He was so strong that even Ronan himself back then hadn't been able to kill him. In any case, the 2-headed ogre would only appear later, so it wasn't something to worry about at the moment. Ronan told his comrades that they would do everything slowly. However, an elf suddenly appeared and revealed that Ronan's intentions were good, but he did not recommend that they do this. He explained to the young adventurers, as he called them, that the timing was not right to attempt something like that. Ronan was very surprised because he hadn't felt that individual arrive at all, so he wanted to know at what moment moment that being had shown up. He also wanted to know who that elf was. The elf then asked Ronan not to keep his guard up, since it really wasn't necessary, and explained that he was just a priest who lived in the mountains. The elf said that he served an ancient spirit, and that its divine name was Seniel. He then invited Ronan and his friends to go somewhere else so they could talk more comfortably. Ronan, however, didn't feel very confident and was already gripping his sword. The elf tried to explain that the place wasn't safe, but Ronan swiftly pointed his sword at him. Maria immediately wanted to understand what Ronan was doing. The swordsman quickly apologized for acting that way, explaining that many lunatics had been appearing recently. He then asked the elf to listen to what he was about to say and repeat it as well. The elf grew worried and wanted to know what he was supposed to repeat, becoming increasingly confused. Ronan then spoke the name Ahayute and cursed it. The elf couldn't understand where the swordsman was going with this. In the end, the scene shifts to some time after that confusion, with the elf explaining that, as someone who served a god, saying something like that was extremely shameful. Considering that it had been the most embarrassing moment of his life in the last 200 years, Ronan thought the elf should stop being so neurotic and asked how old he actually was after hearing about those 200 years. The elf then revealed that he had stopped counting. He wasn't entirely sure, but he was probably close to 1,000 years old. That took the adventurers by surprise. Ronan quickly realized that the elf had been alive even before the founding of the empire, actually long before that. Ronan then asked the elf what he had meant earlier about the timing not being good. The elf explained that the monster's behavior had been strange recently. Orcs, which are not nocturnal, had been roaming the mountains all night, and ogres, which normally never leave their territories, had been seen near the entrance of the mountain range. Other strange things had been happening as well, and since the cause hadn't been found, it would be best for them to be cautious. The elf then suggested that they should relax for a while, and with a swift use of his ability, a structure suddenly appeared in front of the adventurers. The elf introduced the Temple of Seniel. Seeing a temple appear so suddenly, Braum wondered if it was actually a magical barrier. Asel was impressed, since a magical barrier of that scale would surpass even the level of the instructors they had at the academy. He then asked Ronan if he had known there was a temple there. Ronan revealed that it was news to him as well. The elf then asked the adventurers to follow him. Ronan was certain that the elf was no ordinary individual. They entered the temple, and the elf showed them Seniel, the being he served, which was basically a strange stone, and surely must have many followers of that stone over in Crackland. The experienced elf explained that it was a stone with deep meaning, but that the story would be boring for the adventurers. He then asked them to unpack and rest for a bit, informing them that there were many empty rooms in the temple, and that they could let him know if they needed anything. Maria soon realized that it was a good moment, and reminded Ronan that he had been looking for something else, so they could ask the elf about it. Ronan asked about the habitat of the cursed eyes. The elf was surprised and wanted to understand why the swordsman was searching for such a monstrosity. The elf's energy completely changed, and he asked if Ronan was looking for it because of the curse he carried. Ronan was shocked and asked how the elf knew about that. The elf saw that he hadn't been mistaken, and explained that he felt a strange vibration coming from Ronan, so he would like to talk with the swordsman for a while. The scene then shifts to the two of them sitting at a table, where the elf revealed that he had had a feeling since the first time he saw Ronan. He already knew that Ronan was not a normal student. Ronan was surprised by all of this, and questioned whether he was being overly sensitive. He then asked whether that mysterious ancient elf truly had no ties to those people he referred to as rats, who were being hunted by the Empire. To make matters worse, Ronan couldn't see the elf's mana at all, and when the elf said Ahayute, he showed no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, the elf believed Ronan was thinking about too many things, so he suggested he have some tea, saying it might help. Ronan, however, grew worried that the elf might have put something in the tea. Then he caught a scent coming from the tea, something he had never smelled before, and his eyes widened. He looked at the elf and saw an enormous flow of pure mana. The elf then asked what the swordsman thought of the tea's aroma and whether he liked it. Ronan told the elf that it felt as if his eyes had been replaced, and he wanted to understand how that could be happening. The elf soon revealed that it was a tea made from an herb that rarely grows in that mountain range. That tea pierced suppressed veins and revitalized the senses. The elf also made it very clear that it was not something Ronan was supposed to experience all at once, but perhaps because Ronan's energy was blocked by the curse, the results ended up being drastic. The elf then informed Ronan that he would prepare some ingredients for the swordsman, and that he should take them regularly so that his condition would improve. For that reason, the elf asked Ronan to stop using the cursed eyes to remove his curse. Ronan did not understand, and the elf clarified that even though those things get rid of curses, they also train the target's vital force. Using them once should not cause much harm, but using them excessively could put Ronan's life at risk. Ronan was immediately surprised to learn this, and the elf saw that the swordsman was not aware of it at all. Ronan confirmed to the elf that he did not know, and that he simply wanted to solve the curse problem once and for all. The elf understood, but made it very clear that the more the swordsman rushed, the greater the need would be to take steps backward, and if something went wrong, an irreversible outcome could occur. Ronan became thoughtful. Professor Maya had said that the curse was difficult to cleanse, and that many preparations would be necessary. Even knowing that there was someone to help him, he was completely rushed after encountering that entity in his mental realm. He felt an urgent need to hurry. If things went wrong, his life would have ended before he even managed to capture the cursed giant. But in the end, Ronan truly wanted to know who that elf was, because he did not think he had met that old elf in his past life. Yet somehow, the swordsman felt a sense of familiarity coming from him. So he confessed to the elf that he felt the need to hurry because of the religious fanatics that were everywhere. The elf did not understand what he meant, and Ronan explained that they were those who awaited the advent of the stars. The swordsman explained to the elf that they were very dark and eccentric people. The elf began thinking about the fanatics who follow the stars, and he did not imagine that these fanatics had begun to move once again. Then the scene shifts to night, still within the temple. The elf stood before the Saniel stone and thought that if the religious fanatics Ronan had mentioned really were the people he was thinking of, he was a little worried that they might be planning something malicious, because soon they could end up taking innocent lives with a terrible calamity. The elf felt that once again he would be forced to watch everything happen. Otherwise, he believed that Ronan was the answer to what he should do. Suddenly, Ronan arrived, and it was then that he revealed the elf's name, Sarante. Sarante did not expect the swordsman to be awake and asked whether his bed was uncomfortable, but Ronan explained that it was nothing like that. He had only come to drink some water. Looking at the stone again, however, Ronan found it fascinating and wanted to know its hidden meaning, since a mere stone was representing a god. The elf explained that every 1,000 years their order moved 1,000 stones to the most remote area of the empire, the sanctuary of Kanja, a place where it always rains. Most of the stones do not last 100 years and disappear, carried away by the water. Even so, the stones that survive this 1,000-year period and transcend time to prove their worth, the soul within them, become the representation of Senial. Sarante revealed that he could still vividly remember the day he moved the divine representation with his brothers. Ronan thought all of this was very profound, and hearing it that way, he believed that there must have been many priests. Because of that, he wanted to know how Sarante ended up alone. Sarante soon explained that everyone has their own circumstances, and that this task was harder than it seemed. After all, he had to devote his entire life to a god who never responds. Sarante admitted that on many occasions he had wavered. He wanted to turn his back on his belief and live freely, but a premonition always found him and made him stay in that place. The will of Seniel within that representation would one day become the first step towards saving the world. At least, that was what Sarante believed. It was basically his intuition, and that was faith to him. After hearing such words, the swordsman was immediately surprised as he remembered Adishan. The elf declared that he could not pass this on to anyone, and also informed Ronan that the moment was near. Then the scene shifts to the next day. Setting aside what Sarante had said, the swordsman and his comrades began to reorganize. Sarante's special tea also had incredible effects on the others, and with the energy of the mana veins, everyone's accessibility had improved. While they did this, Ronan helped collect roots as he traveled through the mountains with the elf. Ronan kept thinking about how Sarante could be so kind to them, considering it was the first time they had met. He also felt truth in all of Sarante's actions. The more Ronan observed the elf, the stranger he became to him. Thus, 2 peaceful days passed, filled with many concerns. But as always, tragedy hides in the cracks, ready to bring a pain that cannot be forgotten by anyone, and now it was too late to turn back. The scene then shifts to the day of the incursion into the orc village. Sarante admitted to the young adventurers that he was worried and wanted to know if everything would truly be all right, since they still had not found the cause of the monster's abnormal behavior. He believed the youth should prepare more, but Ronan tried to reassure the elf that everything would be fine, especially since the elf himself had said that only the monster's actions were strange and that the monsters had grown stronger. Ronan believed that the group with him was enough to deal with the monsters, so he asked the elf not to worry. However, Asel was always the fearful one and was not so sure. The swordsman also informed Sarante that the duration of the field trip was coming to an end and that they needed to return to the school. The elf saw that there was really nothing he could do, but he asked for permission to grant them a spell so they could return to the barrier, because with that they would be able to visit the temple freely. If they were ever in danger, they should not hesitate to return immediately. The elf also asked them not to lower their guard, as the forest was deep and dark. At that point, the scene shifts to a pile of orc corpses, and a woman in white heels was walking through the forest. Her sword was stained with blood, and she believed this would be a bit more troublesome. She was searching for someone she had not expected to be so difficult to find. The woman was an elf, and in the end, she was searching for Sarante. The scene shifts to the orcs, and as Ronan watches them, he thinks that the clothes humans usually wear and the jewelry do not suit orcs at all. He comes to the conclusion that those orcs had looted a nearby village while they were away. Because of that, he wants to know if his companions are ready, since they are about about to attack and kill all those creatures. The orcs, meanwhile, seemed to be greatly enjoying the jewelry they had stolen, and one of them loved the fact that he had killed a little child and stolen her necklace. At that moment, Asel immediately used his telekinesis ability, while Braum advanced together with Maria. The orcs were confused by their presence there. Quickly, Braum and Maria swung their swords at the orcs, slicing them as if they were cuts of meat for a barbecue. The other orcs saw their kin being killed by those two humans, which left them completely enraged, and they began to charge toward Braum and Maria, until one of them was struck right in the face by a stone, catching several of them by surprise. The orc who was hit fell to the ground, and suddenly many of them began to fall as well, struck by Asel's telekinetic attacks. Ronan thought his friend's precision was incredible. Asel had truly gotten the hang of it. He was levitating and carrying Ronan along with him. In a very demonic tone of voice, Ronan made it clear that this was the moment to finish off all those orcs. He said it with an absurd amount of pleasure, and Asel was obviously terrified, as always. Asel then hurled stones toward the orcs, and the orcs began to run. Asel literally caused massive impacts wherever he threw the stones. After they had completely wiped them out, Asel thought he would end up receiving divine punishment for everything they had done. The orcs were utterly destroyed on the ground. Ronan wanted his companion to relax and also said that if any punishment were to happen, Asel would not pay for it alone. They would all be in the same boat. Braum even backed him up, telling Asel that he would not leave him alone in this. Even so, Asel still believed he would receive the harshest punishment. After all, he had managed to hit many orcs with his telekinesis. Asel was terrified. Maria quickly told Braum that his comment had not helped at all, and Braum did not understand why. Ronan thought it had been worth going to the mountains because everyone had shown their abilities in a real fight. He believed he could increase the difficulty next time. Suddenly, Sita touched his face. Ronan wanted to know what had happened, and Sita showed that there was something there. Suddenly, they saw an elf tied to a tree and were quite surprised. Asel ran over with the swordsman and believed that the orcs had left the elf there as emergency food. Ronan was determined to save her, and as he cut the rope, he asked Sita to use her healing magic. The elf quickly woke up. The swordsman wanted to know if she could speak, and she was extremely frightened, until suddenly she began to bleed from her mouth. Ronan did not understand why Sita's healing magic was not working. The elf spoke about the mana surrounding Ronan, asking if he was of time. The swordsman wanted to know how she knew that. Suddenly, the elf stood up and asked Ronan to take her to Sarante, explaining that they were coming and that they could not waste much time because Sarante's life was in danger. Before she could finish speaking, however, she fainted. The scene then shifts to Sarante beside the Sennial Stone, as Ronan arrived in desperation with the elf supported on his back. Sarante wanted to know why they had returned earlier than expected and whether any accident had happened. Ronan was relieved to see Sarante and asked him to take a look at the elf, explaining that she was a prisoner they had rescued from the orc village and that she had mentioned needing to find Sarante himself. The elf became quite frightened and recognized her. Her name was Brigia. He wanted to understand how something like that had happened to her. The scene then shifts to the young adventurers who were still in the forest. They were checking the entire area, just as Ronan had asked. Maria had not found anything there, and Braum confirmed that where he had checked, there was also nothing. So the elf really was the only prisoner, and they should return to the temple. However, Asel was investigating something, and Maria wanted to know if he had found anything. Asel felt that there was something very strange about those orcs. There was something about them that they had not seen before. Asel believed that they had been hiding something very well until that moment. Now he wanted to know what those magic circles on the orcs' bodies meant. Then the scene shifts to a room. Sarante had laid Brigia on a bed, and Ronan stayed with him. Sarante had finished the first aid and believed that Brigia could relax for the moment. Ronan wanted to know if she was really all right. Not even healing magic had worked, and he believed she might have been affected by some kind of poison. Sarante soon informed the swordsman that he had given her an antidote earlier, so she would be fine. He said he owed Ronan one, because otherwise he would have lost his precious sister. Ronan did not understand, and Sarante explained that she was one of the few remaining believers of Senial in that world. Brigia had once possessed a deep faith. To Sarante, she was a trustworthy sister. He then wanted to know how he could repay the debt to Ronan, who had saved someone so important to him. The swordsman did not want Sarante to speak that way, and in any case, he wanted to know who Brigia had been talking about when she trembled and warned that Sarante's life was in danger. They then went to the Senial Stone, and Sarante was frank with Ronan, saying that he himself was not sure. He explained that they were a religious order that worshipped an unknown being they claimed to be God, and that they had hidden their identities for so long that not even Sarante, who had lived for a very long time, knew who they truly were. All that elf knew was that they had committed many evil acts. They called themselves a religious order, and Ronan's eyes widened at that moment. Sarante mentioned the name of the organization, Nebula Classier. Ronan was visibly shocked to learn that the elf was being pursued by those individuals. Seeing this, the elf realized that the swordsman knew the organization and revealed that Nebula Classier had already sent several people after him. Sarante thought they had given up because things had been very quiet recently, but now they were back. Ronan was outraged by how calmly the elf was saying this, making it clear that Sarante should flee to the archipelago just like they had. The elf refused and revealed that he could not leave the place where the spirits of all his companions resided. If he went somewhere else, innocent people there would be harmed, and that was something Sarante truly did not want to happen. He also asked Ronan and the other adventurers to leave that place as soon as possible, revealing that he considered all of them his companions as well. He did not want to see anyone getting hurt unnecessarily, and he hoped the swordsman would understand that. Ronan then told Sarante that he would bring the strongest woman he knew, so he wanted the elf to hide until then, and not do anything reckless. Sarante quickly promised that he would hide properly. He then placed something in Ronan's hand as payment for saving Brigia. It was a ring. Sarante explained that it used to serve as an entry pass to the magic tower. If Ronan went to the Tower of Dawn Magic, he should show it to the librarian, and he would certainly help with the curse. He asked Ronan to be very careful on his journey, and also declared that spending his final days with them had been a wonderful gift. Ronan did not understand, and made it clear that they would not stop seeing each other. He wanted to know why his new friend was saying such things, assuring him that he would return soon, and that all the elf needed to do was take care of himself. After the swordsman left, Sarante went deeper into the temple. It had been a long time since he had seen that elf, whom he referred to as the assassin of the religious order, Brigia. She said that he should not speak to her that way, considering their relationship, and with a malevolent smile on her face, she asked how he had been. Sarante wondered if he really had to face her of all people as his assassin. He could see that her religious body was extremely violent, and Brigia thought that applied to him as well, since he had poisoned his patient. She found it very amusing that he had mentioned an antidote, and Sarante did not deny it, saying he was dealing with the shadow of Romheim. He also did not understand why she had pretended to be captured by orcs. Brigia thought there was not much else she could do, since finding him was very difficult. Even though she had tried to draw his attention using the monsters in the area, it had not been very effective, and that was how she ended up encountering the young adventurers. She noticed that they were filled with Sarante's energy, and even thought about killing them and scattering their body parts to draw him out. It would have been effective, but her old belief restrained her. She then asked whether he had not been moved by that. Sarante made it clear that he would not let her get away with it. Brigia replied ironically that he was frightening, saying she was only joking, but she had grown tired of idle chatter. She then revealed her orders, to obtain his submission, and if he refused, she was to kill him. The two of them quickly began to fight. Meanwhile, Ronan was in the forest and felt something strange. Soon his companions found him, and he asked if they had found anything else. Maria said they had searched the entire area and found no more problems, but Asel had found something strange. Asel explained that he had found it on the corpses, a magic circle he had never seen before. Before they could continue talking, a massive explosion occurred behind Ronan. It came from the direction of the temple, leaving Ronan wide-eyed as he immediately thought of Sarante. Suddenly, a creature began running toward them, causing the ground to tremble. Ronan was startled, and in an instant all the trees were destroyed as a massive two-headed creature appeared. It was a two-headed ogre, something the swordsman had not been worried about until then. The scene then shifts back to the temple, which was practically splitting apart. Brigia charged towards Sarante with full intent to kill him. Sarante used his magic to defend himself while she wielded a sword. She revealed that this was exactly what she wanted. Malignant energy quickly began to rise from Brigia's body, and her expression changed completely. At that moment, she launched one of her attacks at Sarante, and a clash of power occurred between them. In the end, the two magical forces dispersed against each other. Brigia then moved so fast that she caught Sarante by surprise. He truly had not expected that, but at least he managed to block the attack. The problem was that her strike was so powerful that the impact dragged him backward. Things were not simple for Sarante, and Brigia put so much force into her blows that she began to bleed. She told Sarante that he was quite agile for an old man, but also said she had expected this and that killing him would be a waste. She then ordered him to come with her. She was certain that he could obtain a good position, just as she had. Sarante did not want to accept that, declaring that he was too religious to be part of a cult like that. Feeling confident enough, Sarante told Brigia that she was rusty. He had not expected the shadow of Romheim to be slow, and asked whether she did not want to carry out her orders. Brigia explained to the old man that she had simply grown bored. She thought that he had been so busy buying time for the children to escape that he had not even paid attention to her. Sarante immediately became worried by what he heard. Brigia knew that Sarante had performed all those maneuvers so that the young ones would not be dragged into this, so that Ronan could leave with a peaceful mind. That made her very curious, because he did not care about the world. He was simply protecting Ronan at all costs. Sarante explained to Brigia that the others were guests he had met by coincidence, and that he did not want her to lay a finger on them, making it clear that if she crossed that line, it would be very difficult for him to let her leave in peace. Brigia immediately bristled, as she had now found something to provoke the old man. She even licked her lips at the thought, informing Sarante that she had already done something. Almost instantly, an explosion erupted in the forest, catching Sarante off guard, for he knew that was the direction where Ronan was. That was how Brigia managed to get the old man. She approached him at the moment he let his guard down. He had left an opening. Unfortunately, she ended up cutting off an important part of Sarante. No man is the same after losing that, and meanwhile Ronan and his companions were forced to deal with a two-headed ogre. They were terrified by the sheer atrocity standing before them. Ronan asked everyone to keep their heads straight, telling them to stay behind him, as they had no conditions to defeat a monster like that. Quickly, the ogre charged toward Braum, and he was unable to move his body because he was too frightened. Sadly, he was struck by a slap that sent him skidding for several meters. Asel's eyes went wide at what had just happened right in front of him. Braum was completely defeated, slumped against a tree, and at that moment, Maria and Asel could only think about fleeing. However, when the two-headed ogre was about to strike them, Ronan suddenly appeared and blocked the creature's attack, leaving his two friends in shock. Not even the two-headed ogre could understand what had happened. With great seriousness, Ronan told Asel and Maria to take Sita and go take care of Braum, making it clear that the monster was entirely his responsibility. With great determination, he broke through the ogre's defense and urged Maria and Asel to be quick. As the two ran off, Ronan looked at the two-headed ogre and was certain of one thing. The magic circle in its eyes was the same one that had controlled the giant before. It was Nebula Clasier. The ogre tried to strike him, but the swordsman quickly defended himself. He then unleashed a full-powered strike toward the two-headed ogre, trying to slice the creature multiple times, but the ogre's resistance was extremely high. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by a punch from the ogre. He managed to block it, but the impact was immense and sent him flying several meters. He drove his sword into the ground to slow himself down, his body beginning to tremble from the effort. The brutal strength he was witnessing in that two-headed ogre was still the same. The ogre prepared another attack, grabbing a dead orc and hurling it toward Ronan. At that moment, Ronan thought that normally he should be excited to continue a fight he had never finished, but this was completely different. The two-headed ogre had injured one of his companions right in front of him. He then declared that the ogre was already a dead creature, and in an instant, he made his move, charging toward it with all his fury. Thus, he leapt powerfully toward the ogre. Ronan believed that the reason he had failed to defeat the two-headed ogre in his past life was because he had no way to pierce its skin and deal fatal damage. But now, everything was different. With that sword and the techniques he had learned from his teacher Nabaros, he was confident. He now understood the fourth form of the Nabaros style, and so he used the technique called the spinning sword, certain that he could cut down the two-headed ogre that way. He unleashed the strike, and the ogre did not even understand what had happened. Ronan literally passed through it. The creature barely had time to look back before it was chopped to pieces. Ronan was certain that the creature was dead, yet at the same time the swordsman recognized that he still had a long road ahead of him. He felt slightly irritated, as it had taken him too long to defeat that piece of trash. He quickly turned his attention to his companions. Maria was carrying Braum, which was supposed to have been Asel's task. Ronan asked if Braum was all right, and Maria told the swordsman not to worry. Sita had finished the emergency treatment, even though Braum would still need a doctor. For the moment, their companion was fine. Ronan felt relieved and asked the three of them to move ahead. Asel did not understand what his comrade was planning. Ronan explained that he was going to Sarante. When he arrived at the temple, Ronan's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand what had happened there. It had not been long since he had left that place, and when he looked behind him, he saw something that left him stunned. It was Sarante himself, missing an arm and completely injured. Even so, Sarante smiled because Ronan was safe. That was enough for the elf, even though it looked as if a tractor had run him over. He soon apologized to Ronan, saying that he thought he should have gone immediately, but confessed that his body was not in the best condition. Ronan grew distressed and ran to him, wanting to understand what had left his companion in that state. Sarante told him not to worry so much, saying he was fine and only wanted Ronan and his companions to leave as quickly as possible. They had managed to put an end to that threat that day, but he believed that Nebula Clasier could return at any moment. Suddenly, Sarante was struck violently from behind and began coughing up blood. Ronan's eyes widened as he saw his friend's blood spray through the air. Sarante fell to his knees before Ronan, who did not know what to do and began to tremble. The elf coughed up blood again, leaving the swordsman increasingly desperate, until suddenly a purple light descended from the night sky. It was Brigia, who looked relieved and admitted that she had almost died. Brigia asked whether Sarante thought what he had done to his former companion was right, referring to herself, since he had used a very dangerous ability after losing his arm. She really could have died, and she revealed that things only turned out well for her because she had the blessing of the stars. In the end, she truly had not expected to see Ronan there. Surviving against the two-headed ogre was quite impressive, and she called the swordsman a brat. Ronan immediately got angry, as she was far too insolent and demanded to know who she really was. Brigia then realized that she had forgotten to introduce herself, and in any case, he had not seen her with that face before. She introduced herself again and revealed her other form. form, the one Ronan had encountered in the forest. She thanked him for saving her, calling Ronan an adventurer, which truly took him by surprise. He then remembered how she had been and could not understand it, since she had been kept in that orc village. Brigia was genuinely grateful to him, as she had been able to pass through the barrier thanks to him. So, as a reward, she would guarantee Ronan a painless death. With that, she launched an attack at Ronan with all her fury, and he was astonished by such overwhelming strength. He quickly dodged, leaving Brigia slightly impressed. After all, not just anyone could evade that. She began to believe she was not dealing with just any kid. Ronan, however, was still very cautious about the elf, who was badly injured. He asked Sita to heal Sarante while he dealt with Brigia. Sita then began the healing process on the elf. Ronan was furious and called Brigia a rat, saying that her organization had not only destroyed someone's workshop, but had also spied on the duchy and now dared to come all the way there. He then called her Nebula Classier, which Brigia found interesting, realizing that he knew her babies. She had also heard rumors about some wretch going around killing believers who were simply carrying out their duties. Her eyes widened as she began to suspect that the swordsman standing before her was that very person. She appeared right beside him, while he still had his sword pointed forward. Ronan was caught off guard by that movement. Brigia, in turn, was amazed by his motions. He was very young after all. She now understood why her babies had been killed. Ronan stepped back, and Brigia confessed that he had caught her attention. She was very curious and began attacking him, wanting to see what else he was hiding. Ronan blocked her attacks, but soon started to tremble as he realized just how strong she was. That elf was practically predicting all of his movements. He knew he needed to finish it in a single strike while her guard was down. Their fight was extremely intense, and the clash of their swords caused powerful shockwaves. The woman was insane, laughing as if she were at a comedy show. She took pleasure in the fight and made it clear that she liked Ronan. To her, killing him would be a waste, so she invited him to join their order, saying he would be well treated. Ronan thought she had completely lost her mind. Brigia then clarified that, in truth, he had no choice, and immediately attacked Sarante, who was already completely broken. Brigia warned Ronan that if he kept refusing, she would kill Sarante first, and in the most painful way possible. Ronan grew increasingly enraged, while Sarante told him he would be fine and only wanted Ronan to run. Brigia reminded Ronan that Sarante's life depended solely on his decision. Ronan made it clear that his only choice was to tear her apart, because he thought that woman was completely insane. They continued fighting, and Brigia saw that Ronan would keep acting that way. That only made her desire him even more. The battle intensified, and the elf watched everything while enduring immense pain. He was deeply worried about Ronan. Brigia, with a smile on her face, wondered how long it had been since she last faced someone as strong as Ronan. She grabbed his hand when he tried to deliver a final blow, saying again that it would be a waste to kill him. She wanted him to be a good boy, and made it clear that if he moved a single muscle, she would end his life. Then she struck him brutally from behind. She raised her sword and pointed it at Ronan, declaring that when he opened his eyes, the light of the stars would greet him. As Ronan saw her sword approaching, he felt he needed to move, and suddenly, Sarante used his mana shield on Ronan. Brigia immediately became furious, because once again the elf was interfering. Sarante had already warned her before that he would never forgive her if she laid a finger on that boy or his companions. Ronan quickly warned the elf that it was dangerous for him to do anything in his current condition, promising that he would handle Brigia and that Sarante should conserve his strength. But the elf told the swordsman that he had already done enough. Ronan had bought him the time he needed to prepare, and now he would take care of the rest. Sarante's magic suddenly changed completely, and he told Ronan to stay away. In the end, he used telekinesis to push Ronan away from Brigia, but Brigia made it clear that she would not just stand by and watch. As she was about to grab her sword, she realized what was happening. She was standing over Sarante's magic circle. This confused her, since the old man was badly injured. Even so, Sarante declared that her life would end there, and that he was offering her to God, someone he referred to as an older sister. He then struck her with everything he had, and the magic grew denser and denser. Ronan could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Sarante felt he had to end it immediately, because the use of his mana was also draining his life force. Brigia mocked Sarante, calling him pathetic for daring to do such a thing. She declared the old man a fool who believed in ghosts. Then she unleashed an immense magic of her own, practically dispersing Sarante's magical power with a single shout. She reminded him that she was a disciple chosen by the star. As long as the blessing of the stars was with her, no one could stop her. In other words, she was no longer willing to change Sarante's way of thinking. She wanted him to die immediately. At that moment, Sita stayed by the old man's side, and Sarante thought that was the end for him, until a voice called out to him. The voice explained that Brigia could nullify attacks with an ability called the Blessing of the Stars. Ronan heard it too, unsure if it was the same voice from his past life. The voice informed them that Brigia's movements were currently limited due to a severe wound, and warned Sarante that he should flee and prepare for the day she would come after him again. What had happened there was the fault of that voice. In the end, Ronan did not understand why the voice was saying goodbye. He tried to strike strike Brigida, who, despite being injured, was still sharp. She blocked the attack and became furious at Ronan. Sarante worried about his comrade, but Ronan made it clear that the elf should not think about giving up. The fight was not over yet. He also said there was something the old man did not know. Ronan explained that for a long time, even now, he had never run away from a fight. He asked the elf to believe in him just this once. Brigida thought Ronan was a stubborn brat who needed to learn his place. She quickly launched another attack at him, and Sarante immediately used his lightning rain. Brigida found the old man incredibly irritating, but she believed it would not work since she had the blessing of the stars. She swore that Ronan would never be able to touch her until he suddenly left her without an arm. He severed the very arm that held her sword, declaring that this was exactly what he wanted her to think. Sarante felt relieved at what he saw. Brigida, utterly shocked, demanded to know how that boy had managed to pierce the blessing of the stars. Ronan had no idea himself and asked if she was curious. She practically collapsed because to her that was impossible. Suddenly, she was completely sliced apart by Ronan. Until then, she had believed herself to be fully protected by the blessing of the stars. Ronan thought it would be better for her to ask her stupid little star how he had managed to strike her. Brigida soon collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that this was how she was going to die. She only needed a little more time to uncover the truth, something she had been waiting an eternity to hear. She wondered whether Sarante had managed to reach that truth. Ronan leaned his sword against the ground just to remain standing, as he was truly exhausted. He believed that if she had not lowered her guard because of her faith in that blessing, he would have been the one to fall instead. In his past life, anyone other than him would not even have been able to touch giants, nor bypass their ability to nullify others' attacks. It seemed that the higher-ranking subordinates of Nebula Clasier possessed that same power under the name of a blessing. Then Sarante, his voice trembling from the immense strain he had endured, called out to Ronan. Ronan realized that his companion was still there, badly injured. He immediately began to lament, asking why Sita was not using healing magic on the elf, but Sita was already feeling weak. Ronan asked the old elf to endure just a little longer. The ordeal was over. Sarante took Ronan's hand and made it clear that everything was fine. Despite being utterly broken, he still wore a smile on his face. He apologized to Ronan and asked the swordsman for one final favor. Ronan laid Sarante down beside a stone. The old elf coughed violently, like Arthur Morgan at the end of his days, and apologized for being in such a state in front of Ronan. The swordsman felt deep sorrow for what had happened to his companion, and believed it was entirely his fault. But Sarante did not want Ronan to feel guilty. He believed that it was no one's fault. He also revealed that Ronan would face a long and difficult struggle, that he would lose many things and be badly hurt along the way. Sarante even felt guilty for asking Ronan to never give up. He smiled at his companion, certain that Ronan would succeed. Ronan felt awful, and suddenly a magical explosion erupted in front of him, leaving him terrified. Sarante's body began to petrify. Sarante thanked Ronan for everything, saying that Ronan had become the answer he needed. He declared that he would be watching from Seniel's side, promising to stay with Ronan forever. And so, he ultimately turned into a great sphere. After everything that had happened, Ronan wished for Sarante to rest in peace. After that, they left the mountains and returned to the school. Thus, their first adventure came to an end, and in the end, they had learned many things from Sarante. Director Krava Kratir read Ronan's report and thought that, for a first adventure, it had been quite complicated. Ronan felt a bit awkward and did not even know how to respond. He placed all the blame on that woman who was completely insane, and he was not wrong. Ronan had not expected it to be that bad, and next time he only hoped the director would not forbid his club's activities. The director made it clear that he was not talking about Ronan's injuries. In truth, he was concerned about the fact that Ronan had lost a companion and wanted to know if the swordsman was all right. Ronan admitted to the director that if he said he was fine, he would be lying. However, he believed that what would make him even sadder would be to simply sit in mourning. He asked the director not to worry about him and expressed his gratitude. In the end, old Krava understood the student and declared that he would let it slide this time. After all, invading the orc's habitat and eliminating a criminal was not something he could reasonably punish his students for. They had accomplished something great. He only asked Ronan to promise that he would not do anything reckless if he encountered the Nebula Clasier organization again. As the school's director, he could not simply watch his students get hurt. Ronan assured him that he could rest easy and showed an almost excessive cheerfulness. He then said he was heading out, making it clear that he would speak with the old man again before his next adventure with his comrades. He apologized to the director for everything. Krava Kratir did not understand at first, then realized that Ronan had not been attending classes lately, so he likely did not know about what was going to begin soon. The scene then shifted to a little later, specifically to the special building of the Adventure Club. Ronan was confused, as he had come to check on the training, but he wanted to know when Philleon had returned. Philleon simply hoped that Ronan was free, because they needed to talk about the Nebula Clasier organization. Ronan sat down at a table with Philleon, clearly curious, and asked whether Philleon had properly dealt with the rats in his house before returning. Philleon stated that about 15 days earlier, they had conducted conducted a large-scale investigation and had tracked down 19 traitors so far. Of those, Schlieffen had personally dealt with 5. The others would soon be transferred to Lodolan, where they would be interrogated more appropriately. However, there was still a problem. Schlieffen informed Ronan that the prohibition no longer worked on those rats. Ronan did not understand what his comrade was getting at and grew uneasy. Schlieffen explained that when they began the investigation, the prohibition stopped working on all of them. Ronan believed it was possible that they had already dealt with the prohibition. Schlieffen thought that was the best way to conclude the matter. Ronan grew irritated, believing that there was no other method at the moment besides investigating their mana and separating them. Schlieffen then stood up, revealing that that was all the information he had for now. He said he would share more when he had it, making it clear that he would be waiting. Ronan did not fully understand what he meant by that. Schlieffen clarified that the next time he would see Ronan's face would be during the intermediate exams. Ronan was startled, trying to understand what on earth Schlieffen was talking about, since he had not heard anything about any exam. The scene then shifted to 2 days later, the Nabaros intermediate exam. The high-level sword technique battle royale was held on an island owned by Philleon, an island called Philleon. The scene then shifted to many students gathered together, and Nabaros soon began explaining the terms of the intermediate exam. Nabaros believed her students already knew this, but she reinforced that her classes were focused on real combat. If she could, she would go to an actual battlefield somewhere, but according to the school's rules, that was impossible. Ronan thought that would certainly be fun if it were different. Nabaros then informed her students that instead, they would be dispersed across the island and would begin a no-limits duel. Ronan did not quite understand what she meant by no limits. Nabaros also explained that they did not need to worry about dying because equipment had been prepared for everyone's safety. As soon as the wearer of a bracelet became incapable of fighting, they would be transported back to Philleon, and most injuries could be healed with a simple wave of the hand by the best healers, who would be waiting for all the students to return. This meant they could fight for real, using any means and techniques they wished. Then, in a rather psychopathic tone, Nabaros told everyone that just for that day, they should try to kill each other as much as they wanted. Ronan thought the professor was truly excited. She then asked those whose names were called to step forward. Once they put on the bracelet, they would be moved to a fixed coordinate. The first to be called was Adeshan. Ronan saw that his great commander was participating, and some students were confused, since until then, Adeshan had been an assistant. Everyone found it shameful, saying she had come with preferential treatment as a paid student and was now being evaluated. Even so, some thought it was a good thing, because at least it would help them avoid finishing last. Most students considered Adeshan a foolish girl. Ronan grew furious, hearing them call his great commander a paid idiot, but he knew this was the most objective evaluation of her at that moment. Going into the battlefield with those skills, Ronan believed it would only lead her to death. He pondered what the best decision would be for his great commander. Adeshan then put on the bracelet and was immediately teleported away. Soon after, it was Ronan's turn to be teleported. He looked around, wondering if he was the only one isolated. He wanted to believe it was luck, but there was no way that could be true. He then asked the senior to stop hiding, catching the young man by surprise. Ronan still smiled, as if to show friendliness. The kid was shameless, and he noticed the senior looked somewhat uncomfortable. The student from the year above him grew furious at having landed right where Ronan was, considering Ronan a monster. He quickly tried to attack Ronan with an axe, but obviously failed, as Ronan easily dodged. Ronan then pointed his sword at his academy colleague's neck, declaring that it had been a good move, but that he could not believe a senior would do such a thing to a fragile junior. He admitted that, as a junior, he felt quite irritated. In the end, there were 2 more students there, and Ronan knew it. Unable to believe they had all appeared in the same place, they formed some kind of temporary alliance. Ronan believed they all had decent ways to handle situations, since there was even an archer aiming an arrow at him. The archer fired at Ronan, who quickly threw the stone he had in his hand at the archer, making it clear to all the students opposing him that although they had good skills, their strategies were not the best. The archer was quickly sent back to Philleon. One of them then realized that the ambush had failed, and that everyone should be ready. Even though Ronan was a monster to them, he was still alone, and in terms of numbers, they had an overwhelming advantage. They decided to attack all at once. The scene shifted to some time later. Ronan thought that since they were still second-year students, it had taken a bit of time, but he wondered whether everything would really be all right. The scene then shifted to a student who was somewhat surprised. He had never thought Adeshan would last this long. He was accompanied by other guys and declared that this was the end for her, that she should be eliminated. Adeshan was badly injured and exhausted. She admitted to herself that she had overdone it, but in doing so, the 2 other idiots had lowered their guard. They were with Ayun, the strongest student of the 3rd year, and naturally believed they could never lose because of that. Because of this, she found an opening, and she had only one chance. She needed to end it quickly. She rushed toward them, and they had no idea what was happening. In an instant, she cut down the 2 students at once, sending their blood spraying everywhere. She knew she could not stop there. She had to use that momentum to finish Ayun. She charged toward him, intending to destroy him once and for all, but her eyes went wide when he struck her head on, making her cough up a large amount of blood. In the end, she fell to the ground like a ripe fruit. Aeon wondered what she was trying to do, but he had not imagined her movements would be so pathetic. He believed she had already realized that no matter how much she tried, she would never be able to defeat him. On the other hand, he found her attempt somewhat entertaining. He also believed it all ended there. Ronan, sitting in a tree and watching, thought this was exactly how things were supposed to end. For his great commander, that plan had been her best attempt. After disorienting the enemies using the terrain, she had been excellent at seizing the opportunity and advancing like a solid formation. But that was all. There was simply too great a gap that she could not overcome at that moment. Ronan was certain that once the test ended, she would change her mind, until something happened that caught his attention. Adeshan suddenly made another move toward Aeon, who tried to understand what on earth she was doing. He thought she wanted to end everything in the worst possible way. Adeshan made it clear that the test was not over yet, and that she was still standing, so she would not give up under any circumstances. She quickly attacked him again, managing to break through his defense but only leaving a shallow cut on his face. She hated the fact that it had been too shallow, and Aeon grew extremely irritated by what she had just done. He struck Ronan's grand commander with everything he had, forcing her down to her knees. At that moment, Aeon felt that his reputation had truly taken a blow. Being hit by a mere student like her was something he could not accept. Taking advantage of the situation, Aeon wanted to know what motivated her. He had always been curious, not only about her training or abilities, because he thought she was trash and could not understand why she continued to struggle forward. Anyone could tell she was hopeless at that moment just by looking at her face, and Aeon was aware that she knew this better than anyone. Once again, he demanded to know why she kept going so far. Adeshan then explained that she had to become a great commander and recalled her past. Upon hearing her answer, Aeon was shocked, as he thought it was the height of stupidity. Adeshan, however, spoke with great seriousness and made it clear that this was not a matter of giving up or not. Ronan was surprised as he listened to everything, and Adeshan explained that it was because she believed her dream could not be replaced by anyone else, but only fulfilled by her own destiny. Because of that, Aeon thought she was far too stubborn to understand that she was a failure and should simply back down and keep dreaming while knowing her place. He prepared an attack and declared that he could no longer listen to so much nonsense coming out of her mouth. But before he could finish her off, Ronan arrived and ordered Aeon to stop, positioning himself directly in front of her. He had shattered Aeon's weapon and apologized for interfering, saying that Adeshan should stop there and that she had given it her all. Aeon was completely confused, and in the next instant, Ronan cut him down, sending him back to Philleon. Adeshan was bewildered to see Ronan there. Ronan asked if she was all right, and she thanked him for saving her, but she truly wanted to understand what he was doing there. Ronan did not want to get into that subject at the moment. Instead, he asked her to spare him a little of her time, as there was something he wanted to hear from her. He offered his support so she could stand up, and she asked if he wanted to hear about her reason for wanting to become a commander. She wanted to understand why he was bringing that up, but Ronan explained that it was an important matter to him and that he wanted her to talk about it. Adeshan then asked if he had ever heard of the Canine Night, an event 10 years ago marked by an invasion of beastmen. It was the first battle between the Empire, which sought to expand its territory to the north, and the beastmen, who stood in its way. That night, Adeshan lost her family, and she remembered it vividly. It was dinner time, and her mother was already preparing things. Her mother said that something had happened and that they needed to leave. Adeshan wanted to go with her parents, but her mother revealed that she could not, and so she had to stay behind with her father. That became the last conversation of Adeshan's family. After that, she heard that on that day, the village knights were dispatched on an operation whose goal was to block an enormous beast at the castle wall. In truth, Adeshan believed it was merely a way to send people to their deaths, caused by a failure to properly assess the strength of the Beastmen Union. It was nothing more than a tragedy. Adeshan also reminded Ronan that negotiations between the Empire and the Beastmen Union were eventually concluded. In exchange for securing the Beastmen's territory, they were incorporated into the Empire's forces. As for the process that led to that outcome, and the sacrifices of their village, all they received were foolish stones in a cemetery memorial. There, Adeshan saw a soldier lamenting. He had lost his arm and wanted to understand why he had killed all his comrades. In the end, Adeshan believed it was considered a noble sacrifice, but she could not agree with it, because all of them could have lived. They could have pursued peaceful negotiations. Even if fighting had been necessary, there were many ways to take advantage of the terrain. In other words, those deaths were unnecessary sacrifices caused by the incompetence of their superiors. She could not tolerate that. That was why she explained to Ronan that she would become a commander, but a commander who would not cause meaningless sacrifices, because she believed no one needed a memorial to represent those who should still be alive. A silence echoed between the two. She soon became a little embarrassed, thinking she had spoken too much. Ronan did not deny that it was not a pleasant story to hear, but he understood her side. Seeing how difficult it truly was to make her give up, something he thought was actually impossible, he realized he could not turn his back on her death being in vain, because he did not want to experience those feelings again. At that moment, a tornado appeared, heading straight toward them. Sensing that mana, Adeshan did not know what it was. Ronan felt that whatever was coming was extremely impatient, so he warned her that they had no time. He would explain quickly. He asked if she knew about mana shadows. She had no idea. Ronan explained that the conditions for awakening were difficult, but if someone managed to use them, they would become absurdly stronger. Someone he knew had made a name for themselves through it, and that person was exactly like Adeshan. Because of that, he believed Adeshan could do it as well. He asked her to stay calm. She did not understand what he meant, but he told her not to worry, because he had decided to help her. He promised to do everything he could and called her commander. Adeshan was surprised, until he suddenly pushed her off the cliff. She was completely confused, and he made it clear that they could stop for the day, reminding her that third place in the rankings was not such a bad thing, and that they would see each other again when he returned. At that point, he had understood things a little better, and there, only the two of them remained, Schlieffen and himself. Ronan saw that Schlieffen had defeated everyone and had even sent a signal. Schlieffen stated that they were the only two left on the island, but he felt there was no need to explain to Ronan what that meant. Ronan revealed that he knew better than anyone, because Schlieffen truly wanted to prove who the greatest lunatic was. Soon, the two began to fight, and the clash between their swords was immense. Next, the scene shifts to Adeshan lying on the ground. She opens her eyes in shock and looks around, seeing the place where Schlieffen and Ronan were fighting, with many people watching. Her body was healed, and she understood that she had been eliminated and sent back to the academy. She clearly remembered Ronan telling her that she had placed third. From that, she realized that those two were the ones who had made it to the very end of the test. Meanwhile, Ronan was fleeing from Schlieffen, who chased him as if hunting prey, once again unleashing his tornado and destroying countless trees in his path. Ronan could not believe what he was seeing. Schlieffen was insane enough to split his storm sword technique into two different trajectories. Ronan was certain it was extremely dangerous, but when the power was divided, he clearly remembered Schlieffen's movement. He cut using the Nabaro style, and Ronan barely managed to block it. If Schlieffen were to pour his full strength into his aura, Ronan acknowledged that he would lose instantly. He wanted to understand what the hell was happening, because everything was far beyond his expectations. Ever since he took that damn Dolan, Schlieffen had become far more proficient with the storm sword, so much so that even in speed, where he used to lose to Ronan, the two were now equal. Ronan could not make sense of it. Schlieffen was far stronger at that moment, stronger than he had ever been at that stage, even in his previous life. Schlieffen, in turn, realized that Ronan was truly a formidable opponent. He had not expected Ronan to compensate in such a way. Mana really could be cut. He also realized that Ronan had perfectly mastered their teacher's swordsmanship. In the end, he himself had taken a deep slash right across the center of his chest. He had believed he would be superior in skill, but now he felt that gap no longer existed. He was nearly at the limit of how much speed he could increase using mana, so he had to go all out at that moment. Ronan, on the other hand, believed that if Schlieffen adapted even further to his movements, he would no longer be able to win. He could no longer let the fight drag on. He had to end it in a single blow. With that, he charged toward Schlieffen, who was thinking in exactly the same way. Their clash was tremendous, but Ronan wanted to finish it quickly. He advanced as Schlieffen activated his skill. Ronan dodged, and Schlieffen noticed. Ronan had no choice. He evaded while landing several cuts on Schlieffen. Suddenly, Ronan appeared behind him. Schlieffen began to smile, wondering how long Ronan would keep surprising him. Ronan could not believe that his opponent was still smiling even after being slashed. It only further convinced him that Schlieffen was a lunatic. The two ended up cutting each other, yet neither of them gave up. Their swords clashed once again, and everyone watched the fierce battle. The academy students were deeply shaken, and many began to think the two should take separate exams, as they were literally destroying the entire terrain. Adeshan grew worried about Ronan. Every Nabiro student should have been watching that battle, but in any case, she knew that Schlieffen and Ronan had reached their limits, and the next strike would decide the victor. Bleeding, Schlieffen never imagined he would find a rival like Ronan. He admitted that coming to that academy had been the best choice he ever made, and he believed Ronan felt the same, that the fight needed to end soon. Ronan did not disagree. As if things continued like that, he feared their friendship might come to an end. The clash between their swords ceased for a moment. Schlieffen made it clear that he would leave no regrets behind, and suggested that Ronan do the same. Schlieffen wanted Ronan to show everything he had. Ronan saw that Schlieffen was completely crazy, just as he had imagined. Having Schlieffen by his side would be beneficial, but first, he needed to establish the hierarchy. He moved in an instant, his speed shocking Schlieffen. Ronan attacked, and Schlieffen managed to block, unable to believe that Ronan could still move so fast. After all, Ronan was badly injured. Schlieffen could no longer keep up with him, but he believed that moving at such speed would exact a price on Ronan's body beyond imagination. He thought Ronan was not considering the consequences. Schlieffen admitted that he was still learning from Ronan and urged him to go all out. He focused his sword and unleashed another move. Ronan was caught off guard but managed to block, realizing that the madman Schlieffen had assumed he would not be able to keep keep up with his speed. Instead, Schlieffen had scattered blades of mana in front of him. His injuries made mana control nearly impossible, causing him to harm himself even further. In the end, Ronan believed that his rival was practically desperate to win. Even so, Ronan had no intention of losing there either. Both were at their limits, and the fight could not be prolonged any longer. Ronan was prepared to end everything in one final exchange. He charged at his rival once more, launching another attack, his last strike. Schlieffen already knew he would go all out. However, Ronan did not meet his expectations. He declared that he would pour all his effort and energy into that blow, a strike called the Aura Storm Sword. The chaos of the battle was beyond anything ordinary. Schlieffen's energy was dense and ravaged the entire area. The ground was left unrecognizable. Schlieffen was completely battered, and so was Ronan. Ronan thought that if Schlieffen wanted to die, he should do it alone instead of trying to drag him down as well. That technique had the power to consume Schlieffen's own body. Ronan knew his rival was mad when it came to swordsmanship. He could see him no other way. Reaching this point had been the best decision Ronan had ever made. He declared that on that day, one of them would die right there, and he leaped forward to strike his rival. All the academy students watched in shock. Adeshan was especially worried about Ronan, while Professor Nabaros believed that, at last, the outcome had been decided. Soon, an explosion occurred between the two of them. After the dust settled, Schlieffen thought it couldn't have gone any better, and soon collapsed to the ground. Ronan thought his rival had been far too arrogant, but in any case, that was something that suited Schlieffen. In the end, Ronan finally won and also fell to the ground. Everyone was left in shock as they watched the two lying there. Suddenly, loud cheering erupted and everyone began to celebrate. The advanced intermediate evaluation of real combat fencing had been concluded. The scene then shifted to Ronan waking up in the infirmary, startled. He was accompanied by Adeshan and Professor Nabaros. He quickly came to the conclusion that the exam was over, thanks to the presence of the two of them. The professor confirmed it, but explained that the consequences of the battle between him and Schlieffen had been difficult to deal with, since they had destroyed half of the field. She thought it had been a great fight, and that it was worth it, but seeing that Ronan was the first to wake up, Nabaros believed he had better endurance. Ronan immediately thought that he had taken Schlieffen down and felt happy, but his professor clarified that the result had been a draw. They were judged to have returned at exactly the same time, so it was considered a tie, with both being placed in first place. Ronan was surprised by the information. Nabaros was surprised that he was accepting it so calmly. She had thought he would throw a tantrum. Adeshan also admitted she was surprised. Ronan made it clear that the fight had been complicated, and that the result made sense. He considered Schlieffen stronger than himself, so he planned to train even harder, because he wanted to defeat Schlieffen. The professor was surprised. She thought that it wasn't just Ronan's skills that had matured, his mindset had changed as well. She soon asked her student not to feel discouraged. It had been a good experience for both of them, and especially for Ronan, since he was finally able to use mana. This caught him off guard, and he asked his teacher whether he had really used it. Nabaros didn't understand his confusion, since he had used it in the final strike, infusing mana into his sword. Only then did he realize that he had indeed felt something different at that moment. He hadn't imagined it was mana. Nabarosi explained that he had used a chi sword. Compared to the complete chi he had been using until then to imitate mana, mana itself was completely different. However, his reaction showed the professor that he still hadn't fully claimed that sensation as his own. She believed they needed to act quickly, because they didn't know when his body might begin imposing new restrictions. Nabaros then asked Adeshan to take Ronan to a certain man, whom she referred to as a useless person. Adeshan immediately realized that Nabaros was referring to Professor Jaredin Stonesong. The scene then shifted to the next day. Adeshan was with Ronan and revealed that it had been a while since she had last seen Professor Jaredin. Ronan imagined that the professor must be good if Nabaros wanted to introduce him. Adeshan quickly explained that Jaredin was a specialist in the use of mana, which was why Nabaros wanted his help. Sometimes during mana classes, a student's mana would become tangled, and if the core hardened when that happened, they would call Professor Jaredin, since he could easily resolve the issue. However, Ronan noticed that Nabaros didn't seem to like Jaredin very much. Adeshan wasn't exactly sure why, but she believed it was because their personalities were very different. She thought Ronan would understand once he met Professor Jaredin. In any case, the swordsman didn't mind much, since he was now able to use mana, and if the professor was truly amazing, he might also learn something about his commander's mana. Dark mana had been a very unfamiliar topic in Ronan's past life, and he didn't know much about it, so he thought he should learn more. Adeshan learned that Ronan had paid a visit to Schlieffen. She wanted to know how it went, and whether Schlieffen had accepted the proposal Ronan had mentioned to her and the professor. Ronan confirmed that he had, and believed that the proposal was something Schlieffen couldn't refuse. The scene then shifted to Schlieffen together with Ronan. Schlieffen thought the two of them were in sync, revealing that he was not satisfied with a simple draw and wanted Ronan to go to a training room so they could finish things. He looked like a demon as he stared at Ronan. Ronan asked him to stop making that face, revealing that he also hadn't liked the result, but that he wanted to talk about another matter with Schlieffen. Schlieffen. Schlieffen didn't understand at first, but Ronan was inviting him to join his club. Schlieffen couldn't understand the reason for the invitation. Ronan explained that Schlieffen would be able to leave the school and gain plenty of real battle experience, making it impossible to get bored. Schlieffen, however, saw Ronan as an enemy and saw no reason for them to join forces. He also declared that he didn't have any free time and turned his back on him. Ronan tried to entice Schlieffen by revealing that the club members were planning a very fun welcome party. He even tried to arrange for his sister Iriel to participate, since she was moving to the islands, and that struck a nerve with Schlieffen. I'm not talking about which one. His hand immediately began to tremble. Exactly that. Schlieffen couldn't believe that Iriel was moving to the islands. He quickly turned back and demanded more details, worried about whether the neighborhood was safe. He declared that Ronan should hire guards to keep his sister safe. At that point, Ronan was unwilling to say anything, since Schlieffen wasn't a member of his club. Schlieffen would only find out if he joined. Schlieffen then threw a pen toward Ronan, causing ink to splatter everywhere, just like he did in his room. He asked whether Ronan was satisfied now, since he had signed in 1 second. He then demanded to know everything Ronan knew immediately. Ronan then returned to the moment he had been with Adeshan, remembering just how terrifying Schlieffen was. Adeshan then informed Ronan that they had arrived. The place was known as Tower 41. Ronan found everything very strange, and soon believed that Jaredon must be someone on a completely different level. Jaredon then appeared, asking what 2 students from the fencing academy were doing there. Professor Jaredon was carrying an enormous backpack, looking like a traveler. Adeshan explained to the professor that Ronan was having trouble manifesting his mana and that the teacher had asked them to seek him out. Jaredon immediately thought it was something special, since Professor Nabaros wouldn't send just any student. When Ronan tried to greet him, Jaredon cut off the small talk right away, asking how much Ronan had prepared. Ronan was startled and confused. Jaredon explained that he didn't do volunteer work and that he charged a fee for working outside standard hours. Jaredon was certain that Ronan hadn't prepared anything and made it very clear that what he wanted was money. Ronan couldn't quite believe it. He was being charged by a professor. Jaredon didn't care at all and made it clear that he charged 10 gold coins per hour, a price per person. Adeshan was also surprised. Ronan thought the professor was joking, but Jaredon was completely serious. Before long, Ronan realized he was being extorted by a professor. He then told Jaredon that he didn't have the money at the moment and asked if there was any other way. Jaredon made it clear that the alternative was for Ronan to go back to the dormitory and stop bothering him, because poor people sleep. Jaredon was drowning in bills, making it clear that Ronan had to pay 10 gold coins because of Nabaros, whom he referred to as a damned woman. At least Jaredon wasn't blindly devoted to her. Then Jaredon noticed something that surprised him, and he quickly came up with a solution. He asked Ronan to follow him, saying he could offer him a deal. In the end, it was the ring given by Sarante that was radiating power. Jaredon asked a few questions about the ring the elf had given him until they reached the location. Ronan saw that the place was not only clean, but completely sterile. It wasn't as if they were in a prison or anything like that. Moreover, Ronan couldn't hear anything from outside, so he wondered if the professor had cast a noise-canceling spell over the entire tower. He also noticed that the door locks were reinforced with magic. He didn't understand why there was so much security. Soon, Jaredon asked to see Ronan's item. He wanted to see the young man's ring. To make the already strange conversation worse, Ronan handed over his ring to the professor, asking Jaredon to be careful because it was a precious item. Jaredon only made things worse by clarifying that the item was precious to him as well. Jaredon examined the ring closely and clearly felt extremely pure mana stored inside it. He believed that a dragon would have needed nearly 2,000 years to reach that level, but then he dismissed that idea and concluded it must have been an elf who made it. Ronan was surprised that Jaredon even knew that much. Jaredon told Ronan that to be a professor in Philleon, talent was required. He then explained that his conditions were simple. He wanted to extract a bit of the power from that ring. Ronan didn't quite understand, but Jaredon explained that he had been conducting an experiment for some time. He needed mana from a species that had manipulated mana for many years. He knew there were high-ranking elves in Philleon, but nothing compared to that ring. Ronan's ring was unique, creating an ominous atmosphere. Jaredon thought Ronan was a novice with good connections, and Ronan didn't disagree. Jaredon then said that if Ronan allowed him to siphon a little power from the ring, he would give Ronan his full support. The swordsman didn't think it was a bad offer, but he would only accept it if Jaredon also helped with Adeshan's problem, which caught her off guard. Jaredon clarified that he only needed a small amount of magic, but Ronan was already trying to add another clause. As Jaredon started making excuses, Ronan stood up thinking the professor could forget it because he was leaving. Jaredon then explained that he wasn't refusing, he would give a 50% discount. Even so, Ronan still wanted to leave, and in the end, Jaredon accepted the request, telling Ronan that he was good at bargaining. Ronan was pleased by the compliment. Jaredon said he wanted to take a look at Ronan's problem first, believing that if Nabaros had sent him, then it was something serious. He pointed to a magic circle and asked Ronan to stand on it. Ronan went over, and Jaredon noticed that Ronan's senses had recently opened. He also saw that Ronan had not used much mana throughout his life. Ronan explained that it was because of a curse. Jaredin revealed that this was not a normal case because the small amount of mana that had opened was slowly trying to close again. He then sent his own mana to force it open, warning Ronan that it would hurt a little and asking if he could endure it. Suddenly, Ronan began to scream as the impact behind him was intense. Jaredin moved through Ronan's mana channels and saw that they were opening properly. If things continued like that, he believed everything would become easier. However, something began to approach, frightening the professor. He wondered what the hell that was, unable to understand how something like that could exist inside a young man's body. Then Jaredin felt something utterly absurd. The impact was brutal, and he began coughing up large amounts of blood, practically vomiting blood. Ronan grew worried about the professor. Jaredin began chanting several magical incantations, and Ronan immediately recognized the spell, remembering Adishan from his past life mentioning those words. Suddenly, it was as if a massive monster was devouring everything. The scene shifted to Maya Sakrit, who didn't understand what was happening. She saw Jaredin open the door, and the three of them appeared in her location. Maya immediately moved to treat Jaredin, who was coughing heavily. Maya asked whether Jaredin had sent his mana into Ronan's body, and the swordsman confirmed it. Maya had already suspected Jaredin would be careless, and she believed that part of Ronan's curse had been transferred to Jaredin through the mana. It was an extremely fatal curse. Only Ronan could deal with it easily. If things continued that way, Jaredin would end up dying. Ronan refused to accept that the professor would die because of his curse. Maya explained that this would happen if they didn't treat Jaredin immediately. Fortunately, the curse had not yet taken root, so Maya began to act. Jaredin felt pain, and soon a creature emerged from inside him. Maya grabbed it and threw it toward Ronan so he could cut it down. Ronan quickly minced the many-eyed creature to pieces. Jaredin was left breathing heavily, but he thanked Maya for saving his life. Maya explained that all of this happened because Jaredin had been quick to recognize that he acted without thinking, reminding him that she had warned him about Ronan before. Jaredin had no idea it was Ronan. The swordsman then asked if the professor was all right. Jaredin confirmed that he was, and said he had gained an incredible experience thanks to Ronan. He never imagined that such an absurd curse could exist, and he thought Ronan's life must be terribly twisted. Even so, he kept his promise. Ronan didn't understand what the professor meant by that, and Jaredin then asked Professor Maya to check Ronan's condition. Maya was left in shock. She couldn't understand how mana was flowing through Ronan's body. She touched the swordsman's arms, completely incredulous. His meridians were open, even if they were weak. She asked whether Ronan had done anything recently that might have undone the curse, like falling into a well full of cursed eyes, but he revealed that he hadn't done anything of the sort. Maya didn't know the reason, but the curse that blocked his mana meridians had weakened. At that moment, a strange power was eroding the curse, like rain and wind wearing down a rock. Maya could feel that the curse was constantly trying to close the meridians, but thanks to that unknown power, as well as the fact that Jaredin had expanded Ronan's meridians, it wouldn't be so easy to seal them again. Ronan was happy. At that moment, he believed he could use mana. Maya warned him that, in theory, yes, but it would take a long time before he could use it freely. Since the curse was constantly trying to close his meridians, even if Ronan trained every day, it would take about 20 years. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He didn't want to wait that long. Maya still considered it a miracle that he could achieve this through training alone, without using a treatment that could put his life in danger. Jaredin then revealed that there was a method to reduce the required time, depending on the swordsman's efforts. He explained that Ronan could use a mana practice method that Jaredin himself had invented, warning him that, for now, the amount of mana Ronan could handle was very small. Since Ronan's meridians had just been opened, they were narrower than those of the other students. However, if he learned Jaredin's practice method and continuously opened his meridians, he would be able to increase the amount of mana he could use. It would depend solely on the swordsman's skill. In about 5 years, he could have the same mana capacity as the other students, far less time than Maya had proposed. Jaredin then said he would channel his own mana so Ronan could see the path of his meridians. Even though it was risky, Jaredin believed this was the right moment, since the curse was weakened. Ronan was grateful, and they began. Ronan felt pain. The professor's method was different, requiring precise adjustment of the mana's speed and direction. Ronan suffered a bit, but he set his mind on not rushing. He had to guide the mana very carefully. Soon, Jaredin said that the mana path was being drawn. Ronan had to move little by little, slowly, so that mana could become power. He asked whether the swordsman had understood everything. Ronan was panting, but he had understood perfectly. He decided to try, catching the professor by surprise. Jaredin had guided him through the paths only once, yet Ronan managed to memorize them. Moreover, Ronan's control was flawless. Jaredin realized that Nabaros, whom he considered a scoundrel, had recognized an extraordinary talent. He saw that it wouldn't be necessary to encounter that curse again, and told Ronan to practice every day. Ronan could feel his own mana, and he also sensed that he was changing, constantly altering his past self. Back then, he couldn't couldn't even imagine having mana. Now he was far beyond that. He thanked the professor. Now Ronan understood why Jaredin had asked for such a high price. After all, handing over the ring was complicated. Suddenly, Jaredin collapsed, leaving Ronan wide-eyed. Jaredin said that he had resolved Ronan's problem for now, but he wanted the student to keep his promise. Ronan promised that he would, but asked Jaredin to take care of his own body first. Jaredin made it clear that his body wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was what he needed to save, even if lives had to be sacrificed. Then he asked Ronan to hand over the ring immediately, making the conversation strange once again. Ronan could see that the professor was completely lost. Maya thought Jaredin had pushed himself too hard and had entered a trance-like state. In the end, he truly needed the ring for his research. Maya was worried about Jaredin, as her friend was living a life trapped in the past. Ronan then carried his professor. Adishan said they shouldn't waste time. The nearest doctor was in Lexian Hall, and they could reach it in 5 minutes if they ran. The problem was a lock reinforced with magic. Even while injured, Jaredin spoke his incantations and unlocked the door, making it clear to Ronan that he would return. However, he opened another door instead, and Ronan immediately said it was the wrong one. Jaredin, though, had something else in mind, saying that he needed to go down before someone's rose withered. They began descending the stairs, and when they reached the place, Adishan was stunned. Ronan had no idea what had happened there, but he believed they were seeing something they shouldn't: a dead monster and a woman inside a capsule. Ronan wondered if Jaredin's terrible agony was because of the woman, suggesting that the professor was hopelessly devoted. He placed Jaredin leaning against the capsule where the woman lay. Ronan wanted to look around for something that might help. He saw many strange things, and could also tell that Jaredin had conducted experiments on living monsters. It was far from normal, and Ronan hadn't expected that. The professor had crossed a line. Then Ronan found a diary. He wanted to understand what his professor had done. At that moment, Jaredin asked the woman named Sunya to hold on just a little longer, saying that he was almost finished. The scene then shifts to a long time ago, still within the imperial calendar. Jaredin had managed to preserve Sunya's body before decomposition began. The body is where the soul resides, so he cared for the body of his beloved sword, hoping to bring her back to life. He had heard that it was impossible to bring the dead back using magic, but he didn't care. He was willing to never give up. These were the memories of his struggle to save Sunya. Jaredin clearly remembered the 54th resurrection attempt. Even the ogre heart he had obtained on the black market had failed. He was reaching his limit, trying to balance his schedule in the magic tower with the time spent on his experiments. By his 76th attempt, he was expelled from the tower due to his lack of attendance. Without money, he could no longer continue his attempts. He needed to find a way to earn gold. Soon after, he asked Director Kratir for help and was given the opportunity to become a professor. Jaredin transferred Sunya to the base of the magic tower of Philleon. He had become a professor and hated teaching those he referred to as idiots, but he had no choice. All he wanted was money so he could continue and bring her back. By the 134th attempt, he had made no progress at all. Reading the diary, Ronan finally understood why the professor was so desperate for money. He could see that the ingredients Jaredin needed were truly difficult to obtain and impossible to acquire through normal means. Everything was driven by love. Ronan had seen this before in his past life, humans risking everything for love. It reminded him of Schlieffen. The guy was obsessed with getting close to his sister. Ronan knew that people who acted like that ended up with damaged minds, especially when someone took advantage of that weakness to get close to those suffering from it. Then he noticed something about the rebellion written in the notebook. Ronan couldn't believe it. Just then, Jaredin stood up and demanded to know what the hell Ronan was doing, catching the swordsman off guard. Jaredin asked whether Ronan had been snooping through his things. Ronan placed the notebook on the table, improvising an excuse on the spot, saying he was looking for something that could help the professor recover. He claimed that since he didn't know how to use mana, he wouldn't be able to identify anything even if he saw it. However, something was glowing on his clothes. The scene then shifts to a cave, where a hooded subordinate reported to his master that they had found Jaredin without any issues. Jaredin was hesitant, but it seemed to be only a matter of time before the deal was closed. Several people were tied up and trembling nearby. The hooded figure believed it would be easy, as Jaredin was desperate for the essence of blood, something only his master could provide. That master found it amusing that Jaredin had completely lost his mind over a woman. He was a vampire who believed humans were utterly foolish. The scene then shifts back to Jaredin returning the ring to Ronan, apologizing for the delay and saying the extraction had been successful. Ronan had his doubts, since the ring looked the same to him. The professor reminded the swordsman that he had said he would extract only a small amount, and that the ring itself contained a surreal amount of energy. Regardless, Jaredin was grateful. Thanks to Ronan, he could now resolve one of the issues needed for his next experiment. Ronan was also thankful. If not for the professor, he would have faced countless problems before ever finding someone capable of curing him. In the end, both of them benefited. Still, the professor knew Ronan had doubts about what he had seen in the laboratory. He asked both students to keep everything secret. Ronan replied that it was fine. He didn't want to get involved in other people's problems. Jaredin was grateful grateful for that. He then told Adishan that he would schedule another day to deal with her issue, saying it wouldn't be as complicated as Ronan's, though he was certain there was also a strange energy coming from her, which frightened Adishan. Soon after, the two students parted ways outside. Ronan had taken something that could serve as evidence linking the rebel group to the church. He wondered whether Professor Jaredin was working with those bastards. There was only one thing he could do. When he opened it, he was confused. It was just a drop of blood. He wondered if it was some kind of encrypted magic. He already imagined the headache it would take to decipher it. Suddenly, the blood began to seep out of the paper, floating right in front of Ronan, leaving him utterly confused. Ophelia D. Knight appeared and told Ronan that it was a letter written using vampiric magic. She had only come because she sensed a trail of blood magic, but she hadn't expected it to be Ronan. Ophelia smiled at him, saying it had been a while since they last met. The scene shifts to the Special Adventure Club. Ronan was surprised. She had left with Sita, and he hadn't heard from her since. He had assumed she was busy. Ronan asked how her research was going. Ophelia revealed that everything was going very well thanks to him and Sita. She had taught Sita some blood magic as payment and hadn't expected the creature to be so talented. She said Ronan could look forward to good results once the training was complete. However, she wanted to know why he had a blood letter. Ronan had no idea what it was. Ophelia explained that a blood letter was one of the basic principles of blood magic, allowing the user to compress a large amount of information into a single drop of blood. Blood letters were usually used to conceal conspiracies. She then channeled some mana and deciphered the hidden message. It was a location where one could obtain fresh blood essence. Ronan realized it was one of the ingredients mentioned in the professor's notes, required for the next experiment. This led him to believe that the rebels were not connected to Nebula Clasier, which was good news. Still, he wanted to know what the Crimson Hook was. Ophelia realized that the Crimson Hook must have sent the letter. When Ronan asked if she knew them, she explained that the Crimson Hook was an organization founded by younger vampires, no more than 100 to 150 years old, who sought to revive the glory of vampires through cruel killings. To Ophelia, the group was nothing more than a bunch of immature children. Still, she was confused. They possessed fresh blood essence, an item that was extremely rare, even among vampires. She asked who the letter's owner was. Ronan hesitated to answer. Ophelia warned that it would be dangerous if that person accepted the offer without thinking, as they could lose something worse than their own life. Ronan then revealed that he had found it in Jaredin's laboratory, surprising her. She immediately said that Jaredin was the greatest mage of the Full Moon Tower. Ronan hadn't known that. Ophelia added that the professor's abilities were famous even among vampires. Jaredin was an elite mage. Ronan felt reassured that the professor would be fine. Ophelia believed that, based on the rumors about Jaredin, he could wipe out that group of young vampires with ease. The problem was his desire for fresh blood essence that changed everything. Fresh blood essence was an inherent mana fusion formed by vampires who had used blood magic for a very long time, containing an incredible amount of blood magic. Depending on who used it, it could be extremely effective, but if the user did not personally activate its power through blood magic, the essence would become completely useless. So, if cooperation with the vampires of the Crimson Hook organization made it impossible to obtain the complete essence, then the professor had no choice but to accept the offer. Ophelia already imagined what the Crimson Hook's request would be. With that, the scene shifts to the Crimson Hook vampires outside, where they end up seeing that Jaredin had arrived. However, they began to doubt Jaredin's power, since they could not sense any magic within him. Even so, the vampires believed they could not let their guard down, because in the past, Jaredin had gone head-to-head with Nabaros. Jaredin soon did not understand why he was not seeing their master. One of the vampires informed him that the master was waiting for Jaredin inside, asking the professor to remove his hood so they could verify his identity. Jaredin could not believe that the Crimson Hook was afraid of an old man like him. Even so, he removed his hood, and one of the vampires thanked him for his cooperation. However, he noticed that Jaredin was carrying a sword and became confused, since Jaredin was a mage. Seeing that the vampire had realized it, Jaredin immediately grabbed the sword and sliced all of them down at once. He warned that those vampires should make the most of the path to the afterlife. In the end, it was actually Ronan in Jaredin's place. The scene then shifts to a few days earlier, when Ophelia showed Ronan a shape-shifting potion. With it, he could look exactly like Professor Jaredin for 30 minutes. Ronan thanked her for the help, but she was worried about whether he would really be fine alone, remembering that although those vampires were immature, they had lived for at least 100 years. She thought it would be better to go with Ronan, but the swordsman did not think it was right for her to fight her own kin. He asked her not to worry, but he also could not confirm anything to the vampires. With that, the scene shifts to after he had sliced all those vampires apart. One of them survived, unable to believe what was happening, but when he started to scream, Ronan simply covered his mouth and ordered the vampire to shut up, making it very clear that everything he said from that moment on would be answers to Ronan's questions. He clarified that if the vampire did not cooperate, he would turn into grilled kebab. Then the scene shifts to Ronan inside the cave. The vampire really really had been telling the truth. There were no traps there. Ronan soon realized that he could have spared the doorkeeper's life. In the end, Ronan had felt something strange since early on. He did not know whether it was the nature of the place, but it was as if he had seen it before, like déjà vu. He saw a door from which an intense stench of blood was leaking, and he wanted to know what the hell those vampires were doing until his eyes widened. Some vampires were chewing on everything in front of them. However, their master was happy because he was seeing Professor Jaredin there. He introduced himself as the leader of the Crimson Hook. His name was Zwei von Arnstaffel. He apologized to Jaredin, who was actually Ronan in disguise, because he believed Jaredin was not seeing their refined side. He explained that they were merely having a meal, but invited Jaredin to their ceremony. Ronan realized it was already too late to save those people. He needed to focus on his main objective, so he refused Zwei's offer. Zwei knew that, above all, many like Jaredin had come only for an agreement, but he did not want his guest to feel uncomfortable. They had been feeding together ever since all the members of the Crimson Hook had gathered. In the end, Ronan, disguised as Jaredin, revealed that he did not mind. He only wanted to obtain the essence of fresh blood and wanted to know the terms of the deal. Zwei thought it was simple, explaining that Jaredin only needed to put his life up as collateral in a blood oath and become part of their family. Jaredin thought that was meaningless nonsense. He did not want to become a slave. Zwei explained that it was not an inferior position, but rather an opportunity to escape the body of an inferior human and gain an honor a human could never even dream of. They would bring a new wave to their kin, but first they needed to turn the old generation upside down because they were too pacifist. Zwei made it clear that he was giving Jaredin an opportunity to be at the forefront of history. After all, this was the rebirth of vampire kin. He wanted to know what Jaredin thought of it. Ronan, disguised as Jaredin, thought they were lunatics. Zwei found that amusing, but declared that Jaredin thought that way because he was still human. Then he demonstrated blood magic, making it very clear to Jaredin that this was a unique opportunity to obtain the essence of fresh blood. If the deal failed, Zwei guaranteed that Jaredin would not obtain that essence anywhere else. Ronan felt that he would not return in one piece if he refused. Zwei thought Jaredin had good intuition and did not disagree. Soon the vampires began to move very quickly. Zwei wanted to know whether it had become easier for Jaredin to choose, making it clear that he should not even think about resisting because the mana flow there was abnormal. The magical tools installed there were of high quality. Jaredin would have difficulty using his mana, and if he forced it, his core would be destroyed. So he wanted Jaredin to think very carefully, using his wife as the trigger, threatening to turn her into a blood bag for the vampires. Zwei's bad luck was that it was actually Ronan in disguise, so he was not cattle and remained calm. Even so, Zwei had his vampires restrain Jaredin to force him to take the oath. Ronan realized that the real professor would not have resisted, but would have felt relieved to be there instead of him. Soon, his true appearance emerged, and Zwei was shocked, wanting to know who the swordsman was. But before they could get an answer, Ronan quickly sliced everyone apart. Ronan revealed that it made no difference whether he introduced himself or not. He found the silence that settled over the place very pleasant. He treated those vampires like mosquitoes and thought it was a fine day to eradicate pests. Zwei threw a tantrum, demanding to know who that swordsman was, putting on an air of superiority, since he saw Ronan as a mere human daring to step onto his property. Ronan did not waste time and rushed toward him, catching Zwei by surprise, as he could not even see the swordsman's movements. Zwei quickly tried to use his blood magic, but Ronan did not allow it, cutting off his arm. Then he severed the rest of Zwei's limbs, leaving him like that worried guy with the motorcycle. Zwei began to scream, having an existential crisis because he was being beaten by a human. Even without arms and legs, he still threatened Ronan. That was when the swordsman realized that Zwei talked too much, so he quickly struck him with the hilt of his sword, telling that vampire to shut up, making it clear that he would deal with Zwei after finishing things there. Zwei's subordinates could not believe that their master had been attacked like that, without even managing to defend himself. They realized the swordsman was not an ordinary human, and soon the members of the Crimson Hook began to prepare for battle. Ronan knew that vampires use blood as a form of attack, so he analyzed everyone who was there. The vampires began moving toward him, and soon one of them used a skill called Blood Swamp. Ronan saw that the vampire tried to bind his leg. At that moment, all the vampires attacked at once, but Ronan began striking them one by one, slicing them all apart like the good butcher he was. The vampires were fast, but the problem was that their regeneration was extremely annoying. To make matters worse, there was a vampire who fired blood projectiles. Ronan, who was momentarily restrained, had to pull a Neo from the Matrix move. He barely dodged a spell that rivaled an intermediate class magic. From that, he identified the Crimson Hook's combat power, just like Vegeta and Nappa did with Kakarot. He continued slicing through all the vampires, which so far had been easy for him. One of the vampires was completely shocked, because even with his movements restricted, Ronan had managed to do all of that. That vampire began to suspect that Ronan was not human. Ronan did not understand why the vampire was just standing there and called him out to fight. He was the only one still on his feet. Ronan made made it clear that the vampire was not the last cookie in the package, so his life would not be spared. The vampire began to tremble. He felt the urge to run and flee the place, but he was split in half like a nice French loaf. Ronan thought it was cowardly to simply try to run away. Now only Zwei remained for him to talk to. At that moment, Zwei was in great pain and could barely remember what had happened. Ronan drove his sword into Zwei's leg with a psychopathic smile, ironically pretending to show concern, as if Zwei had really died. Zwei could not understand anything. Out of nowhere, a swordsman had appeared and killed all the members of his organization in such a short time. Ronan saw that Zwei was realizing the condition he was in and explained that he only finished off the members because they kept regenerating. So if Zwei did not want to meet the same fate as his subordinates, he only had to hand over the essence of fresh blood. Ronan asked politely. Zwei was completely shocked and soon began to lament, wanting to know where a certain someone had been before everything happened, saying that everyone could have been saved. Ronan did not understand and thought Zwei had completely lost his mind. He wanted to know who the Crimson Hook's leader was talking to, but there was someone behind them. Ronan was caught by surprise as a man, in a very ominous tone, ordered him to step aside. The swordsman quickly moved away. He was surprised because if that man had tried to kill him, he would have ended up dead. Ronan had not sensed his presence at all. The mysterious man found that disappointing. Zwei had promised to bring Gerodin, but in the end he was being utterly humiliated by a mere human. He called Zwei a spawn of the Arnstaffel family, making it clear that Zwei had not even come close to fulfilling his agreement. Then he began preparing his blood magic, revealing that he would take the essence of fresh blood once again. Ronan was confused. Suddenly, Zwei was completely bald, begging for just one more chance. The essence of fresh blood went into that individual's hands. Ronan did not like that man interfering and trying to leave. He made it clear that he wanted the essence of fresh blood, threatening the man if he did not hand it over. The man found Ronan quite interesting after hearing all that, and decided to refuse, just to see what would happen. Ronan chose to settle it with the sword, and attacked the man with everything he had. The individual blocked with his hand, but the cut was small. He was surprised that Ronan was so sharp, since his body was reinforced with blood magic, making it difficult to deal damage. Now he was curious about Ronan's other talents. He asked Ronan to show his best and moved toward him, making Ronan somewhat uneasy. The man used a skill called Bloodthirsty Slash. Ronan quickly cut through the man's technique, clearly irritated. The individual then used his Bloodshot ability. Ronan realized it was the same ability as before, and dodged the attack. The man had never seen anyone like Ronan. The swordsman was cutting through his mana. He had not had high expectations, but at that moment he found Ronan extremely interesting. Ronan soon believed that this man was the leader of the organization, and charged toward him, demanding the essence. The man, who was enjoying the battle, promised to show Ronan more since he was having fun, until someone appeared and broke up the fight, demanding that they stop. It was Ophelia de Knight herself. She revealed the man's name, Balzark. She said it was good to see him. Ronan did not understand why she was there, and wanted to know if she knew that man. Ophelia confirmed it, revealing that his full name was Balzark von Barshaba, a relative of the Duke of Shadows who ruled the vampire world, and also the second strongest commander who supported the Duke. Balzark did not expect to see Ophelia there, but he revealed that he had missed her, and wanted to know if she had been well all this time, since 83 years had passed. Balzark also wanted to understand why Ophelia was interfering in the affairs involving that boy, as he could not see why such trivial matters would matter. In any case, he was not worried, since they were together again. However, Ophelia quickly apologized and asked him not to come any closer, explaining that she still had not forgotten the incidents of that day. It was a nightmare for her. She would never forget the moment when she was desperate, holding someone in her arms, while Balzark arrived and simply watched. He wanted to know how long it would take for her to forgive him. Ophelia knew it was something inevitable, because he had not had the choice to stop her younger sister, the one who was in her arms at that time. Ophelia's younger sister had been about to harm the Duke. In any case, her sister was not in her right mind back then. It was as if something had taken over her mind. Still, Balzark should have known that that day could not be undone. Balzark understood her feelings. Ronan had no idea what was going on. Ophelia never imagined that Balzark would one day work with immature vampires, let alone hand over his essence of fresh blood. She wanted to know whether he also had dealings with Gerodin. Balzark believed that Ophelia knew him very well, so she should know there was only one reason. He had an unfinished fight with Gerodin. They had met by coincidence, and he had faced Gerodin with pride. Balzark had fought many strong and skilled people in his life, but few of them were truly good. If the rising sun had not interrupted them, Balzark was certain it would have been one of the best fights he had ever had. After that, he even searched for Gerodin, but the professor had vanished, disappeared without leaving a trace. Years passed while Balzark tried to quench his insatiable thirst. Eventually, the Crimson Hook came to his castle with an offer, saying they would find Gerodin's whereabouts. In exchange for one of his essences of fresh blood, they would bring Gerodin right before him, even making Gerodin become part of the organization, so Balzark could have endless battles with him. Even so, Balzark did not believe believe in it that much. After all, it was the effort of a few vampires who were nothing more than brats. In the end, it was all for nothing, thanks, by the grace of God, to the human who was with them. Balzac realized that even with his power restricted, Ronan had kept up with him. Because of that, he believed that within the next 5 years, Ronan would be a threat capable of putting a sword to his neck. He also sensed a strange energy within Ronan, something he had never felt before. It was wonderful to him, but Balzac knew he could not do that again because it would hurt Ophelia just as it had before, so he handed the essence over to Ronan. The swordsman was confused, since it was something extremely precious to vampires. Balzac did not disagree. It was indeed something almost impossible to obtain, but he had his eyes on a different prey. For that reason, he needed to give a worthy gift to a friend he had not seen in 80 years. Then he fired all his directional blood shots and declared that it would not hurt for the two of them to take a look, revealing that he had also felt the same strange energy. It had been coming from beyond those walls for some time already. Soon, Balzac turned his back, hoping that Ronan would be stronger at their next meeting, because he wanted to enjoy it even more. Ronan thought that man was fired up to the very end. Then the strange energy caught his attention. After that, the scene shifts to Jaredin, completely shocked, trying to understand how the swordsman had obtained the essence of fresh blood. Even worse, the sword Ronan had was being offered to him, but Ronan revealed that he had worked hard for it. Jaredin immediately grabbed the swordsman's hands, knelt down, and thanked him. Jaredin began to cry. Ronan did not like that kind of thing very much. He even wanted to show off a bit for having obtained it, but the professor gave him no opening. Outside, Balzac watched everything. He thought there was no duller fight than one involving someone who had lost their fighting spirit. He was there out of curiosity about his old rival, but he wanted Ophelia not to worry because he would not do anything against them. Ophelia did not expect him to do anything dishonorable, but she wanted to thank him for helping her friend. Balzac was surprised at that moment, a smile forming on his face, because it was progress after 83 years. He believed Ronan had caused that. Balzac wished he could remain in that moment forever, but all that remained was regret because he had to return. He also informed them that there was a malignant group causing serious trouble, and that this group had provoked the Crimson Hook. He asked Ophelia to contact him if she ever needed anything, revealing that he was always eager for her calls, calling Ophelia his eternal rose, openly acting like a love-struck fool. After all that, Professor Jaredin carried out his 144th attempt, using Sarante's mana and the essence of fresh blood. Considering the circumstances of the experiment, it would take some time before results appeared, but that wait itself gave the professor hope to continue living. Then Jaredin told Ronan that he had changed a lot since the last time they had seen each other. That mysterious energy that had been eroding the curse in his body had grown even stronger. Jaredin wanted to know if something had happened while Ronan was fighting the Crimson Hook. Ronan believed he had simply been lucky. He had found, within the organization's territory, the monument of Senial. He immediately suspected why that energy felt so familiar. He had not expected to find something like that there, and he also believed the vampires did not know of the stone's existence. Basically, it was an abandoned sanctuary. Suddenly, however, he felt a powerful impact as the monument's energy entered his body. Jaredin had no idea what had happened and simply thought the swordsman had incredible luck. Thanks to that energy growing stronger, Ronan's mana channels had widened, allowing him to wield mana over a considerable range. The news caught Ronan by surprise. Jaredin believed the swordsman was feeling it firsthand. Ronan really could feel it better than before. Now he could properly use the key sword. It was no longer just an imitation. Then the scene shifts to 4 days later, in the Romera Mountains, in the frontier city of Marbas. Ronan saw people busy fleeing, and even Imperial soldiers were heavily armed there. Schlieffen had been right. A wyvern had definitely appeared. The reason they had gone to Ronan's birthplace, the Romera Mountains, was that 4 days earlier, when his sister was about to move, he had received unexpected news from Schlieffen. He said that monsters were surrounding the Romera Mountains, and that they were in a state of frenzy for unknown reasons. Some knights from the Grancia family had been sent there, but that was not enough to put them at ease. That very morning, they had even seen a wyvern flying, which shocked Ronan. Wyverns were capable of flight, and their poison was extremely lethal, located in their fangs and claws. Even the most famous mercenaries were afraid to fight such creatures. As a result, Schlieffen could no longer guarantee that Iril was 100% safe. That was why they were there, to anticipate his sister's move. Schlieffen was even more determined because he did not want monsters to ruin Iril's long-prepared plans to move. He was willing to destroy every monster in those mountains. Ronan thought his aspiring brother-in-law should stay calm. They just needed to stick to the plan. He thought it would be better for them to split up. Schlieffen would go one way, while Ronan would go the other with Estelle, since Ronan wanted to take a look around the area. Something was making him uneasy. He made it very clear that Schlieffen should not flirt with his sister while he was not around. Otherwise, he would lose his temper. Schlieffen immediately became completely flustered by his brother-in-law's warning. Schlieffen was already following the philosophy of the philosopher Python. He truly wanted to go see his beloved, so he urged his horse forward at full speed. Estelle asked what was bothering Ronan, and Ronan explained to his comrade that the monsters had been calmer before and then suddenly became aggressive. More dangerous monsters had started to appear, and he felt that pattern was familiar. In the Great Carpadoki and the Vidian Mountains, the exact same thing had happened. Because of the actions of those damned people, Asel began to realize what was going on. Ronan believed that Nebula Classier was also behind that incident, so they would investigate it themselves. In the end, the prohibition was no longer working, and the only one who could find those people was Ronan himself. The scene then shifts to several monsters gathered together. There was a red-haired man who believed he had killed all the monsters in that region, but it was a shame, because if it weren't for Varen's orders, he would have severely punished the atheists of that territory. However, he could do nothing, as they were his lord's orders. Suddenly, the monsters around him began to change. The young man thought they looked afraid, even though they should not be able to feel fear, since they were in a brainwashed state. Then a creature appeared, leaving the young man terrified. He saw that enormous sword. The tiger wanted to know if that was where the man was hiding. The tiger soon appeared right in front of him, revealing that he was part of Nebula Classier. His brutality was so overwhelming that it made the man lose his sanity almost instantly. The other creatures accompanying him were completely annihilated. The tiger had just begun his hunt. His name was Jaipa Turgung, and he was a sword saint. The scene then shifts to Ronan and Asel. The area they were heading toward had already increased its security, and Ronan also did not like the idea of it being a unit of beastmen. One of the guards ordered some people to stop there, saying that only those with permission could pass through the gate. The order had been given by the commander of the Imperial Guard, known as Jaipa Turgung. Ronan was surprised to hear that name. He knew that Jaipa was the commander of the strongest elite unit in the Empire. He had even defeated Professor Nabaros. Asel thought things were truly serious, but Ronan did not think it was possible for Jaipa to be there. Still, Ronan believed his prediction was correct. This situation was connected to Nebula Classier. He told his comrade that they would follow Nebula's traces through the nearby forests. The scene then shifts to the Wyverns. They were being controlled by a girl who had lost contact with the ground unit. She began to believe that something had gone wrong. In any case, the annihilation of the Wyverns, the objective of that mission, would be problematic if she acted unnecessarily, and the plans could not be delayed because Varen would not forgive her. She had to maintain the Wyverns' brainwashing. She could not introduce any more variables. At that moment, Ronan saw the creatures flying and immediately told Asel to act. One of the Wyverns was struck by a stone, and the girl was confused. Then Asel caused one of the stones to explode. The woman was shocked that someone could control a stone of that size, as only the head of a magic tower should be capable of that. Suddenly, she was caught off guard by Ronan, who, using Asel's ability, floated up to her. He wanted to test his Kui sword against that opponent. He quickly made the Wyvern lose its head. He was far stronger than before, back when he had no mana. Varen's subordinate was left in shock, unable to understand how that had happened. Ronan made it very clear that she should not have poked the jaguar with a short stick. She became furious, declaring that he would not interfere with her plans. But before she could use her magic, he made her lose her arm, taking away her ability to play music at a show. He even joked about being clumsy. He meant to cut her wrist, but ended up tearing off her entire arm. She began to scream in despair and soon started crying. Seeing how worried she was, Ronan believed she was merely a pawn at the bottom of the hierarchy. He wanted to know if there were more of them nearby, but the girl was only concerned about her arm. Ronan told her to shut up. Many villages had been destroyed because of her, so, in his view, she had no right to complain about losing an arm. He demanded to know what they were planning. The woman, known as the Torch, refused to let the mission be ruined and began using her magic. Ronan found her annoying because she kept insisting. At that moment, a wyvern appeared behind them, and Ronan did not understand what was happening. Then he realized that the creature had been hiding high above, to the point that he had not noticed its presence. Varen's subordinate believed it was already too late, because that wyvern was different from the others. The creature tried to bite, but suddenly it was sliced in half, as if it were a subway loaf ready to be filled. Ronan did not expect that. Jaipa was there, displaying all his grandeur, and the woman could not believe his presence. Ronan thought things would become more complicated with the sword saint there. Jaipa believed he merely had 2 ants to crush. He rushed toward the wyvern the two were standing on and sliced it completely apart, as if preparing it for sushi. Ronan was impressed by the movements. The tiger was not just for show, the beast was overwhelmingly strong. Jaipa then grabbed the 2 of them and carried them to solid ground as if they were puppies. Things were even worse for Ronan, who was being held by the neck. He then demanded that Ronan answer carefully, wanting to know Ronan's identity, since he could not sense the malignant energy of the nebula. Ronan immediately grew irritated that the tiger was associating him with those damned people, and in his madness, he wondered whether Jaipa was actually seeking death. With that, he tried to break free using his sword. Jaipa quickly released Ronan, never having imagined that the difference in strength between them would be so great. Even though Jaipa let him go, he took the attack head-on. Just by looking at the tiger, Ronan knew he would not be able to defeat him, but he could not simply wait for death to arrive. So he waited for an opening. Jaipa, in turn, thought the boy was a true warrior warrior, and told Ronan to raise his sword, warning him that he would strike with a vertical cut straight down the center, from top to bottom, and that Ronan would have to block it. Ronan managed to do so, but the impact was immense. Jaipa was impressed, though he still considered him a weak boy. Even though that defense showed no obvious flaws, Jaipa noticed familiarity in Ronan's final movements, and began to believe that Ronan was a disciple of Nabaros. Ronan promptly introduced himself, stating that there was no way the tiger could also be a disciple, because someone who recklessly attacked Philleon students would never stand beside her. Jaipa saw that Ronan was bold, but he apologized for his exaggerated greeting. Sometimes an exchange of blows spoke louder than 100 words to him. Since that was how things were, Ronan decided to dash toward Jaipa to return the greeting. Suddenly, 2 other creatures rushed at him, humanoid warriors. They quickly restrained Ronan, demanding to know who he was and addressing Jaipa as their commander. There was a hyena humanoid, part of Jaipa's force, and a bear humanoid from the same unit. They assumed Ronan was an associate of Nebula Classier and were ready to kill him. However, Ronan surprised the bear as well, suddenly appearing behind him. At that moment, a humanoid warrior woman appeared between them, stopping the fight. Ronan had not even seen her approach. Her name was Nemia, and she believed they needed disciplinary action to regain composure, since they were fighting without the commander's permission. She was the captain and also a member of Jaipa's force. Jaipa quickly explained that the boy was not an enemy, leaving the bear humanoid shocked, since Ronan had managed to defend himself against several blows. Jaipa then explained that the boy managed that because he was a disciple of Nabaros. Just hearing her name sent chills down the bear's spine. Nabaros had destroyed their force single-handedly, which was why her name was remembered with such fear. The bear quickly apologized to Ronan, staying alert so as not to become a memory, and asked that Ronan keep this secret. Ronan did not care to know how much the bear had suffered at his teacher's hands. Nemia was there because the situation had been resolved, and she reported to her commander that they had eliminated the monsters in the area, as well as individuals suspected of being religious fanatics. Suddenly, several warriors appeared around them. Jaipa then formally introduced himself again to Ronan, stating that he was the commander of the Imperial Elite Humanoid Force. He had received strict Imperial orders to eradicate Nebula Classier within the Empire, at which point he revealed his name. Ronan was surprised to see the Order's search force right in front of him. The scene then shifts to part of the Romera Mountains in Nimbutan, where an army was present and the people were frightened. Iriel did not understand what was happening, and demanded an explanation from Schlieffen, whom she referred to as Ronan's friend. Schlieffen quickly apologized, explaining that he had prepared some knights to give her answers. He asked her to excuse his unannounced arrival, introducing himself as a knight known as Schlieffen. He swore on the honor of Grancia that he would help her with the relocation, asking whether he could already start packing things with her, clearly showing how excited he was. The scene then shifts back to Ronan, shaken by the fact that he was now dealing with the Imperial Elite Humanoid Force. That unit had not even existed the previous year. He wondered whether the Imperial Palace had acted because he had captured some Nebula members, and he had never imagined that the Sword Saint Jaipa would be placed as their leader. He wanted to know how they had found the Nebula members, since they had been hiding extremely well, and he explained that seals no longer worked on them. Jaipa realized that Ronan's information was extensive and asked whether it had come from his teacher. At that moment, Asel arrived in a panic, being escorted by one of the humanoids. He was crying and begging for help. The humanoid explained that Asel had been walking suspiciously and had therefore been captured, asking the commander whether he should dispose of him. Asel went into complete shock, insisting that he had already explained he was looking for his friend. Jaipa wanted to confirm the information, and Ronan, somewhat embarrassed, revealed that Asel had indeed been with him. The scene then shifts to nightfall, still within that forest. Nemia reported that Nebula members were brainwashing the monsters in the region, but that this was only a facade. Their true objective was likely at the center of the mountain. Jaipa believed that Nebula Classier's real target was the Romera Mountains. The Romera Mountain Road is one of the Empire's main transport routes. Nearly a third of everything transported into the Empire passes through it. Destroying that route would mean the fanatics were trying to bring down one of the Empire's economic pillars. That was why they were using monsters to do most of the work. However, Ronan wanted to know what methods they intended to use. He drew his sword, and the woman known as the Torch became visibly worried. Ronan made it clear that the mountain road was extremely important, and not something that could be destroyed easily, especially since they had only brought a few monsters. He pointed his sword at her neck, demanding to know what the hell they were planning. She replied that they did not fear death, calling Ronan an atheist, as a light began to emanate from her. The swordsman had no idea what was happening. The cultists were gathering their mana, aware that they had failed to answer their calling. They were gathering every last fragment of their souls, determined to annihilate Ronan and the Imperial warrior unit. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the forest. There were still some members of Nebula Classier there, and they soon realized that some of their brothers had made a noble choice. They mourned their brother's sacrifice, especially their lord, Varen. One of the subordinates thought it would be better to wait for another day. away, but Varen believed they could not give the Empire time to reorganize. It would only make things worse. They no longer wanted to delay their plan. They were not at the center of the mountain yet, so Varen announced that they would begin in the valleys of the Romera Mountains. He wanted to defeat all atheists. With that, a massive magic circle appeared after he placed a strange item on the ground. It was a detonator crafted by an artisan known as Lord Alabrige. The detonator had 30 layers of magic. After absorbing mana from the ley lines, an amplification spell would activate all 30 layers and destroy everything in its path. Varen warned his subordinates that they needed to protect it so it could absorb enough mana. Varen was accompanied by Evan, the former commander of the CERN Knight Order, and Blois, the former leader of the Green Magic Tower. Evan revealed that he had heard that after this mission, Varen would take the place of the late Brigia. He believed that meant Varen had received the blessing. Varen confirmed it. This was the usual pattern after succession. However, the mission required greater power to protect against the explosions, so the leader had granted him the honor first. He did not wish to compare himself to Brigia, but he also did not want others to hesitate when decisive action was required in a crisis. Suddenly, the tiger stepped onto the scene. Varen was alert and immediately activated his magical barrier. The attack passed straight through the barrier. Varen found it incredible that Jaipa had discovered their exact location through the mana of the ley lines, but he also found it strange since the detonator had only just begun absorbing mana. He could not understand how that was possible. Jaipa made it clear that they could not escape his sight. The moment he set foot in Romera, he immediately discovered everyone's location. He said he merely wanted to know their final objective, adding that Nebula Glacier was blinded by illusion and arrogance. They should resist as long as they could. The scene then shifts to 10 minutes before the fanatics' encounter with Jaipa. The tiger realized that those criminals were using mana to turn themselves into a bomb, but before he could act, Ronan leapt forward and rushed at the criminals, slicing them all apart. The woman lost her composure, unable to believe it. Ronan saw no reason for them to remain alive. What had just happened was shocking even for Jaipa. Ronan had completely nullified them, severing the criminals' mana. Ronan informed Jaipa that those filthy people were planning something. They would never let things end like that. He believed there were individuals of a much higher level nearby. In any case, he trusted that Jaipa knew how to hunt them down, so he proposed cooperation, making it clear that the tiger would earn a favor from the Emperor. The scene then shifts to the tiger facing Varen, who could not believe what he was seeing, since he had not sensed Jaipa's mana. He assumed the attack had been purely physical strength. Varen had already heard of the Sword Saint and knew Jaipa was extremely powerful. He realized he was receiving a very unwelcome guest, so he ordered his subordinates to restrain the tiger. Evan and Blois were more than willing to do so. Their mana began to pour out as they prepared for battle. Jaipa saw that it was a combination of a high-ranking knight and a mage. The two charged at him. Evan was especially excited. He wanted to shatter the honor of a warrior of the Empire. He demanded that the tiger show his technique. If Evan could defeat that technique, he would earn the honor of comparison. But at that moment, Jaipa split Evan's sword in half. Evan's mistake was staking his honor on the fight. Jaipa took it seriously because Evan was a criminal, and in his fury, he took Evan's head. Blois realized things had gone terribly wrong and immediately raised his mana shield, but it was useless. Jaipa sliced him in half as if he were an ox headed for a barbecue. Then he tried to step on Varen like an ant, but Varen attempted to defend himself with his barrier. Jaipa realized he knew Varen. He seemed familiar, but he never imagined he would be hiding among fanatics. Varen was a criminal wanted for the deaths of hundreds of people. He had even used the villagers of Athens for black magic experiments a decade earlier, earning the title of the greatest criminal ever to walk the land of Athens. Varen considered it an honor that the Sword Saint remembered his name, but he claimed he had abandoned his past. Soon his shield began to crack, with the tiger making it clear that he did not care. Varen was caught off guard. Jaipa believed that regardless of anything else, history had already been written, and many innocents had died. As he was about to seize the old man, Varen quickly used the blessing of the star. Varen understood Jaipa's title. The cult's most promising candidates had been nothing to the tiger, but he insisted that Jaipa could not break the blessing of the star. He asked what the tiger thought of that, claiming he was witnessing the greatness of the star. Jaipa thought it was all a joke. Varen was trapped in illusions. He made it clear that he would end Varen's life. Varen was the prey, not the predator. Jaipa prepared to strike the old man, while Varen found it incredible to see the Empire's greatest swordsman up close. His power was monstrous, the impact absurdly immense, and yet the blessing of the star managed to withstand the blow. The most bizarre part for the old man was that Jaipa had used only the key of his sword, and even so, it was an overwhelming attack. In the end, Varen believed it was a pity. He was certain the tiger would not be able to win that fight. He then began to provoke Jaipa, stating that while they fought, the magic bomb was absorbing mana from the area. He suggested that Jaipa leave while there was still time, so he could escape the explosion. In the end, everything there would be reduced to ash along the mountain. Jaipa saw that Varen was neutralizing the attacks themselves, making him extremely irritating to deal with. But Ronan had already warned the tiger about this. Even so, though, Jaipa felt fully prepared. The old man would not pose a threat in the future, where he wanted the old man to pay attention so he could watch him destroy the blessing of the star. Varen was immediately startled. He felt an overwhelming pressure, completely different from before. Jaipa's aura had changed. Varen then showed respect toward Jaipa, urging the tiger to give everything he had in that battle. Ronan, watching the fight, thought the tiger had gone crazy. He should have reduced his strength, or he would end up destroying the mountain before the bomb even exploded. Varen was caught off guard. Jaipa noticed that Ronan had arrived and thought the kid was very slow. Ronan had never heard anyone say that about him, so he believed the tiger must be extremely fast. Either way, Ronan wanted to deal with the one who had the blessing of the star. He knew Jaipa was strong, but he didn't think the tiger could handle Varen at that moment. They also didn't have time. Jaipa simply understood the boy. The old man was shocked, thinking Ronan was speaking with enormous arrogance to the sword saint, and he wanted to know who that swordsman was. Ronan was grateful for Jaipa's understanding. Then he called the old man and stated that, thanks to Varan's shouting, he already understood everything that was happening and would put an end to all that mess. In the end, he thought Varan didn't seem stronger than Brigya, whom he referred to as a complete lunatic. Varen couldn't understand how Ronan knew her name and began to grow furious, unable to believe that a kid was the one who killed her. He thought Sarante had done it. He couldn't accept Ronan dishonoring Brigya and even insulting her, showing just how blindly devoted the old man was. Suddenly, he began to act completely strange. The old man had always been a bit weird, but out of nowhere he started to undergo a transformation. He showered Brigya with praise, saying that in his opinion, she had risen to the position of leader through true strength. He couldn't believe that a kid with a pathetic amount of mana dared to injure a noble person like her. The old man simply started dropping several heads of a completely bizarre creature. Varen believed that Ronan had actually witnessed her death, so he demanded to know the truth about what had happened that day. Seeing that the old man was curious, Ronan was willing to talk. He approached Varan. The old man realized he wasn't bluffing, and even thought he could be a good assistant, but he still couldn't believe Brigya had lost to Ronan. Even if she had lowered her guard, he shouldn't have been able to leave even a scratch on her. But at that moment, Ronan sliced the old man apart like the finest butcher in the region. The old man was finished. Ronan noticed that the Nebula Clasier executives seemed to have a habit of screaming, because the madwoman had screamed the same way. In the end, she died, just like Varen. Ronan believed he had answered the old man's question. Bad weeds never die easily. Even without a body, the old man still couldn't believe what had happened. The boy had passed through the blessing of the star and cut him down. In Ronan, he saw a power that transcended rules, just like the cult leaders. He only wanted to know who that boy was. With that, Ronan split the old man's head, finishing the job. He even thought it would be harder. The clients had died in a pathetic way, so he believed an executive would be tougher. In the end, he thought they needed to be more careful, since the faithful were becoming increasingly radical. Jaipa agreed, but he wanted one more chance to fight the old man, to find a way to defeat him. Ronan didn't allow it. The tiger was kind of unhinged and would probably send his hometown straight to hell. After all, the forest had been completely destroyed, all without using magic. Jaipa's aura alone was already something extremely dangerous. Jaipa was happy because, thanks to the kid, everything had ended peacefully. He then informed them that the Emperor had ordered him to reward those who helped in the mission, so he wanted Ronan to be free to choose whatever he wanted. Ronan got excited, since he already had something in mind. The most important person to him would soon arrive in the imperial capital. The scene then showed the knights on their horses. Schlieffen was also present, and Iriel was inside a carriage. The soldiers found the calm strange, since they believed they would be fighting an army of monsters. They also knew nothing about Iriel. After all the knights of Grancia were escorting her, so they assumed she was important to the young master. Schlieffen, completely smitten, was trembling like bamboo. He wanted to know if his precious one was feeling uncomfortable, since he could arrange something better. Iriel made it clear that she was fine. The carriage was more comfortable than her own home. She also thought he must be tired from being on horseback all day, so she simply asked him to stay there with her, saying everything Schlieffen wanted to hear. But the lovesick fool was focused and chose to refuse, since he couldn't let his guard down. Obviously, Iriel would distract him. Still, knowing she was comfortable made him happy, and she could ask for breaks whenever she wanted. Suddenly, tremors began to occur. Something was approaching them, carrying a surreal energy. All the knights prepared for battle, with Iriel's safety as the top priority, so the fool wouldn't be ruined if something happened. The cuckold drew his sword. The threat felt like something at the wyvern level, as Schlieffen could sense its aura from that distance. Then his eyes widened at what he saw. Jaipa was there, startling him. Jaipa smiled and told Schlieffen that he had put up a fine defense, and that he believed the next sword saint would be either him or Ronan. Schlieffen grew angry, not understanding why the tiger was pointing his blade at the Grancia banner. Jaipa explained it was just a greeting. There was no need to throw a tantrum. In swordsmanship, a clash speaks more than 1,000 words. Ronan, who was on his shoulder, lost his patience and warned the tiger that this kind of thing only applied in his homeland. Schlieffen was surprised to see Ronan there. Ronan greeted his comrades, saying they were there to help, and that Schlieffen shouldn't shouldn't worry because some incredible people were arriving. The humanoids soon appeared. Schlieffen was stunned, and Ronan, not being foolish, wanted to know if his comrade had taken good care of his sister. Then the scene shifted to the following day, in the imperial capital Philleon. Iril was completely shocked and wanted to know if it was true. She was going to live in a dazzling place. Ronan made it clear that this would be their home from now on. It was right in front of the school, so they could meet more often. The security was also very good. The craftsman from Schlieffen's family had renovated the entire place. No resources were spared. Iril approached Schlieffen, took his hand, and declared that she loved it. It felt like she was living in a fairy tale. She then thanked both of them and said she was willing to cook a good meal for them as a celebration. Schlieffen was surprised, as that news fit perfectly. Meanwhile, outside, Nabaros demanded a good explanation for why Jaipa was there. The auras of the two collided, and the situation soured abruptly. It had been a while since Tiger had last seen Nabaros, but to him she had not changed at all. He wondered how she had managed to become a teacher with that kind of temperament, but Nabaros already understood that he was questioning her way of acting. She wanted him to leave. Jaipa noticed that her sharp tongue had not changed either, and he was also curious about how her skills were now. He wanted to know whether she had overcome her past defeats, like the day she lost the title of Sword Saint to him. Tiger liked to provoke her, and she immediately felt it, but she was willing to show him. Grasping her sword, her aura became so brutal that everyone there was unable to move. She soon revealed the serpent, the so-called Viper of Lamentation. Jaipa knew she was not using her full strength, yet he felt his body stiffen. He thought his rival was quite interesting, since she had grown stronger. He then revealed his own aura as well, but Ronan appeared and demanded to know if the two of them had gone crazy. They were bickering right in front of his house. Iril tried to restrain her hot-headed brother. Ronan made it very clear that he did not want anyone stressing his sister because he would kill and die for her. He then invited both of them into his house. He could not imagine that the two strongest fighters in the Empire were nothing but children. Their temperaments were difficult, and he thought they should be ashamed of themselves. In the end, both accepted the boy's scolding. Jaipa admitted that he had lost his temper, but he lied and put the blame on his rival. In any case, the move was finished, so Jaipa said goodbye to Ronan, hoping the boy would grow stronger because he wanted to fight him the next time they met. Ronan was immediately relieved that the Sword Saint had left, as the atmosphere had been completely different. That was when he realized he wanted to know why his teacher was there so early. Nabaros, her aura overflowing, demanded explanations from her disciple. She wanted to know everything, and Ronan realized he was in serious trouble. The scene then shifted to them sitting at the table, and he had already explained everything to her. In the end, Jaipa had helped Ronan with his sister's move thanks to his contribution to the mission. Nabaros thought that Tiger liked Ronan, but she did not want her student to get involved with Jaipa in the future, declaring that Tiger was very dangerous. Ronan did not quite understand, so she explained that 10 years earlier, there had been a werewolf invasion that plunged the northern region into complete chaos. That invasion was called the Night of Howls. The leader of that invasion was Jaipa himself. It was after negotiations that the Beastmen became Imperial soldiers and Jaipa became the Empire's sword. Nabaros did not trust him. He had also placed himself at the negotiating table instead of fighting the Empire to the end. He offered his service and forces in exchange for the Empire not attacking his hometown. The Emperor accepted, knowing how strong Tiger was, but they sealed it with a blood pact. Nabaros believed Jaipa was hiding something to protect his people. If the blood pact were broken, Jaipa would become a greater threat than the fanatics. Ronan was quite surprised, recalling that Jaipa had not revealed himself during the fight against a Hayute. In the end, he believed that in his past life, Tiger had been eliminated by the fanatics. Still, he could not rule out other possibilities. Nabaros wanted to say something to Ronan, but became distracted. However, she asked whether he could truly use the chi sword comfortably at that moment. The disciple confirmed it to his master. Nabaros saw that Jaredin had finally done something useful, and she announced that they would quickly begin the lessons he needed. The scene then shifted to a place filled with training dummies. Nabaros wanted him to show how strong he had become. She wanted him to demonstrate his chi sword, but she was not interested in raw power, only in Ronan's level. He prepared himself and performed the technique toward the dummies, but the QE simply vanished, and Ronan was startled. He then told his teacher that a few days earlier, he had used the complete form of the chi sword. He tried once more, but Nabaros quickly warned him to stop. He had made great progress. He could imbue mana into his sword, but that could not yet be called a chi sword. Nabaros explained that he had merely added a bit of mana to his absurd attack technique. Even so, it would be of great help to him. She knew this because people said he had killed a wyvern with a single strike. Ronan did not think he had improved that much, since he had only imbued mana into his sword, but his teacher wanted him to think of the chi sword as a condensed mana construct that inflicted massive damage on the enemy. However, seeing mana merely as a way to increase power was a very shallow perspective. The true power of those who possess mana is is that it opens the path to the next level. That was why she wanted to see how his chi sword was, to know where he needed to improve. Nabiros believed the boy would not understand what she was saying at that moment, but she made it clear that luck would not always be on his side. That difference would one day determine the course of his life. Ronan was startled. He would need to refine his flaws as he advanced, with Nabiros helping as much as she could. He had to improve his fundamental aspects, and the rest would follow naturally. But Ronan did not understand why his master was holding his sword, until she suddenly revealed her strength, telling him to pay very close attention. She was showing him the true face of his sword. He did not understand, but she showed that his sword was red. Nabiros poured her mana into it, and the sword manifested its latent power. Nabiros's own swords, called Urusa, had been forged by a master craftsman, and were born as renowned blades. They concealed their true power. The true value of a sword that unlocks its latent power is that it displays strength many times greater than normal. Nabiros demonstrated this to her disciple, causing devastating destruction. She knew the masterpiece Doran had created, and she could see that the sword was truly powerful. Ronan was shocked that his master destroyed the training field, reinforced with spells, in a single strike. He did not understand why he had not been able to do anything like that before, but his teacher explained that his mana was still at a very low level, so his sword could not do much. She also acknowledged his lack of experience. Ronan did not like being looked down upon. Even so, he had a clear goal in mind. He wanted to know from his instructor where he should begin, because one day he would show Tiger what kind of person his master truly was. Nabiros liked that a lot, but she believed the training should start with learning how to keep his mana active, since that was his greatest weakness. On the first day of training, he managed to keep his mana active for 48 seconds. Nabiros stayed right on top of him, not letting him falter, until he gradually improved. By the 14th day of training, he was already able to maintain it for 13 minutes, something that usually takes others years to achieve. Now the teacher wanted him to demonstrate the chi sword while in that state. He quickly prepared himself, aimed at the dummies, and unleashed the chi sword. The dummy's helmet immediately went flying. Nabiros thought it was very good, and Ronan began to better understand why he was training like this. The more he trained, the better his perception of mana became. He focused on maintaining it, and soon felt all his bodily senses sharpening. He understood just how great the power mana brought to him was. Nabiros was about to look for other aspects to help her student when Jaredin suddenly appeared, accusing her of exploiting her pupil. She seemed like someone passionately devoted to teaching. It had been a while since he had last seen Nabiros, but he wanted some of her time, as he wished to talk about the disciple she valued so much. Ronan found it strange that Professor Jaredin was there, and he looked quite well. Jaredin then explained to Nabiros that Ronan had a unique constitution that needed to be checked regularly. Nabiros immediately thought Jaredin had found an excuse to extort Ronan, and she released an entirely threatening aura toward him. However, her colleague tried to explain that it was nothing like that, asking her to lower her sword. He had only come to keep his promise, informing her that because of Ronan, Sunya had finally begun to show results. Nabiros was taken by surprise by that news, but Jaredin knew there was still a new path ahead, and he wanted Nabiros to visit at some point. Sunya adored Nabiros's adventure stories. In truth, Jaredin wanted to talk about Adishan, whom he had been researching at Ronan's request. He was not yet certain, but if his theory was correct, Adishan was very dangerous, as she possessed a power that was difficult to control. However, he believed Nabiros had already noticed the danger behind that power, since she kept Adishan close to keep an eye on her. Nabiros interrupted him, declaring that her assistant was not as fragile as he thought, and that he should not draw conclusions about her future. Jaredin was a bit startled, but since Nabiros wished it that way, they would leave it up to Adishan. Ronan simply watched. Shortly after, Ronan felt that his teacher was angry. He then remembered Professor Jaredin talking about a mercenary troop before, and wanted to know whether the two of them had been mercenaries. Jaredin confirmed it, and even said that he and Nabiros were famous in the south. Their first meeting had not been one of the best. He said he had met Nabiros when they had received commissions to eliminate each other, and had clashed. He clearly remembered that day. Nabiros seemed like the incarnation of death. He had felt a terror that could not be put into words. She seemed much better the way she was now. Jaredin had been brutally defeated by her that day, and had nearly lost his life. If Sunya, who was a resident of that area, had not saved him, he would have died right there. Sunya ended up taking care of him, and that was how they became a couple. After that dreadful moment, he and Nabiros eventually became companions. All of that happened thanks to Sunya, who tried to calm everything down. Still, the fact that Nabiros hated him was something he believed was entirely his fault, because he had failed to protect Sunya. His foolishness in not letting Sunya go made Nabiros furious. Even so, she kept Jaredin's secret until the very end, allowing him to treat his wife thanks to Nabiros's consideration. He believed that Nabiros would forgive him if Sunya recovered. The professor then revealed to the swordsman that Nabiros had a good heart despite her temper. The scene shifted to another day, specifically to the main building of the magic specialization, the Hall of Truth, and to the the black magic laboratory. Ronan was surprised that there was a place darker than Jaredin's own laboratory. He was there with the professor and Adishan. Jaredin explained that they were there because the equipment they needed was extremely expensive and could only be used in that place. It was the adult mana extractor, the best magical tool capable of giving form to the mana inside a living creature. Therefore, someone who had difficulty understanding their own mana, like Adishan, needed to spend a fortune to use that equipment. He pointed to where she should go, explaining that they would discover what was hidden behind the power within her. He hoped she had prepared herself mentally. They then began, and black-colored energy flowed out of her, leaving Adishan frightened. The creatures around them immediately began to growl. Ronan found it incredible that she exerted such influence even without using any ability. Like the great commander from his past life, she dominated and ruled the battlefield, the strongest and most malevolent power in the Empire's history. Adishan wanted to understand why her mana had that color, and had only heard about it superficially from Ronan. The professor then informed her that she possessed dark mana, though she did not fully understand it. Jaredin understood her ignorance, as everything about dark mana was treated as ultra-secret. However, the professor wanted to know how the swordsman knew about something like that. To avoid trouble, Ronan thought it best to leave those details for later. In any case, they truly did not have much information about dark mana. When dark mana lay dormant for a long time, even if the bearer awakened, most people could not endure it and would end up dying. Adishan was terrified at the amount of dark mana leaking out, which was completely different from ordinary mana. In the end, dark mana made what was considered impossible become possible. It was a power that went against logic and reason. The problem was that it manifested suddenly, without the bearer being able to foresee it. The owner of the power could not control its strength and would fall into a state of fury, causing calamity to everyone nearby. In the end, they would burn themselves out. Jaredin asked whether Adishan still wanted that power. Otherwise, he could apply a seal to prevent that mana from manifesting, and they could also research a way to eliminate dark mana altogether. He wanted her to think carefully before reaching a conclusion, because those who manifest dark mana cannot control their power. In short, none of them meet a good end. It was essentially a double-edged blade of mana. He wanted to know whether Adishan was prepared to wield something like that. She then remembered everything Ronan had told her, even calling her the Great Commander. She admitted to Jaredin that she was afraid, but she remembered Ronan asking her not to worry and to give her best, so she could not help but remain determined. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, the professor began, and red-colored energy started to flow out of her. She felt a familiar sensation. The professor explained that they were extracting the mana she had accumulated up to that point. He imagined that she had faced situations where she could not find any talent for mana, always lagging behind her peers. Adishan was surprised that he knew this. Jaredin reminded her that mana defied the logic of that world. There was no way a power like that would patiently wait. Thus, dark mana conflicted with the mana Adishan had accumulated, hindering her development. However, she had gathered a great deal of mana, which impressed the professor, and he admired her efforts. Still, she needed to prepare herself to say goodbye to the fruits of that effort. Adishan did not quite understand, but to the professor the solution was simple. Since the two manas were colliding, they had to eliminate one of them. He decided it was best to leave only the dark mana in her body. In the end, Ronan could not accumulate mana, and Adishan could not get rid of the mana she had accumulated. Ronan disliked how familiar the situation felt, and immediately imagined that it would take Adishan another 5 years. Jaredin confirmed that this was exactly the case. Worse still, the extracted mana would return to her body as soon as the equipment was shut down. Ronan asked whether the extraction method would have any side effects. According to the professor, it should not, since in any case the individual merely returned to the state they were in before having mana at all. He found it strange that the swordsman was asking about this. Suddenly, Ronan made a movement with his sword. Adishan did not understand, nor did Jaredin. Ronan was so fast that they did not see it. The mana within Adishan had vanished. In the end, Ronan declared that it had become easier, since there was much he needed to do with her, and he could not wait another 5 years. Suddenly, dark mana manifested again within Adishan. After that, she fainted. When she woke up, the swordsman was relieved. Adishan was startled to find herself sleeping in his arms, not realizing she had fainted. Seeing the bizarre creatures in the capsules, she noticed that they were all awakening and asked why that was happening. Ronan explained that she was the one who had caused it, that it was the dark mana, which had been dormant and then awakened, that made everything happen. In the end, they had succeeded. The unknown sensation in Adishan's heart was the core of pure dark mana. She needed to learn how to master that power. She found it strange, as it was much colder and heavier than ordinary mana. Jaredin explained that soon the intense dark mana would return to normal. Ultimately, she needed to learn the abilities she had gained after awakening. Jaredin thought they should silence those creatures, but the swordsman believed it would be better for Adishan to do it. He suggested this to her, as in her current state it might be possible. She simply ordered the creatures to be quiet, and suddenly silence fell. She wondered whether she had a mental manipulation ability. Jaredin explained that that brainwashing required an enormous amount of mana and magical tools, yet she had done it with just a single sentence. He saw great danger in her ability. The power was essentially mind control, the ability to choose a target and force them to follow the user's will. That power had the potential to turn even an entire military unit into puppets that would do anything, even sacrifice their lives. In the end, Ronin's great commander had never hesitated to use her abilities. He clearly remembered all the chaos and how he had asked her whether she was sure that was right, but she had seen no other way to achieve victory. That was one of the only reasons she had stayed alive. She believed it was the same for everyone else. In the past, she had been the Iron Lady. Ronin did not know what he would do if they found themselves in that situation again, nor what his great commander would do. They then left that dark place. The day had been long, and the professor even confirmed that he would help her with training. He then asked how Adashan was feeling. She was taking a great step toward becoming a great commander, yet he could see that she was actually terrified. The problem for her was that the power could grow and influence people. She did not know whether she should really use such a dangerous power. At first, she had been excited, feeling that her dream was close, but after seeing the nature of that power, she became afraid of her own ability. She did not want to harm innocent people, and feared becoming a monster who would do anything to achieve victory. Ronin was surprised. She had already understood her own ability. In her past life, Adashan's judgment had saved many people, and she had become the light that guided them toward tomorrow. But in the end, the soldiers dominated by her ability had been sacrificed. Adashan asked Ronin to stop her if she ever became a monster. She believed that if that moment came and Ronin was by her side, she would have the strength to overcome it, even offering him a smile. Ronin did not want her to regret anything, and believed she would succeed. In any case, he would not push her off a cliff. Still, she was worried by what he had said. The scene then shifted to some time after that day. Peace had come to Philleon for the first time in a long while. Adashan and Jaredon began training. At first, Adashan had difficulty controlling a single bird, but after some time, she was able to control up to 5 at once. Eventually, she would control larger beasts. Braum, as always, continued his individual training. Ophelia, who could not be found during the day, was enjoying herself teaching blood magic to Sita. Sita was growing very strong after smashing the head of one of the spell-reinforced training dummies, leaving Ophelia astonished. She thought the creature was a genius and became even more eager to teach her more spells. Even if her passion for teaching seemed a bit excessive, it was always good to know a lot. Ronin had also spent his days in peace, and the scene shifted to him fighting Schlieffen, where he realized that his comrade had grown stronger and wondered whether Schlieffen had been training in secret. Schlieffen also thought that Nabaros had taught Ronin a few extra things. In any case, they both tried to outdo each other. Mariah watched that battle, which had already been going on for quite some time, noticing that they simply did not get tired. In her mind, it would be better if they went straight to the battlefield. Asel was also watching, and in the end, Maria thought that Ronin's thirst for battle was his charm. She wanted to know Asel's opinion on that. In the end, Asel even agreed, but he grew jealous when Maria spoke so highly of Ronin. She then hugged him and made it very clear that Asel was adorable. She suggested that the two of them improve their teamwork to show Ronin that they were great as well. Asel agreed with her, and then the scene shifted to Ronin drinking tea with Varen. Ronin's senses were opening just from the aroma. It was very similar to Sarante's sanctuary. Ronin also remembered that Varen had said he would not waste a single leaf until he succeeded in cultivating it, and he had succeeded since he had made the tea. Varen looked very happy and declared that all of it was thanks to the swordsman. After all, after the adventure he had with his comrades, Ronin had given Varen the gift he had received from the elf. Varen would never even have known of that herb's existence if Ronin had not given it to him. He admitted it had been difficult, but he succeeded, and that it could help many people in the future. Varen, as an advisor, wanted to reward Ronin for cleaning up the mess. Ronin grew very excited, thinking the advisor would pay for everything. Varen did not give such certainty. The reason he had called Ronin was because he had an answer, and he showed him some paperwork. It was the location Ronin wanted to visit to learn more about his curse, known as the Twilight Magic Tower. They had approved Ronin's visit. The swordsman was thrilled, and Varen reminded him that he needed to be careful, as he believed everyone was lying low at the moment due to a recent accident in Fortuna. In any case, Ronin could go alone. The honor students of the magic specialization would accompany him on a field trip, so one of his classmates would go with him. The scene then shifted to Elizabeth simply writing Adashan's name with a heart next to her own. Next, the scene shifted to an airship on its way to the Dawn Magic Tower. That airship was called the Western Wing. Elizabeth wanted to know why Ronin was there. He noticed that it had been a while since he had last seen Elizabeth, and asked whether it would not be better to call her Eli. She became very irritated, saying that only Adashan could call her that. She also wanted him to answer her question. In the end, he thought it was obvious, since that airship had only one destination. He had business at the Dawn Magic Tower. She found it strange, since he practiced martial arts, and to make matters worse, he was going alone. Ronan did not disagree, and even wanted to bring a cell, but his friend was busy training with Maria. He asked where the freshmen were since she was alone, and he had heard from the professor that several mages were going to the Dawn Magic Tower. Elizabeth was alone because the mages of the Dawn Tower were known for their fire magic. The opportunity to visit the tower was given to the top 10 students, obviously those who practiced fire magic at the academy. That trip was also granted only to the one who placed first in the tests. There was no one better than her in the magic course. That was why she was there alone. Ronan thought that she did not actually have any friends, so he thought he could keep her company. Elizabeth was shocked, thinking he was mocking her, and made it clear that she did not need his company. She was also bothered by the other students around them, who were chatting nonsense instead of focusing on training or study. She asked whether Ronan did not agree with her. He did not quite know what to say. Elizabeth then declared that at that academy, he was the only one who had recognized her talent besides Adishan. To her, the swordsman had put on incredible performances recently. He had even put Schlieffen, whom she found very annoying, in his place. He had also helped the Sword Saint. She believed that the royal palace must have heard about Ronan's achievements as well, since the Akalusia family was interested in him. She then realized that he had still not given her an answer to the invitation she had made earlier, which she believed was an incredible opportunity. Ronan thought she talked a lot for someone who did not want his company, but he could not refuse her invitation either, and thought it best to change the subject. He asked Elizabeth why she liked Adishan so much. She found the question strange, and he admitted he was curious. Ronan thought Adishan had entered the academy without showing great talent, but seeing how much Elizabeth liked her, he imagined she had seen something special in Adishan. Elizabeth explained that Adishan was different from anyone else from the very beginning. Elizabeth first met Adishan a few days after arriving in Philleon. She had been looking for the library when she got lost, and Adishan kindly showed her the way. Adishan praised Elizabeth for her excellent performance in the entrance exam, saying she had never seen someone so incredible. At first, Elizabeth did not like that very much, as she thought Adishan was flattering her because of her family. She disliked that, as it made it seem as though she had no value and only held her position because she came from a prestigious family. However, Adishan was not flattering her family at all. She genuinely believed that Elizabeth had trained hard to achieve that result. In the end, she offered to provide any support Elizabeth needed. Even though she was the senior, she acknowledged that she was not at the same level, but her advice could still be helpful. In any case, those were fond memories for Elizabeth, and she thought Adishan was very beautiful. Ronan did not understand any of this. Elizabeth then began praising Adishan's hair and overall appearance, going so far as to call her a beauty and admitting that she missed her. Ronan began to feel uneasy, but in any case, he thought that such a relationship could help Adishan. Suddenly, he sensed something and grabbed Elizabeth's hand without time to explain. Something was coming to attack. They quickly moved outside. Elizabeth was very irritated that he had lifted her up like a backpack. Ronan knew she had telekinesis and asked her to prepare herself, but Elizabeth did not understand what was happening. Then, suddenly, a giant fireball appeared, heading straight for the airship. Elizabeth could not understand why a spell used in aerial combat was there. In any case, Ronan drew his sword and left the rest to her. She used her invisible hand ability, and he rushed toward the fireball, delivering several rapid slashes. The problem was that he ended up creating several fireballs. He had not expected that. He thought the airship would be hit, but Elizabeth handled it and did not understand his surprise, because to her, it was nothing. Ronan saw that she was no joke. He called her Eli again and said she had done a good job, which irritated her greatly. He thought that such a welcome ceremony was excessive. In the end, he wanted to understand what the hell was going on at the Dawn Magic Tower. Soon after, an announcement was made. The fireball had been launched by the Dawn Tower itself. They had simply been using communication magic, but it had not been their intention. It was an accident, and they asked the airship to land so they could apologize and explain what had happened. After that, the airship landed. Many students were extremely frightened, and they also had no idea who had nullified the spell. Elizabeth found what had just happened disappointing. Still, she was willing to file a complaint with her family. Ronan understood her anger, but in the end, he thought it would be better to listen to what the Tower of Dawn had to say. The scene then shifts to Ronan talking with Varen, since visits to the magical Tower of Dawn were not allowed because of religious fanatics. After the infiltration of the Grancia family, the entire empire was hunting those fanatics. Varen explained that the Tower of Dawn was also conducting internal investigations. They had eradicated 3 members of the order shortly afterward, and before they could apprehend the criminals, they practically blew themselves up. However, the mages present managed to react, and there were no casualties, though a large part of the tower's territory had been destroyed. Even so, Varen wanted Ronan to be careful, as they did not know the reason for the fanatics' infiltration. Since they had failed, they might try again. Thus, Ronan believed that the fireball had been the work of the fanatics. It was no coincidence. If he noticed anything strange, he thought it would be best to make the first move. At that moment, a door opened and a man lamented having kept them waiting so long. He also apologized for what had happened earlier. The master of the Tower of Dawn was not present, so this man, named Awan Philla, the vice master of the Tower of Dawn, would receive them and also apologize for everything that had occurred. Ronan could not believe that person was there. In his past life, Philla had been the most famous man in the Empire when it came to fire magic. Ronan had never imagined that this man belonged to the Tower of Dawn. At that moment, Philla explained that they still did not know what had happened, but they believed that whoever cast the spell on the airship was someone from the launch hall. An investigation was underway, and the culprit would soon be arrested. They would also pay for the damage suffered by the airship and seek to improve their internal security so that such an incident would not happen again. The students began to feel more relieved. Elizabeth had never imagined that Philla would apologize with such visible shame. Ronan thought that if it really was Philla, then he was worthy of trust. In his past life, during the battle against the Ahayute, Philla had been on the front lines, buying time for everyone. He was a member of the vanguard. Everyone was risking their lives, but Philla set his own body ablaze several times to save his companions, until his very life turned to embers and vanished with the wind. Philla had never hesitated even once. Because of that, Philla could not be on the side of the fanatics. Philla recognized Ronan and Elizabeth as the ones who had blocked the fireball, making it clear that the tower was indebted to them. He was deeply grateful to both of them, and even mentioned their names. Ronan did not understand how Philla knew him. Elizabeth was someone he could understand Philla knowing, but not himself. Philla then explained that he had heard some rumors about Ronan in Philleon. He asked the two of them to follow him, as he wanted to express his thanks and show them something. He also explained that he would present the tower in a simple way. They were in the heart of the Tower of Dawn, where enhancements and research were carried out. It was also the main hall of the magical research building, but Philla explained that the place was somewhat chaotic after the recent events. The staff working there were in a great hurry to deliver their research. At that moment, Elizabeth understood the greatness of the Tower of Dawn. Practically all the mages there were level 4 or higher. Ronan knew those guys were no small fry, but the problem was that the atmosphere was not very welcoming. Some of the people working there did not understand why something like that was happening. They thought it was because the master was away. They did not like outsiders inside the tower, especially since some members had gone missing. In any case, they could not let that information leak out, and Ronan felt that he had gotten involved in several problems all at once. He did not believe he could end his curse there. Amid all of that, there was a strange mage who hugged a plush toy and basically took orders from it. He promised that he would do whatever the plush toy, whom he called Master, was asking, which was to kill Elizabeth. After that, they were sitting across from Philla's desk, where Ronan declared that he understood that everything really had been an accident, but he still could not understand how Philla had failed to deal with the fireball heading toward the airship. Embarrassed, Philla agreed with the swordsman. However, he also revealed that any mage could have dealt with the fireball at the moment it was detected. The problem was that they had not detected it at all, catching the two students from Philleon by surprise. Elizabeth thought that was impossible, and she immediately concluded that the problem was very serious, warning Ronan. The only explanation for everyone being deceived was that someone had used a large-scale sensory distortion spell originating from that place. In the end, if Philla, a 7th circle mage, had failed to detect it, then only a 9th circle mage of the magical empire, Lorehorn, would be able to. Ronan was surprised because in his previous life, Lorehorn had sealed one of the 3 giants. That old man had been their companion until the very end, so it would not be possible for him to cause that kind of incident. Everyone grew frightened. Philla wanted the two students to calm down, as they needed evidence to reach a conclusion, since whoever did this might have used other methods besides magic. Still, he swore that when he discovered who was posing a threat, he would immediately burn that individual. He asked the two students to relax and enjoy their stay, but he also wanted to reward them, taking the two students from Philleon by surprise. Philla then informed Elizabeth that she would learn fire magic personally from him. She was overjoyed as he would teach her some exclusive techniques. As for Ronan, he had heard that the activities of his club often took him to very dangerous places, so he prepared something more practical, an enchanted scroll imbued with high-level fire magic, meant to serve as aid in an emergency. Ronan was very happy with that reward. Philla also knew that the swordsman was there to rid himself of a curse, and that he was searching for a book. The problem was that the library held a collection of books from the entire empire, so it would not be easy to find the one he was looking for. To help Ronan make the most of his time there, Philla asked the librarian to assist in the search for the book. Then, with a ring in his hand, Ronan wanted to know what kind of person the librarian was. After all, Sarante had told him to seek out that librarian in a specific way, so Ronan believed the librarian was trustworthy. He even thought the librarian might also be an elf, but he did not see anyone there, until the librarian appeared, asking if he was the swordsman the vice master had mentioned, revealing in the end that the librarian was a woman. She introduced herself as an elf named Aerie. Ronan thought that elf was unpredictable, and he wanted to know if there were other librarians. Aerie informed him that she was the only librarian of the magical tower. She asked what the problem was, and at that moment Ronan showed her the ring, asking if she recognized the item, explaining that the owner of the ring was his friend, who had said that the librarian of the Tower of Dawn would recognize it. Eri was immediately surprised and identified it as Sarante's ring. It had been a long time since she had seen that item, and she wanted to understand why Ronan was in possession of it. Ronan did not quite know where to begin, as it was a long story. Eri knew that it was Sarante's favorite ring, and that he would not carelessly hand it over to just anyone, so she began to release her aura, expecting Ronan to be honest with her. The swordsman immediately grabbed his sword, as a giant wolf had appeared. Eri hoped that Ronan had not hurt Sarante to take the ring, because if that were the case, Ronan would pay for it right there. Ronan did not know what kind of relationship the librarian had with Sarante, but he knew one thing: she cared about his friend more than anyone else. So he apologized for the misunderstanding. He said he would also find it strange if someone showed up with his friend's belongings, but he was willing to explain everything. After he explained the whole situation, Air felt that it made sense for Sarante to have given him the ring. If the ring had been taken by force, Ronan would not have known about her relationship with Sarante. In any case, Ronan thought that Sarante was a brutal elf, and that it would not be so simple to take his ring. Ere did not disagree, and she apologized for her rashness. Ronan, however, did not want the atmosphere to sour, and made it clear that everything was fine. But he wanted to know how Ire had met Sarante, since her mana resembled that of a wolf. He then asked if she might be a spirit. Ere confirmed it. As for her relationship with Sarante, it was like that of a teacher and a student. She had learned a great deal from him. Ere had met Sarante hundreds of years ago. At the time, she was going through turbulent emotions and was angry at the world, so wherever she went, she left a trail of destruction. She deliberately went to human villages to harass the people, or even stole their lands and used them as her own territory. Back then, she was very immature, and believed what she was doing was right, since no one could defeat her to say otherwise. That was when she ended up meeting Sarante. People told him that there was an evil wolf roaming the region and disturbing the neighbors. She immediately told him to leave, saying that the territory was hers. Sarante lamented the situation and calmly asked her to follow him, showing his strength while making it clear that he did not wish to hurt her. He wanted to know if she would cooperate. Ares' eyes widened. That was how she followed Sarante to the Tower of Dawn, where at that time he was the strongest mage. Ronan had not known any of this. Ares explained that Sarante had reached that level without using fire magic, so he was truly incredible. At the time, she did not care much. She only wanted to find ways to escape his reach, but Sarante never gave up on her. Instead, he was always there teaching her. He taught that those who prove their worth through strength alone would eventually face someone stronger and be broken. Sarante taught Ere to live the right way, in harmony with what surrounded her. Thanks to his teachings, she became the person Ronan was seeing now. That was how she became the librarian of that place, also protecting the collection. She also hoped that Sarante was very busy, since Ronan was there in his place. Ronan felt a bit reluctant. He soon remembered his friend who had ended up losing his life. He then explained that Ere already knew how devoted Sarante was to Seniel, so they would not have contact for a long time. Ere saw that her friend truly had not changed, but she was not sad. After all, Sarante had not forgotten her, and that was her greatest happiness. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from the ring, whose shape changed completely. At that moment, a book appeared, its eyes observing everything. The scene then shifts to 3 days later. The people of the tower were as busy as ever, but there were no further incidents. Ronan managed to learn more about his curse in relative comfort, but he could no longer stand reading books. Air asked if he had made any progress, but he still had not found any clue about the curse in his body, though he had learned some concepts. He thanked the librarian for helping him. He had gone 3 consecutive days without sleep, and the more he learned, the more complicated it became, to the point that he felt like giving up. Ere understood and asked if he had any questions, as she had some free time to answer them. He then told her that there was something that had caught his attention early on. He wanted to know what the forbidden book called Bajura was, leaving her wide-eyed. He did not understand why she had gone silent, but her aura changed completely. She wanted to know how Ronan knew that name. She asked if he had secretly entered the forbidden book section. He was confused, as he did not even know such a section existed. He had simply seen that name several times in the book she had given him. She thought that was impossible, because the book she had given him did not mention that at all. Ronan opened a page to show her, but it had simply disappeared. Ere then believed that Sarante's reason for wanting Ronan to come there was not just because she was the librarian. The magical Tower of Dawn had more books on curses than any other tower. It was one of the places with the greatest knowledge on the subject. But the name Bajura was not something to be mentioned lightly, because it was the most malevolent forbidden book in existence. It was written by a demon, and anyone who touched that book received limited power, along with an instinct for destruction. In the past, during an era of peace, the book led an entire kingdom to complete extinction. The scene then shifts to Philleon, explaining to the Tower Master, named Larden, that the decision would be revealed the following day, at dawn. Larden was chained by his arms. After that, the scene moves moves to Ere, who explains to Ronan that the forbidden book section of the library was created specifically to contain Bajura, along with other forbidden books. Sarante had asked her to become the librarian so she could protect that place, because an ordinary human could easily be seduced by forbidden books. Ere never imagined that the name Bajura would come from the swordsman's mouth. She then informed Ronan that people had begun to disappear after the attack by the religious fanatics. Those who vanished were the ones who helped her in the library. She had searched the entire magical tower, but found no trace of them. It was as if they had evaporated. Ronan could not imagine how that was possible. Ere began to believe that the attack on the Tower of Dawn had been a trap meant to deceive everyone. That same night, Elizabeth was training, and she realized that all those teachings were on a completely different level. She applied Philla's theory, and her mana waste decreased significantly. She even wanted to take Philla to Akalusia, determined to learn everything she could during that visit. Suddenly, she sensed someone's presence and forcefully pulled them out, demanding to know who dared to hide from her. After all, mere invisibility magic would not work on Elizabeth. She knew it was an assassin, but she realized that the man was one of the missing people she had seen on the notice board. Before she could interrogate him, a massive explosion occurred at the site. There were several hooded figures there, and one of them had caused it. But Elizabeth was no pushover. She remained standing without a single scratch. She even thought they were trying to rescue their companion. But in the end, the man was attacked by his own allies and ended up scorched on the ground. She smiled, since they were the ones who had started the trouble, and she had no idea what the hell was going on. She wanted to know why everyone had disappeared without a trace and why they were attacking her. She recognized one person, the third daughter of the Grancia family, and did not understand why she was with those hooded figures. The girl's name was Sion Grancia. In the end, Elizabeth had no one to answer her questions, but she was eager to test the formula she had learned in real combat, especially since there were many things she could apply. She hoped that none of them would die too quickly. With that, she cast her devastating spell toward all the hooded figures. Things went badly for them. They soon realized she was far from weak and that they would not last if they continued. One of them then asked Sion Grancia to deal with it. Sion fired her fire lance, which shot toward Elizabeth at absurd speed, but Elizabeth was not frightened. She even considered it a pathetic fire stick. Sion was shocked. Elizabeth then decided to send the fire lance back at Sion, wanting to show her what it meant to become an enemy of Akalusia. But she did not send just one lance. She sent several, a technique she called fire needles. The hooded figures panicked and tried to defend themselves, but it was useless. They were wounded nonetheless. Their plan relied on Grancia's presence. She was supposed to defeat Akalusia. However, even after they combined their forces to form a kind of firewall, Elizabeth's needles pierced straight through it. They were struck brutally. Elizabeth's talent was absurd. Still, one of them thought that because she was focused on attacking, she had neglected her defense, which he considered tremendous arrogance, believing she had underestimated them all. He thought he would kill her at that moment, but she simply pierced him in multiple parts of the body, catching him completely by surprise. She found it delightful to see the look on his face after being thoroughly humiliated, telling him that she had left an opening on purpose. She called that technique moth drawn to the flame. The assassin could not understand how she had done it, since she had prepared another spell so quickly, but she had prepared nothing. She had merely altered the trajectory of a spell that was already active. Because she possessed telekinesis, she was able to deal even more damage. She explained that she could control 3 elements, but she would never need to control all 3 at once against someone like him, because to her, he was just a moth. She then turned her attention back to Sion. Elizabeth also noted that the charred bodies on the ground, though badly damaged, would not die so easily, since they were fire mages and thus resistant. She reminded Sion that when their clans went to war, there would be a bloodbath across the entire empire. Regardless of who won, all that would remain would be a catastrophe born of mutual destruction. Elizabeth wanted to know who Sion's leader was, because she believed Sion could not have orchestrated all of this on her own. She was just a novice. In any case, Elizabeth thought it was an extremely sloppy scheme, a terribly failed assassination attempt. As much as she hated to admit it, she did not believe a Grancia would devise such a stupid plan. Otherwise, Sion would be nothing more than a failure. In the end, Elizabeth believed there was an entity that desired both clans to go to war, and that this entity had taken control of Sion Grancia. She wanted to know who was inside Sion's body. Sion began to smile, realizing that Elizabeth was very clever and had noticed quickly. A powerful energy was revealed. Elizabeth was shocked until she suddenly felt it. The pressure from that energy forced her to her knees. Her body was paralyzed with fear. She wanted to know who the entity before her was. Sion then began to transform into something completely bizarre, like an 80-year-old woman, telling Elizabeth to lift her head and remember this well. Spreading her wings, the creature made it clear that the name of the one who would dominate that world was Bajura. The scene then shifts back to Phila, Ire, and Ronan. Ire told Phila everything that had happened, including the fact that Ronan had seen the name Bajura in ordinary books. Ronan explained that if he had not seen it, he would never have known that name. Phila thought it made perfect sense. Eri believed believed that the seal within that book was weakening, but Philleon thought that was impossible. He had inspected the seal the day before, and it was in perfect condition. Eri immediately became furious upon learning that Philleon had entered the forbidden book section without her. Everyone there knew that no one was allowed to enter the forbidden section without her presence or that of the Tower Master, because even Philleon could be deceived by the power of the book Bajura. She made it clear that she would report this to the Tower Master when he returned. At that moment, Philleon apologized, admitting that he had hidden something. Revealing the truth with a pained expression, he said that the Master was already there. The Tower Master had been sealed together with Bajura, shocking both the librarian and the swordsman. The scene then shifts to 1 year earlier, on the day the Tower Master supposedly left to cultivate. In reality, he never left the Tower of Dawn. Instead, he entered the darkest place within the tower, where he released the seal of the most malignant and powerful book in that tower, Bajura. The Tower Master did this to obtain the ancient knowledge contained within that book. Only then did Eri understand why she had heard no news of the Tower Master, though she still could not understand why he would seek the knowledge of such a cursed book. Since Lardon had already reached the peak of fire magic and spiritual magic, Philleon believed that Lardon thought he could control the power of the book, as he had always considered sealing the knowledge of the forbidden books a waste. Philleon also believed that all the unfortunate accidents that had occurred up to that point were only because the contents of the books had started to leak. Lardon used to say that, even though it was a dangerous power, if used correctly, it could help everyone, and Bajura could even become a true blessing for that land. Ronan had already imagined how it would end. The Tower Master had failed to control the power of that book. Philleon explained that the book is an evil that humans could never control. Even Lardon only managed to resist it for a brief moment. The book is the pinnacle of malevolence. The Tower's commerce realized that the book was turning him into a host, so he activated the emergency forced summoning scroll and brought Philleon himself directly to the forbidden books section, where Philleon was surprised by everything. Lardon revealed that he was deeply sorry for everything that had happened, admitting that he had been foolish. He then asked Philleon to seal him while his mind was still sane, because otherwise the entire world would be in danger. Philleon worried that he might not be able to save the Tower Master afterward, but Lardon wasn't concerned for his own safety, as he did not want to become an evil being. He wanted Philleon to do it for the good of the Dawn Magic Tower. Philleon then carried out the act for the sake of the Dawn Tower, lamenting as he did so. He used the most powerful spell possible, and Philleon warned that he would reveal this information to everyone soon. In the end, Philleon knew that the Tower Master had acted nobly, thinking of the collective good, and he did not want to tarnish Lardon's honor with his own hands. The librarian and the swordsman were wide-eyed, and Ronan did not expect any of it, but he felt he should not worry about the Tower Master at that moment, since the book's seal had already been undone. Ultimately, Philleon reported that he had seen the seal intact with his own eyes. If it was such a powerful force that could influence the minds of all the mages of the Magic Tower, Ronan thought even the Vice Master could be deceived. Bajura might also have been using the Tower Master's power, as Lardon was a pioneer in spiritual magic. What troubled Ronan further was that Bajura had hidden the fact that the seal had been undone and had begun to reveal his existence. Suddenly, energy began to engulf Ronan. He had no idea what it was, as it was not coming from the two of them. It was a force strong enough to fill the entire place. Not even Briga had mana as strong as that. The scene then shifts to Elizabeth, who saw Bajura right in front of her. She trembled. Even as an Akalucia, she could not research anything related to Bajura without the Patriarch's permission. She wanted to understand how a being like that could be there, but she grew more confused because that face definitely belonged to the Tower Master, Lardon. Bajura had already noticed that she recognized who the body belonged to. Bajura soon offered her a reward for keeping him entertained, claiming that the body belonged to the elder of the magical world, Lardon. However, since Lardon had coveted his power without knowing his place, he was now nothing more than a toy for Bajura. He grabbed Elizabeth's cheeks, indicating she was no different. Elizabeth thought she needed to calm down, realizing that if it really was the legendary Bajura, even if everyone attacked the Magic Tower, they would not win. Elizabeth also found it strange that Bajura had acted behind the scenes in such a manner when he could have done everything openly. She fully understood that he had not yet fully regained his power, so his current self was unstable and dangerous, meaning he could not go into the outside world yet. Upon hearing this, Bajura began to laugh and revealed that she had only guessed half correctly. Suddenly, he struck her with full force, explaining that he needed more time to restore his power. It was not only the old man's consciousness resisting him, but he was also taking a long time to merge his mind with that body. Bajura, inside the body, was struggling to dominate it, and any small opportunity he gave allowed Bajura to act. In the end, Bajura was only delaying the inevitable, because a far superior vessel had arrived on its own. Elizabeth did not fully understand what he meant until Bajura clarified that it was Ronan, who was his true beginning and end. Elizabeth could not grasp what Bajura was getting at. Bajura believed Lardon's mind was unnecessarily strong. Although it was exhausting to suppress suppress his consciousness. He thought it was an issue that would resolve over time. He did not like being in that old and ugly body, but it could not be helped. One day, when he eliminated Lardon's consciousness, he decided to stave off boredom by starting a war, signaling an aircraft. It was then that he discovered it. Like fate, a fresh and brilliant, overwhelming potential was there, incomparable to the old body Bajura had taken. He even doubted his own eyes, as he had never seen anyone like Ronan in the last hundreds of years. He observed carefully during all those days, until he discovered that Ronan would grant him the honor of becoming his vessel, which is why Bajura thought the battle between the two families would be so boring. He saw it as part of a significant process. After discovering Elizabeth, who was also a vessel with impressive potential, Bajura considered it a waste to kill her merely for fun. So he showed her mercy and made a proposal. She should help him loyally and become his servant, or else she would die at the hands of Cian Grancia, becoming the spark to ignite the war. Elizabeth had to choose. She showed no fear, thinking Bajura was slow-witted. He was making too much fuss over empty talk, so she thought he should just kill her since death did not scare her. She was sure nothing would go according to Bajura's plans. Bajura saw that Elizabeth was very annoying and lost interest, ordering Cian to kill her. But at that exact moment, Ronan arrived, transformed into Jiraiya, immediately stopping the fight with his sword in hand. Elizabeth was shocked. He called her Eli and referred to Cian as a strangely familiar girl, making it clear that both owed him. Bajura wanted to understand what was happening. Ronan gave him no time to breathe and swiftly cut him to pieces. Bajura could not comprehend how Ronan had seen through the illusions he had strengthened. Bajura realized that Ronan was truly incredible. The scene shifts to Phila, who recognized that Juan had been right. The area was covered by a spell blocking everyone's senses. The mana frequency he was feeling was definitely from the Tower Master, Lardon. Bajura had the seal undone, and at that moment, Ere thought they should gather all the mages and prepare countermeasures. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was on the ground, unharmed. She could not help but laugh, having felt pain all over her body as if pierced vividly. She could not believe it was only a phantom pain, something that tricked her senses. She wanted Ronan not to tell Adishan because she felt incompetent. Ronan wanted to know if the other girl was really Schlieffen's sister. Elizabeth then spoke about Cian, stating that she was a talented girl in magic, sent abroad while still young. But Elizabeth never imagined she would encounter Cian in such a shameful incident. She also intended not to make a fuss about it. Regardless, Cian was being used by Bajura. Ronan soon called her Eli again, ironically commenting on how generous the Akalusia were. Elizabeth obviously didn't like it at all, but she lacked the energy to yell at him. Ronan, in any case, was glad she hadn't been hurt. He also saw pieces of human charcoal around. He already suspected they were the people who had disappeared after the attacks. Even though he was free from Bajura's imprisonment, the unique mana of those cursed members of the Order was still flowing. Ronan concluded that the missing people were spies of the Order. He found it suspicious that only those who had assisted Air with her work in the library had disappeared, so the forbidden book section had been their target all along. In the end, he also concluded that this attack was not a simple frontal assault. It was a distraction meant to divert everyone's attention inside the Mage Tower, including Aerie and Phila. At that moment, Elizabeth informed Ronan that he should flee because he was Bajura's target. Ronan didn't fully understand. Elizabeth had no time to explain but warned him to stay alert, as what he had cut earlier wasn't Bajura's body. It was merely an illusion. She was embarrassed to admit that Bajura was on a higher level, as she had fallen for his illusion. If Bajura managed to complete the Swordsman, it would be impossible to avoid his end. She asked him to leave before it was too late. Meanwhile, Bajura smiled, confident that her warning wouldn't work. Suddenly everything changed, and Ronan became very alarmed, worrying about everyone around him. Bajura then revealed that the bodies and minds of everyone in the Mage Tower, except Ronan and Elizabeth, were under his control. Thus, Bajura felt that the tedious wait was over. He told Ronan that he was the boy who would have the honor of sharing his body. Ronan became very irritated. He couldn't see Bajura, which made him even angrier. He shouted, demanding that Bajura appear immediately. Bajura was surprised that the boy could raise his voice at him, but he decided it would be more fitting to move to a more suitable place with Ronan, as the current one was ruined. Suddenly, a woman who had been missing appeared to escort Ronan to her master, Bajura. Ronan saw no reason to enter that hell on his own, but he thought of the people there and realized he had no choice. He drew his sword and wanted the woman to show him where Bajura was. He then arrived at Bajura's location, where the atmosphere was completely different. The swordsman saw Lardon lamenting, having underestimated Bajura's power. Lardon begged Bajura for mercy. Ronan, furious at the sight, quickly cut Lardon in half, knowing it was one of Bajura's dirty tricks. He declared that Bajura should stop the foolish game and wanted to see Bajura's disgusting face. The demon realized the boy was no weakling and not easily influenced. He quickly displayed his power, welcoming Ronan. Bajura swore that Ronan would be the perfect vessel. He felt something truly different upon facing him. As he sought to approach Ronan, he decided to eliminate the irritating element, quickly introducing his servant to another world. Ronan just observed, unable to understand understand why the demon acted as he did. Bajura simply treated humans like trash. That woman had been like Larden, meddling in matters beyond her level. He still remembered what he had heard from those people. They tried to convince him to lend his power to their great cause, as if it were the only way to survive. He couldn't take those humans seriously and saw them as insects. In the end, he chose to show mercy rather than destroy them completely, granting the honor of obeying his commands. Bajura then wanted to know if he had clarified the swordsman's doubts. At that moment, Ronan saw that Bajura was not on the side of the fanatics, but could not understand how Bajura emitted an aura similar to theirs, a very strong one. Still, he had already understood Bajura's excessive narcissism. Ronan was determined to show what demons like Bajura deserved. Bajura grew increasingly fascinated. He desired Ronan as his vessel, and found it natural that the boy had courage, though he also found it strange that the swordsman felt no fear. There was a huge gap between their strength. He reminded the swordsman that he could end his life with a snap of his fingers. At that moment, Ronan quickly moved toward Bajura. He felt no fear because, if the demon truly intended to act, he would have done so already. Bajura found it all very interesting. Ronan sliced him in half like a breakfast loaf. The catch was that Bajura wasn't sitting still, clearly intending to correct Ronan's arrogant behavior. He practically tried to swallow Ronan alive, forcing him to understand the abyss separating them. At that moment, the bracelet transformed by Irie began to glow. The swordsman immediately noticed that the energy was unique and began to surround him. Even as he was essentially being swallowed, he refused to give in. He smelled a terrible stench and quickly opened Bajura's mouth. The smell of dead rats irritated Ronan, who was determined to kill the demon. Using his skill, he saw Bajura seated, revealing that he was a very lazy demon. Once again, the mouth of hell lunged at the swordsman. Ronan prepared his strike and unleashed it with all his strength, but his energy was different. It merged with Sarante's energy. Bajura found it all highly entertaining and even enjoyed Ronan's movement. Suddenly, many hands began to emerge from the walls, holding the swordsman. Bajura wanted to see how he would handle it. Things were going badly for Ronan. It felt like being in an insane rock concert with a chaotic mosh pit. Just as Bajura's immense pressure threatened to crush him, Ronan cut through and escaped the crushing force. Bajura greatly enjoyed what he was seeing, realizing the boy was capable. Eventually, he stood up, shaking off his laziness, and launched an attack at Ronan. Ronan blocked it. Bajura smiled broadly, enjoying testing Ronan. He wanted the swordsman to show his full potential. Suddenly, a firebird appeared, leaving Bajura incredulous. It was the magic of the vice master of the tower, a surprise he did not understand. However, the body he was using had reached the pinnacle of fire magic, so that skill meant nothing to him. He blocked it effortlessly, yet still wanted to see the swordsman's next move. Ronan vanished, and Bajura realized the firebird wasn't an attack. It was a means of hiding. Suddenly, Ronan appeared right behind him. The demon's theory was correct. It was a distraction. Ronan then slashed at Bajura's neck, decapitating him. However, the demon's head snapped back into place, saying he didn't expect Ronan to actually manage to hurt him, and even then, it was an incomplete attack. Bajura smiled, thinking that was amazing. Suddenly, several weird worm-like creatures started popping up. Bajura wanted Ronan to show all his skills, every single one of them. Ronan got into a fighting stance to deal with those creatures. He jumped to avoid getting hit, but he was frustrated. He was sure he had definitely cut through Bajura's essence, yet it was completely useless. Ronan started questioning himself, wondering if he needed to attack the book itself for his attacks to actually work, which really pissed him off. In the end, whatever Philleon had given him wasn't going to work. The Tower Master had a power level similar to Nabaros. The fight was only dragging on because Bajura wanted Ronan's body, otherwise it would have been over already. Ronan knew he had no chance in a straight-up fight. While he tried attacking the creatures, Bajura used his magic again, firing it straight at the swordsman. That was when Ronan used only what little he had left, catching Bajura off guard. Bajura decided to cancel his spell. It was just a method, after all. Now he wanted to understand what the swordsman was trying to do, saying that Ronan's action almost made him mess up. In the end, Ronan wasn't reacting to Bajura's attacks at all. Still, Bajura needed Ronan alive. Only then could he reach perfection. Ronan actually felt sorry for that demon. He knew Bajura didn't plan on killing him. Still, Ronan wasn't about to lose his body, so he figured it was better to die than let Bajura take it. Ronan made himself bleed. Bajura asked if Ronan really wanted to die, getting furious at the swordsman's bold move, saying he wouldn't fall for such an obvious bluff. But soon he realized Ronan was being opportunistic. Ronan grew impatient. The demon talked way too much. Ronan knew Bajura was afraid of something happening to him, and made it clear he wouldn't be convinced no matter what. After all, Bajura couldn't use a dead body as a vessel. Bajura then said the swordsman had forgotten that everyone in the tower was at his mercy. He could kill everyone there if he wanted. He started blackmailing Ronan. That's when Ronan burst out laughing, completely confusing Bajura. The swordsman thought the demon must see him as an idiot. Ronan said he'd met plenty of terrible people before, and just looking at Bajura already annoyed him, especially his tone of voice. Ronan knew that whether he gave up his body or not, Bajura Bajura would kill everyone there anyway, so he gave Bajura permission to do whatever he wanted. That way, Ronin could act without worrying. If he died, he could still screw up Bajura's plans before going out. That hellish book would have to take a risk. He didn't know if the swordsman was bluffing. Ronin made it clear he would scar Bajura's memory forever. Bajura was honestly shocked. He saw Ronin as a lucky kid with insane talent, but he never expected Ronin to look at him like that. Seeing Bajura hesitate, Ronin was willing to prove it. He hurt himself again. Bajura panicked and rushed at Ronin, grabbing his hand. He wanted to know how far the swordsman planned to take those threats. Ronin realized that at that moment they were actually negotiating. He proposed a bet with Bajura, one where their lives were on the line. He said it was just for fun, even calling Bajura a piece of paper, which made sense, since the demon was literally a book. Ronin explained that he'd spent some time studying curses and found something called the Oath Curse. Obviously, it's a forced curse that forbids anything that goes against the oath until the match, started under the ritual, ends. The scariest part is that anything bound by the oath must be fulfilled, even if it costs your life. Ronin wanted to use the Oath Curse with Bajura, believing Bajura could pull it off easily. Bajura realized that subduing this kid wouldn't be simple. He wasn't even sure he could fully secure Ronin's body. In the end, he also thought Ronin might just choose death. Earlier, Bajura had felt a strange energy. Ronin had gained some mysterious power from it. Even if it wasn't a threat yet, he couldn't allow any variables. Ronin was one of a kind, and it had taken Bajura a long time to find someone like him. He didn't want to lose that chance. Ronin, smiling, thought a demon wouldn't hesitate to gamble with him, so he asked if Bajura was feeling confident. Bajura agreed to play along, but wanted to set the terms, making it clear that mercy ended there. Ronin saw that the book was completely insane, so he couldn't slip up. Still, he got what he wanted. No matter what happened, he believed the result would be the same. The scene then shifts to after Bajura finished the procedure, saying they could now perform the Oath Curse. Both sides involved had to swear not to take any actions against the agreement until the match ended. If Ronin lost, he would accept Bajura into his body. If Ronin won, Bajura would release the hostages and be sealed forever. Bajura made it very clear that all Ronin had to do was resist a single illusion spell that Bajura himself would cast. Ronin agreed without hesitation. He didn't want to waste time, and so the oath was made. Bajura told Ronin that this would be the last memory of his life. Ronin found it hilarious, certain that Bajura would regret ever laying eyes on him once the bet was over. The scene then shifts to the illusion, where several guys were arguing, trying to decide what they should carry. Ronin was there, watching the argument, wishing they'd both shut up. He had just woken up. One of them asked if Ronin had a good dream, since he'd slept for so long. He even called Ronin captain. In the end, Ronin was the vice captain of the punishment squad, Corporal Ronin. He said he didn't have good dreams and told everyone to check their gear, brushing it off as a dumb dream. One of the soldiers then asked how long they'd have to keep doing this. They were punishment soldiers after all. They believed death would come for them sooner or later. He asked Ronin to join them in the next battle, believing that if the captain went along, everything would turn out fine. He promised he'd pay everyone back with money. All they had to do was pull off a big heist. Hearing that, Ronin called him out. The soldier's name was Valrus. Ronin was irritated. He clearly remembered saying he'd cut off Valrus's head if he ever mentioned robberies again. He thought maybe he should do it right then and there. Valrus freaked out, begging the captain not to do it. In the end, Ronin just wanted those guys to shut up. He reminded everyone that they only had a few more months of service left, since the general had promised them amnesty. He didn't want to go back to a criminal life either, so he told everyone to stop talking nonsense and actually try to change their lives. One of the soldiers hugged Ronin and told everyone that as long as they stayed close to him, they wouldn't die. That guy's name was Marin. Still, Ronin made it clear it was every man for himself. Then he shouted so everyone could hear. His own life was extremely important, so if they got caught, he would abandon them immediately. Either way, they just had to hold on a little longer. Even knowing how dangerous that mission was, Ronin also knew he didn't have much time. He wanted to go back to where his sister was. He would survive and cling to life no matter what. Suddenly, something fell from the sky and slammed straight into the ground. The impact caused a massive noise, and everyone froze in fear, staring at the sky. Moments later, the soldiers drew their swords, thinking it was enemy magic. Ronin was completely terrified. Every instinct in his body was screaming at him. He was sure that whatever had appeared was extremely dangerous. Then the mysterious creature spoke, declaring that all who walked under the light of the stars should accept their fate before him. His name was Ahayute. He said he was there to clear the path. No one understood what was happening. Then, all of a sudden, countless magic runes appeared. The soldiers panicked, and explosions began to go off everywhere, sending them flying and tearing them apart. Ronin was basically watching everything collapse right in front of his eyes. Then several individuals started blowing horns. That was the signal to advance. The soldiers who were still alive couldn't believe they were being ordered to charge straight at those monsters. Valrus thought it was pure insanity, but at that moment, Ronin charged forward with everything he had. He yelled at everyone to get their heads straight. This wasn't the time to complain like a bunch of cowards. They needed needed to grab their swords and fight for their lives. That was when people started exploding right in front of Ronan. He saw a wave of blood rushing toward him, leaving him completely stunned. He didn't even have time to think before bombs started raining down from the sky. Massive explosions shook the battlefield. Suddenly, Marin grabbed his captain and managed to shield him. He told Ronan they needed to get out of there immediately. They had no chance of fighting that monstrosity and needed to wait for reinforcements. One by one, the soldiers fighting alongside Ronan were killed right before his eyes, deeply shaking him. Bajura, the one conjuring the illusion, believed the illusion was invading Ronan's memories and recreating his worst moments over and over again, scenes where there was no escape. Ronan's mind was being crushed, reduced to dust. It would continue until he wished for his own death. He would be trapped in the illusion forever. To win against that cursed book, he had to endure it. Bajura believed it was impossible for a mortal to overcome this. He had no idea what the hell Ronan was thinking when he made that offer, but to him, it was the perfect opportunity. The swordsman had already lost before it even began. Still, Bajura was curious to see what kind of hell Ronan was going through. Inside his own mind, Ronan stared at the soldiers beside him. He couldn't believe his comrades were dead. He watched each of them die, one by one. He didn't even know how many people had died protecting him. He couldn't count them anymore. Ronan believed this was the end. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to rest for a bit. That was when he told Bajura to stop. He promised to give up his body. Bajura started smiling, a twisted, psychopathic grin. He believed he had finally gotten what he wanted. In his true form, Bajura appeared and declared that Ronan now belonged to him. An absurd amount of energy was released as he entered Ronan's body. He felt something incredible. He loved the potential of that body. Before Ronan's consciousness was supposedly swept away like dust in the wind, Bajura told him he would give him one final gift. He would show him his true power. Using Ronan's sword, Bajura unleashed brutal destruction across the area. He had unlocked Ronan's full potential. He couldn't understand how Ronan hadn't been thrilled by the power now in his hands. Bajura even felt like celebrating. He decided to start by killing the magic tower master, who had dared to fight back. The tower master tried to stand, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Bajura wondered why that old man kept resisting. He figured it was guilt. Guilt for bringing devastation to that land. Either way, Bajura wanted him to fall into despair, crushed by his own reasons. He raised his sword, ready to carve it into the tower master. But at that exact moment, Ronan grabbed him. Bajura froze, completely confused. He dropped to his knees as an overwhelming pain tore through him. He had no idea what the hell was happening. None of it made sense. How could a pathetic human body hold so much malignant energy? Ronan found Bajura genuinely interesting. One of his teachers had almost died just from touching the energy inside his body, yet Bajura was enduring it. The swordsman admitted it. Bajura was strong. Still, the demon was caught completely off guard when he came face to face with the body's true owner. He couldn't understand how Ronan's consciousness was still intact. Ronan explained that the illusion had been insanely irritating, but it also forced him to remember everything that happened that day, every single detail. He admitted that if Bajura had been just a little stronger, his mind would have been completely destroyed, but Ronan had something, the ring. The scene shifts to when Eri had tampered with his ring. Only now did Ronan finally see its true form. She had explained that if he fed the ring a specific type of mana, it would reveal its real nature. Sarante had given him that ring because Ronan had been suffering from a curse. The ring basically carried anti-demonic energy. Eri told Ronan to protect it really well. It was a gift from Sarante. If he ever fell into despair, she recommended using the ring, and that's exactly what he did. While he was trapped inside the illusion, Sarante basically came to get him. It felt like he was still alive inside the ring. Ronan felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he escaped that place, feeling like he owed his friend one. Ronan barely managed to escape. He never imagined that the curse on his body would be useful, but he figured it might help, remembering what had happened to his teacher. Either way, everything ended well. Bajura couldn't understand how a being that strong could exist in that world. He completely broke down. Ronan remembered warning Bajura that he would regret it, and he was right. Bajura was swallowed by that malignant energy, unable to believe what was happening. After all, he was a forbidden book of destruction. Bajura wanted to rule the world no matter what, so he didn't want to simply cease to exist. But Ronan was sick of it. He swiftly cut off Bajura's arm, telling him to shut up and stop whining. He lost, so he should accept it. With that, the malignant energy surrounding the magic tower was completely shattered. Elizabeth soon returned, along with everyone else who had been there. Ronan let out a deep sigh. That was way too close. He couldn't believe he had gone through hell just to destroy a damn book. He looked at the book, eyes half closed, not fully trusting that it was really over. Still, he could no longer feel any demonic energy. However, there was a lingering mana that bothered him. He figured it was the work of fanatics. The Tower Master saw that Ronan had defeated Bajura on his own and said so while trembling. Ronan asked if the old man was okay, but the master was deeply ashamed for putting Ronan through all that. He had only just met Ronan, yet he had witnessed the fight against the demon. Even when his consciousness was fading, he could tell. Ronan had an absurd level of willpower, something he had never seen in his entire entire life. Ronan admitted he had suffered a lot and again asked if the old man was really okay, since his mana was gone. The Tower Master said it was a fair price. He had almost destroyed the Tower of Dawn and nearly caused the deaths of countless innocents. Losing his mana meant nothing compared to that. At least he was given a chance to repent, and for that, he was grateful. Ronan realized the Tower Master was different from what he had expected. Soon after, Philleon and Ari arrived, asking how they were doing. Ronan felt like he could finally rest. He threw himself onto the ground. The day had been intense, exhausting beyond words. The scene then shifts. Ronan wakes up in another place. The Tower Master and Philleon were waiting for him to wake up. Ronan asked how long he had been asleep. It felt like a while. The Master of the Tower of Dawn told him he had slept all day. Since Ronan had pushed himself so hard, they didn't want to wake him. Ronan asked if everything was under control. Philleon confirmed it. Ronan had truly defeated the demonic book. The mind control magic vanished the moment Bajura was defeated. Still, everyone remained on alert in case anything went wrong. Elizabeth was completely healed and was even helping restore the magic tower. They told Ronan they had asked her to rest, but Elizabeth refused. She said it was the duty of the Acalusia family to guide those lost in chaos. Cyan had also woken up, but she was acting strange. Ever since opening her eyes, she followed Elizabeth everywhere. In the end, Ronan felt relieved. The two families weren't clashing. That meant he could leave peacefully. He joked that he hoped they weren't planning some kind of celebration, which made the two of them awkward. The Tower Master admitted he had considered it, but said Ronan was free to rest as much as he wanted. Still, they didn't want to let him leave empty-handed. They had a reward prepared. The Tower Master said it wasn't enough, but it was a symbol of their gratitude, a first-level badge. That meant Ronan was now VIP at the Tower of Dawn. He could use any of the tower's facilities, receive benefits reserved only for high-ranking mages, and even access a special market exclusive to top-tier mages, Harimien. On top of the scrolls Philleon had already given him, he also wrote down several useful spells for Ronan, hoping the swordsman would like them. This was proof that they would always be Ronan's allies. Once again, the old man thanked Ronan for saving the Tower of Dawn. Both of them bowed deeply, but Ronan wasn't a fan of that kind of thing. That's when Philleon made it clear. They needed to discuss what they were going to do with Bajura. The scene shifts again. Ari was standing outside, staring at the sea, when Ronan found her. She immediately lit up and asked how he was doing, saying he should have rested a bit longer. Ronan said he was fine. He hadn't been hurt that badly since the demon wanted his body. Still, he needed to return to his academy. Before leaving, he had something to tell her about Sarante, but Ari stopped him, saying he didn't need to say anything. That surprised him. He asked if she already knew. She grew a little sad as she remembered what had happened. Sarante had come out of the ring and apologized to her. He said he hadn't wanted to say goodbye like that, but thanked her for being such a warm memory in his life. He wished her well. Ari had been a dear friend to him. Ronan said Sarante was an eccentric guy, and Ari agreed, but she also said he was incredibly kind. As she said that, she started to cry, quietly mourning her friend. The scene then shifts to the giant flying ship. Ronan arrives in Philleon, holding his sword as he starts releasing his mana, but nothing seems different. The circulating mana flow is the same, and even the color of the sword's key hasn't changed. He can't figure out what the problem is. The more he looks, the less he understands, which just pisses him off. The mana feels similar to the starlight energy the fanatics use. In the end, Ronan decides Bajura was a two-faced bastard. The swordsman wants to understand what the hell that cursed book did to his body. The scene flashes back to right before he returned to Philleon Academy. Ronan thought the Tower Master and Philleon were messing with him. They were actually planning to leave the forbidden book in his hands. He wanted to learn more about Bajura, but he never expected them to just hand the book over to him like that. He had no idea what could happen if he took it, but Philleon told him not to worry. They guaranteed that all the evil inside the book had been completely eliminated. It was now nothing more than a book containing ancient knowledge. On top of that, the truth about what happened at the Tower of Dawn would be extremely embarrassing if it got out, so it was better for Ronan to take the book with him. Inside his body, Bajura's energy had reached a balance. Ronan didn't understand what they were talking about. The Tower Master explained that Bajura had been absorbed by Ronan's body. Since he failed to take over, he ended up being absorbed instead. That's why the book no longer contained evil. They believed this was the only way to control Bajura, something they had been trying to do for a long time. Remembering that conversation made Ronan irritated. Still, he could already see how things would play out. If he met Tiger like this, he was sure he'd end up as barbecue. On the bright side, the starlight mana couldn't be seen by others. His only worry was screwing things up, but then Nabaros showed up, asking how exactly he planned to mess up. She caught him completely off guard. Ronan let out a loud scream. His teacher was terrifying. Acting on pure reflex, he tried to strike her. Nabaros instantly blocked the attack with her sword. She also noticed that the depth of Ronan's sword had changed. She asked if he had some kind of enlightenment. Ronan got awkward and said her killing intent made him react like that, but she knew he was dodging the question. She wanted to know if something happened at the magic tower. After all, she could see the core that had formed inside him. Ronan played dumb and even asked if she was mistaking it for a tumor. Nabaros got seriously pissed, asking asking if he really thought he could make a fool out of her. She reminded him that she had taught him properly. Was he sleeping during her lessons? Ronan immediately bowed and apologized. Nabaros looked disappointed. She then explained that a core is a blessing exclusive to true warriors, those who went through unimaginable training in mana control and real combat. The heart becomes a vessel capable of accumulating mana on its own. After circulating an uncountable amount of mana, forming a core is considered one of the greatest milestones in a warrior's life. It wasn't just stored mana, the density and quality were completely different from natural mana. It became the final step needed for aura to bloom. Nabaros told him that he had reached a new level as a swordsman. Still, the core he formed looked like something that had been refined over decades, even though he'd only been controlling mana for a few months. On top of that, it was separate. It didn't use his heart. That meant Ronan could potentially have two cores. Ronan had no idea how abnormal that was. Nabaros then asked what exactly happened at the magic tower afterward, because now she wanted to fight him. That scared Ronan. He never imagined things would escalate like this, but his teacher just wanted to test the new power he'd gained. She wanted to take responsibility, saying he learned better with his body than with his head. Ronan thought she was way too troublesome. Still, he released his Kui. Nabaros charged at him, and he desperately tried to block her attack. The impact was massive, causing a huge explosion. Ronan was blown back. She wasn't holding back at all. It felt like she was trying to kill her own student. The shockwaves from her strikes shattered the ground every time he blocked. Ronan knew that if he kept clashing with her, he'd be turned into minced meat. He thought about restraining her legs so he could land a hit. That's when he remembered Schlieffen's power. It could make the difference. His core activated, mana spreading out and completely wrapping around his teacher's feet. Ronan grinned and then froze. That aura felt just like Dolan's. He had no idea how that was possible. Nabaros realized he'd learned some interesting things at the magic tower. He had used a technique that restricted the enemy's movement. Techniques like that decided who lived and who died in battle. She told him to show everything he'd learned and said she was going to take this seriously now. That completely screwed him over. Ronan panicked, begging her to calm down. Even he didn't fully understand what was happening. But he didn't even get time to breathe or think. Nabaros rushed him at full force. Ronan ended up crashing to the ground. The scene shifts again. Jaredin was complaining that swordsmen were really idiots. He said that wasn't a battlefield. He also asked what kind of training Nabaros had put Ronan through. He was suffering from mana dehydration. The kid was drier than burnt toast. Nabaros asked if Jaredin had already healed Ronan. Jaredin explained that Ronan's body had suffered backlash from the sudden surge of mana. He would recover with mana supplements and prescribed medicine. Then Jaredin told Nabaros to go get the medicine for her student. She made it clear that she should stop releasing that threatening aura of hers, since it would only interrupt the patient's recovery. Still, she was shocked at how chill Ronan was. She hadn't taught him to be that soft. In the end, she just wanted to know the name of the medicine Ronan needed. The swordsman thanked Professor Jaredin for the help he was giving. That whole situation caught Ronan off guard, and Jaredin found it interesting, since every time he met Ronan, something new and rare was always happening. Jaredin had never seen that kind of energy aggregation before, so he wanted to know if that was Bajura's energy. Ronan asked how the professor even knew about that. Jaredin explained that he talked a lot with Philleon, and Philleon had asked him to keep an eye on Ronan, worried that Bajura's power might take over the swordsman. Jaredin also told Ronan not to worry, saying that the energy from the forbidden book was stabilized inside his body in a surprisingly safe way. Even so, Jaredin still thought they needed to investigate everything a bit more. Maybe they could even use that energy for Ronan's aura. That idea shocked Ronan. An aura is a unique, personal world that only a few people can step into. Accessing that world means feeling intense emotions, like the despair of failing to reach a goal, a flash of inspiration that lasts only a moment, or a deeply rooted regret. When those emotions resonate with all the mana stored in your core, a great power awakens, and that power is called an aura. Ronan never expected to be able to use an aura, so he wanted to know what had happened earlier, because that was definitely Dolan's aura. He didn't think it was possible for one person's aura to be the same as someone else's, so he started wondering if Bajura was the reason that happened. Jaredin wanted Sekret's opinion on it, even though he believed Ronan had hit the jackpot in that situation. Still, Ronan didn't really understand what Jaredin meant. Then Jaredin explained. Out of the 8 curses Ronan had, 2 of them were gone. That completely caught the swordsman off guard. Jaredin believed Bajura had merged with those 2 curses, even though it didn't really make sense. He had never heard of curses combining before. For something like that to happen, both curses would have to share the same origin, the nebula classier. Ronan realized there were a lot of things going on inside his body that he still couldn't understand. Anyway, Jaredin thought that someday everything would make sense. The scene then shifts to Ronan walking, staring at the forbidden book. He realized that even Bajura, after being killed, was still getting in his way. He wanted to know what the hell had happened to his body, but at the same time, it wasn't all bad. 2 curses were gone. He figured he'd look into the fanatic issue later, when suddenly someone shouted his name. It was Asel, and he looked desperate. Ronan waved at him excitedly, wondering if his buddy had missed him, but Asel was running in panic when a massive explosion went off. He immediately started crying. Ronan realized it wasn't what he thought at all, and panic hit him too. He wanted to understand why Asel had a giant monster chasing him. Ronan asked what had happened while he was gone. He believed the monster was a manticore. That creature is basically a perfect killing machine. Its muscular body is as tough as steel, and on top of that, its tail is like a scorpion's, filled with extremely potent venom. That makes it even more dangerous than a wyvern. Still, Ronan didn't think it was that bad. Now he could test whether Bajura's power really allowed him to use an aura. He quickly focused, changing the flow. This time, instead of drawing from his heart, he drew mana directly from Bajura's core. The last time he used that against his teacher, he couldn't control the amount of mana and ended up with mana dehydration. But now he was more careful and could use it properly. His aura finally appeared, and Asel was completely shocked. Ronan wrapped his entire aura around the manticore. He got excited when it worked, but that excitement didn't last long. The manticore broke free with ease. He realized his power was still too weak. The manticore didn't waste any time and went on the attack. Ronan knew he'd have to deal with it using his sword, but suddenly a powerful energy appeared and slammed straight into the manticore. The creature took a massive hit. Someone asked Ronan and Asel if they were okay. Ronan looked toward the person who had attacked the huge beast. It was Professor Varen. Then the scene cuts to the manticore trapped inside a cage. Varen didn't want to do that, but there was no other choice. The creature couldn't be allowed to cause more damage. Ronan noticed that Varen was incredibly tall, but he figured it might be some kind of physical enhancement skill. He also never expected his teacher to take down that monster with a single blow. Ronan had always thought Varen was the kindest person in the world, but he was far more than he seemed. Varen genuinely felt bad about what he'd done. The manticore had escaped. He apologized to the two students, since he was responsible for the Festival of the 100 Beasts. As always, though, Ronan wasn't a fan of that kind of thing. He also didn't even know what that festival was. Asel explained that he wouldn't know because he'd been away for a while. The academy was already getting ready for it. Just like the name suggests, it's a festival where all kinds of monsters are presented to the public. A lot of people look forward to it, since it's a chance to see rare creatures. Ronan then remembered that there was something about it marked on the calendar. Because of that, the swordsman asked if the event would be cancelled after what had happened. Varen said no, since the Empire had high expectations for it, and also because there was something that would be shown for the very first time. The scene then shifts to the next day, with Ronan hanging out with Asel and Maria. He wasn't really worried about the creatures, but there was one thing he didn't get. He didn't understand all the hype around the event. He didn't think it was a big deal. Maria explained that they were going to showcase the Alpha and Omega doppelgangers, which made it special. These creatures can read the mind of anyone who makes eye contact with them and then take that person's form. Alphas usually turn into someone the person has affection for, while Omegas turn into something tied to their negative emotions. Because of that, a lot of people wanted to witness the spectacle. It was extremely rare, especially seeing them as a pair. That was the real reason for all the excitement. Maria then asked if Ronan still thought it wasn't worth it. Ronan started thinking about how those creatures worked. That meant the Alpha would turn into a real, and the Omega would turn into a Hayuti. He didn't like that idea very much, but he told his friends it did sound interesting. That's when he finally understood the hype. Ronan also figured that Professor Varen was going to be really busy for a while, since times like that always attract unwanted visitors. And he wasn't wrong. There were already some individuals around who had received new orders from the higher-ups. They had to complete their mission without any mistakes, for the honor of Calaboro. Then the scene shifts as Ronan gets back to the main topic, saying he had called the two of them because he wanted to give them some gifts. Without wasting time, Ronan handed the forbidden book to Asel. Asel opened it right away, and Ronan warned him that it had been hard to get from the Tower of Dawn. He also said Asel probably wouldn't be able to read it easily, since the book was encrypted with some kind of magic. It could take an entire day just to understand a single page. Because of that, Ronan told him to really put in the effort. Asel was completely shocked. He never imagined something like that could exist. Ronan, on the other hand, was confused, since his friend could actually read it. Asel felt like every page was a maze, but he could still understand it. He believed that, over time, he'd be able to read the whole book. He was really happy with the gift, and asked how Ronan had gotten it. Ronan thought for a bit and decided it was better not to tell him. As for Maria, he asked her to check on Varen when she had time, since he was working on something that could make a lot of money. He explained that Varen had perfectly cultivated Sarante herb, which meant he could create potions and distribute them across the Empire. Ronan had recommended Maria's merchant group to handle the distribution. He believed she already knew the potential of those herbs, and with her negotiation skills, it wouldn't take long for her to be sitting on a mountain of money. That news got her really excited. Ronan also wanted to know how much they had improved. Maria got fired up and said she had a few things to show him. The two of them stood up to start a duel. Asel wanted to go with them too, but Ronan thought it was better for him to focus on the book. He made it clear that the book would be really useful for his friend and wished him good luck. Maria was smiling, clearly excited, while Asel watched watched the two of them walk away. Then the scene jumps to 15 days later at Galleon Castle, where there was a massive arena. Ronan and Braum were there. It was the 514th attempt, with Adishan doing the count. Braum quickly went on the offensive, rushing Ronan at an insane speed. But Ronan used his core and instantly restrained Braum, even locking down his sword. Braum thought the technique was impressive, and Ronan was really happy, thinking Braum had done a great job. Adishan praised Ronan for balancing speed and casting so well. He had reached that level in just 15 days. Still, Ronan believed he'd only managed it because of his friends. Adishan analyzed his technique and weaknesses, suggesting ways to refine it. Braum kept helping without hesitation, and he also learned a lot by watching Ronan. In the end, they were learning from each other. Braum thanked Ronan for all the support, smiling as he said Ronan was the best leader a club could ask for. Then Braum headed off to do his solo training. Ronan realized that just by being able to use Dolan's energy, he'd already made huge progress. Still, there were things he didn't understand, like the golden aura he'd seen around Varen. He couldn't replicate it. His core mana would just drop sharply. He believed that the more refined an aura was, the harder it was to imitate. He wanted to see Professor Varen's aura a few more times so he could copy it, but he didn't want to bother his teacher. He didn't know what to do at that moment until Varen's assistant showed up, completely out of breath. Ronan asked why he was there. The assistant explained that the professor had left not too long ago, but had left a note saying that if anything bad happened, they should ask Ronan for help. Ronan was shocked since the festival was about to start. He also asked what had happened. The assistant then revealed that the beast being kept in Theo's hall had disappeared, the most important beast of the entire festival, the doppelganger. That caught both Ronan and Adishan completely off guard. The assistant explained that the professor had left as soon as the incident happened, which was already 2 weeks ago. Ronan quickly realized that was around the same time the manticore had escaped. The assistant added that the professor believed he had overlooked something, so he decided to investigate on his own. Still, he remembered the expression on the professor's face that day. It was the first time he had ever seen Varen truly furious. The next day, Varen left the note and disappeared. The note said that if anything bad happened, they should ask Ronan for help. The swordsman realized how serious the situation was. Soon after, the scene shifts to them heading to where the doppelganger had been kept. Ronan asked if Adishan had found anything. She believed it wasn't an accident. That container had been specially designed to hold doppelgangers, so there was no way it could have just broken on its own. Most of the glass shards weren't outside the container, but inside it. There were also faint traces of high-intensity mana coming from the shards, proving that only an extremely powerful external force could shatter that superalloy glass. That meant it was likely an invasion, something planned. Someone had been after the monsters from the very beginning. Ronan realized Adishan really was incredibly sharp and agreed with her. He had felt uneasy the moment he stepped into the place. In the end, he believed there were dangerous criminals loose on campus. He stared at the assistant, Barry, with a psychotic look, thinking how bad it would be if they didn't catch those people. He then told Barry they were starting an investigation. Some knights had shown up, so it might be best to question them. Adishan found that suspicious, but Ronan told her not to worry. They just needed the knights to cooperate. Sometimes Ronan felt like his life was way too hard for someone who was just a student. He tried to strike up a conversation with the knights, but they stayed silent. Even though Ronan usually got along well with knights, he straight up accused them of being sloppy. One of them asked what he was implying. Ronan found it strange. They had done nothing while students were messing with the crime scene. It was also weird that none of the knights understood what Adishan had said earlier. The whole mess existed because the knights had failed at their job. The knights showed no remorse or shame at all. Ronan thought maybe their pay was too low. They made it clear to Ronan that this was an unexpected accident and that they didn't owe an apology to a mere student. They even told Ronan to shut up. Ronan calmly said he had another question. He wanted to know why there were bloodstains on their armor, since there was no reason for that to happen in Philleon. Ronan then asked who they really were. The knights immediately started threatening him, but Ronan, wearing a psychotic grin, looked almost excited to see who would actually die. Suddenly, one knight struck another, and blood sprayed everywhere, shocking Ronan. The rest of the knights rushed the one who had attacked, calling it outright betrayal, but that knight managed to fight them off, taking down two at once. Ronan had no idea what was going on, and demanded to know who that knight was. The knight suddenly crouched down, worried that Ronan might mistake him for the others. He made it clear he was on the opposite side. Ronan instantly recognized the voice. The knight removed his helmet, revealing himself to be Balrus. Balrus asked how Ronan was doing. Ronan thought his friend had made a pretty dramatic entrance, and even joked that just because Balrus tried to hold back didn't mean he'd be merciful. He had a wicked smile on his face. Balrus made it clear he hadn't forgotten the day Ronan saved him. He said he had been reborn as a person after that. He also hadn't forgotten the special order Ronan gave him, to act as a spy within Calaboro. He had spent all this time working non-stop to gather every kind of of information. He even earned the trust of the executives and rose to the wolf rank. Because of that, he managed to get his hands on all sorts of classified intel, including the locations of every branch. Balrus reported everything to Varen, just like Ronan asked. Ronan confirmed it all. Balrus then mentioned that he had received that armor because it had been prepared for him. He didn't know where it came from, since he only handled communications. He wanted Ronan to trust him. Ronan could tell the guy had really changed, so he chose to believe him. Still, Ronan wanted to know why Balrus was hiding there. Facing Philleon head-on was madness. It was reckless. Balrus explained that Calaboro's reputation had taken a hit recently, since he became a spy, and with the combined efforts of the Empire and Varen, half of Calaboro had been wiped out. Their operations were constantly sabotaged, which only made things worse. Rumors that Calaboro was no longer at its peak had started spreading, and Balrus himself had helped spread them. So Calaboro launched a mission to restore its former glory. That mission was the invasion of the Festival of the 100 Beasts. The event draws attention from the entire Empire, and since the main attraction was the doppelganger, stealing it without anyone noticing would have been the perfect way to prove they were still a major force. In the end, it didn't work out. Ronan thought they just needed to take down the remaining members and recover the doppelganger, but Balrus made it clear that wasn't the whole story. The doppelganger was only the beginning. The real goal was to capture every creature at the festival. Because of that, even Calaboro's strongest asset, Arendelle, had been deployed. Then Ronan went with Balrus to find Adishan, but she had already taken down several of the knights. She had only knocked them out, somehow. Ronan noticed that Barry was acting strange. In the end, he looked completely terrified. Adishan figured he was in shock. That's when she got curious about who the guy with Ronan was. Balrus, in a really awkward way, introduced himself, shouting and bowing deeply, saying he was Ronan's loyal servant. Adishan found that extremely weird. Either way, Balrus explained everything to her. Letting the doppelganger escape had only been a distraction. All the attention was focused on it since it was the main attraction. That created a gap in security, and Calaboro planned to take advantage of it. They would carry out the operation when the full moon was directly above Theo's hall. Balrus believed the organization's members were already getting into position. Ronan thought wiping out Calaboro wouldn't be too hard. Still, he felt it was better to let them believe the plan was working. However, Arendelle was the real priority. The werewolf was known for overwhelming strength and high combat intelligence, even among beasts. Among werewolves, many became famous warriors known for incredible power and ferocity. There was even a tribe called Ulamf. Even so, 5 years ago, all of them were wiped out in a single night. One of the 3 colossal pillars, said to be one of Calaboro's sharpest assets, the elite executive Arendelle. Because of the massacre he carried out, Calaboro stopped being just a hunting group and became an incredibly powerful criminal organization. The fact that someone like Arendelle was involved meant a lot was at stake for both sides. It also meant they were ready to do whatever it took. So Ronan told Barry to inform the Imperial Army about the situation and asked them to wait for now. Their top priority was finding the escaped doppelganger at any cost. Arendelle was the type who liked to make an entrance, but he didn't act recklessly. He let the doppelganger escape because he trusted his own strength. Ronan believed that if they found the doppelganger first, Arendelle would come to them, and Ronan would use that chance to cut the problem off at the root. The scene then shifts to sunset. Arendelle was calmly eating his meat. He didn't like having to wait for some organization to take the bait. All he wanted was for Varen to show up already. He wanted to grind Varen into dust. Meanwhile, Ronan and his companions headed into the forest. Adishan used a skill on the animals, and Balrus thought she was amazing. She had taken down several Calaboro members on her own. The animals would be used to locate the doppelganger. They would recognize the doppelganger's mana that had been left behind in the cafeteria and track it through those traces. Balrus was shocked. He didn't know something like that was possible. Ronan made it clear that Adishan was going to be a future great commander, someone extremely capable. Once Adishan finished preparing her skill, the animals began searching. The scene then cuts to the Omega doppelganger, currently transformed into a fox. One of Adishan's birds spotted it. The Omega noticed immediately and transformed again, this time into a snake, and attacked the bird. Adishan, seeing everything through the bird's eyes, was shocked, but she quickly told the swordsman that she had found it. She pointed at the snake and said that was the doppelganger. Balrus rushed in before Ronan, eager to prove himself. He didn't want Ronan to bother with a snake like that, and he grabbed it easily. The problem was that he looked straight into its eyes. Balrus proudly told Ronan he'd caught it, but Ronan immediately warned him that he shouldn't have made eye contact. Right then, the Omega doppelganger transformed into something that terrified Balrus. It turned into Sita. Balrus screamed, remembering all the terror he had gone through because of that little creature, and ended up letting the doppelganger go. Ronan and Adishan chased after it, but the creature suddenly locked eyes with Ronan. Ronan realized things had gotten bad. If the doppelganger turned into a Hayute, it would be a huge problem. They needed to restrain it as fast as possible, so Ronan told Adishan and Balrus to go look for the alpha. Ronan kept moving deeper into the forest. He didn't find anything resembling a Hayute Hayude, but then he saw human footprints. He knew it was the doppelganger because of the mana traces, but he didn't know what it had transformed into. To make things worse, the closer he got, the stronger the killing intent became. He thought it might be his father or Nabaros. Either way, he knew he had to find out soon, until he finally saw someone standing with their back turned. That made Ronan extremely uneasy. His greatest fear was himself, the fact that he hadn't been able to protect anyone. Ronan didn't understand what was happening, which only made things more confusing. He also couldn't understand why the doppelganger had such intense murderous intent toward him. His copy kept repeating that he couldn't protect anyone as it charged at Ronan. Ronan blocked with his sword, and the impact was insanely powerful. Ronan knew that doppelgangers could replicate some memories and abilities of the people they copied, but this felt like he was fighting himself, his past self. That was dangerous. If it was a version of him from when he fought a Hayute, the gap in power would be massive. He needed to create distance, but the doppelganger broke free, shattered Ronan's balance, and grabbed him by the hair. Ronan started remembering things he had long buried. Almost as if in gratitude toward the doppelganger, he stabbed it with his sword. Even so, the doppelganger tried to strike back. Ronan stayed sharp and jumped away, but he nearly lost his head anyway. He realized that back then, he wasn't much different from a wild beast. He didn't care about methods, attacking however he could just to survive. He couldn't let his guard down. The Omega doppelganger charged again, dragging its sword along the ground and kicking up debris that flew toward Ronan, blocking his vision. He barely avoided the attack. The doppelganger looked surprised, which confused Ronan. After all, they were supposed to be the same. Ronan slashed at it, but not deep enough. The doppelganger managed to partially evade. Ronan then slammed his head into the doppelganger. The impact was so massive it caused tremors around them. The doppelganger staggered, but Ronan thought the imitator was unbelievably stubborn, using everything it had. Then he took a kick from the doppelganger and was sent flying several meters. Ronan remembered that if it had really been him, the fight wouldn't have ended with just one kick, and he was right. The doppelganger threw its sword at him, and Ronan crashed into a rock. He barely dodged the blade. Ronan thought the creature was insanely annoying. He figured it would be easier if it locked eyes with someone else. Suddenly, someone appeared. It was Arendelle. Ronan thought he had found Varen, but he was wrong. Arendelle didn't understand why some kid was walking around his territory and asked who Ronan was. Ronan immediately realized it was just like Balrus had described. This really was Arendelle. The timing was terrible. Even though Ronan wanted to take Arendelle down, this wasn't the right moment for the giant to show up. Arendelle assumed Ronan was scared because he hadn't answered. Then Arendelle did something unexpected. He let Ronan go, saying he could smell the Omega on him. Ronan barely had time to react before Arendelle charged straight at him. Ronan jumped out of the way just in time. Arendelle thought things were about to get a lot easier, so he had been talking to Alpha not long ago, and now he could feel Omega's traces around there. Ronan immediately thought that Arendelle had already caught Alpha. At that moment, Arendelle rushed straight at Ronan, warning him that he was going to meet the worst possible fate. Ronan managed to block the attack, but he could tell it wasn't a bluff. Arendelle really was the best in Calaboro. Every hit was insanely heavy, to the point where Ronan probably wouldn't survive even a single direct blow. And there was another problem. There was another guy who held a deep grudge against him and had been tracking him for a while. That guy was holding his breath, hiding his killing intent. That guy was Ronan from the past. He believed the doppelganger was just waiting for the right moment to make him lose his head. Because of that, he wanted to end this fast. He struck Arendelle with a blow, but Arendelle basically just felt a tickle and found the whole thing amazing. He also thought Ronan was different, since he wasn't afraid to face him. At that moment, Ronan realized that Arendelle's ridiculous body was actually aura power. Arendelle's aura leaked into every fiber of his body, turning his own body into a weapon. It was way beyond simple mana enhancement. It was the peak of reinforcement techniques. That's why Ronan couldn't even leave a scratch. Arendelle thought Ronan should feel honored, because now he had become his prey. So he wanted Ronan to resist with everything he had until he was satisfied with the fight. He landed a heavy impact on Ronan. Ronan blocked it, but still got sent flying a few meters away. Arendelle's speed was also insane. He stuck right to Ronan in an instant, trying to land another hit. That was when Ronan slashed Arendelle several times. Even so, Arendelle kept attacking. Ronan blocked, and they didn't even separate. Then Arendelle grabbed a massive rock and hurled it at the swordsman. Ronan cut the rock apart easily, but Arendelle used that moment to try to grab him. The real surprise, though, was Ronan. He had already prepared a counterattack and struck Arendelle. The big guy kept smiling, clearly enjoying the fight. The real problem was that he suddenly grew huge, showing how long it had been since a battle had excited him this much. He acknowledged Ronan as someone worthy and decided to unleash even more of his power. Just as he was about to reveal a technique, that's when he took a slash and froze, completely confused. It was the doppelganger who did it. The doppelganger had cut off his arm. Arendelle felt it deeply. The power behind that attack was absurd. He focused all his aura into a single point, but still lost his arm to a tiny stick used by the doppelganger. Arendelle couldn't believe all that power came from Omega. He became furious. The doppelganger attacked again, trying to land another strike, and Arendelle countered, causing a massive clash. They ended up separating. Arendelle started lamenting, and then the doppelganger kicked Arendelle's severed arm back at him while attacking at the same time. Arendelle thought that was pure arrogance. He blocked the attack easily, but the doppelganger was insanely fast, getting right up close and delivering multiple cuts. Ronan had no idea what was going on. The doppelganger was using random sticks he found around the place, and to make it worse, he was doing it with his eyes closed. Ronan couldn't understand why the doppelganger had switched targets. Before, he was focused on killing Ronan, but now he was attacking Arendelle. Ronan started to believe that Omega had shared his senses with Alpha and was now treating Arendelle as an enemy. Ronan was right. Omega knew exactly what had happened to Alpha, which filled him with overwhelming rage. He attacked Arendelle with everything he had. Arendelle knew that capturing Alpha and Omega required completely different strategies. Alpha had a relatively calm temperament, but Omega was different. He demanded fierce resistance. That was unexpected for Arendelle, and it went way beyond what he had anticipated. Still, he wondered if Omega was Ronan's brother or something like that. Arendelle started piecing things together while fighting. He decided it was best to transform completely. He had no other choice. At that point, he was sure he needed to kill the doppelganger, so he unleashed a full-power attack at the creature, like a Kamehameha. Arendelle was curious to know who the original was, but the doppelganger somehow managed to counterattack an unavoidable blow, proving he had absurd skill. Otherwise, he would have been turned to ashes. The one good thing for Arendelle was that the doppelganger ended up just like him. His arm was badly damaged too. Still, Arendelle had lost his dominant arm, so the hunt was over for him. He just wanted the creature dead and tried to land another strike, but the doppelganger pulled out a dagger and stabbed Arendelle in the wrist, which made the big guy furious. The moment he lowered his guard, the doppelganger had drawn a weapon from inside his clothes. To make things worse, the devilish creature shoved a finger into his eye, making him bleed heavily. Arendelle quickly dropped to his knees, but he was still smiling, even as the doppelganger dragged him to a rock and drove his sword into him. Arendelle was in shock. He couldn't believe this was actually happening. That was how the doppelganger ended up making him lose his head. At that moment, the doppelganger was breathing heavily. Ronan remembered that ever since Ahayute had appeared, there hadn't been a single place in the Empire where screams couldn't be heard. In that situation, Ronan kept repeating that to himself. If he hadn't wasted his life the way he did, if he had listened to his sister even once when she told him to study harder at school, he might have been able to protect at least one person. Ronan realized that he truly hated himself. The doppelganger kept repeating what he was supposed to protect. That was when Ronan used his aura, completely pinning the creature in place. He wanted the doppelganger to look closely, declaring that this was his current self. Then he unleashed a flurry of blows on the creature. The doppelganger tried to break free, but couldn't, until the very last moment when he finally managed to escape. Ronan then made a huge leap while thinking about Arendelle's aura, which had a visible color and energy that felt different. When they had clashed before, Ronan felt it clearly. It was power born from the same principle as Professor Varen's. Because of that, he was sure of the sensation. He immediately launched a powerful attack at the doppelganger, cracking the doppelganger's sword. Ronan remembered that even before going to the academy, he believed that as long as he could hold something, anything could be a weapon. But he clearly remembered his teacher, Nabaros, and the sword she always carried with her. He realized that way of thinking was extremely foolish. He had learned that lesson for sure this time. A sword was always necessary, something refined, something worthy. With that, the doppelganger's sword was completely destroyed. Ronan pierced the creature's hand, but then realized the doppelganger had sacrificed his right arm. That was when the doppelganger counterattacked, grabbing Ronan by the face and slamming him into the ground with all his strength. The impact on the kid was brutal. The doppelganger's hand was bleeding heavily, and Ronan was badly injured. He believed that at this rate, he had no choice but to go beyond his limits. That's when they heard voices calling out Ronan's name. The doppelganger froze in shock upon hearing them. Ronan felt relieved. It was good that the doppelganger reacted to those voices. After all, the doppelganger represented Ronan from that time. Ronan wanted the doppelganger to see it up close, to truly see who was standing in front of him. Adishan and Balrus arrived, clearly panicking. Ronan was sure the doppelganger recognized those faces. He told him that the great commander was still competent, just like always, but her personality had changed. Balrus had stopped stealing and had become someone who wanted to bring down Calaboro more than anything. Martin and the others were also living good lives somewhere. More than that, Uriel was living better than ever too. Ronan promised the doppelganger that this life would be different. He wanted the trust of his past self, referring to that version as the Avenger. Suddenly, energy began to pour out of the doppelganger, showing that he was willing to believe in Ronan. Ronan immediately felt relieved. Now he believed that he would meet that version of himself again in 10 years. Then the scene shifts to Philleon, where many students looked genuinely happy. Maria was relieved that everything had worked out in the end. Ronan and his companions had found the doppelganger, and Varen had taken care of Calaboro. Because of that, they were having a special day. Maria, who was with Asela, wondered what Ronan was doing at that moment, but Asel remembered Ronan saying he was going to an interview with Professor Varen and would only show up at night during the parade. Maria thought that was a shame, since she wanted to enjoy the day with Ronan too. Still, she figured the two of them could have enough fun to even make Ronan jealous. The way she said it made Asel really nervous, but she called him cute, and his cheeks immediately turned red as he agreed with her. Maria suggested they go see the star of the Festival of the 100 Beasts, and then they headed to the garden, which looked beautiful. The care given to the festival's star was truly on another level. Asel believed doppelgangers were sensitive to their environment, so special attention was needed. That was why only a few people were allowed inside. Eventually, they ran into the doppelganger. Maria immediately felt something was off. The doppelganger should have been transformed. Asel thought that might be the doppelganger's original form, since after a long time they tended to revert back to it. They were also saying that Omega was on break, so this one must have been Alpha. Asel realized the truth that Maria failed to notice. The Alpha doppelganger could read its target's mind and transform into the person most dear to that target. Asel immediately started imagining what the Alpha doppelganger might turn into, and got extremely embarrassed. He asked Maria if he could leave first, saying something urgent had come up. Maria found it strange, since they had just arrived. Then she saw something that put a huge smile on her face. She thought Asel was just really shy and had fallen in love with another cutie. Asel got flustered, explaining to the blonde girl that it wasn't like that. Maria thought that was even more reason for them not to leave. She really wanted to know who Asel had fallen for. She was determined to find out. That was when the idiot Asel looked straight into Alpha's eyes. Instantly, the doppelganger began to take shape. Maria was finally about to see who her precious cutie truly loved. Then, all of a sudden, Alpha transformed into Maria herself, leaving her completely stunned while Asel was dying of embarrassment. Maria immediately got confused, wanting to make sure that was really her. Asel then ran around like a desperate mess, explaining that this was exactly why he thought they shouldn't stay there. But Maria told him to wait a bit. She hadn't expected him to like her. She never imagined something like that could happen. Suddenly, she ended up looking Alpha straight in the eyes, and he transformed again, this time into someone very dear to her. It was Ronan himself. Maria instantly got extremely embarrassed, screamed, and ran away. Then the scene shifts to nighttime, specifically to Professor Varen's research lab. He wanted to apologize to Ronan, since the kid should have been enjoying the festival. Varen didn't really like always having to rely on help, even though he was a professor. Ronan quickly reminded Varen that he hadn't been idle. On the day the Manticore escaped, Varen had found Calaboro's traces in the broken barn, leaving him no choice but to chase them down immediately. On top of that, outside the institution, there were signs of someone preparing to smuggle a rare species out. Varen had handled everything on his own. Varen was happy that Ronan saw things that way. Ronan told him to forget about all that, and admitted there was something he was curious about. He wanted to know how Balrus had ended up there. That made Balrus panic as he explained that, thanks to Ronan and Professor Varen, he had once again ended up owing a huge debt. Because of that, he reported that, with great honor, he had been assigned as the professor's assistant instructor. Varen told Ronan that he was the one who made the offer. Normally, being an assistant was something reserved only for academy students, but Balrus had contributed a lot with information on theft and smuggling, and had played an important role in wiping out the criminal organization Calaboro. He had helped a lot during the Calaboro incident, so that was why Varen invited him. He believed Balrus had real talent and didn't want to let the guy slip away. He said they would work well together from now on. Balrus got all emotional and nearly burst into tears, saying he'd be there no matter what. Ronan thought it was a good role for him and made it clear he didn't want to hear any nonsense about Balrus. He expected him to work hard. Ronan also had a favor to ask Varen. He wanted to see the doppelgangers one last time. He had heard that once their job was done, they rested in the tower. Varen didn't see any problem with that, but warned him that it wouldn't be possible to see any transformations. Omega was healing his injuries, and Alpha was already getting sleepy. Ronan said that was fine. He just wanted to see them, just to say goodbye. The scene then shifts to the swordsman heading to where the creatures were staying. He felt relieved seeing that Omega was recovering well. All he needed to do now was relax and rest. Then Ronan noticed that Alpha wasn't sleeping. He thought maybe Alpha wanted to say something to him. Suddenly, Alpha transformed into the great commander Adishan. A few days after the 100 Beasts festival ended, Ronan went to visit Maya's secret. It had been a while since they last saw each other, but Jaredin had kept her updated. She already knew that the two curses had fused with Bajura's power, becoming a single one. Maya thought they could see that as a temporary solution, since the seal imposed by the curse was still there. To put it simply, it was like mixing two different poisons and ending up with a brand new poison. So maybe this new poison was causing unpredictable effects. Ronan didn't think it was that serious, judging by how calmly the professor talked about it. He even felt the power had been useful up to that point. Still, he wanted the curse gone for good. Maya noticed how much more determined Ronan had become, but even so, she wanted him to face reality. Ronan explained that there was another promise he had to keep, no matter what. She understood. understood. She then told him she was close to finishing her research to find a way to remove one of his curses. Ronan got really anxious, wanting to know what he needed to do. Maya told him to calm down. The removal method was still the same as before. He had to manifest the curse inside the realm of his inner world, track down its source, and destroy it. However, she warned him there could be problems this time, since the curse to be removed wouldn't reveal itself as easily as the last one. She would take the necessary precautions to protect herself, but to keep everything stable, they'd need a massive amount of mana and a catalyst. Mana wasn't the problem. The catalyst was. She asked if he knew a place called Dainhar, but Ronan didn't really remember it. Maya explained that, because of the countless monsters in the desert region and the ill-tempered natives, the bones of adventurers were buried deep beneath the sand. Ronan then asked if she was talking about the demon realm in the southwest. He wondered if she meant that extremely rare black stone from that place. Maya immediately realized he'd heard of it and confirmed his suspicions. The magical stone from Mount Dainhar was a first-class magic material, packed with extremely dense mana and a mysterious power. Whenever it appeared at an imperial auction, it always shattered bidding records. It was an incredibly rare and insanely valuable magic stone. Maya admitted she had spent a huge portion of her professor's salary, saved over many years, to buy one. Even then, it was just a tiny fragment. Ronan was shocked and asked if that small fragment wouldn't be enough to solve his problem. She explained that it wouldn't, and that was why she couldn't contact him right after completing the removal process. She wanted him to wait a bit longer while she searched for a substitute catalyst. Ronan realized there was no way around it. The problem was that Dainhar was one of the worst places he had ever been in his entire life. The scene then shifted to Adishan. She remembered when she was with Balrus, and they came across several bodies scattered on the ground. They found the Alpha locked inside a box. Adishan wanted to check his condition, thinking the creature might have been pleased with its capture, until a blinding light suddenly appeared, and the doppelganger revealed its true form. Soon after, it transformed into Ronan himself after locking eyes with Adishan. She immediately shoved a cloth into his face, refusing to deal with that. Balrus quickly understood what was going on, while Adishan was dying of embarrassment, begging him not to tell anyone what he'd seen. Just remembering it made her feel hot all over. She couldn't even look Ronan in the eyes anymore. She preferred to believe the Alpha had turned into Ronan out of admiration, since he was the only one who believed in her dream. Trying to encourage herself, she thought she could still greet him with her head held high. Suddenly, Ronan appeared out of nowhere, catching her completely off guard. She instantly hid behind a tree. The swordsman was totally confused. Adishan tried to calm herself down, but before she could say anything, Ronan spotted her behind the tree and asked what she was doing there. He said she had scared him. She didn't really know what to say. Ronan then commented that she showed up at the perfect time. Taking her hand, he told her there was a place they needed to go together, inviting her to help create a weapon. She had no idea what he was talking about. Ronan just wanted her to trust him and come along, assuring her it would be worth it. However, the paper he was holding gave off a very strange energy. The scene shifted to a dark location filled with hanging corpses. A hooded woman announced that the leader had issued a direct order. A man emerged straight out of the blood. It was necessary after Veron and Brigia's mission failures had delayed their plans. This time, there was no room for even the smallest mistake. The man asked the hooded woman named Yuria where they were heading. Yuria told him they were going to the demon realm known as Dainhar. The scene then shifted again, this time to the largest forge in the capital, the Great Karpadoki. After the attack by the fanatics, the blacksmiths had begun major renovations with support from the Grancia family. Ronan was really liking the results. The place looked completely different. Didikon quickly noticed Ronan and Adishan and got really excited to see his friend again. Doron had already told him that Ronan was there to forge a new weapon. When Didikon saw Adishan, he assumed she was the reason Ronan had disappeared and asked if she was his girlfriend. He even wondered if Ronan had dumped Maria. Ronan told him to cut it out, explaining that he brought Adishan so she could make a weapon too. He also warned Didikon not to mess around with her. Didikon didn't understand why, but Ronan reminded him of the skill test she had taken, explaining that Adishan possessed a very dangerous ability. If she lost control, everything could blow up. Adishan got scared listening to the two of them. Didikon then revealed that they had already abolished the rituals and told them to head inside. The old man was waiting. He also invited Adishan along. The inside of the forge was just as impressive. Didikon told Doron to welcome the guests. As usual, he kicked the door open, which Doron absolutely hated, smashing a hammer into the dogman's face. Ronan noticed nothing had changed there. Doron said he already knew Ronan was coming and had prepared everything in advance. He was extremely excited to see what they'd create this time. Doron then showed the blueprint for Ronan's new weapon, something he'd spent many sleepless nights working on. Of course, everything depended on the special material used, since that would determine the weapon's power. Doron asked if Ronan already had someone in mind. Ronan clearly did. Doron assumed he had another dragon egg shell, but Ronan said he brought something even crazier. He pulled out a piece of paper. Doron wasn't impressed at first, until he touched it and felt something completely absurd, like countless spirits screaming right into his ears. Doron was completely freaked out. He wanted to know know where the swordsman had found that thing. He had never seen anything like it in his entire life. Ronan realized the master blacksmith had already figured everything out. Ronan couldn't wait to see what would come out of it, but the dwarf hadn't even confirmed that a weapon could be forged from it. He thought that piece of paper was way too dangerous. They couldn't predict what might happen to its user. He admitted it could turn into another masterpiece, but it went against everything he believed in as a blacksmith. Ronan told him to relax, saying it had no effect on him at all. Doran didn't get it, but the swordsman promised to explain later. For now, he just wanted Doran to accept the job. It was obvious from the dwarf's face that he really wanted to forge something using that paper. Doran got frustrated and was practically drooling over it. Ronan almost went out of his way to drive the old man crazy, waving the paper around in every direction, clearly tempting him, to the point Doran nearly got dizzy. Ronan then left. Didikon had heard the yelling, and Ronan made it very clear to the big wolf that if he saw it, he'd be completely blown away. However, Ronan found it strange that Adishan wasn't with Didikon. Didikon explained that she was surrounded by other blacksmiths, all trying to convince her that a sword wasn't the ideal choice, basically pressuring her. Ronan noticed a strange box hanging around Didikon's neck and asked what it was. Didikon explained that it was a space-time recording device. With a single button, you could take a picture of any moment you wanted to preserve. It was a masterpiece he had invented himself. Then he asked if Ronan wanted to test it. Ronan asked to borrow it, since it fit perfectly with a plan he had. That thing was perfect bait to lure someone into Dainhar. The scene shifted to nighttime. Schlieffen was walking around casually when he ran into Ronan. He asked if Ronan wanted to get back to training. Ronan said he'd like to, but this time he had something else in mind. He invited Schlieffen to work together on a job. They were heading somewhere extremely dangerous, and this time Schlieffen was the only one he trusted. Schlieffen thought it was nonsense, but as Schlieffen turned his back, Ronan made it clear he'd regret saying that, then flashed a powerful glow right in his face. The scene shifted to the southwestern desert region, Carlisle. Ronan noticed the place never changed. It was still a blazing furnace. He couldn't believe he had come to that hellhole of his own free will. He also couldn't believe Schlieffen was there with him. Schlieffen brushed it off, saying he was there to gain real combat experience. Still, Schlieffen was interested in the promise Ronan had made the night before, to give him an item. Ronan wore a downright evil grin, making it clear he was a man of his word. He had prepared a special gift, something he considered top-tier bait for Schlieffen. He pulled out several photos of Schlieffen's sister, clearly showing it was a full muse mode package. Ronan was having way too much fun with the situation. Schlieffen was completely hooked and wanted to take a closer look, but Ronan refused, saying he could enjoy them after the trip was over. They still had to walk all the way to Dainhar, proving just how easy Schlieffen was to bait. Schlieffen thought things seemed calm, but the smell of blood and bones was everywhere. Ronan found that normal. This place was basically a graveyard for failures who had tried to obtain the magic stone from Mount Dainhar and paid the price. Those who survived usually came back better armed and tried again, or ended up becoming bandits and raiders. Most of the time, it was the second option. In the end, Ronan warned his partner that if they ran into any raiders, they had to wipe them out completely. Leaving them alive wasn't an option. Schlieffen decided that dealing with bad people and cleaning up society didn't sound so bad. Suddenly, Schlieffen released his aura. Ronan didn't understand what was happening. Schlieffen told him there were about 30 of those guys nearby and pushed his aura forward. Ronan still didn't get why Schlieffen had revealed his aura so suddenly, until Schlieffen's ability manifested right in front of them. In a single move, he wiped out a whole group of raiders at once. All they could hear afterward was screaming. Ronan still didn't understand his partner's movements. Schlieffen explained that he hadn't expected so many to survive, so he'd have to go in personally to deal with the rest. Ronan was shocked. Schlieffen had sensed their presence from really far away. He wanted to know how that was even possible. Schlieffen explained that he had expanded his mana perception. To him, it was a basic trick. He asked if Ronan had a problem with that. Ronan found it insane how naturally Schlieffen treated all of this. The attack started as a normal aura, but once it reached its targets, it turned into a full-blown hurricane. Ronan wondered if Schlieffen had condensed the storm into aura form and launched it from a distance. The last time they fought, Schlieffen hadn't been anywhere near this level. He had clearly grown a lot in a short time. Now Ronan understood how Schlieffen had become the Sword Saint. The scene then jumped back a few minutes earlier. 5 minutes before Schlieffen unleashed the sword storm, a lowlife was watching the two of them from afar. He thought they were just a couple of rich idiots and figured it'd be easy to pluck those two chickens clean. His name was Pip, a scout for the Red Desert Gang. He radioed in, saying there were 2 armed idiots ahead. He asked what the boss wanted to do. The bandits joked around, thinking Ronan and Schlieffen were on some kind of retreat. Soon, they received orders to slice them up and send their body parts back to their families. The leader of the Red Desert Gang, a man named Kang, was especially cruel. He told everyone to do what they did best. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky. Kang felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know what it was. Then the hurricane began, and he finally realized it was a storm. Soon, he started yelling, warning everyone to duck behind him. But the hurricane swept them all away anyway. None of them could understand how a hurricane had appeared so suddenly. The scout wondered if one of the two had used some kind of magic scroll. In the end, he tried to figure out where they were, but the two had already vanished. That was when he took a slash and died. Schlieffen and Ronan were standing right beside him. Ronan realized his companion had been right. There was way more trash left than he expected. The punks, who thought they were just two easy targets, started trembling in front of them. Ronan didn't mind. It was actually perfect. He wanted to test something new. He also told Schlieffen to take a break, since he wanted to try out his new weapon. Schlieffen felt a dark energy coming from Ronan, and didn't realize it was from the new weapon. At that moment, he understood that the old man Doron had outdone himself once again. Ronan was hyped. He even thought the bandits should feel lucky. He leapt straight toward them, slamming into the ground with massive force. The bandits finally realized those two weren't normal at all. They weren't clean. But before they could attack, Ronan drove his new weapon straight into one of their chests, drilling through him. The others could only stare at their companion, completely blown apart. Their faces said it all. They were totally screwed. Ronan quickly started slicing through the rest of them. The scene turned into pure horror, arms flying everywhere. Ronan actually enjoyed watching the bandits suffer. He also loved how easily his blade drilled through that guy. To a swordsman, when the weapon is good, everything else follows. The name of the blade was Ymir. He was sure all that brutality came from the materials used to forge it. The only downside was its weight. He'd need time to get used to it. With that, he went back to finishing them off. The bandits charged at Ronan, but he cut them down like a butcher. He was loving his little bread knife. It was insanely sharp. The dagger was slowly winning him over. Two bandits tried a double strike on Ronan, but he wasn't stupid. He vanished in an instant and attacked them from behind. One of the bandits realized they couldn't afford a single mistake anymore, or they'd be completely wiped out. It didn't matter. Ronan appeared behind the guy and grabbed him by the hair, like he'd done this kind of job before. Ronan even thought the bandit reasoned pretty well for a bandit. The guy started believing they were dealing with a demon. Ronan made that bastard lose his head. The other bandits couldn't believe it. The vice leader died like a piece of trash. In no time, heads started rolling everywhere. The boss, Kang, flew into a rage and tried to smash Ronan with his massive shield. Ronan blocked the attack and immediately figured out Kang was the leader. The guy was huge. The bald brute thought Ronan was trying to act tough in Carlisle for messing with the Red Desert Gang. He declared that Ronan had picked the wrong group and that everyone who crossed them ended up as minced meat. Kang said he'd turn both Ronan and his friend into paste. Ronan scratched his ear, clearly fed up. Crying like a bitch doesn't make God listen. Still, he wondered if Kang's crappy shield was really that sturdy. In the next instant, it shattered into pieces, catching the bearded bald man completely off guard. Kang couldn't understand what had happened. The blood shield, forged from the finest steel, broke like it was nothing. Only then did he realize that, in that brief moment, Ronan had counterattacked. He couldn't believe it was possible. The bald man instantly turned into a scared little kitten, shouting for everyone to run. Ronan didn't expect him to decide that fast, but he couldn't let the bearded bastard live. Bandits never learn. They just come back to rob and kill again. The evil had to be cut off at the root, so he decided to use that moment to test a new function of the dagger. The bald man ran like a condemned soul, as if fleeing from a giant monster. He just had to make it back to base. He believed he could survive if he did, since there were still bandits there. Suddenly, the hellish little dagger fell to the ground, revealing a demonic marking. Kang recognized it immediately. It was the same dagger Ronan had been using. He thought Ronan had missed the throw. That was aura technique number 1, spider web. In an instant, all the bandits were trapped. They couldn't move at all. Ymir, the little bread knife, could store the user's mana and activate techniques from a distance. Old man Doron really had the sauce. He was insanely good at what he did. When Ronan appeared in front of those bandits, it was like a lion standing before deer. The boss started trembling, begging for mercy, but Ronan turned the place into a bloodbath. After all that brutal agony, Schlieffen praised the dagger. Ronan noticed the kid had sharp eyes and explained everything the dagger could do. Schlieffen already suspected the materials were special, but Ronan couldn't say too much about them. That was when Sita started sucking up all the blood around. The little creature looked extremely happy. Ronan also noticed that its suction ability had improved a lot, so it wasn't just playing around with Ophelia. Schlieffen then brought up the technique Ronan had used. The aura he felt belonged to the traitor. He didn't mind Ronan awakening a skill at that level, but using the traitor's aura was another story. He wanted answers. Ronan got a bit awkward, but promised to explain everything along the way. They still had a long road ahead. The scene shifted to the two of them sitting by a campfire, talking. Ronan felt that after everything he'd been through since leaving the academy, he had come out ahead. He also asked if Schlieffen's sister was doing okay. Schlieffen said his family's specialists had examined her and confirmed that everything was fine. But something kept bugging Schlieffen. His sister wouldn't stop talking about Ronan and Elizabeth, calling them heroes who had saved her life. There was also Akalusha, who acted like she was his sister's blood-related sister. Ronan didn't really see that as a bad thing. If anything, it might be the start of a reconciliation between the two families. Still, a bit awkward, Schlieffen thanked Ronan for saving his sister. Ronan hadn't expected that. Being his usual sarcastic self, he He joked around, making it clear he wasn't going to hand over the present that easily, which left Schlieffen pretty frustrated. Ronan then clarified that he never broke his promises. Suddenly, they were caught off guard. A creature was flying through the sky, making a huge amount of noise as it headed straight toward them. It slammed into the ground with full force. They had no idea what had just happened, so they decided to check it out. They approached the creature, and Ronan tried to figure out what the hell it was. He wondered if it was a rock bird, one of the creatures the people of Dainhar used as transportation. They couldn't understand why it was there, and the bird was badly injured. That was when they noticed there was also a child with it. Ronan immediately asked Sita to use its healing ability on both of them. While the healing was happening, the child began to remember everything that had happened. The boy's name was Thunder. One of the people there, his brother, had told him to leave, saying it was one of the last birds left, but Thunder wanted to stay with his brother and fight too. His brother refused, telling him to stop being stubborn and make sure he stayed alive. Thunder resisted and started crying as the place went up in flames. Suddenly, an explosion shook the area. Thunder's brother hadn't expected the enemy to arrive so quickly. Yuria was there, calling Thunder's people worms who fed on the land of the stars. She sounded excited, saying it was time to exterminate them. The people were terrified. The young man told Thunder to run immediately, and that was when he lost his head. Thunder saw everything right in front of him. In that moment, someone shoved the bird, forcing it to take flight. That was how Thunder escaped, even though he didn't want to. He then woke up in a panic. Ronan asked if he was okay, but Thunder saw both Ronan and Schlieffen as demons. He threw sand in Ronan's face, telling the swordsman to stay away and calling him a monster. He demanded they give his brother back. Ronan tried to calm the native boy down, saying they weren't enemies. Thunder then asked who they were. Ronan asked him to explain what had happened, already sure that both he and Schlieffen had just walked into something really big. Thunder told them that 2 days earlier, on a moonless night, creatures appeared as if they had risen straight from the ground. It all happened suddenly. The creatures invaded their territory. The warriors of Thunder's people knew immediately, just from a single look, that those things were dangerous. The bravest charged straight at them, but they were completely wiped out. The creatures didn't even get scratched. Ronan was shocked. The warriors of Dainhar were all strong. They trained from childhood and protected the tribe. They were basically war veterans, every last one of them. Their strength rivaled the Empire's elite knights. Even in Ronan's past life, when he crossed paths with them on a mission, it had been hell. A job that should have taken 3 days ended up taking him months, so he couldn't believe something like this had happened. Ronan asked who the invaders were, but Thunder said no one knew. There hadn't been time to find out. All he could say was that the creatures wore pure white cloaks. That news caught both Ronan and Schlieffen off guard. Thunder also said they used a strange power. No attack could get through it. They called themselves those who received the arrival of the star. Obviously, both swordsmen realized it was the Nebula Clasier. Even so, Thunder thanked them for their help and said he would repay the debt someday, but he needed to leave immediately. He had to save his brother. He told them to go back so they wouldn't end up dying. Ronan thought that was insane. The kid wanted to go back alone. Thunder explained that he was part of the tribe and wouldn't retreat so easily. He didn't want to involve outsiders. He also thought the 2 skinny guys looked like they were ready to die at any moment. Thunder decided they were weak and didn't want to be responsible for their deaths. Ronan and Schlieffen stared at him in disbelief. Thunder told them to leave. Suddenly, a creature appeared and tried to grab Thunder. The boy froze in confusion, but Schlieffen stepped in, blocking the attack while Ronan pulled Thunder back. It was an armored monster, perfectly adapted to the sandy desert. An absolutely ridiculous matchup for Schlieffen's style. Thunder was terrified. He said that was one of the beasts the enemy woman had brought. He couldn't understand how it had gotten there. Ronan realized the beast was targeting the boy. Thunder shouted that they needed to run as fast as possible. The creature had wiped out dozens of warriors by itself. The beast activated a skill, making it clear it had no intention of letting them escape. Thunder apologized for dragging them into this mess. Schlieffen found the beast pathetic. He even remembered Ronan's midterm practical exam. Ronan got a little annoyed, but Schlieffen said that day had been awful. He'd had no choice but to brute force it since his moves weren't that good yet. It was one of the worst decisions of his life. The beast charged at Schlieffen. He drew his sword and instantly unleashed his skill at the creature. Thunder stared in shock at what he was seeing. The beast ended up having some of its parts destroyed, but then it opened its mouth and a barrel came out. Out of nowhere, the thing started shooting. Ronan even wanted to watch for a bit, but he couldn't waste time. He wanted to put an end to that nonsense, so he split what was left of the creature in half. Thunder saw that and his eyes went wide. Ronan, obviously, wanted to know if the kid still thought he was some kind of pushover. Then the scene shifts to Yuria. She had sensed something. She explained that she had lost the signal of her child, the one she had sent to follow the kid. She thought it was impossible for the beast to have been defeated by a boy who was riding a rock bird. In the end, she believed that the guest they were waiting for had interfered. Either way, they would find out whether Ronan was worthy of receiving the star's blessing or not. Next, the scene shifts to Ronan with Schlieffen and Thunder, flying on that rock bird. Ronan was thinking about the armored beast they had faced in the desert. The creature was fast. Its its body was extremely tough, and it even hid some bizarre weapons. Still, he didn't think it was an impossible enemy for the warriors of Dainhar. Because of that, he believed the creature's owner carried the power of the star's blessing, someone at the level of a division leader. Since monster tamers and monsters were separate, the blessing didn't affect the beast itself, which is why Philleon managed to land his attack. From that point on, things would be different. Ronan wanted to get more information out of Thunder. He wanted to know about the other creature that was there, something about its weapons or abilities, but the kid couldn't say much. The one who had fought them only used beasts, while the other just stayed far away, watching without doing anything at all. Philleon was confused. There was no way to judge someone's strength like that. Ronan thought that one way or another, they would eventually find out. They would have to face it head on. Then the scene shifts to Thunder's people, who were completely wiped out. Ronan saw that and realized it was worse than he had imagined. There were bodies scattered everywhere. He asked Sita to sense if there was anyone alive who could still be healed, but the creature revealed that there was no one alive. That made Ronan furious. The fanatics really would do anything to reach their goal. Before, they had been careful. They avoided drawing attention, but now it was different. They didn't care anymore. There was something in Dainhar they believed was worth the risk of being discovered. Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared behind Thunder, catching Ronan and Philleon completely off guard. They hadn't sensed anyone at all. Philleon immediately tried to cut the guy down, but the hooded man grabbed the kid and jumped away. Philleon shouted that he wouldn't let him escape, but in a completely unpredictable move, the hooded man threw a bomb right at his face. It was a smoke bomb. The hooded man quickly fled with the kid. Ronan was pissed that the guy was trying to run. The two of them chased after him, but the hooded man clearly didn't want company. Blades suddenly appeared between his fingers, Wolverine style. He quickly threw them at the two swordsmen, but Ronan blocked them easily, even though he could feel how heavy the daggers were. In his past life, he had never seen anyone with throwing skills like that. The hooded man could predict and react with insane precision. Ronan and Philleon couldn't keep up with his speed. This guy was no joke. Thunder was in real danger. The chase continued. Thunder yelled at the hooded man to let him go, as if that would help at all. He screamed like an idiot, saying he would take revenge for his brother. The hooded man suddenly threw him aside, unable to believe that such a stupid kid had come all that way just for that. To him, revenge was a waste of time. Thunder swore he would do it with his own hands. He had pride. He would do anything for his tribe. Then something happened that caught the kid's attention. He didn't understand it. The hooded man quickly turned around. Ronan tried to strike the mysterious guy, but the hooded man managed to block the attack. Ronan was surprised that little hooded bastard actually made him sweat. He was already expecting the mysterious guy to be ready to dance. Philleon suddenly came in from below. The hooded man realized the two weren't amateurs. They were good. But then Thunder stepped in front of the hooded man, asking them both to stop, saying that this guy wasn't an enemy. Thunder told the two swordsmen that the hooded man was his brother. The hooded man then revealed his identity. Thunder's brother Gale was alive. Next, the scene shifts to Ronan's past life. During the reconnaissance mission in Carlisle, there were many people there. What gave Ronan the biggest headache in Dainhar wasn't the harsh desert climate or even raiders, but the warriors of Dainhar themselves. They ruled the land like true lords. Gale referred to them as outsiders, saying they did pretty well, especially the one leading the group, since he was on par with the best warriors of his tribe. He wanted to know his name. Obviously, he was talking about Ronan. Ronan found it strange, but since he was going to kill Gale anyway, he accepted it as a final request and gave his name. Gale then revealed his own name, explaining that he was the heir to a sacred name passed down through generations. He was the guardian of those lands, the strongest warrior among them. Back then, the fight ended without a conclusion. A retreat order came, and the battle was stopped. Ronan thought he might meet Gale again someday, but he never imagined it would be like this. He didn't know that guy was Thunder's brother. Gale wanted to understand why the kid was there. Thunder asked his brother to put his sword away, saying those two guys had saved his life. He also said they were strong, explaining everything Ronan and Philleon had done. Gale was shocked to hear that Ronan had split the beast with a single strike, since just the beast's speed alone was enough to turn his tribe's warriors into ordinary fighters. He couldn't believe those kids had pulled it off. Still, he trusted his brother. He admitted he had shown great disrespect and apologized to the outsiders. He also thanked them for saving his brother, bowing before both of them. After that, they went to a cave. Thunder was extremely surprised. His uncles were alive. Even his uncles couldn't believe it. They also wanted to understand why Thunder was there. They were worried about the fact that he was hurt, but Thunder said he was totally fine. Even so, Ronan wanted to understand what had happened, since Thunder had said there was no way they could have survived that situation. He wanted to know how the tribe escaped. Gale explained that, honestly, even they didn't really know. After hiding Thunder, they threw everything they had into the fight against the invaders. Everyone was ready to die, but none of it mattered. The power they were dealing with was completely absurd. They were already sure they were going to die. There was nothing they could do. Then, all of a sudden, the invaders stopped attacking and simply vanished. They survived purely on the invaders' whim. After that, they started searching the village for survivors. Everyone ended up taking shelter there, but Gale Gale believed they wouldn't last long. There were too many wounded, plus elders and children. The people without any physical training were already at their limit. Because of that, Gale and the other warriors reorganized themselves. They wanted to get their people out safely, even if it meant going after the invaders and settling a fight that had never truly ended. Ronan found that strange, since they were chasing something they clearly couldn't defeat. Gale made it clear that they weren't the type to live with their tails between their legs, but they also didn't believe innocent people should die just because of their pride. Because of that, Gale made a request to Ronan and his companions. He showed them a Dainhar stone. He believed Ronan and Schlieffen were looking for it. Gale said he would hand the stone over to Ronan while he took Thunder and the rest of the people away from there. They would hold the invaders back until the very end, no matter what happened. Ronan didn't agree with that at all. Gale couldn't believe Ronan was treating things that way. Ronan said Gale had thought it through. After all, they had come for the stone. But Ronan warned him that they also had a damn good reason to smash those fanatics' faces in. He couldn't accept just turning around and leaving. Ronan also said he was fully aware of the fanatics' power, the ability that nullified all kinds of attacks. He claimed he could break it. He had already dealt with 4 of those fanatics, beating them down with his bare hands. Gale hadn't expected that. Ronan then told him to keep the little stone for now. He wanted it, sure, but he wanted proper payment because he was going to make those fanatics lose their heads. Outside, Gale asked if Ronan was serious about being able to break the fanatics' nullification. Ronan confirmed it. He wasn't crazy enough to lie and get everyone killed for nothing. Besides, he was already neck deep in this mess, so it didn't really matter anymore. Gale decided to trust Ronan, especially since he had saved his brother. He then explained to the 2 swordsmen that the land they were looking at was the warriors' territory. Those warriors had protected that place since ancient times. It was a sacred sanctuary, where only the people of Dainhar were allowed to enter. They called it the Heart. Ronan knew that place was far more important than the capital temples, but he never expected something like that to be hidden right in the middle of a canyon. Gale didn't know the reason why it existed, only that it had been there since time immemorial. Until the day of the promise arrived, they had to protect it with their own lives. Even Gale didn't know much beyond that, but he believed the invaders weren't interested in the stones. If they had come for something, there was only one explanation. They were after the Heart. Suddenly, Yuria, who was above them, shouted that he had guessed right. She even talked to Gale like he was trash, saying he was smart for a dog. She was clearly unhinged, appearing out of nowhere. Ronan noticed she was wearing the typical fanatic robes, and she had the same crazed look as the others. Just by looking at Gale, it was obvious. That crazy woman was responsible for everything that had happened. Yuria already knew it was Ronan and Schlieffen who had destroyed her child. She asked if they were aware of how sad that had made her, since she had spent a lot of resources creating that little monster. Then, all of a sudden, everything started shaking as she announced she would wipe all of them out. Gale was shocked when another armored creature appeared. He warned Ronan and Schlieffen to be careful. He had lost count of how many warriors had died trying to face that monster. It had insane speed, its carapace was extremely tough, and it could also fire spikes like arrows, coated with poison. One small mistake could be fatal. Ronan was excited. He knew Yuria might be at commander level, since she could use a blessing. People with access to that kind of power were usually very strong. The only reason he had beaten the others before was because they were arrogant. Because of that, he needed to be extra careful, especially with the other fanatic who was still missing. In the end, he needed to understand what they were really dealing with, since they had no idea how strong those fanatics actually were. Ronan wanted Yuria to answer him. The ones he knew who were like her usually avoided drawing attention, but this time, they were making a lot of noise. He asked her why, calling her Nebula Clasier. Yuria was surprised that he even knew the sect's name. She admitted it and said they had hit rock bottom. Now Ronan understood why they had sent 2 commanders. Seeing how curious he was, Yuria decided there was no point in hiding it. She compared it to that buzzing sound in your ear when you're trying to sleep. It's not much, but it's incredibly annoying. Just its existence gets on your nerves. She said that to her, the Dainhar tribe was exactly that. So a special order came down. Erase everything related to Dainhar from existence. It was something very simple for her to do, which left Ronan and the others deeply shaken. Yuria wanted to explain more, but she didn't know the rest, and she didn't care, nor did she want to. The only reason she had delayed was because the partner who came with her got interested in the so-called Heart, and because Ronan and Schlieffen had caught their attention. Yuria said Gale should be grateful. They were alive only because of her partner's curiosity. Gale thought that was insanely arrogant. At that point, Yuria was done with explanations. She announced that she was going to turn everyone into meatballs. She wanted revenge for her child. At that point, the beast started firing arrows at them. Ronan reacted instantly, blocking several of them. He thought Yuria was completely unhinged. In the next moment, Schlieffen charged straight at Yuria and her creature, landing a heavy blow on the beast. The impact was massive, dragging it backward. Yuria found that impressive, but she still thought it wouldn't even scratch the monster. That's when her eyes went wide. A hurricane suddenly formed and slammed straight into her other child, completely wrecking it. Pieces of it went flying everywhere. Yuria couldn't understand how a storm had appeared out of nowhere. She realized she hadn't even used the blessing, and yet Schlieffen had completely dismantled the beast with a single strike. She acknowledged that he was insanely strong. At that moment, she finally understood how the previous beast had been destroyed. Meanwhile, Gale used a Dainhar throwing technique, combining it with a charging attack and hurling his blades at her, something Yuria had completely forgotten about. She realized Gale wasn't half bad. She remembered the rule. She wasn't supposed to use the blessing. Still, she believed she could wipe them out easily. Then something changed. Gale's eyes went wide. Yuria transformed completely, and the impact of it shook the area. She said it had been a while since she'd gone all out, so now she was done playing. Ronan couldn't believe it. She had fused with an armored beast. Schlieffen thought the same. He had only destroyed part of that beast. The rest looked like it had been taken apart by Yuria herself, just to form that new body. Now, Yuria had a tail that looked like a whip. Gale warned the others to stay alert. He had never seen anything like that before. On top of that, he said her whip was anything but normal. Suddenly, she was right in front of him. He barely managed to dodge. Everyone scattered as the whip smashed into a rocky wall, slicing through it like it was deli meat. The fragments collapsed instantly, slamming into the ground with a massive impact. Gale realized that, unlike the first fight, Yuria was now faster and stronger. Ronan couldn't believe she had been holding back. Yuria made it clear that those creatures were meant to do her dirty work, but also to strengthen her. Even though she thought they were ugly, their power massively boosted her own. She was also genuinely surprised that they had managed to dodge her attack. That hadn't happened since Brigya. Yuria admitted they had talent, but she refused to accept it. The three of them were shocked as she charged at them in a rage. They were barely managing to survive. She called them insects, trying to belittle them in every way possible, with a psychotic grin on her face. She couldn't stand the idea of those little shits accomplishing anything. She started to think that she might actually lose to them if she didn't use the blessing. After all, that was the deal she had made with someone. Just thinking about it made her feel insulted, her overwhelming sense of superiority leaking out. Still, she didn't think it was such a bad deal. In exchange for that insult, he had made her a promise. If she defeated the three of them without using the blessing, he would name her the bearer of the sacred star sword. She laughed like a deranged hyena. The one she was talking about was the sword called Lycophos. Completely out of her mind, she told them to stop resisting. They should just stand still and accept death. She wanted her ascension. Ronan thought the girl was straight up delusional, but he figured a few things out. She was going through a test. She had to beat them without using the blessing. That meant their attacks could still work. On top of that, she was drunk on her own power and heavily underestimating them. That made sense to him. If she always fought using the blessing, she probably had never truly felt fear. That's where her arrogance came from. Her whip snapped toward him. Ronan blocked it instantly and countered, sending it back at her. She barely managed to block his strike. Ronan noticed her technique was rough, sloppy even. That bothered him. For someone with that much strength and speed, her technique was seriously underdeveloped. He didn't think raw power alone should be the requirement to become an executive. They should have been way more strict. He thought of Brigya, who was famous for her sword technique. Yuria, on the other hand, was known for creating gear, but Ronan thought that she and her gadgets could get beaten up by any random nobody. Obviously, those thoughts hit Yuria right in the ego. Ronan decided to spend his time studying her attack patterns. He told his comrades that he alone was enough to handle this. Yuria exploded with rage, calling him a little shit. Suddenly, she started showing even more power, feeling completely humiliated. She swore she'd beat him so badly he'd turn to dust, and then she'd make human meat juice out of him. That was when she lashed out with her whip again, and Sita activated her blood wall technique, completely blocking the attack. Yuria was stunned. She recognized it instantly. It was vampire blood magic. She couldn't understand how Ronan, someone she saw as pure trash, could have that kind of power. But the swordsman made it clear that the credit belonged to his partner. Ronan wanted to end the fight quickly. Schlieffen and Gale charged at her together. Yuria started panicking. Most of her blood power was tied up maintaining the whip. If she dropped it and focused purely on defense, she might have had time. She believed they wouldn't be able to break the armor she had created, but she was completely wrong. Their combined attack made the armor crack and fall apart piece by piece. That was the moment Ronan split the cow in half. The barbecue was about to begin. Ronan made it clear that he was the real deal and could handle it. Yuria still refused to accept it. Even after being sliced up, she wanted to drag Ronan down with her, like some twisted Romeo and Juliet ending. But that's when Ronan noticed Gale stepping in. Gale wanted to finish it himself. He slammed Yuria down onto the ground, holding her face in place. She snarled like a hellhound. She demanded that Gale let her go immediately, calling him a barbaric animal. Gale made it very clear that everyone from his people who had died because of her would be paid for with her own blood. Then he started stabbing her over and over, the way you do to someone who messes with your mother. Before finishing the job, though, Gale had a question. He wanted to understand why she had deliberately let some of his people survive. What was the point? Yuria was completely psychotic, sticking her tongue out like a dog. She asked what he would do if she didn't feel like answering, telling him he could keep trying. She wasn't going to bow to him. That's when she said she should have killed his brother while she had the the chance, and that she truly regretted not doing it. That completely consumed Gale with rage. He immediately tried to strike her again, wanting her dead already, but a hooded figure suddenly appeared, grabbing Gale's hand and stopping him from finishing Yuria. The hooded man saw that Yuria was in terrible shape. He thought it would be impossible to heal her, but he reminded her that he had warned her. He told her to use something if she was ever in danger. He knew she couldn't beat them. Now she had felt firsthand what he had warned her about. The mysterious man asked Yuria if she was satisfied. Gale found it bizarre. He hadn't sensed that person's presence at all. He knew he couldn't let his guard down. Gale thought it would be best to take advantage of the man being distracted and strike him. But in the next instant, the hooded man slammed him away, telling him he wanted a moment alone with Yuria. Gale was sent flying several meters and smashed hard into the wall. Ronan and Schlieffen were stunned by what they had just seen. Gale dropped to the ground, completely limp. The mysterious man felt he needed to admit something to Yuria. He had failed to obtain the title of sharpest sword while protecting someone she knew very well. He said her determination was nothing short of sacred. Yuria smiled, believing he had known from the start that things would end this way. Still, she was certain she had only been a tool for his experiments. The hooded man then revealed his identity, thanking her for accompanying him up to that point. He said it was time for her to rest in peace. He pressed a finger into her forehead, saying he hoped she would find rest under the blessing of the constellations. Yuria found it incredibly frustrating for things to end like that. It wasn't fun at all for her. Then a fountain of blood burst out of her. The mysterious man smiled as if nothing was happening. With that, both the position of executive and the division leader role were now vacant. He casually asked if Ronan or Schlieffen had any interest in those positions. The two swordsmen didn't waste time. They immediately attacked him, unleashing a cross slash. The man calmly said that this wasn't the best place for a conversation, catching all three of them off guard. He suggested they move somewhere else to talk. He easily dodged their attack, still smiling, making it clear he had something to show them. With a single motion, he sent both of them flying. The impact was massive. They bounced across the ground before finally managing to recover, though it was obvious they had taken damage. Ronan cursed under his breath. Schlieffen believed that man was someone high-ranking within their sect, the one who had been accompanying that woman. He warned Ronan to stay alert. The guy's power level was way above theirs. Suddenly, they noticed a pile of bodies right in front of them. Ronan was shocked. The mysterious man explained that he had been curious about what it felt like to sit on furniture made from beings famous for their resilience. He said he tried it and concluded that it was actually quite comfortable. He asked if Ronan and Schlieffen didn't find it interesting. Then he realized he had forgotten to introduce himself. He gave them his name. His name was Terranil. He was responsible for managing the entire southern diocese. In short, he was a bishop. Smiling, he asked why they were making those faces, wondering if they felt uncomfortable. Ronan and Schlieffen were completely stunned. Terranil assumed it was because of the sofa's material, but to a psychopath like him, it wasn't much different from animal leather. He said it was a waste of time for the two swordsmen to worry about something so trivial. Instead, they should enjoy a productive conversation, some quality time together. There was plenty of space. He even invited them to sit. Schlieffen had had enough of listening to that nonsense. In the name of the Grancia family, he swore that by taking Terranil's life, he would calm the spirits. As he spoke, he activated his technique. Terranil pretended to be surprised. He saw an incredibly precise and condensed sword aura. He acknowledged that Schlieffen truly lived up to being a young master of the Grancia family. Fueled by rage, Schlieffen unleashed everything he had, attacking Terranil relentlessly. Terranil noted how absurd the kid's intensity was, and he admired the perfection of his technique. He found it interesting that, even while completely consumed by fury, Schlieffen hadn't damaged the sofa at all. With that kind of talent, Terranil thought, Schlieffen could become the Star Sword someday. But at that moment, Ronan was already behind him. He was fed up with the conversation too, and wanted Terranil to shut up. Terranil casually stopped Ronan and his sword with just his foot, as if it were nothing. He commented that hiding his presence with Storm Sword aura and aiming for his back was a great tactic, but still well within his expectations. He told Ronan to show him something truly different. Suddenly, Ronan made a move that left Terranil confused. Ronan's dagger passed extremely close to him, carving a massive gash through the space beside him. Terranil realized the kid had been hiding something huge. He managed to dodge, but in the next instant, he was struck right in the face, leaving a small cut. Even so, he kept smiling, curious to see what Ronan would show him next. Ronan was starting to get really annoyed. Terranil made it clear to the swordsman that there was no point in hiding anything. With that, he tried to hit Ronan with a kick, but Ronan blocked it with his sword. Even so, the impact was insane. Ronan couldn't believe that was just a kick. He was sent flying, and Schlieffen quickly caught his buddy, asking if Ronan was okay. Ronan admitted he wasn't. After all, he still hadn't managed to tear Terranil apart like paper. Terranil wiped a bit of blood from his forehead and admitted it had been a long time since he'd last seen his own blood. That's when he started believing this was a meeting granted by the blessing of the stars. Finding two Lycophos candidates at the same time, in a hellish place like that, couldn't be a coincidence. It had to be fate. Ronan remembered that crazy woman woman had mentioned something like this before. Still, he wanted to know what the hell Lycophos even was, since they treated it like such a big deal. Taranil confirmed it was a big deal to them. Lycophos was the sacred sword, personally chosen by the cult master. Among the faithful, only the most gifted were chosen again and again, gathered as holy warriors who formed an elite knight order, created to eliminate the great powers of the continent that could stop the coming of the stars. Taranil believed Yuria had also been a devoted follower. She had played an important role in the southern diocese, but in the end, she failed to recover the trial and returned to the embrace of the starlight. Even though he found her sacrifice sad, he also believed it had become something truly sacred. Her death was proof that his judgment in choosing Ronan and Schlieffen had been correct. That's when something clicked in his mind. The moment he realized the fate connecting him to the two of them. He clearly remembered Ronan thinking about Brigia and Varen. Ronan was surprised by that question, but Taranil could tell from his eyes that he really was involved. Either way, he said he wouldn't blame Ronan. Taranil explained that Brigia and Varen had been a core force of the southern diocese, apostles who carried out the hardest missions flawlessly. Basically, they were Taranil's hands and feet. That's why, when he heard the two of them had died while fulfilling their divine mission, he found it strange. Their deaths weren't impossible to understand. Brigia had been sent to the Vidian Massif, where an ancient archmage named Sarante resided. Varen, on the other hand, had gone to the Romera mountain gorge, where he could have even encountered the master swordsman Jaipa. Even with the star's blessing, facing enemies of that level meant things could go wrong and prevent them from using the blessing. But consecutive deaths of section leaders? That had never happened in the cult's entire history. Taranil felt the need to confirm the cause. That's when he found a common thread between both battles. Traces of mana that belonged to neither Sarante nor Jaipa. The moment he noticed that, his doubts spread in a completely new direction. He didn't believe coincidences could repeat themselves. He wanted to know who owned that mana that openly opposed the stars. He investigated non-stop and eventually reached Ronan. He assumed Ronan thought they'd never discover his existence, that he was just Ronan, a student from Philleon Academy. Seeing Ronan's expression, Taranil realized he really hadn't known, and that he'd scared the kid. He told Ronan to relax. There was no need to worry, but Ronan was already sick of hearing all that bullshit. He wanted to know why they'd let him act however he wanted up until then, even though they'd known about him from the start, especially since he'd caused plenty of trouble. Taranil explained that it simply hadn't been worth it. To the Order, Ronan wasn't even an obstacle. At least that was what Taranil thought, until he met Ronan in person. Now he was sure that one day, Ronan would become an even bigger threat to the Order. Still, he asked if the swordsman didn't feel relieved. After all, Taranil was the only one in the entire Order who knew anything about Ronan. He didn't want to complicate things by sharing that information with others. Plus, it was the first time Taranil had taken an interest in someone to the point of wanting to keep them to himself. Either way, he wanted Ronan to keep an open mind so they could get to know each other properly. He made it clear he would satisfy Ronan's curiosity, starting with why they'd left some members of the Dainhar tribe alive. Before going there, Taranil had received a mission from the Order's leader to destroy Dainhar, basically wipe it off the map. It wasn't a particularly difficult mission, but while carrying it out, a doubt crept into his mind. He didn't understand why that place had to disappear. That curiosity consumed him. Even though the mission was important enough for the leader to send him personally, it frustrated Taranil not knowing the reason behind it. So he decided to complete the mission while also satisfying his curiosity. That's when he discovered the place, a location completely out of sync with the rest of that land's primitive nature. There they found heterogeneous technology and a mysterious place known as the Sacred Heart. When he saw it, he believed the answer to his questions was there, hidden within the artifact at the very center. He brought the captured tribe members there and politely asked them about it, but all of them said the same thing. It was a secret tied to the fate of that land. They wouldn't say anything else. It wasn't just the elders, even the children, who hadn't yet reached maturity, gave him no other answer. In total, he questioned 182 residents, and all he got in return were those 3 sofas. Taranil considered himself a researcher, so an investigation with such shallow results was horrifying to him. Still, at least that time things weren't so boring. He could feel that the owner of the magical power he was so interested in was willingly coming straight to him. He spoke in a very honest way, believing Ronan had noticed his goodwill. Then he decided to destroy the sofas, thinking they didn't really please the 2 swordsmen. After destroying what had been bothering the 2 of them, he thought they could talk about them joining the Order. But Ronan and Schlieffen were completely shocked. Schlieffen quickly warned Ronan that this so-called bishop was nothing like that woman. His physical reactions couldn't possibly come from just hardcore martial arts training. This was proof he was a top-tier elite warrior who had gone through countless battles, so they couldn't hesitate even for a second. Ronan felt like Schlieffen was just stating the obvious, basically saying the sky was blue. They had to go all out. Taranil stood there, waiting. In an instant, he blocked Ronan's attack, smiling calmly while Ronan looked dead serious. Ronan tried again, this time with his dagger, while Schlieffen attacked from behind, smashing the ground and leaving a massive crater. The hole was incredibly deep. Taranil, obviously obviously wasn't hit. He defended himself in time. He thought Schlieffen's blade was terrifying. If he hadn't focused all his mana into a single point to block it, the damage would have been enormous. He grabbed Schlieffen's blade and threw him away, slamming him straight into Ronan. At that moment, Terranil released an absurd killing intent. Dust filled the area. Ronan and Schlieffen managed to recover and charged at Terranil again. Terranil noticed that both of their auras had grown much sharper. He also found it strange how the smell of blood had become so intense. He knew that by sacrificing their own life force, a user could gain an exponential boost in power. This was vampire blood magic. Seeing how young they were and how determined they looked, he couldn't help himself. His curiosity was being fully stimulated, and he saw the two of them as jewels that needed to be polished. So he moved toward them, wanting both of them to show their full brilliance. A massive clash of auras followed, causing a huge explosion. Terranil was standing just fine, casually stepping on Schlieffen. Ronan, on the other hand, had to lean on his sword to avoid collapsing. Terranil thought the kids had done really well. Even so, Ronan still tried to attack. Terranil easily blocked it. He was genuinely surprised by Ronan's fighting spirit. He thought that if the swordsman had been just a little more precise, he might have actually wounded him. Still, Terranil believed that was enough for them to understand each other. He demanded that the two come with him, but Ronan shouted that the attack had to happen right now. That's when Terranil looked up and saw an extremely powerful energy coming from Sita. He immediately identified it as ancient blood magic. He couldn't understand how a mere monster had achieved that. Just by looking at the mana structure, he realized it was one of the highest level techniques in blood magic. Because of that, the preparation time must have been huge. He started to believe the two kids were just trying to distract him. They were basically sacrificing themselves. Terranil could tell they were dangerous. If left on the wrong side, he was sure they'd shake the very foundations of the order someday. Still, for members who had grown too patient and arrogant, they could serve as a warning. In the end, Terranil grew even more curious about what kind of future those two would bring. Sita's power rushed toward him, but he managed to evade quickly. Terranil thought the creature should cancel the spell, otherwise it would end up disappearing completely. He wondered if that was really what the little creature wanted, to throw its own life away. But Ronan made it clear that was just what the bishop thought. Suddenly, that massive magical energy got extremely close to Terranil, catching him off guard. He realized the spell had a tracking mechanism. That made him break into a huge grin. Everyone in that organization was insane. Terranil could tell Ronan wasn't bluffing. He truly intended to kill his opponent. He found the kid incredible. Since things had reached that point, Terranil figured he had no other choice. He activated the blessing of the stars. The massive attack slammed into him, but nothing happened. He had nullified it completely. Smiling widely, Terranil asked what Ronan planned to do next. Did the swordsman have another card up his sleeve? He wanted to see it fail too. He was fully confident in his blessing of the stars, just like the others had been before. Then, out of nowhere, he was caught completely off guard. Ronan's sword pierced through the barrier of the blessing of the stars. Terranil couldn't understand how that was even possible. Ronan moved, and Terranil realized the swordsman had actually cut through his blessing. That's when he finally understood how Brigia and Varen had been defeated. Ronan made it clear that he wanted to split Terranil in half, but he believed he still lacked the strength to do it, so he left the rest to Schlieffen, whom he called Young Master. Schlieffen was already preparing his attack. He rushed Terranil with everything he had, completely engulfing him in a violent whirlwind of slashes. At that point, Ronan and Schlieffen were at their absolute limits. They couldn't even stand anymore. Terranil began to fall, his blood spraying everywhere. As he hit the ground, he admitted that he couldn't remember the last time he'd been pushed this far. He was still smiling, thinking that truly was a blessed day. Then his energy surged, far more clearly than before. Feathers started to appear. Ronan's eyes went wide as wings began to form on Terranil. He couldn't believe those wings belonged to an Ahayute. Terranil used to tell the other members of the church that showing mercy to an enemy was a shortcut to death, but in that moment, he started thinking differently. He felt like he had been arrogant. Terranil smiled, seeing that they had done everything they could, and his neck was still right where it belonged. To him, that was the blessing of the stars. That's when he revealed his scarred eyes. He was blind, but he didn't care about it at all. Right then, Ronan and Schlieffen tried another attack using what little they had left. They failed to hit the bishop. Ronan was frustrated. Despite being covered in blood, the guy still managed to dodge. Terranil made it very clear that for a warrior, relying on eyesight was a limitation. A true warrior had to sharpen their senses to the extreme. Only by sensing the flow of mana could one truly perceive the world clearly. He even said their mana flow was beautiful. Terranil warned Schlieffen that his storm had been merciless, lethally sharp. That only reinforced the bishop's belief that Schlieffen's name should be added to their recruitment list. As for Ronan, Terranil thought he was completely bizarre. Just his battle instincts alone showed he was someone surprising. Everything changed, though, when Terranil realized Ronan could break blessings. After all that, he became certain that the deaths of the leaders weren't just a coincidence. He believed that sooner or later, those two would become a massive problem for the organization, something unstoppable. Which was a shame for Terranil. Teranil, because he would have to deal with them now, cutting the problem at the root. Quickly, he began preparing a skill called the Oath of the Stars. The two swordsmen took their stances when suddenly a gigantic hurricane rushed toward them. The skill was devastating. Teranil planted his feet on the ground, and the two swordsmen were completely wrecked. Then, out of nowhere, Teranil started coughing up blood. He believed that if blessings were shields for the faithful, then wings were weapons against heretics. It was a kind of divine punishment that, just by being unleashed, inflicted severe damage over the entire area. Because it consumed an immense amount of life force and mana, Teranil couldn't maintain that overwhelming power. He hadn't even wanted to use it. The fight became meaningless when he was risking his own life. Still, he was a servant of the stars. He had to follow orders. Ronan, completely battered, tried to get back into position, while Schlieffen struggled to recover. Teranil realized he wouldn't be able to persuade them, and warned that he would fight with everything he had. He began flapping his wings, ready to put an end to it. Ronan was only able to fight again because Sita healed both him and Schlieffen, but poor Sita had reached his limit. Ronan's body barely obeyed him anymore. He was just looking for an opening. Otherwise, they were going to die. Suddenly, Schlieffen stood up and told his companion to get up too. He admitted it was frustrating, but he couldn't defeat Teranil alone. Ronan was shocked by Schlieffen's sheer willpower. Schlieffen said he would create an opening so Ronan's blade could reach the bishop. Ronan panicked, thinking his friend had gone insane, but Schlieffen reminded him that Ronan seemed to have forgotten. He had lived his entire life amid storms. Reading the flow of the wind was as natural to Schlieffen as breathing. His storm couldn't overpower Teranil's storm, but he believed he could still create an opening, even if they could only do it once. Ronan would have to be careful. Schlieffen made it clear that Ronan would owe him a photo shoot of Iril in 10 different poses to make up for it. Ronan was caught off guard, memories of his past life flashing through his mind. Schlieffen told him to get up, calling him captain, because the battle wasn't over yet. There was a creature in the sky. Schlieffen didn't recognize Ronan as a knight. He only saw the killing intent in Ronan's sword. He wouldn't change his opinion, but he knew that was exactly what the battlefield needed right now. He said again that he would create an opening so Ronan could strike with his blade, declaring that he was betting everything on Ronan. That fight with the bishop mirrored Ronan's past life. Ronan was deeply shaken by that realization and decided they would finish this together. Schlieffen unleashed his aura swordstorm. Teranil obviously wouldn't take that attack for free, so he launched his own as well. The two abilities collided. Teranil's attack practically swallowed Schlieffen's, leaving the young man of the Grantia family stunned. Schlieffen knew the weakness of his own skill. There was nothing he could do but endure. In moments, he was cut again and again. Realizing he would be devoured like that, he searched for a way out. He was the sword meant to protect the Empire. He had to be as sharp as possible. Normally, he simply punished enemies, but this time was different. He chose to believe he was opening a path for his companions to advance. For something like that, even a tiny spark of strength would do. He took his stance again, and a glow appeared. Ronan was stunned. It was an aura awakening. Schlieffen pushed himself even further, believing he needed to be sharper than ever. He used a skill called Gale. Its power was completely different, impressing even Teranil. The bishop was injured and weaker, yet he didn't think it was possible for Schlieffen to pierce him. But what was coming at him went beyond aura. It was the power of nature itself. Teranil was struck and couldn't comprehend the absurdity of it. Schlieffen was talented, sure, but not enough to awaken aura like that. Seeing the path open, Schlieffen knew the rest was up to Ronan. The Grantia collapsed to the ground, unable to stand anymore. Ronan charged with all the fury he had, refusing to waste the chance his friend had created. Teranil understood the entire plan. They were aiming for an opening. Still, he made it clear he wouldn't be careless. He felt Ronan approaching, overflowing with hatred, as if Ronan's mana itself had turned into pure rage. Teranil thought he could just punch Ronan and end the battle, but he was wrong. He was thrown off balance when Ronan drove his blade straight into his hand. Teranil couldn't understand what had happened. Then he realized his mistake. He had confused the mana in the dagger with Ronan's mana. Even so, only star mana surrounded him. He couldn't sense Ronan's presence at all. Things got really complicated for him. Ronan was using the energy of the fanatics, something Teranil never expected, so he couldn't detect Ronan at all. Ronan used the energy he had taken from Bajora and decided to end it quickly. He attacked Teranil, who was still smiling, and took the bishop's head clean off. Even so, Teranil felt honored. The end of his journey had come in that way. To him, it was something dazzling, and he hoped those two kids would do great things in the future. After that, Ronan was breathing heavily. He had reached his limit. He could no longer feel the bishop's energy, and only then did he realize how dangerous that fight had been. He called out to Schlieffen, admitting that he really would have to hand over the photos of his sister to his friend, believing Schlieffen would be overwhelmed with happiness. He also thought all the money he spent on Sita had been worth it, and that once they got back to the academy, he'd brag about it to Ophelia. He told the two of them to get up already, thinking they were just pretending. With a trembling voice, Ronan made it clear he wasn't leaving without them, and demanded an answer. As he stood up, something hit him hard. His eyes went wide. It was the backlash from blood blood magic. He didn't know what to do. He dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by unbearable pain. Still, he couldn't just collapse. He was worried about his two comrades. Suddenly, Ronan blacked out. The scene shifted to Thunder and Gale, who were in the same place as Ronan and the others. Thunder asked if his brother was really sure they should activate that. Gale declared that only Thunder could make it work, which was exactly why everyone had made sure he escaped earlier. Thunder's survival was necessary to preserve their people's bloodline, but they had failed to protect the heart. Once again, Ronan and Philleon had saved the homeland. Gale told Thunder not to hesitate. Their people valued loyalty above all else. Gale said he would take responsibility for breaking the rules. Thunder placed his hand on the device and the mark on his forehead began to glow. An intense light flooded the area, and several other marks started glowing as well. Gale asked the spirits of Dainhar to watch over the two swordsmen lying on the ground. A surge of energy rushed towards Sita, Ronan, and Philleon, lifting them up. That was when Ronan woke up, feeling a burning warmth. Gale was overjoyed to see him awake, but Ronan was confused. Gale told him not to worry. The other two would recover as well. Ronan was shocked. Those injuries shouldn't have been so easy to heal. He could tell that power was absurd. Gale couldn't really explain it. He only knew that the sanctuary called the Heart had been prepared for the promised day, a place that housed colossal power, along with a device capable of controlling it. All of it existed to face a massive threat that would arrive someday. The rule was that they could never use that power, only on the day of the final battle. Still, Gale didn't believe his ancestors would condemn the choice he made that day. He was simply repaying a kindness. He also warned them that to replenish the consumed energy and protect the sanctuary from enemies, they wouldn't be able to leave. Their people would activate a complete isolation barrier, trusting that the two swordsmen would understand. Gale then wanted to make a promise with Ronan. In the future, when they reconnected with the world again, if enemies ever threatened Ronan or Philleon, Dainhar would face those threats alongside them. With that, Gale said goodbye. The scene shifted to Ronan and Philleon in the desert. Their clothes were in bad shape, but they were completely healed. It was night, and Philleon noticed that Dainhar's entrance had been sealed. In the end, a powerful magical barrier surrounded the entire land of those people. The two assumed it was some kind of ancient magic. Maybe that was the best way to deal with everything, at least for now. They had no idea when monsters like that crazy woman or the bishop would show up again. Philleon admitted they'd killed the bishop partly by luck. The problem was that he was from the southern diocese, which meant there were other powerful figures in other regions. Terranil had spoken of the Sword of the Stars, and also of an unknown sacred order called Lycophos. Philleon grew worried, feeling he wouldn't be able to protect everyone. He told Ronan they needed to get stronger, strong enough to deal with people like that easily. If they relied on each other's strength, they could do it. Ronan was surprised by his friend's determination. Philleon tried to cheer him up, and Ronan didn't disagree. He called on the Sword Saint so they could return, but Philleon was confused. He made it very clear he wasn't done talking. He still wanted the photo album of his beloved. Every single photo Ronan had promised. Ronan got scared. The guy had suddenly gone full psycho. After that, they returned to the capital in peace. They avoided being pursued by the Order by scattering their mana everywhere. Since even Terranil had fallen, Ronan believed they wouldn't worry about pursuit after that. They managed to find a man with a carriage and caught a ride. Their main objective had been to obtain the magical ore from Mount Dainhar. They succeeded, and got way more than expected. Gale hadn't forgotten the promise he made. Ronan also got some extra items, planning to use them as gifts. He even knew the perfect person to give one to. On the way back, Ronan trained with Philleon, and their sparring was more intense than usual. Ronan asked about the final strike Philleon had landed on Terranil. He remembered that Philleon had been in an awakened state at the time. He wanted to know if Philleon remembered that feeling. Philleon explained that he could hear the sound of the wind, not in a destructive way, but as the sound of nature itself. It was calming. That was when he realized he could cut down the bishop, but that was all. After that moment, he could no longer hear that sound. Even so, he was determined to make that power his own. Ronan could tell that Philleon didn't even understand what he was talking about, but gaining that power meant that, just like before his regression, when Philleon could unleash storms that covered the entire land, when he alone could change the course of wars, he would have to become a natural phenomenon. Ronan didn't think it would take long for his friend to reach that level, though he wasn't completely sure, especially when he saw Philleon drooling over his sister. A few days later, the scene shifts. They were finally back home, arriving in Philleon. They split up. Ronan went straight to deal with one of his curses, heading directly to Professor Maya. She asked about the ore, and he dumped the entire bag in front of her, leaving her completely speechless. Ronan just wanted her to start the process right away. Maya then explained that the magic circle was an enhanced nullification spell formula, reinforced by Dainhar's magic stones. In short, it could fully extract the curse's true form. When she showed him what the curse actually looked like, Ronan couldn't believe he had been carrying that thing his whole life. Maya admitted that while he was searching for the magic ore, she had already prepared for the worst. Having seen the curse personally, she couldn't help but worry. Once they started the nullification, they couldn't stop, and there was also the issue that it could take weeks. weeks, or even many years. Maya said that he was a student with unprecedented talent. Even with the curse, she was sure he would become a swordsman remembered in history, so she asked if he was really sure about this. In the end, Ronan believed that with how much he had grown, temporarily stopping a Hayute wouldn't be a problem. The real issue was the looming threat of the giant army. Their sheer numbers alone were terrifying, not to mention the 8-winged colossus, which was twice as strong as a Hayute. And on top of that, there was the unknown enemy a Hayute had mentioned before dying. Ronan felt like time wasn't on his side. Maya wanted to convince him otherwise, but in the end, she asked him to say goodbye to the people he cared about, because they might be apart for a long time. That night, there was a banquet. Asel, Mariah, and the others were all there, enjoying the food Ariel had prepared. Ronan tried to explain that Maya had warned him he wouldn't be able to see his friends again for quite a while, maybe even for years. Asel was shocked and immediately offered to join the adventure. Ronan was grateful for the thought, but explained it wasn't possible. It was a nullification process to remove one of his remaining curses, and no one knew how long it would take. Ariel had prepared the banquet knowing all this, so Ronan wanted everyone to just enjoy themselves. Maria asked if it was going to be dangerous. Ronan tried to reassure her, saying Maya was probably making a mountain out of a molehill and that he'd take care of it as fast as possible. Then he had a few words for everyone. First was Braum. He told him he focused too much on offense and neglected his defense, and that he should work on balancing that out. Braum thanked him. As for Ophelia, Ronan, clearly embarrassed, asked her to take care of Sita, since the creature really liked her. Ophelia didn't mind at all. To Asel, Ronan asked him to study the magic book he'd been gifted by the swordsman. Maria was told to keep refining her unique sword style, but in moderation, so she wouldn't end up dating anyone. That just made her furious. He also had things to say to Adeshan and Schlieffen. Even though he knew they'd be fine on their own, he asked Adeshan to oversee everyone's training, since her observational skills would help a lot. As for Schlieffen, Ronan felt he should just keep doing what he did best. Ronan made it clear that when he came back, he'd be checking everyone's results. After that, they should enjoy the time they had left together. He used the camera Didikon had created and took some photos with his friends. In the end, they said goodbye with smiles. Ronan hoped the separation wouldn't last long. The scene then shifts to Ronan with Maya. Seeing his relieved expression, she thought he was fine, and he was. He felt at ease knowing his friends were on the right path. He was more worried about his sister, but then realized there was no one stronger than her. He was ready. Maya began the ritual, announcing the start of the nullification and hoping they'd meet again with smiles on their faces. At that moment, the swordsman had no idea how long it would take to fulfill that promise. Suddenly, the scene changes to a blue sky. Ronan wakes up in a panic. He didn't understand what was going on. A dog was barking and standing on top of him. He recognized that look. It was Sita. He also realized he was in the city where he had once been imprisoned, Erno. Even though this was a mental world created by his curse, Ronan felt uneasy. Of all places and moments, he had come back here. Still, he thought it wasn't all bad. He got to see Sita again. Ronan reflected that Sita's life as a little dog had been pretty rough. Of all the people he could have bonded with, he ended up with someone cursed like Ronan. Because of that, the poor dog had gone through all kinds of suffering. In this version of reality, though, Sita didn't have to be involved with him. Ronan hoped the pup had found a better owner, eating well and living happily. He called Sita over and they went for a walk. They even played fetch with a stick. In the end, Ronan looked around the village, but didn't find anything strange. The people seemed normal. He remembered that the local lord ruled those lands, and that he was a complete idiot, which made the place a mess. Ronan clearly remembered Maya saying that the curse would try to deceive him in any way possible. Since the curse wasn't showing itself directly, he knew he'd have to search carefully. He called Sita over, showed him the scent, and told the little dog to track it. Suddenly, after sniffing it, the dog took off running like crazy. Ronan wasn't expecting that. Then the scene shifted to some freshly grilled sausages coming off the grill. Ronan thought it was way too good to be true. The dog went crazy and ran off since it was starving. Ronan was about to buy a sausage too, but instead he scolded the dog, telling it to sniff for mana. The little dog clearly didn't get it, so he ordered 2 sausages, gave one to the dog, and asked the vendor what day it was. The merchant said it was the 20th day of the 20th year in the imperial calendar. Ronan remembered it clearly. That was the day Sita died. He had been completely lost. While some men laughed at the situation, it was the day he killed someone for the first time. He wiped out all those guys. Then the scene shifted again, this time to a horse running at full speed through the marketplace. The merchants had no idea what was going on until the horse was about to run over a little girl. Ronan remembered that this had happened before the dog died. He remembered the Baron's son, a guy who drank all day long, grabbing the reins of the carriage and kicking off the whole mess. The same thing had happened back then. That was how Sita ended up running, trying to save the little girl. Ronan didn't waste any time and grabbed both the puppy and the girl. The horse rushed past, kicking up dust everywhere. Ronan told the dog it shouldn't get itself into trouble like that. At that moment, the little girl thanked Ronan for saving her. She also thanked the puppy for trying to help. But when she tried to touch his dog, Ronan slapped her hand hand away. The girl didn't understand what she had done wrong. Ronan thought her acting was ridiculous. That was when the atmosphere completely changed. The curse finally appeared, realizing that Ronan had truly grown up. It wanted to know how he had figured it out, but to Ronan, it was obvious. Just the fact that it was that day, and that moment crossing his mind, was enough for him to feel that disgusting aura. The curse also wanted to know why Ronan had let the Baron's son go, since that was the moment Ronan lost his virtue. Ronan thought it was a waste of time to keep cutting through illusions. Either way, he knew he couldn't move forward while still chained to the past, so he set the puppy down, wanting to get straight to the point. He asked if that was all. The curse saw that Ronan had made the right choice and found it fascinating. The rest was simple. It decided to show Ronan how to free himself from the curse. The swordsman was confused, but the curse warned him that first, he would have to face the origin of his own existence, the starting point that would decide the fate of his world. Ronan would have to choose the path that would guide both himself and the world's future in the end. Then the scene shifted again, and Ronan found himself in another body. He didn't recognize anything, not even where he was. He couldn't move the body the way he wanted to, until he realized he had possessed that man. He had no idea what that man was trying to show him. Soon, a young woman arrived, noticing that the hooded man had spent yet another sleepless night writing books for the sake of that place. She was worried he might ruin his health. She called him Salvador, but Salvador told her to call herself Elsia and said she didn't need to worry. He wanted to ensure peace for everyone. There was no greater joy than that. All he had to do was guide the innocent, hoping the blessing of the stars would be with them. Then the scene moved outside, where green-colored creatures were working like humans. Some people watched in awe. Elsia walked alongside Salvador. She was the one who had made all those creatures work. Salvador admired her ability to communicate simultaneously with dozens of mid-level spirits, but she said she had only learned all that thanks to his grimoire. She then asked if he had already decided on a name for the book. Salvador called it Bajura, catching Ronan completely off guard. He remembered that cursed forbidden book, which had once been that pale and beautiful thing. Ronan had no idea how the book ended up like that, but he remembered that, according to what Ere had told him, Bajura was written at least 2,000 years ago. That made him think he was witnessing something extremely ancient. Then he saw a young man fitting a kind of bionic leg onto a girl. He explained that she could use it with all her strength, just like a real leg. The girl was overjoyed when she realized she could actually walk. Salvador found that ability incredible. The man responsible for the prosthetic was named Alabrige. Ronan remembered seeing that name in Dolan's interrogation report. It said Alabrige was responsible for creating all the incredible equipment used by Nebula Clazier, the best technical engineer in the Order. Alabrige once again claimed he was only capable because of Salvador's teachings, and asked where Salvador had obtained such knowledge. As usual, Salvador stayed silent. Alabrige had asked before, and decided it was better to drop it. Even so, he declared that Salvador was one of the most incredible mortals he had ever met. Salvador didn't expect to hear that from Alabrige, especially since no one would ever imagine that the one making prosthetics for the people of that land was actually a black dragon. Ronan was shocked. They were helping people out of pure goodwill. He was no longer sure this was the Nebula Clazier he knew. Soon, several people approached Salvador, all of them thanking him for saving them. They believed his presence itself was a kind of blessing, but Salvador said he was just doing his duty and that everyone should focus on rebuilding the village. One of the villagers worried about the monsters returning, but Salvador told her not to worry. The strongest swordsman in that land had already eliminated the remaining demonic creature. As if summoned by his words, the swordsman appeared, carrying a dragon's head with him. He told Salvador that he had taken care of the remaining demonic beasts. There were too many to bring all of them back, so he cut off the head of the one that seemed to be the leader as proof. He hoped Salvador would understand. Salvador made it clear that he did, knowing it couldn't have been easy. Ronan listened closely, but there was a strange noise that stopped him from hearing the hero's name, just like when he tried to hear his father's name. That was when he started to believe that the hero was his father. He was furious, but he knew he had to calm down. It was just an illusion, a distant echo of the past. He needed to focus on the bigger picture. Salvador was surprised by the hero, seeing how he had defeated several dragons without a single drop of blood on his clothes. It was clear the hero was truly sharp. Still, the hero believed everything had worked out thanks to Salvador. In the end, they all felt they were enough to rebuild the place, and Salvador asked the hero to go get some rest. Suddenly, a dragon appeared and spat a fireball straight at them. The hero was caught off guard, so were the others, because it was an incredibly dense flow of mana. That was dragon magic. The flames engulfed everything. The hero already had his sword in hand and told Salvador to fall back. Fear spread among the villagers. Once again, Salvador spoke the hero's name, but Ronan couldn't hear it. Salvador made it clear that where he came from, retreat was not an option. The only choice was to face the trials ahead. Then Salvador invoked the blessing of the stars, shielding the people from the dragon's attack. Everyone immediately started thanking him, relieved to still be alive and full of excitement. Elsia wasn't surprised. This was exactly what she expected from Salvador, blocking a dragon's magic so effortlessly. Alabrige, however, recognized that dragon. He made it clear that it was an extremely troublesome one, known as Crimson Death Gargaris. The dragon itself was shocked that someone had managed to block its flames. Salvador asked if Gargaris was someone Alabrige knew. The black dragon confirmed it. Gargaris was infamous for his terrible temper, and to make things worse, he belonged to the lineage of Navardos. Hearing that, Ronan was stunned. Navardos was the leader of the dragons, the one who had once burned one of the three giants in Ronan's past life, the legendary mother of dragons. Salvador then asked why Gargaris was doing this. Gargaris could feel the passage of time and the absurd power within Salvador, unable to believe a mere mortal could possess something like that. He soon realized Salvador was the leader of those people. Still, he had no business with Salvador. He demanded the one who had killed his servant. Salvador asked if he meant the demonic beast. Gargares confirmed it. It was a loyal servant who had served him for years. While Gargares had withdrawn from the civilized lands, his servants were slaughtered, and that was unforgivable. Salvador admitted that it was someone from his people who had done it, but only because the dragons had trampled that land, destroying families and treating everyone as nothing more than food. It was nothing more than an equal response. Salvador tried to make peace with the dragon, but Gargares flatly refused. He made it clear that humans were nothing but toys, existing solely to entertain his kind, worthless beyond that. He raged, refusing to be compared to humans. Salvador felt no fear at all. That was when the dragon decided to wipe them all out and began preparing a devastating attack. Alabrige warned Salvador to be careful. This attack was completely different. That technique was only allowed to high-class dragons. It was called the breath. The hero immediately prepared himself, but Salvador told him to calm down, not to make things worse. He said he would handle it alone. The dragon launched the attack straight at Salvador, who countered with a barrage of slashes. Gargaris couldn't understand what was happening. Salvador was surpassing the barrier between species, something that should have been impossible. The breath had no effect at all. Gargares was being brutally humiliated. Ronan watched in disbelief. It made no sense. He was certain that if he weren't inside Salvador's body, he wouldn't even be able to see those movements. Salvador's swordsmanship was beyond anything imaginable, and there was something else. Ronan felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Salvador's power was completely different, but the technique he was seeing was the same sword style as his teacher, Nabaros. Once, his teacher had told him that the origin of her sword came from the great southern jungle, from a man she had met there, the man who gave her the first defeat of her life. He had taught her the foundation of swordsmanship. Even so, her sword was still far inferior compared to his. Ronan was stunned. He had thought that man's swordsmanship was beyond measure. Nabaros had hoped Ronan would one day be lucky enough to meet him too. Just seeing him once would be enough to understand that this was the pinnacle of the sword. With that, the dragon fled, warning them that one day they would see who would be laughing in the end. Salvador had defeated a dragon with ease. Ronan realized his teacher had been right. This man's swordsmanship was on another level. The villagers were shocked and overjoyed. In the end, everything had worked out. Soon, everyone began cheering for Salvador. Salvador told them to keep the dragon's horn since it was a valuable material. The hero, however, wasn't so pleased. He told Salvador that he could have handled it himself. The problem was that Salvador believed the hero might lose control and end up killing the dragon. If Navardos came seeking revenge for the loss of his clan, it would be hard to endure. The hero argued that it wouldn't be that difficult for Salvador. Still, Salvador didn't want to talk about it anymore. The hero realized he had gone too far and apologized. Salvador then asked the black dragon to keep an eye on the construction as he was heading to the red dragon's sanctuary. Alabrige was confused by this sudden decision. Salvador explained that he wanted to apologize to Navardos. Even if it had been self-defense, they had still harmed one of his clans. Alabrige realized that even in this, Salvador was exemplary. Still, he doubted the dragon would accept it easily. He also warned Salvador to be careful when crossing the central region. A young dragon had made its nest there. His name was Orse, and he had a double pair of wings. Hearing that, Ronan felt things were becoming more and more absurd. That was the same demonic dragon the first emperor had driven west after the Great War, a legendary dragon from ancient tales, who had already been called young even back then. Suddenly, Ronan was swallowed by overwhelming darkness. He realized his consciousness had returned. He was no longer seeing things from Salvador's perspective. Then, a massive green cube appeared before him, leaving him stunned. A vision formed inside it. People were sad as Salvador was leaving. Salvador explained that the reconstruction was finished. They now had a foundation to move forward, and from there they could prosper without him. It was time to leave. The girl who had once lost her leg to a demonic beast had grown into a magnificent feudal lady. She felt deeply proud and said they would pray for Salvador. Everyone joined hands, praying for him and asking for the blessing of the stars. Then he departed with his small group. Ronan was stunned. He was seeing the village decades later. He felt like he finally understood. This was the manifestation of that man's life. Ronan saw that Salvador had lived an incredibly busy life. Then he saw Salvador helping helping the people of Dainhar, telling them that the stars were watching over them and that they must not give up on life. They traveled through countless places, helping whoever they found along the way. As he helped so many, Salvador began to gather followers, but he believed he was unworthy of that. According to him, it wasn't him who saved them. It was the guidance of the stars, so no one should worship him. He told them to return to their lands, live in peace, and pray to the stars. That was the true way to repay salvation. However, one of the followers said that there wasn't a single continent that didn't know of Salvador's miracles, and that they couldn't imagine not following him. Salvador wore a massive pendant around his neck. Then the scene shifted to night. Alabrije told Salvador that they should give their group a proper name. Salvador didn't see the need for it, since people already called them the Order of the Nebula. But Alabrije explained that was a name coined by heretics. They needed something worthy. Elsia felt that calling it an order could cause distrust, so Salvador himself should grant it a proper name. Then Salvador, in the name of the sacred will of the stars, and the cradle of starlight spread across the world, named their group Nebula Classier. The scene jumped forward 1,000 years. The land was completely engulfed in flames. Groups of men were hunting and killing people, leaving devastation everywhere. Salvador stood with his group, unsure if this even counted as a war anymore. They had seen this countless times before, helping found nations, only to later watch them fall into ruin. Ronan observed as this cycle repeated over thousands of years. The atmosphere around Nebula Classier felt completely different now. Ronan wanted to see Salvador's face, but even then, it was still impossible. Salvador called his comrades together. Alabrije couldn't believe Salvador wanted to head toward the burning palace. Elsia thought it would be better to retreat and check on the safety of the faithful. But Salvador asked if all she could see were flames and killing intent. His ears, on the other hand, heard the desperate wishes of those who wanted to live. Salvation was needed most by those facing ruin. That was why he believed it was their duty to go to them. Alabrije replied that he had devoted himself without exception, yet humans always ended up fighting among themselves. To him, this tragedy was inevitable. Self-destruction was part of human instinct. Saving them would only be a waste of time. They couldn't keep repeating this forever. They needed to choose. Save only those with greater value. Salvador heard this and found it completely wrong. He realized everyone there shared the same belief. That was when he began saying his goodbyes. Alabrije didn't understand. Salvador was abandoning his faithful, but Salvador made it clear that acting based on the value of others would never lead to true salvation. To him, Alabrije was making an arrogant selection, trying to organize the world through rigid, dogmatic standards. Salvador believed the opposite. Those people could still create a better tomorrow. They just needed more time. Even so, he understood how they felt, but they could no longer walk the same path. His comrades would have to follow their own roads, because he would follow his star. He prayed that the blessing of the stars would guide them, and in that very moment, he was stabbed from behind. The hero had done it, just like that. He said he had warned them all. Salvador was not someone who could be persuaded. He respected Salvador's will, but he wanted Salvador's power for their salvation. Salvador asked what that sword was. The hero revealed it was something they had prepared for this very day. A divine artifact, forged over centuries from ore not of this world. A blade capable of absorbing any kind of power, even Salvador's own. Salvador immediately understood. Their paths had already split long ago. Still, he felt ashamed. He hadn't noticed it sooner, feeling like a fool. Then suddenly, an explosion erupted. The hero was blown back several meters, realizing just how extraordinary Salvador truly was. Alabrije demanded to know what the hero was doing. They had agreed with his ideals, but not with harming Salvador. They prepared to attack the hero. But at that moment, the hero managed to use the blessing of the stars himself, shocking everyone. He couldn't absorb all of the power, but even so, his level was already incredibly high. He declared that Salvador was not the right person to lead salvation. With that, he announced the end between them. Salvador told the hero to show what he was capable of, making it clear that this would be the final lesson he would ever give him. Their battle was intense. Ronan, watching, never expected something like this. The man standing against Salvador was his father. The fight between Salvador and Ronan's father continued. His father was truly trying to kill Salvador, launching strike after strike, but Salvador dodged them all. Salvador prepared a counterattack, but the traitor was ready and blocked the energy sent at him, emerging unharmed. Ronan watched the battle up close, mouth wide open. He knew both of them possessed extraordinary skill. Their swordsmanship, however, was something that simply couldn't be put into words. Ronan could only see it because he was sharing Salvador's senses. With every crossing trajectory, there were thousands, tens of thousands, of sword paths contained within. It was as if they were embroidering stars with their blades. Ronan realized that this man truly was the pinnacle of the sword. Then the two swordsmen collided in a brutal clash, triggering a massive explosion. Strangely enough, butterflies began to flutter around them. Alabrije was stunned. Only an instant had passed since they were bound by by the blessing. The two of them had been hiding their true strength all this time, but Alabrije couldn't understand why they didn't just end it already. Ronan's father realized that Salvador's comrades no longer understood that there was no turning back. Still, Salvador remembered the good times they had shared and believed things could still change. That was when Ronan's father struck Salvador again with everything he had, thinking they were fools to the very end. He believed this was the guidance of the stars as well. He wanted Salvador to rest in peace for the sake of salvation and slashed him once more. Elsia summoned a golem to stop Ronan's father, but he destroyed it in just a few seconds. Still, it bought her enough time to summon a bird and fly away with Salvador. Salvador saw that Elsia didn't understand, despair on her face as she began to cry. Salvador thought they would never truly understand the hero. Ronan's father was enraged, demanding that none of them interfere. In a flash, he cut off Alabrije's arm, blood pouring out. Alabrije begged the hero to let them go, declaring that if he didn't, the hero would lose him as well. At that moment, the curse spoke, saying it had seen the beginning and the end of Nebula, asking Ronan if he had enjoyed it. Now he had to make his choice. Ronan was filled with doubts. He wanted to know what happened to Salvador after that, and whether he was still alive, but the curse had no clear answer. Ronan then asked about Salvador's traitor, the current leader of Nebula Classier, and whether that man was his father. The curse scoffed, saying Ronan was clinging to trivial things. Blood ties, it said, were nothing but fragile connections, and shouldn't matter when making a decision. Still, it asked Ronan whether he believed the current leader was truly a threat to the world. Ronan didn't understand at first. The curse made it clear. Humans are incapable of controlling their own desires. They are never satisfied with what they have, so they covet everything and destroy the world for it, walking straight toward their own ruin. That was humanity's unchanging nature. That was why they turned their backs on Salvador once they realized the truth. To humanity, justice is nothing more than a pretext used by those who hold power. Rationality and contradiction, the absence of any real standard to distinguish good from evil. This was why humanity needed an absolute order to guide it. Salvador had power but didn't understand humans. The current leader lacked power but understood human nature, so he made the decision for the sake of true salvation. The curse asked Ronan if he still thought this was nothing more than betrayal, or if this was simply humanity's inevitable fate. The curse challenged Ronan to show what was truly good and what was evil, who the real savior was. Ronan couldn't deny it. Once he had done the same thing, cutting down and killing just to survive no matter the cost. He wouldn't have acted differently back then. The most surprising part was that Salvador's comrades had endured that path for a very long time, but Ronan was talking about his old self. The curse didn't understand. Ronan said he was different now. He had made friends he could laugh and talk with. He had found comrades who genuinely cared about him. He had even met someone who had given up her life countless times for the sake of the world, his great commander. To the curse, that might mean nothing, but to Ronan, it showed the true potential of humanity. Salvador had never been ignorant of the truth. He knew that trying to force human evolution through control meant ignoring what mattered most within people. Ronan no longer cared whether the leader of Nebula Classier was his father. He would defeat him regardless. The curse saw that Ronan had reached his decision. There was no alternative. It snapped its fingers and declared that it would grant Ronan its power. Ronan instinctively grabbed his sword, confused as a stone suddenly appeared before him. He soon realized it was the origin of the curse. The curse told him to cut that rock. Once it was destroyed, the curse would be undone. Ronan felt something was off. The curse was plotting something. But the curse claimed it was nothing more than reluctant affection. Ronan didn't understand. The curse explained that while the swordsman had only met it now, it had observed Ronan his entire life, his birth, his suffering, every trial. It had missed nothing. That was how it came to wish that Ronan could find some peace. It had hoped Ronan would abandon vengeance and choose a new path after seeing everything. But from what it had seen, that was impossible. So the curse decided to lend Ronan its strength, the very power that bound him here. It told him to cut the rock, warning that the battle would be long and painful, and that he would be badly wounded along the way. Still, it believed Ronan would win, given everything it had witnessed over the years. Ronan was shocked. He gripped his sword and thanked the curse, then ended things in a completely different way. He slashed off the curse's arm. The curse was stunned. It demanded to know what Ronan thought he was doing. It had only been trying to help. Ronan said all he had heard was nonsense. He unleashed a barrage of slashes, having completely lost his patience. The curse demanded to know why he had gone that far. Ronan realized that Professor Maya had been right. This curse was far more complicated than the others. Even so, the curse was still pretending to be on his side. Ronan told it to stop pretending. He admitted he had almost fallen for the sweet talk, even believing for a moment that the stone was the source of the curse. The problem was that its appearance felt strange, nostalgic. It reminded him of Sarante, of Seniel's statue. He didn't know why that rock was there, but he believed that statue was the final bastion containing the curses, and because of that, he couldn't trust a single word spoken by a curse. But when he saw the curse writhing in rage, Ronan realized its true intention. It was trying to use him to break the statue. statue. The swordsman made it clear that the curse had crossed the line. He remembered the last words spoken by Sarante, a loss that had cut deeply into him. He couldn't believe the curse would twist his friend's words like that. In that moment,